The Dark Lord finished the last line in his circle of runes, using diamond dust, unicorn blood, and the elixir of life created with his own philosopher's stone. The paste resulted was used in a cluster, with the size of 100 feet in diameter. The man rose and beheld his work. The markings were perfectly designed, the result of years of work, of uncounted trials and errors, of decades of study, leading to that moment. The depressions in the floor were designed in a way that the liquid spilled in the periphery would flow into the center, where the Dark Lord would be. The Dark Lord, an old man, aged nearly 100, and who didn't look older than 40, looked to his back and noticed the presence of his most loyal servant, the one who had stood with him through nearly 90 years of life, wars, happiness, loss, and death. His servant looked at him and held his head, as his master had ordered him all those years ago. He, too, was old. The difference between him and his master was that he was an elf. He once had been a house elf, but after making a bond of friendship, allegiance, and loyalty, he became much more than that. He was a dark elf. His life and the Dark Lord's merged for all time. He alone held his master's ear. He alone was the banner man of his master, ruling at his master's side in his lord's name over wizards, goblins, elves, and other magical creatures. Both he and his master were tyrants, but they had peace for nearly 70 years, both in the wizarding world and between wizarding and muggle. The elf grinned. It wasn't an amused grin, but a cruel one. He knew what his master was thinking. He shared the very same thoughts. "Send them in," his master ordered in a ragged voice. His lord hadn't spoken in days. "Wouldn't be wise to rest, my lord?" asked the elf, not out of defiance but care. "You should eat and rest before the next step." The Dark Lord simply sighed. He truly was weary. He simply nodded and levitated himself from the center of the rune cluster, sitting on his throne, next to his servant who gave him a plate filled with fruits and a cup of water. The Dark Lord ate, drank, and closed his eyes. He knew he was asleep when he saw a blue-eyed blonde beauty, smiling sadly at him. In his dream, he wanted to catch her. He wanted to hold her in his arms and never let her go, but he would never catch her. Even his dreams mocked him. For nearly 80 years, he had that dream. Every night he would run after her until he couldn't run anymore. By then, he would wake up. What was worse, she called for him as if she begged him to catch her, to find her, to hold her, to save her. To save her, the Dark Lord's eyes flared. A green light filled the room, coming from his eyes, revealing his true power, and he rose from his seat. "Bring them in," he ordered. At once, the dark elf popped out from the room, and moments later, a door opened. Through it, 30 people came, taking their positions in predetermined positions around the rune's cluster. They crossed their arms behind their back and waited their master's commands. Those 30 were under the Imperious curse, of course. There was no reason why the Dark Lord would allow stupidity or disloyalties to ruin the ritual, important as it was for him. He had been preparing this for decades, and he would not allow any flaws. The Dark Lord picked his wand and levitated himself to the center of the rune cluster. "Come, my loyal friend, it is time." The Dark Lord called his servant, who popped in front of his master, kneeling. "I will be forever indebted to you for this gift, master," the Dark Elf said, looking at his lord. The Dark Lord smiled and handed his second wand to his friend, who took it. As an elf, he didn't need a wand, but as the Dark Lord learned elfin magic, so did the elf learn human magic. Besides, there was no spell in elfin magic for what they needed. "Slit your own throats and bleed into the cavities before you," the Dark Lord ordered to the 30 people around them. At once, they reached silver daggers and took them to their throats. Some simply opened a gash and let the blood flow. Others mutilated themselves so that the blood could flow better. In minutes, everyone had bled to death. The blood flowed into the center of the cluster and surrounded both the Dark Lord and the Dark Elf, both beginning to chant in a long-forgotten language. More people came in, taking the positions of those who had entered before them. As them, they too slit their own throats, letting the crimson liquid flow. The pattern was repeated several times, and the corpses piled around the rune cluster. The runes started to shine in red, and the blood began to be absorbed by them, powering the cluster. When the Dark Lord and his servant finished chanting, the runes were incandescent in the floor, giving the entire room a blood-red glow, looking eerie in the midst of the corpses and black magic. "See you in the other side, my friend," the Dark Lord said, hope in his voice. "I shall be there, my lord," the Dark Elf replied, equally hopeful. Both smiled and pointed their wands at themselves. "Avada Kedavra." both intoned, green light coming out of their wands, hitting them in the chests. However, they did not die. They felt a great pain taking hold of them, as if they were being ripped apart, and found themselves watching their own bodies wither and become dust, quickly vanished by the winds that lifted in the room. They, or their souls, as the Dark Lord theorized, were in excruciating pain, as they too were ripped from existence, being absorbed by the blood-powered rune cluster. The last thing the Dark Lord saw before everything became void was a blue-eyed blonde beauty. Daphne Greengrass, referred to by every student, and even some teachers of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the Ice Queen of Slytherin, sat silently as their housemates laughed of Draco Malfoy's really bad jokes regarding the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Once again, Harry Potter saw himself in a heap of trouble after his name came out from the Cup of Fire. It was on Halloween, when the champions were being selected for the Triwizards tournament. Victor Krum had been selected as the Durmstrang champion, Fleur Delacour as the Beauxbatons champion, and Cedric Diggory as the Hogwarts champion. Daphne snorted when she heard the name. She really had no faith in the Hufflepuff. Still, she clapped with everyone else. School spirit or something like that. But then, the cup lit itself a fourth time and Harry Bloody Potter's name came out of it. The entire hall was shocked. Daphne herself was too. How on earth did he manage to even put his name in the cup? She saw how the Weasley twins got after trying to cheat the age line. After that, all hell broke loose. Potter became a pariah in the school, rejected by all, even by his best friends, Weasley and Granger. Somehow, they initiated a movement that saw Potter expelled from Gryffindor Tower the very same night. Daphne didn't hate Potter. She didn't have any reason to like him either. Still, what the hell? His own friends betrayed him. Gryffindors betraying each other. That was such a paradox. Potter disappeared from sight that same night. He appeared only for classes and nothing more. He never showed up in the Great Hall for meals, and he never spoke to anyone. There were rumors that McGonagall and the staff tried to coerce Potter into returning to Gryffindor Tower, ignoring the fact that he was banished by the entire house. The same rumors stated that Potter simply stated that he had quarters, and that according to Hogwarts charter, a banished student would have to willingly give in and do what the entire house decided for him to do to regain his own pride and be able to return to the house. Since Gryffindor never made stipulations, the banishment was permanent. If they were so concerned, they should give him a new sorting. Of course, the staff refused and Potter politely returned to his own rooms, using a house elf. That was another thing. Potter was the Lord Potter. He was entitled to have a couple of house elves, but somehow there was something that didn't make sense and Daphne didn't like puzzles. All that led to that day, November 24th, the day of the first task. As usually, Malfoy was goading everyone against Potter, and in just a couple of hours they would be outside, watching the first task. There were rumors of dragons. Daphne finished her meal and quietly left the Great Hall, ignoring the commotion and the excitement that took hold of the entire student's body. She exited the castle and slowly and lazily walked to the shores of the Great Lake, where she intended to sit a bit and relax before the time of the task. When she got there, for her disappointment, she noticed that her usual spot was already occupied by a boy who seemed to be eating a sandwich. Not only that, at a distance, he seemed to be Harry Potter. Daphne snorted and cursed her own luck. However, somehow she had a feeling. They never talked, not even jabbing each other. Usually she was a spectator in Potter/Malfoy wars and she never had the interest in stepping in. She wasn't selfless nor was she caring, especially for Potter, and for some reason, she felt some level of sympathy for the Gryffindor wizard. He was completely alone, and if the rumors were true, he might even die against the dragons. No one deserved that. Somehow she gave a first step in his direction. She hesitated, taking focus of what she was doing. After considering it again, she breathed in and walked in his direction. When she finally reached him, Potter had finished his meal and was simply sat with closed eyes. She wanted to say something, but what? Apparently Harry Potter made it easy for her. "Good afternoon, Lady Greengrass," he said without even opening his eyes. "How are you in this fine day?" Daphne simply gasped, widening her blue eyes. "How did you know?" she asked, after recovering from the surprise. "I felt your magic some minutes ago," he said, as if it explained everything. In fact, it only created more questions that he didn't reply. He rose and turned to her. Daphne looked at him and couldn't help to notice that there was something weird about Potter. He still wore baggy clothes, unfitting of a lord of his station. His hair was still messy, but his demeanor had changed completely. He didn't smile, nor he attempted to, and his eyes, usually bright green, were flaring. Daphne blinked twice, just to be sure she had seen right. His eyes were burning with green flames. She held her breath for a moment before noticing he was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. "Greengrass, are you all right?" asked Harry, noticing how she was a bit off. "I am fine, Potter, it is nothing." She replied, hiding her insecurities behind her Ice Queen mask. "I noticed you and I was curious." Harry chuckled and a very small smile shaped his lips. "And how can I help you to fulfill your curiosity?" he asked her in a low and soft voice, making her uneasy. Daphne gulped. "Are you aware that there are rumors concerning dragons for the first task today?" she asked, expecting to see surprise or fear in his eyes. She saw only amusement. "Oh, I saw them, all right." Harry replied with a smile, looking to the edge of the forest, inviting her to look in the same direction with a nod. "Magnificent beasts, actually. Whatever they are preparing, they have a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, a common Welsh green, and a Hungarian horntail. My guess is that they have a dragon for each champion to face." The easiness in Potter's words shocked her. Was he insane? "Are you?" she started, unable to finish the sentence. "Insane, afraid." He supplied with a smirk. "Actually, I'm quite scared, to be honest, as I should. I'm a fourth year who saw himself drew into the tournament against my will, squaring off against 3 other seventh-year students with the advantage of magic power and knowledge. I'll be lucky if I survive the afternoon." Daphne simply looked at him. "You meant it?" she asked quietly after some moments, "when you said you hadn't put your name in the cup." Harry nodded calmly. "I didn't," was his simple reply. "Unlike what people like to think of me, I am not a glory hog seeker. Besides, how would I pass through the age line? Also, mind you that my name had no school associated, which leads me to believe that someone placed my name in the cup in a way that I would be chosen to compete. And why exactly would someone go to all that trouble just to put you in the tournament, Potter?" she asked, annoyed with his self-important conspiracy theory. Harry rose an eyebrow to her. "I can give you a couple of reasons, but my main idea is that someone wants me humiliated, dead, or both. By making me participating in the tournament, they wouldn't even dirty their hands." This time it was Daphne who rose an eyebrow. "I see," she replied, believing him an arrogant fool. "You don't believe me." He replied after quietly looking at her blue eyes. "You think I am lying in this, and that I am just an attention-seeking brat with no sense of self-preservation, as any pathetic Gryffindor is. Actually, I do believe you didn't put your name in the cup. You clearly have no extraordinary power to go around Dumbledore's wards, and he is supposed to be the most powerful wizard alive, apart you-know-who. Why can't you people call him Voldemort?" He sighed, without caring with the fact that she didn't flinch. "Because I don't like to denounce my bravery or making me a target by calling him by his name." She replied immediately, glaring at him, "Especially in certain circles I am forced to attend." "I see," he replied, crossing his arms before him. "And do you believe I'm an attention-seeking brat? Why would my opinion be so important to you, Potter?" she asked, glaring at him, clearly uncomfortable. Harry simply shrugged. "It isn't." He replied, "I am simply curious in case you ever wondered. I loathe my fame, and I would change it all for a mere day with my parents." That struck a nerve in Daphne, although she didn't show it. "I guess people never think the true price of your fame, huh?" she asked him, her demeanor calmer, although not warmer. "There is a phase among the Muggles." Harry started. "I don't recall all of it, but it ends something like, you can either die as a hero or live long enough to become the villain. I believe people no longer care about the boy who lived simply because they no longer have a use for him." Harry explained, missing Daphne's raised eyebrows. "Dumbledore became famous and took seats of power. People can look at him to seek guidance. The boy who lived is just a child." He waved his hand as if he discarded a piece of trash, and therefore useless to everyone. Daphne didn't comment. She simply stared at him, a cold mask hiding her true feelings. She would speak, but she heard a pop near Potter. She turned to the sound and saw a house elf. Unlike every other house elf she had seen, this was taller and carried himself with more pride. Unlike the wide eyes of the house elves, this had narrower dark eye and wore a black uniform, very simple, carrying also 2 daggers at his belt. To her surprise, the house elf turned to her and bowed. "My lady, how do you do?" The elf spoke in perfect English. Turning to Potter, the elf rose his head. "My lord, McGonagall seeks you, no doubt for the first task." Harry nodded and turned to Daphne once more. "I apologize, my lady, but unfortunately we must cut our conversation short. I do hope we may resume it at a later date. Potter extended his hand to Daphne, not for a mere handshake, but asking her politely for her hand. She recognized the gesture and was indeed surprised when Harry took her knuckles to his lips. Enjoy the show, he told her, before turning his back on her and walked back to the castle. Daphne Greengrass simply stood there, trying to understand Harry Potter. It was time. People started to occupy the stands around the rocky clearing where the task would take place. The stands were full. 4 of them, 1 to each house of Hogwarts and the guests, and 2 others for all those who had bought tickets to watch the show. These included most purebloods. Daphne knew her parents wouldn't be coming and wasn't worried with that. Even if they would show up, they wouldn't miss their eldest daughter to bother and visit her. Daphne sat with her fellow Slytherins and all were overjoyed, betting on Potter's death. Daphne noticed her friend, Tracy Davies, betting snog time with her boyfriend Theo not in how Potter would be hurt, to which he quickly accepted and even doubled. Malfoy, as usual, was being his idiotic self, taunting everything and everyone not on his side. Parkinson was simply giggling of all he said, making him puppy eyes. Daphne ignored the commotion on the Slytherin stand and simply looked around to the other stands. Hufflepuff supported in full their champion, Loathing Potter. As she expected, no one in Gryffindor supported Harry Potter. Everyone supported the Hufflepuff champion. In Ravenclaw, Cho Chang, the supposedly Asian beauty of Hogwarts, rallied most of her house supporting Cedric. It was clear that Potter wouldn't have anyone cheering for him. Not that she cared, and she didn't. While everyone was sitting in the stands, the 4 champions of the Triwizards tournament were also entering the champions' tent. Victor Krum had lent himself to one of the poles of the tent and had his eyes closed and his arms crossed, as if he was meditating. His headmaster wasn't around, and the young Quidditch star wasn't interested in speaking with anyone else. Fleur de Lacquer was talking in French with her headmistress, Madame Maxime, away from all the others, and Cedric Diggory seemed to have become a ghost. The boy was really paled and nervous, walking in circles in the tent. Harry Potter simply entered the tent and said good afternoon to all as he entered. Practically no one paid him attention, although he got some grunts in reply. The 14-year-old wizard simply sat in a chair and waited. Much like Krum, he closed his eyes and intended to wait. "How can you be so calm, Potter?" asked Cedric Diggory, walking towards him in what seemed to be an attempt of truce. Harry opened his eyes and lifted an eyebrow. "I took a calming draft before coming here," Harry said, keeping a serious face. However, Cedric seemed to have believed the story and began to murmur something concerning calming drafts. Harry simply shook his head and returned back to his calming exercises, focusing his magic. He knew Krum would be doing the same. It was an Eastern Europe discipline not that known in the West. Both Fleur and Krum knew what the task was. Harry was sure of it. Their demeanor was calm, and they clearly had researched the best ways to neutralize a dragon with time and had several plans prepared. Cedric clearly didn't. He looked pathetic. "Oi, Diggory, do you even know what the task is?" asked Harry, raising his voice enough so that only the champions heard. Cedric glared at him, anger in his face. "Why Potter want me to help you?" sneered Diggory in an attempt of mockery. Harry simply shrugged. "No thanks you, I've known since the night they arrived," Harry said with a smirk, noticing the look Krum gave him. He almost smirked. Fleur simply rose an eyebrow and looked at the 2 young men and the little boy. She almost felt sorry of Harry, yet he wanted to play with the grown-ups. He'd had to deal with them. Maybe he was lucky and the tournament officials would disqualifying him after his lousy performance in the task. Yet he seemed to be quite calm, unlike the Hogwarts champion, who was a puddle. "And what exactly are they, Potter?" asked Cedric, in a very lousy attempt to gain information. "If you want to know, you should have put all those housemaid of yours to some use instead of making my life a living hell," Harry replied with a glare to him, leaving the blonde boy seething in fury. Krum smirked again, and Fleur rose her nose as if they all were undeserving of her. "Ah, the 4 champions are here," said a female voice at the entrance. The reporter Rita Skeeter, accompanied by a photographer, entered the tent of the champions smiling. "My dears, what are your thoughts on the task at hand?" she asked, eyeing Harry. When no one answered her, she turned to Harry. "Harry, my dear, are you ready to admit you put your name on the cup and ask to be removed from the task?" the blonde woman said, smiling at the green-eyed wizard, who smirked back. Rita, he whispered in a calm and chilly voice, "I don't like you, you know. Make sure you write this very clearly, because if you don't, it is very probable that we are going to have problems between us. dragging your boss and the DMLE. Rita Skeeter sneered. My dear Harry, I regret to inform you that as a celebrity and as a champion, the public has the right to know the truth about you. She explained, patronizing him. He noticed that her quick quill was scribbling while she talked. Probably inventing another story as the one weeks earlier, stating he and Granger were dating in secret for the past 2 years, having broken up the night of the champion's sorting because she felt she couldn't trust him. In a quick movement, Harry drew his wand and pointed it to the scroll, which turned to ashes in moments. How dare you? Rita Skeeter shouted, angered by the teen's actions. She wanted to give him a piece of her mind, but he pointed his wand to her again. He didn't threat at all. He simply flicked it and Rita was sent flying out of the tent. Banshee. He spat, not noticing the looks of surprise in the other champions. Before they could say anything, Bagman, Crouch, Dumbledore, and Karkaroff entered the tent, Bagman bringing a bag with him. Gather around, please. It is time for our sorting. He said in a very happy voice. He probably was a sadist, Harry thought. The champions gathered around and Bagman started to explain the task. In this first task, you will have to demonstrate your courage and your skill by stealing a golden egg from a nesting dragon. Cedric paled even more if it was even possible, while Krum and Fleur flinched. Harry didn't react at all, noticed by Dumbledore. The headmaster could only wonder why. There are 4 dragons, 1 for each, and in this bag, there are miniatures of each dragon. You will sort 1 miniature that will tell you your dragon and your number for entrance. Please, ladies first. He said, extending the bag to Fleur. She didn't react and took out a common Welsh green miniature with a number 2. Miss Delacour will be number 2 and will face the common Welsh green. Crouch wrote something and nodded. Krum went next, drawing the Chinese fireball and number 3. Cedric was second to last, drawing the hated number 1 and a miniature of a Swedish short snout. That left Harry with number 4 and the Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous of all the 4 dragons. Be careful around your dragon, Mr. Potter. He had a hard time getting the 4th dragon and it is quite savage still. I advise you to extreme caution, said Bagman. Harry nodded and simply returned to his place, ignoring the speech about bravery, friendship, and all other stuff that Dumbledore was giving. Not many time passed before the headmasters left, and only the champions remained in the tent, and some time later, the voice of Ludo Bagman was heard, saluting everyone and opening the first task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. The champions heard the gasps of the crowd as Bagman announced what the task consisted, and Harry could imagine everyone betting on his death. After several moments during roars were heard, it seemed that a dragon was taken into the pit, and Cedric was called and informed that he had 30 minutes to get the egg. Apparently, Cedric got his egg in 25 minutes, and the crowd roared in joy. As Cedric returned to the tent, Fleur left to her challenge. They heard the roar of the dragon faint, and Fleur received applause for placing the dragon in a trance. However, she also got laughs when the dragon snored fire over her, burning her robes before she could get her egg. There was a short break and Krum was next. According with Bagman, he favored an aggressive stance and started to cast curses to the dragon. Apparently he hit some because everyone started to cheer loud. However, it seemed that in its days, the dragon broke some of her eggs, and Bagman stated that he would be punished in points for it. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He simply walked to the tent flap and waited. Try not to die, little boy, mocked Fleur, waving her hair and smirking. Harry ignored her, hearing Ludo Bagman calling his name. And now, the last champion, the 4th champion of the Tri-Wizards Tournament, Harry Potter. Harry exited the flap and saw himself temporarily blinded by the light of the outside, hearing only the stages booing him. It was interesting, thanks to him, the 4 houses were united with a common goal, hatting him. Harry smirked at the thought and simply advanced into the pit, where he saw a massive dragon standing protectively near a nest of eggs. With the white eggs, there was a glint, clearly golden. That should be the golden egg he was supposed to get. Begin, Bagman's voice said, overheard among all the hate the stages were giving him. Harry walked forward, casting a sonorous charm on himself. All the hate was silenced at once when Harry started to speak in Parseltongue. Greetings, noble dragon, I bring you no harm, to you or to your young. He hissed in Parseltongue. Unfortunately, the dragon didn't react at all as he was expecting. Instead of replying of calming himself, the dragon simply focused on Harry as if he was prey. By all no means a fool, Harry realized something was wrong with the dragon and initiated his plan B, summoning his firebolt, which he did discreetly, attempting again a conversation. "Great one, noble mother, much like you, I stand before you against my will." He hissed again. This time the dragon roared and thrust its neck towards Harry, attacking him with dragon's fire. Everyone gasped when the dragon breathed fire, and there were those that squealed in glee, thinking they had won the bet for Potter's death. Unfortunately, Harry Potter was not in the mood to cooperate. He rose a shield spell before him and the dragon's fire. Everyone was amazed. That shield had to be really powerful to withstand the dragon's breath, and Harry seemed to do it with little or no effort at all. "I am talking," Harry shouted while hissing, getting angry with the dragon. It was the first time that a dragon didn't reply to his Parseltongue. He never counted Norberta from his first year. It was still a baby. However, the dragon in front of him was not a baby. It was a fully fledged female mother dragon, and she was refusing to acknowledge him. Maybe there was something wrong with the beast. Harry was forced out of his reveries when the dragon pushed by its chains and broke them, roaring and breathing fire. The crowd in the stands screamed in fear, even though they were in stands with the unbreakable charm on them and had shields between them and the pit. At once, the dragon jumped against Harry, who ducked and rolled from the dragon's claws behind a rock. Harry cast a reductor curse in Parseltongue and hit the dragon in the head, near his left head horn. The horn was blasted and the dragon went mad, roaring in pain, and flounced against the rocks, attempting to get to Harry. He had a choice: either finish the dragon there and reveal his powers, or use another approach and keep the secret for some time more. Deciding quickly, he felt the firebolt near. He jumped on it and flew vertically into the air, followed moments later by the dragon and the eyes of everyone, who rose in their seats, astonished to see Harry outmaneuvering a dragon. The dragon breathed fire again against the wizard, who avoided it with some Quidditch maneuvers. When he rose enough and had a good distance between him and the dragon, Harry simply turned back and led the broom in the opposite way, towards the dragon and the ground. However, pointing his wand to the dragon, he casted an orange curse and accelerated the broom, intending to pass the dragon before the curse hit the beast. The dragon noticed him coming against him and opened its jaws. Harry avoided the jaws but didn't avoid the blast and the shockwave that occurred when the orange curse hit the dragon inside its mouth. The dragon's head and part of its neck blew up, and the rest of the beast's body jerked in the air, before starting to fall again. The force of the blast hit the firebolt and Harry lost control, both thrown through the air. Harry lost his grip from the broom and fell from it, towards the ground. Everyone gasped when they heard Harry Potter speaking in Parseltongue with the dragon. No one understood what had happened, only that the dragon didn't appear to be very cooperative. Some feared the worst when the dragon breathed fire over Harry. Others felt they would win the bet, and all were in awe when they saw Harry withstand the second most dangerous fire in the magical world. Everyone was afraid when the dragon released itself, and everyone was in awe when Potter's firebolt arrived next to him, and he jumped on it towards the sky, followed by the dragon. They didn't see exactly what had happened, but they all heard the blast and saw the dragon jerk, followed by Harry be thrown away from his broom. Everyone was terrified while seeing the boy who lived plummeting to the earth, away from his broom. Someone should do something, and certainly the judges intended to do so. But before anyone could react, Harry's body stopped in the air at 100 feet from the ground, visible to all. Everyone gasped in awe and shock while Harry continued descended very calmly. After shaking his own head, he lifted his wand and summoned his broom back to him. When it arrived, Harry simply sat on it and looked around. He was facing the stands and he saw the shock and the awe in everyone's face. Not only that, there was complete silence. Harry simply snorted. He hated them. Not all, but most of them. Before he turned his back on the stands, his eyes found the blue-eyes blonde beauty he had been dreaming about for years, looking at him in shock. He simply smirked and turned around to the judges, as well as the dragon's keepers, all staring at him while performing imitations of fish. Harry snarled and landed at 10 feet from the egg. However, instead of walking and pick it up, curiosity took hold of him. Accio golden egg. He whispered, raising his wand. Thanks to the sonorous charm, everyone understood it, and for everyone's surprise, the egg did came to him. Harry was shocked to the point he face-palmed himself for his own stupidity. Had he thought of it before, he could have avoided all that happened. Fuck, he spat. Thanks to the charm, the spat was magnified to a shout that everyone heard, but no one commented or admonished him. They all were in shock. Harry startled himself with the volume of his voice. He forgot he was still under the sonorous charm. He cancelled it and picked the egg, returning to the tent with it. There was no sound whatsoever in the pit, and Harry smirked at their faces while he entered the tent. Harry Potter dropped the golden egg in the bed and simply sat on it, waiting for Madame Pomfrey to give him her attention. He felt fine, but for some reason, he felt his magic slightly off, no doubt a side effect from the ritual. He could say he was impressed, even though the ritual had failed. Despite having worked, the ritual was supposed to have sent his soul to before July 31st, 1991, before he had started at Hogwarts. It didn't work, even though he had taken years studying and improving runes to do it. He didn't understand it. Still, he had been sent nearly 86 years into the past, to the date when his problems first began. He would reminisce more, but by then, Madame Pomfrey came to him, revealing her amazement in her eyes. "Good afternoon, Madame Pomfrey." Harry saluted politely, but with no hints of emotion in his voice, giving her no time for chat. "I feel something wrong with my magical core. Can you please check?" While still nervous, she nodded and waved her wand in a series of movements, trying not to look to the young wizard eyes. She was glad when Dumbledore entered in the tent, followed by McGonagall and the rest of the judges. Dumbledore looked in a mix of fright and curiosity to the young wizard, and he seemed to want to talk, but Bagman went ahead before him, excitement clear in his voice. "An outstanding flight, Mr. Potter, truly amazing indeed. I have never seen such a thing in my life, and Harry, my boy, I would like to know, how did you do all that magic?" Dumbledore asked, no traces of a grandfather figure in his demeanor or his voice, replaced by curiosity and fear. "I am also slightly disappointed with you that you chose to kill the dragon." Harry looked at the older man, and Dumbledore saw the emerald eyes of the boy who lived flare with green flames. If looks could kill, Dumbledore would fell right there. "I did what I had to do." Harry snarled, "I can't help it but to find it amusing how you are so concerned about the dragon's death, but paid no mind me being thrown against it, as if was expendable." All eyes were on Harry, and all felt his aura flaring. Madame Pomfrey was so shocked, she never noticed the diagnostic spell had finished, and that the parchment was glowing faintly with a golden light. "I killed it in an accident. I did use a Bombarda curse, and I am pretty sure a Bombarda wouldn't kill a dragon that size, even if it hit the beast in the head. It would knock him out but wouldn't kill." The beast opened its jaws and swallowed the curse. Harry simply breathed for a moment, turning to Madame Pomfrey again, looking at her while pointing to the scroll. "What does it say?" It took some moments for Madame Pomfrey to realize what he was talking about, and she almost blushed when she noticed the scroll was glowing. She read it and paled. "In the name of Merlin, this is impossible." The woman gasped, attracting the attention of everyone. "What is it, Poppy?" asked McGonagall, noticing her friend pale. "Considerable." Harry simply picked the scroll and read it, giving a cold look to the matron afterwards. "I trust this will be kept under patient-healer confidentiality?" he simply asked. Madame Pomfrey couldn't do anything but nod good. "Harry, my boy, if there is a problem, I need to know." Dumbledore started, stopping as he saw the scroll burning to ash in Harry's hands. He knew it had been the young wizard doing it. "All you need to know is that I am fine and that I need to rest. This won't jeopardize my participation in this pathetic tournament of yours." Most of them gaped at his words, and Crouch felt his fury rising as Madame Pomfrey could tell. "I am in need of rest, and I am not interested in explaining myself now, after almost dying. Twice, I may add." That seemed to bring Madame Pomfrey back to her usual self, and she quickly forced the judges out from the tent while Harry smirked. Only then he looked around the tent, noticing the looks the other champions were giving him. Cedric was white as a ghost, Krum was amazed, and that was saying a lot, and Fleur was wide-eyed. He simply ignored them, laying in the bed. According with Madame Pomfrey's spell, his magical core had increased, which explained why he cast such a powerful spell without noticing. He tapped more magical than usual, while thinking he was using only the necessary amount for overpower the spell. He smirked again. It worked perfectly. He suspected it, but having a proof left no doubts at all. His soul and magic had come together, finishing a debate that would eventually start between the relation of the soul and magic between magical beings. They were one and the same. Dobby, his most loyal friend and servant, was another living proof. He came back to him, and they didn't need to bond again this time. The magical link between them changed Dobby immediately as Dobby's soul merged with his younger selves. A small pop sounded to his right, and he noticed his best friend. Dragonslayer. Mock saluted Dobby with a small bow, crossing his arms an X in his chest. He was grinning, and Harry snorted. Dobby gave him a blue potion energy draft. No need. Harry replied in a whisper, "It seems that my magical core increased because of the merging, and that we are both much more powerful because of it." "I did notice something," Dobby replied with a smirk. "I have already claimed the dragon carcass in your name and took it to the chamber. I will start to harvest it for meat, hide, and ingredients, although it lost a lot of blood." Dobby explained, "I am thinking of dragon tail roast for dinner. What do you think?" "Lovely idea, my friend." Harry said with a smile, thinking on what Dobby had said. How did people react when you claimed the carcass? "I have no idea. I just popped in, shouted loud and clear that I, Dobby Elf, claim this dragon's remains in the name of my master, Harry Potter under the rites of beast slaying," and popped out with the dragon. The judges weren't there then. Harry smirked. He could expect another visit soon then. He simply thanked his friend and Dobby popped out, leaving Harry to his thoughts. The dragon is out. Next problem is how to invite her to the Yule Ball, Harry thought. He intended to ask his wife from his original timeline, but how to do it without raising suspicions. Last time, he had accepted Gryffindor's pathetic excuses after the first task and returned to the tower. This time, he wouldn't do it. Even if the red waste bin and Bucky came groveling as he wanted them to, right in front of the Great Hall, it would be amazing too. He wouldn't do it. "Harry!" He heard a hated voice shout, feeling Bucky run towards him. He rose quickly and pointed his wand to her, stopping her on her track. "Harry, mate, what are you?" started the red waste bin, who was right behind her. "Shut the fuck up, you useless bastard. Get the fuck out from here before I curse you all the way back to your father's balls," shouted Harry, his anger visible and his aura flaring, dark green around him, attracting the attention of the other champions and Madame Pomfrey. "Mr. Potter, please, refrain yourself from cursing anyone and mind your language." Apparently, the matron had recovered from her shock and was back to her old self. "Then get these useless bastards away from me," shouted Harry, shocking everyone. They really didn't expect that from the Gryffindor Golden Boy. Granger and Weasley were the most shocked. Harry had never been like that. McGonagall, who had entered the tent again after her 2 young lions, intending to inform Harry of his points for the task, was also in shock with Harry's words. She knew him as a polite and caring boy. She didn't like it when he was forced from the tower, and she truly expected he would forgive Gryffindor for their actions. She did believe he hadn't put his name in the cup, but she did nothing to help the young man, and now, after seeing the young man killing a nesting dragon mother, she felt in awe and prideful. She expected to see a tearful reconciliation between the Golden Trio, certainly not that what she was seeing. The Golden Trio was finished. Harry Potter hated Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. "Since Halloween, these bastards have insulted me, humiliated me, accused me of being a liar and a traitor, initiated the movement that banished me from Gryffindor Tower and effectively terminated our friendship," Harry announced, loud and clear. He wanted people to know the truth. "I have no interest in them or in Gryffindor House whatsoever, and I'd rather speak to a Slytherin than to Gryffindor, and that includes the head of house." That was a surprise. Everyone knew the hate between Snape and Potterhell. "I'd rather become best friend to Malfoy than accept these useless backstabbing traitors in my life again." Harry's magic flared again, and that was the only sign they would get. "I am angry. I am tired, and I have just needlessly killed a dragon. Get out from my sight." His 2 former friends, who were trembling in fear, did so in a hurry, leaving a sour smell where they stood moments before. Harry cleaned the air with a wave of his wand and went back to the bed, being almost immediately disturbed by his former head of house. "Mr. Potter, I am very—" She started in an attempt to admonish him while Harry sighed. "I don't care," he simply stated, silencing McGonagall into disbelieving shock. "You heard me right. I don't care what you are or what you feel. You were my head of house and allowed this to happen. I am no longer a Gryffindor and have no interest in becoming one again. For this reason, I really hope you are here as deputy headmistress and not as Gryffindor head of house." McGonagall felt as if she had been slapped, but she recovered her composure. "I understand, Mr. Potter," she said. "I came to inform you of your points. Bagman gave you a 10, Crouch gave you a 5 because you killed the dragon and showed disrespect to the tournament. The headmaster gave you a 8 because you killed the dragon. Headmaster Karkaroff gave you a 4, not commenting why, and Madame Maxime gave you a 8 without commenting. As of right now, you are in last. Harry snorted, not hiding his glare. Good for them, see if I care. I survived the task, that's all that matters to me. Mr. Potter, I started McGonagall, being interrupted again. Please leave. As of right now, I respect you only as Transfiguration Mistress and nothing else. Harry said with a cold voice. McGonagall is so shocked with his words that she did it immediately, wondering what had happened to the young man. Once again, Harry felt the eyes of every people in the tent looking at him and noticed Fleur leering at him. Harry scoffed. Even if she was Avila, she had nothing on his wife. He allowed himself to slip into his dreams, filled with a blue eyes, blonde beauty. Only this time, it was a happy, hopeful dream. At lunchtime the following day, everyone knew about the fallout that had happened in the champion's tent between Potter and his former best friends. Rita Skeeter somehow had heard everything and had an exclusive insider on the Prophet, detailing how Harry Potter, Dark Lord in training, had used dark magic to kill his dragon and cut all ties with his former friends, stating that he rather socialize with the Slytherins. She even commented on Harry's words that he rather be Malfoy's best friend than accept them back. That was what shocked most people. Much like the hate between Potter and Snape, the hate between Malfoy and Potter was legendary, and to say such a thing, Potter must really hate his former friends. Daphne Greengrass noticed how much of the commotion of last day had disappeared, replaced by a sense of uneasy and foreboding. She recalled every moment of Potter's task, and she could say she never felt in awe as much as that moment. Potter used Parseltongue, a shield spell that stopped a Kagan's fire, EPT second in danger and power only to Fiendfire. He gave a show outflying a dragon and apparently used to bombard a curse to kill the dragon. As everyone, she witnessed it and was shocked, in awe, and even felt fear as he fell down on earth, only to be completely amazed seeing him fly without a broom. She never thought he was anything special, and always thought it was a fluke or a special ritual enacted by the Potters back in Halloween of 1981 that allowed him to defeat the Dark Lord. He never showed anything in class, except charms and dada, where he seemed to be at ease. He had some skill in transfiguration, too. She had noticed it. But what Potter had done was beyond amazing. Was he really that powerful? Was he holding back in classes? Was he doing some kind of special training? Those questions nagged her for the entire afternoon and night. Sleeping was blissful, the only moment when she managed not to think of the task. Potter had not been seen since he arrived to the castle, way after the task finished. Some Gryffindors wanted to approach him and surrounded them, intending on convincing him and returning to the tower. According with the rumors, Potter summoned his house elf, saying that he feared he might kill them if he drew his wand. The house elf laughed and simply popped the both of them out. Back to their secret chambers. Somehow, Daphne believed that if it came to violence, Potter would win. The reactions of the houses and guests were quite the thing. Durmstrang held great respect to Potter, and quite all Beauxbaton's females developed a crush on him, while the males simply were envious and in awe. Gryffindor wanted him to forgive them and return to their tower, probably to bask on his glory as his house. Hufflepuff started to reconsider their opinion on the boy who lived, after a performance that outshone their champion. Ravenclaw wanted to know how he had done everything, and Slytherin. Well, Slytherin were divided in awe for the power Harry had shown and fear. They had taunted him for years, and if he came out for vengeance, they would be in trouble. Of these, Malfoy was the most concerned, and Daphne could only smirk. Malfoy was terrified of Potter's reaction, while having also some calculating thoughts. That morning Daily Prophet simply struck the wounds of everyone. Potter was portrayed as a Dark Lord in training out for blood, and everyone knew they needed to tread lightly. They had laughed weeks before, but now they were afraid. Daphne was taken away from her thoughts when whispers began raising in the Great Hall. She noticed everyone looking at the hall doors where Harry Potter stood. After the initial moment, everyone started to speak at the same time, even the staff, demanding to know where he had been and begging for his forgiveness. "Silence!" Harry shouted with a sonorous charm, glaring to everyone, and everyone did it. He looked around the hall before saying anything else. He started looking to the Slytherin table, where he saw confused Slytherins and some in awe. Durmstrang students simply nodded to him in a polite compliment, which surprised him. Ravenclaw House were looking at him, begging for a chance to ask questions. Hufflepuff was afraid of him and what his reaction would be to their actions. The staff table was no better. Surprise and awe weren't enough to describe the staff feelings. Even Dumbledore felt in awe for both the magic he had seen and the results. He didn't like what Harry had done, but couldn't deny it was amazing magic. McGonagall didn't know what to think. She had considered Harry's words and felt really bad afterwards, having shared her thoughts with Professors Flitwick and Sprout over a bottle of gin. Her head still hurt. Flitwick considered offering his help to Harry, but for what? He never tried to help him, and despite everything, he knew Harry Potter was indeed a smart boy, and he would see that he only offered help to ease his conscience. Professor Sprout recalled how she was no better than Snape in herbology classes, belittling the green-eyed wizard and favoring her house. For his part, Snape simply sneered at Potter, in his opinion, nothing more than an attention-seeking brat. Harry really didn't want to look to Gryffindor table. He knew who he would find there, and he didn't trust himself not to kill them. For that reason, he ignored the lions. "I would like to say a couple of words, if I may," as no one stopped him. He continued to speak. "Yesterday, after checking some books, I discovered a very useful spell, called a magical oath. A very curious spell. It can be given to make sure people speak truth or that they will never betray one another, even to swear that what people say is truth." He left his words settle with everyone. He noticed some students understood what he was trying to say. Very interesting spell. A special because it is a cultural thing. Everyone knows about it, and still, no one talks about it, nor is it taught to perform at school. Harry said with a sneer, raising his wand, "I, Harry James Potter, hereby swear on my life and magic that I have not placed my name in the cup, nor have I asked or coerced another to do it for me. I have not used spells or other muggle means to do it either. So mote it be." A flash surrounded Harry, and he smirked before everyone's baffled faces. Some started to realize that they should have asked Potter for an oath if they had doubts. Some Slytherins enjoyed the slap Potter was giving everyone. It was almost worthy of their house. Daphne Greengrass was one of those people. Now, if I had lied, I would lose my magic and die. As you can see, I am not dead. Regarding my magic, Harry lifted his wand and cast a Lumos. It was so intense that some people were blinded for moments. Harry did it on purpose and didn't even blink at their discomfort. "I still have it." This means, of course, as any pureblood or adult will tell you, that I spoke the truth while I made my oath, and therefore I am innocent of the crime of lying and cheating my way into this pathetic tournament. Harry snarled, allowing them to think about it for a couple of moments. Really, how did he not think of the magical oath the first time? Clearly passing too much time with the useless idiots. "Awesome spell, isn't it?" Harry asked in a childlike voice, turning his back to the hall. "I hope next time people can remember it exists and avoid uncomfortable situations." "Harry, wait," shouted Granger. Harry reacted on instinct and turned on her, pointing her his wand while his eyes flared again. That was not the smart thing to do. While Granger yelped and everyone gasped, Harry had to calm down again, revealing much of his dark green aura. He knew he shouldn't have turned back because as soon as he turned back, he saw them, his greatest enemies ever, more than Voldemort, who he defeated at age 17, had ever been. Oberon and Titania, the Light Lords, the misguided fools that ruined his life and thousands of others. They almost ruined the nation, and the two he took great pleasure in slaughter with extreme vengeance. That had been nearly 70 years before, shortly after he turned 33. Or was it 35? Oberon and Titania took their names after the magical king and queen of the fairies in medieval and Renaissance literature. Arrogant and misguided fools, that was what they were. Thinking they knew best, they ruined everything and everyone turned against them. When the Dark Lord Potter won, all of them cheered for him and willingly gave him the power. So long ago, and yet here they were again. There they stood, hidden in plain sight, right next to each other, and no one was the wiser. It would be so easy simply to kill them. But no, he didn't want to kill them, he wanted to destroy them completely. Destroy their families as they destroyed his, destroy their minds as they attempted to destroy his, torture them and only then kill them. However, that was not the time for it, and Granger was talking. "Please, we are sorry, we want you back." Gryffindor House nodded hopefully and simply chucked, ignoring his enemies for a moment, chuckling. He had just been given a chance in a silver platter. That was going to be fantastic and scoring points with Slytherin. "Do you now?" asked Harry, pretending to be thoughtful. "Tell you what, Granger, do something for me and I will consider it." Granger nodded happily, hiding her grin. "Anything." Harry snorted and the Great Hall was left wondering for moments. "I want you to convince everyone in the House of the Lions to kneel before me, right here in the Great Hall, and beg me for my forgiveness and to return to your tower." Everyone was in shock. "Mr. Potter, that is very unbecoming of you," shouted McGonagall. Curiously, Dumbledore said nothing. Snape smirked. Something had happened to Potter. He didn't like the boy, but he was enjoying this. At Slytherin table, people began to snicker and laugh. "What?" shouted the Gryffindors in shock. "You heard me." Harry replied with a smirk. "You want my forgiveness. Beg for it." Harry didn't believe it when half the house really kneeled and asked for his forgiveness. He simply looked at them with a sneer. "You people are pathetic." Harry shouted, scaring everyone again, his voice filled with power. "You really did it. Don't you have any pride? You are pathetic. Now more than ever, I can say that I will never return willingly to Gryffindor House, in fact." Harry rose his wand. "I, Harry James Potter, hereby swear on my life and magic that I will not return to Gryffindor House again. I'd rather be expelled from Hogwarts." "So mote it be." As his magic flashed, Gryffindor House slumped. Some fangirls cried, especially Weaslett, and all were shocked with Harry's coldness. Even McGonagall slumped in her chair while Dumbledore felt uneasy and his desperation rise. "I wonder if I could ask for a resorting." Harry mumbled for himself, heard by all, "Better check Hogwarts rules." Meanwhile, Harry turned to Slytherin. "May I ask Slytherin House for hospitality for the remainder of the meal?" That effectively silenced the Great Hall until a voice was heard. "Why would we want you to join us, Potter?" asked the Ice Queen, Daphne Greengrass, defiantly. Some people flinched and Harry simply looked at her and saw those ice-cold blue eyes locked in him. He saw her doubts and her confusion and he smirked. "Trust her to always ask the right questions. Why don't you join another house?" "You can join us, Monsieur Potter," said Fleur. Harry turned to her and felt her allure. "Vila, you and yours have done nothing but insult me since you arrived, even without knowing me. After the task, you started to leer at me, and while I agree you might be fun in bed, mind your allure before I mind you." Harry snarled, shocking Fleur and everyone into silence and forcing her to sit down. How could he resist her allure? As I was trying to say before I was so rudely interrupted, Slytherin House is the only house that has been honest with me since day one. Everyone gasped. "Sure, you all hate me, or most of you hate me. I don't know and I don't really care. Unlike the other houses, you've been consistent in your feelings for me and have never gone with the flow, unlike the others. So yes, I trust the snakes to dislike me, and I'd rather have their company than to have the company of the lions, the badgers, or the ravens and being caught unaware in the back." That silenced them all. "Very Slytherin of you, Potter," someone at Slytherin table said. Harry shrugged. "Had I never met Malfoy, I would probably be one of you." Harry said. Gasps sounded through the hall. "The Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, but after meeting the blonde Ponce, who essentially declared himself as the perfect pureblood and the future leader of Slytherin House, I decided that spending 7 years with him, or the others just like him in the same house, wasn't an attractive prospect. I believed everyone in Slytherin was like him, so I begged the Hat to put me everywhere but Slytherin. I crashed in Gryffindor 4 years with the red waste bin." Harry sounded disgusted. Not a very pleasant trade, I'll give you that. He saw the shock, the disgust and the awe in everyone in the Great Hall, and he smirked. "Oh, very well. I am sorry to have disturbed your meal. See you in class." With that, Harry Potter left the Great Hall whistling, never noticing the hateful looks half of Slytherin was giving to Malfoy. More, he never noticed the hateful look Daphne Greengrass gave him. She could forgive him for a lot, but not for comparing her to Malfoy. Powerful or not, Harry Potter would pay for that insult. Harry Potter walked the corridors of Hogwarts with a smirk, noticing how everyone moved away from his path. He saw the awe and the fear in the face of everyone and ignored them all. He was actually in a good mood. He had a good night's rest, had a great dinner with a nice dragon roast to celebrate his successful comeback in time, and was on his way to his first potion class since his return. Not that he enjoyed the subject, far from it. He was able to see the practicality of the subject and was able to follow the recipes and make a vast array of potions, but in truth, he never did enjoy it. In his mind, he blamed none other than Snape, his good old potions master, his treatment of him and the biased classes between Gryffindors and Slytherins. Good old Snivellus, who had died in the last days before Voldemort's final defeat, the man who informed the Dark Lord of the prophecy that destroyed Harry's infant life, the man that had been a spy for Dumbledore all the time, taking his chances in the midst of the Death Eaters. Harry had come to admire the man's bravery, even if it had took Lily Potter's death to change the man's heart. Even if he had treated him, Lily's son, with loathing. Severus Snape had Harry Potter's respect, but that didn't mean he was forgiven. Far from it, and Harry intended to make the man pay. Harry arrived to the dungeons with 5 minutes spare to the class start. Dropping his book bag he carried on his shoulder, he leaned in the wall opposite to the classroom and closed his eyes, focusing on his occlumency shields. To say that Snape would attempt a legilimency attack during the class was the same that saying that the Slytherin colors were green and silver, so why not prepare him a nasty surprise? His first class with the Slytherins. His first class with her. Harry smirked, remembering her look when he revealed that he should have been in Slytherin. It was the same as it had been all those years ago, when he told her in their third official date in Hogsmeade. She had been surprised and angry. How she ranted against him. He always thought she was cute when angry. First things first, Potter. He thought to himself, crossing his arms. He needed to establish a bridge between himself and the House of the Snakes first. It didn't matter how much he wanted to have her in his arms. He would only lose everything by rushing in, and although he was prepared for that eventuality, he didn't want it to happen. He heard voices approaching but didn't move from his place. He ignored the sound and kept working on his surprise to the potion's master. That didn't mean that he was unaware of what was happening. He felt 2 magical auras approaching and felt the shock and distress when they say him. "I have no quarrels with you, try not to be so scared. It's embarrassing," he said, not opening his eyes but smirking. "Don't be so full of yourself, Potter," replied the voice of Tracy Davies, attempting to disguise the nervous in her voice. "I said I had no quarrel with you, Davies. Can you please lay off?" he asked, opening his eyes and gazing at the Slytherin girl, "unless you prefer to have a civilized conversation." Theo and Tracy looked at each other, but it was Theo the first to speak, breaking the silence. "Why?" he asked, looking at the boy who killed a bloody dragon and flew without a broom. "I can't think of any reason for you to speak favorably of our house, and yet, yesterday you actually humiliated the other 3 houses and wanted to join us, who never acted favorably towards you." "I meant what I said," replied Harry, leaning again against the wall. With another sigh, he looked at the dark-haired boy, who stood before him with his girlfriend at his side. "It's true that I have no friends at the House of the Snakes. It is also true that I never cared about it, and that I went with the flow, and admitted that all snakes were evil and Death Eaters wannabes. I could blame the wastebin spewing his filth in my ears for 3 years or my interactions with Malfoy, but I admit that I never cared for the truth. In exchange of my narrow-mindedness, it is only natural that the snakes who had no reasons to actually dislike me in the first place would care little about me and my plights. However, it is also truth that most of my problems with the Slytherins are due to 4 people, and although I have seen your entire house wearing those damn badges, most of you simply ignored me while the other 3 houses were more open with their feelings for me." Tracy actually snorted, feeling more comfortable already. "You have to admit, it was very strange that your name came out of the goblet. Besides, you seem to attract trouble." "Ah, yes, the joys of being me," replied Harry, thinning his lips very McGonagall-like. "I can assure you that I was actually hopping for a normal and quiet year, but apparently I'm fate's bitch." "Do you have any clue concerning who placed your name in the cup?" asked Nott, for some reason feeling more comfortable around Potter, who just shook his head. "None. I was assured that there would be an investigation, but I don't think I'll be expecting any news from that end," lied Harry with a snort and a smirk. "I see that the arguments I presented were enough to clean my name." To that, Tracy Davies snorted. "Only a fool would not believe in a magical oath, Potter. I am willing to bet that many still think I cheated and that I was able to cheat the oath. I'd say those would be the dorks and the duffers," replied Nott with a grin, noticing the confusion in Harry's face, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff's force of habit. "I heard the duffers before, but never only dorks," lied Harry with a pensive look. "I like it." The 3 laughed, and in his mind, Harry was glad he had cast a wandless compulsion on both Slytherins for them to be more at ease around him. "It was an impressive display, Potter," praised Nott, earning the green-eyed wizard's attention. "One would think you've been hiding your real power." Harry shrugged. "One would be correct," he replied, earning the shock of the 2 snakes. Although that is a long story, and as much as I am enjoying our little banter, I'm not in the mood to share it. Besides, more people are coming, and I fear that soon I'll have to dedicate my attention to the red waste bin, the beaver and their kitten Pride. The two snakes still had questions but didn't voice them, especially when they realized that Potter had spoken the truth. In fact, the new arrivals were none other than Daphne Greengrass and Millicent Bulstrode. Both girls were talking among themselves and looked surprised when they saw their housemates close to Potter. In fact, Daphne's surprise quickly turned to anger at the sight of the green-eyed wizard because of his words of the previous day. However, as much as she wanted retribution, she decided to ignore him and continued forward, encouraging the other girl to proceed. Harry, however, was not to let the opportunity pass. "Did you enjoy the show, Greengrass?" he asked, noticing how the girl glared at him. The other snakes looked between Harry and Daphne, not understanding what Harry meant. "Bulstrode, I'm not going to go on a rampage nor hurt anyone. You can relax," said Harry, noticing how nervous the girl was, casting a wandless compulsion. "You must think yourself so special," replied Daphne with a sneer, leaving the other three in shock, especially Tracy and Millicent, who knew Daphne the best. Harry just smiled while sighing mentally. He could cast a compulsion over her, but he promised himself that he wouldn't do it to her. "I don't think myself special, far from it." Daphne scoffed and ignored the boy. All three others noticed how she was acting differently from usual. "Daph, what's wrong?" asked Tracy. She knew Daphne had been a bit angry about something since the past day, but never said what. "Nothing," the girl said, huffing and crossing her arms, looking at the door in front of her. Millicent was the first to realize something. "It was Potter, wasn't it?" she asked, receiving the attention of everyone. "What did I do?" asked Harry, narrowing his eyebrows even though he knew perfectly. "Millie, shut up," said Daphne with a glare, intimidating the bigger girl. "Actually, I'd like to know, what did I do to anger you so much?" asked Harry, actually leaning back from the wall. A small part of himself begged him to stop with the theatrics and just apologize, but he knew that the Ice Queen needed to vent her anger before he could even apologize. Daphne turned an iced look to him, and he actually held his breath, something that the other three Slytherins noticed. "Damn it, I screwed up big time," Harry Potter thought to himself. He had an 80-year-old soul. He faced countless horrors and was a dark lord, but if there was something that he feared was the cold look that Daphne Potter, née Greengrass, was able to give him when angry. In his entire life, he had been in the wrong side of that look 3 times. Ironically, the fist was when they actually met, something he was trying to recreate, the second when he had a less than proper behavior in the victory gala after the defeat of Voldemort, and now. With a sigh, Harry made a small bow. "Miss Greengrass, I recognize that I may have offended you by either actions or words, most likely words. I would like to apologize for my offense and beg your forgiveness," he said, surprising all the Slytherins, who gaped. The anger in Daphne's eyes was replaced by surprise. "Just shut up, Potter," she replied with a huff, going back to her initial position. "Can you at least tell me what I said that offended you so much?" he tried again, earning another glare from the young witch. Harry rose his hands in a peace sign. "Fine then, I'm sorry." Theo, Tracy, and Millie just stood there gaping, before Tracy started to grin. Harry fucking Potter, who faced a dragon and humiliated an entire school, actually afraid of the Ice Queen? "This is gold," she said, not hiding her laughs, as did her boyfriend. Millie just smirked and Harry sighed. "Great job, Potter," he thought to himself. Idiot. "You're an idiot, Potter, did you know that?" asked Daphne with a cold voice, looking at the green-eyed wizard in the eyes. "The respect I gained during the task, or even during your speech, vanished the moment you pit all of us with Malfoy and his lackeys." It made sense to Harry. "I can definitively imagine it," he replied with a sigh, almost ignoring the other 3 snakes present. "I won't attempt to justify myself. I can't, and I should know better. My only excuse is that I was 11 and very impressionable with all I had just seen and heard." He sighed, and Daphne turned her eyes away, ignoring the wizard. The truth was that she wasn't as angry anymore, but she had an image to keep. She ignored him again, and he leaned again on the wall, noticing the looks the other snakes were giving him. "What?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "That was strange," replied Millicent, to which Tracy nodded. Fuck, was Harry only thought. Luckily, he didn't need to make excuses because the other students began to arrive just as Snape unlocked the door. "Inside," the sullen professor ordered. In some moments, the students were entering the classroom. Harry took a seat in the front and put a sullen on his face, crossing his hands on the table. He focused on Snape, who glared at him, making him smirk. That only angered the potion's master further. Out of nowhere, Harry felt a pressure in his mind. "Caught you, you son of a bitch," Harry shouted in his mind, directing the professor's probe into his mind with a smile. Snape didn't realize it in time, finding himself in a dark room. "What the? Potter!" the older man shouted, too angry to realize what had happened. Out of nowhere, torches began to light, revealing a pathway with snake statues along it, ending in a massive statue that depicted the face of a man. Beginning to get curious, Snape walked forward with caution. He stopped when he heard hissing, not finding anything around the light of the torches. "Welcome, Professor, to the Chamber of my Secrets." Snape heard the voice of Harry say, echoing around him, "Meet Bail." From the darkness, a massive snake lunged against the potion's master without warning. With nothing but a scream, Severus Snape felt himself being thrown back, hitting something with a loud crack, all the while covering his eyes and face. Not hearing a thing, he looked around to find himself in his classroom, noticing how everyone was gaping at him. "Are you all right, Professor?" asked a hated voice, to which Snape immediately turned to and glared. "Potter 100 points from Gryffindor for assaulting a teacher," snarled Snape, sounding loony to all. "But Professor, I didn't do anything," replied Harry, his glee hiding behind his mask. 20 more for talking back to a teacher." The Gryffindors were outraged and Granger has his arm up. Harry, however, just sighed. It was, however, a mock sigh. "If you believe it's fair, Professor," Harry said again, ignoring how everyone was looking in shock at him. "But Professor, he's not a Gryffindor anymore," said Parvati Patil, earning nods from all the other Gryffs. "Oi, Patil, stop wasting valuable class time with useless remarks. No one cares about that," was Harry's reply, shocking everyone again, including the professor, who was about to reply to the Indian girl by taking more points. Harry just smiled, looking at the baffled professor, who just waved his wand. "The instructions are in the board. Begin." In silence, he said, and the students did as they were told. The potion on the board was a more powerful variant of the healing potion. Luckily, Harry had brewed several of those particular potions in his past life and knew the steps by heart. He started to chop his ingredients while the water boiled and quickly went to work, ignoring the cold glares the Gryffindors were addressing him and the confused looks that the Slytherins were giving them. Snape, however, despite angry at the boy, was also curious, noticing his method. The boy was confident, following the recipe and actually doing a good job. The potions professor would see if he hadn't been so surprised and confused. He just stood there, occasionally making a round. At the end of the class, Harry presented a vial with a red-colored liquid, as good as the best brewers in the class, surprising the professor. "Acceptable work, Potter, although I have no idea how a dunderhead like you could have actually produced this without cheating." Harry only nodded, looking hard at the man. Snape widened his eyes as Harry's green ones flared. "I know who told Voldemort about the prophecy," Harry whispered, turning his back to Snape, leaving the man in shock. Harry went back to his place and cleaned up, packing his belongings and waiting patiently the order to leave. He noticed the nervous and agitated look Snape gave him and relished it. When the class finally ended, Harry was one of the first to leave the classroom, walking slowly by the corridors, being quickly followed by everyone else. 5, 4, 3, 2, he counted for himself, knowing full well what was coming. As in cue, a shriek was heard. "Harry!" shrieked Granger, stomping after him. He ignored him, and as soon as she grabbed him, she found herself with Harry's wand pointed between her eyes. Snarled Harry, making sure that the bitch understood exactly what he meant. Granger was actually terrified and only gaped. "Oi, you dark wizard, leave her alone!" shouted another voice, the unmistaken voice of Ron the Pig, Weasley, casting a spell against Harry. Without even thinking about it, Harry twitched his wand, sending a shrieking Granger into the path of the spell, intercepting it mid-air. Granger fell on the floor and started to vomit slugs, much like Weasley had on their second year, after that failed spell due to the broken wand. The Slytherins started to laugh while the Gryffindors paled and Weasley snarled. "You bastard!" shouted Weasley again, turning his wand at Harry. This time, he decided to cast something more powerful, but to no avail. Harry lazily dodged the Reducto curse, and with another twitch, sent Granger, who was still weeping and vomiting slugs on the floor, against Weasley's legs, making him fall on top of her, dropping his wand. "You couldn't wait to fall on top of her, couldn't you, Weasley?" taunted Harry, although it was a cold taunt. Everyone paled at the display, although the Slytherins were amused. "You son of a—" started Ron, receiving another twitch of Harry's wand that silenced him. For his humiliation, Hermione, who attempted to free herself from Ron's weight, vomited 2 slugs against him, covering his face in slime, making the Slytherins laugh again. None noticed the look Harry gave behind them, towards the potions professor who stood at the door. He had seen everything and decided not to interfere. Weasley, 20 points from Gryffindor for attacking a student. Granger, 10 points from Gryffindor for causing a ruckus. Potter, 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape hesitated, remembering what had happened in the beginning of the class and the previous day. He noticed again the confused and outraged looks from some of the Gryffindors. Snape drew his wand and cast the levitation charms on both Granger and Weasley, intending to take them to the infirmary. Potter, detention with Mr. Filch tonight for assaulting 2 students. The headmaster will also know about this. They deserved it, was Harry's cold reply that shocked even the professor. Harry's wand disappeared into his sleeve, and he simply nodded to the professor, turning his back on him. Snape left the other way around, thinking in what he had seen. Potter had showed no compassion whatsoever towards his former friends, had casted only simple spells. Non-verbally, and couldn't care less about his former friend's fate. For the first time in a long time, Severus Snape felt a cold wind up his spine. The Gryffindors and the Slytherins were left in silence and started to part. Malfoy made some remark, but no one really paid him attention. They were all thinking on everything that had happened. Once again, the Slytherins considered the chance of actually invite Potter to join them during the meals. Their next class was Charms, again with the Gryffindors. Potter was found already at the classroom door, in the same position he was before Tracy and Theo arrived to Potions. Some Gryffindors were already around, keeping their distance of their former housemate. "Nice work, Potter," praised Tracy before anyone could say anything. Harry snorted but said nothing in reply. Malfoy, Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle, and Zabini were shocked at the interaction of Davies and Potter. "Yes, really impressive," replied Millie with a chuckle, attracting everyone's attention to herself. "Of course, you will still get into trouble, but it was impressive nonetheless." "Snape saw everything," said Harry in a cold voice. "He said that the waste bin started everything and he still gave me detention." "What did you expect?" asked Theo with a snort. "The man loathes you." Before Harry could say anything, a pop sounded next to him. Dobby appeared, extending him his book bag. Moments before, he had asked Dobby to take back his potions kit and bring him his charms books. "Here you are, sir. Anything else?" asked Dobby. With a shake of Harry's head, Dobby popped away, leaving everyone amazed with the looks of the elf. "Was that an elf?" asked Zabini, receiving a smirk in reply. "Yes, and before you ask, no, you can't know what happened to him to look like that. That's my little secret," replied Harry with a sigh. "But that isn't a house elf, is it?" asked Theo, not with wide eyes. "He is," replied Harry with a glare that cowered not. "He is also my most trusted ally, and I can assure you there are no walls that can stop him." It became clear that a change of subject was necessary. "Wait, it was him that took the dragon," said Daphne, turning to Harry with the question in her eyes. "What did you do with it?" "Blood, hide, and meat," was Harry's reply with a small chuckle. "Meat?" asked Parkinson, widening her eyes, attracting the attention of everyone. "I don't waste anything." "Besides, dragon meat is a delicacy, isn't it?" asked Potter, turning his attention to Malfoy. "You're unusually quiet, Malfoy. Did the Kneazle got your tongue?" The blonde boy just sneered to him. It didn't take much time until Flitwick opened the door and the class start. Harry entered in the room quietly. In his past life, Harry had fought besides Flitwick, who was a great ally when the problems began, and he actually helped Harry when he needed. Unfortunately, Flitwick would die before the end of the Great War. The Dark Lord Potter carried several scars, memories from the former dueling champion's grueling trainings. The man had earned Harry's respect before, and he wished he would do so again. The small professor noticed the absence of both Granger and Weasley, asking where they were. "Potter sent them to the hospital wing, sir," replied Seamus Finnegan, hopping to get Harry in trouble. "What? Mr. Potter, is this true?" asked Flitwick in shock, using a disapproving tone. Harry rose from his seat and looked at the charms professor in the eyes. "I was cursed in the back by Weasley and defended myself by summoning Granger to the path of the spell. Not happy enough, Weasley cursed me with a reducto, which I dodged and banished Granger against him, forcing him to fall on her. Last time I saw them, Professor Snape was taking them to the hospital," explained Harry, noticing the surprise in Flitwick's eyes. "As you can see, Professor, I am only guilty of casting in the halls and defending myself while Weasley was the one that cursed Granger and attempted to cast a nearly fatal curse on me." Flitwick was shocked by the tone used by the young Potter. It was cold and full of anger. "Mr. Potter, I will believe in your version of the events for now and not give you a detention. We shall speak more about that later on." "Professor Snape already did it, Professor." I see. Well, I guess we shall hear more from this soon. Meanwhile, we are going to review the summoning charm and introduce the banishing charm today. Considering the story you just told us, Mr. Potter, would you care to tell us about the charm? It is used to throw objects and people away from the caster. The incantation is Depulso, and the spell is sometimes mistaken with the banishing or cleaning charm, Evanesco. "They share nothing but a similarity of the name," replied Harry in a low and bored tone. Flitwick nodded. It was a short but true answer. "Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points too." Flitwick hesitated, looking to the houseless young man. "May I suggest one thing, Professor?" asked Harry with a smirk. As Flitwick nodded, he continued, "Give them to Slytherin. As long as the Griffs don't get the points, I just don't care who gets them." Everyone was shocked again, turning to the green-eyed wizard who was smiling. "Very well, Mr. Potter. However, I suggest, as do most of the staff, that you ask for a resorting. The time you passed houseless was more than enough, especially after proving innocent," said Flitwick. Harry snorted. "Oh, so now the staff cares? How nice of you," replied Harry with a cold and angry voice. Even Flitwick felt the cold in his spine, feeling guilty. Unable to say anything else, Flitwick waved his wand and several pillows appeared on top of his desk. "I want all of you to summon a pillow to you. Then we will work on the banishing charm. Remember, the incantation for the summoning is..." Flitwick lost his voice when a green pillow passed him, landing before Harry, making everyone look at him. "What is it this time?" asked Harry, rolling his eyes as he noticed that everyone was looking at him again. You did it non-verbally, Mr. Potter," said Flitwick, impressed with the display. Thinking carefully, after the boys' display against the dragon, casting spells non-verbally was almost a child's play. Take 10 extra points. Everyone was confused. The Gryffindors were angry that Harry was doing a god job, and they weren't getting any points, and the Slytherins were divided between being amused for being collecting the points for Potter's work or not. Millicent Bulstrode decided to being amused, as did Daphne, Tracy, and Theo. "Now everyone, please, summon a pillow to you just like Mr. Potter did," said Flitwick, noticing that everyone had their wands with them. Before anyone could do anything, the door to the classroom opened and an angry McGonagall entered the room. "Harry Potter, you shall come with me now," she said, her tone clearly of no nonsense. To her surprise, Harry sneered at her. "Let me guess. Your kittens are accusing me of assaulting them, and you, the example of a Gryffindor, are jumping to a conclusion without even having all the facts, am I right?" asked Harry, the sneer never leaving his face. For a moment, McGonagall lost heart and was shocked with Potter's attitude. "Well, let's go then. Unless you want me to swear a magical oath, on my life and magic, stating that I just defended myself from your precious gaze," he said, raising from his seat. "You could try and ask anyone here what happened, but why would you do it? You would certainly not believe the Slytherins if they decided to defend me, and your house would just rally against me, wouldn't it?" McGonagall gaped, but for the surprise of everyone, Theodore Nott rose from his place. "Professor, Potter speaks the truth. He only defended himself from the spells that Weasley cast upon him, with a summoning and a banishing charm." For his part, Weasley cast a slug-spitting curse, which Potter intercepted with Granger and a reducto that Potter dodged. After that, he merely threw Granger against Weasley, nothing more. Harry rose an eyebrow towards Nott. That had not been only the work of the compulsion charm. "Theo speaks the truth, Professor," replied Tracy. "Mr. Nott, Ms. Davies, your assistance is both acknowledged and thanked," replied Harry, noticing the curiosity in Daphne's eyes regarding her classmates' behavior. "Oh, and Professor," he said, pointing the wand to the pillow and flickering it, making the pillow fly towards Flitwick, who caught it in hand. Only then Harry spoke, "Depulso." McGonagall was even more shocked when she heard the diminute professor whisper, 10 points to Slytherin, then. "Mr. Potter, wait for a moment. Minerva, a word, please." Harry went back to his seat while Flitwick accompanied McGonagall outside. "Why defend me?" asked Harry, and Theo shrugged. "You gave us the points, I give you support. I don't like to owe anyone anything," replied Theo, making Harry chuckle. How did you do it? Asked Daphne, turning to Harry, who rose an eyebrow, forcing her to clarify nonverbal spells. Point the wand to your target and focus on the desired effect. Focus your magic and bend it to do what you want, explained Harry, pointing his wand to the pillows again. Summoning a new one, I learned a while ago that speaking the incantation is only useful to help to focus on the effect of the spell. As long as you understand the spell, you can cast it without speaking. Daphne looked surprised at him, noticing the enticement of his eyes, challenging her to do it. She focused on a pillow and did exactly what Potter had said. Nothing happened. Don't think on it, just feel it, advised Harry again, and Daphne focused her magic, as if she would cast any spell. She willed the pillow coming to her, and for her surprise, the pillow actually did it, falling on the floor a couple of centimeters from her table. Well done, said Harry with a smile, noticing how everyone was surprised, even the Gryffindors. That's a 6th-year skill. Practice it and you'll see that you'll be able to cast any spell silently. How did you learn it? Asked Tracy, her wand in her hand. Harry just shrugged. I've had a lot of free time, all thanks to your badges and the constant harassment, replied Harry, noticing how many people paled. Sorry about that. It was Malfoy's idea, said a nervous Zabini, and Malfoy paled considerable, making Harry chuckle. He's definitively too quiet, teased Harry, knowing full well that the reason for Malfoy to be shut up was the compulsion charm he had cast on the blonde boy. Malfoy spluttered something that made no sense, but Harry's attention was caught on a pillow that was thrown away from the tables. Well done, Greengrass, said Harry, leaning back on his chair, noticing how everyone in the room focused on Daphne. That's my witch, thought Harry with a smile. For her part, Daphne summoned the pillow again, this time being successful in bringing it to herself, banishing afterwards. 10 points to Slytherin for a job well done, Ms. Greengrass, said the voice of Professor Flitwick by the door, who was grinning in front of a shocked McGonagall. Mr. Potter, 10 points for helping a classmate. Harry nodded. Now, Mr. Potter, please accompany Professor McGonagall. You are excused from homework. Harry nodded again. Dobby. Instead of Dobby appearing, Harry's books and supplies vanished before him, shocking everyone. Thanks, mate. Harry left the room, followed by a silent McGonagall, leaving behind very surprised students and a teacher. Draco, wasn't that house elf of yours called Dobby? Asked Parkinson, turning to Malfoy, who just shrugged. By the end of the class, several Slytherins were able not only to cast the Depulso charm, 2 of them were also able to cast it, and the summoning charm silently. Harry was taken to the headmaster's office. Through the entire way, McGonagall was in silence, thinking in what Harry had said and the conversation with Phileas. Phileas believed that Harry should have had a good reason for whatever he had done, and that she had to investigate it properly, unlike jumping to conclusions just as Harry had said. The story that she told him, the same that Mr. Weasley had told her, was clearly faulty. Harry didn't say a word to her during the walk to the headmaster's office, which distraught her even more. She didn't even have the heart to speak to him. When they reached the gargoyle protecting the entrance to the headmaster's office, Harry stopped and waited for her. He didn't speak, but waited for her to speak the password. Dumbledore and his suites. Entering the headmaster's office, Harry saw Dumbledore sitting at his desk, having an argument with Professor Snape. Harry could smile at his luck. In the background, Fawkes started to sing. Ah, Harry, my boy, please sit. Would you like a lemon drop? Asked Dumbledore. Harry noticed that both Snape and McGonagall stood by the headmaster, looking at Harry. First of all, it's Mr. Potter or just Potter for you. I'm not your boy, nor am I that close to you. Even Professor Snape has that courtesy to me, and the man loathes me, replied Harry, glaring at the 3 before him. Dumbledore was shocked, and McGonagall looked to have sucked a lemon. Snape narrowed his eyebrows. Second, thank you, but I'll pass your sweets, and I prefer to stand. I presume that you called me here because of my altercation with the backstabbers. Dumbledore looked sadly at Harry, no doubt intending to guilt-trip him. It wouldn't work. Directly to the point. Very well, Mr. Potter, how do you justify your actions? You purposely assaulted your friends, students in the halls, with dangerous spells. He was stopped with Harry's cold chuckles. I have no idea what those 2 told you, but I can guess it was an embellished version, no doubt, said Harry, clapping his hands. Now, I can tell you what happened. No doubt you will not believe me, since you are all biased against me, or I can show you the memory of the event. Which will you prefer? Mr. Potter, we are not biased against you. We simply want to know, started McGonagall, receiving a glare from Harry. Madam, your actions speak otherwise. Get the pensive, headmaster. I know that Salazar Slytherin presented one to the headmaster's office to help in these situations. "And how do you know that, you arrogant boy?" asked Snape, although it was more curiosity than spite. "I read the diaries that Slytherin left in his secret chamber. Where exactly did you think I was spending my time?" replied Harry with a rose eyebrow. It was irrelevant by this time if they knew or not of his sleeping arrangements. He could see, however, the shock in their faces. "The chamber?" asked a pale Dumbledore, fear in his voice. "Yes, headmaster, I spent my time there, learning and training. Now, if you could be so kind and present the pensive, I'd like to solve this situation and return to classes." Dumbledore just stood there, watching the boy. Harry Potter had changed a lot. True, he hadn't really seen him since Halloween, but still, he had changed a lot. Recovering his posture, he used his disappointed look again. "I do not believe it necessary, Harry. I believe that you are still hurt with your friends and that caused the fight. I already know what happened, but I'd like to hear your side with your own words. More, you need to learn to forgive them and move on. It helps to build character," said Dumbledore, making Harry glare at him. "I believe I told you to call me Mr. Potter or Potter. Also, I prefer to show you the memory. It's much less troublesome and can't be contested," said Harry. When he saw that Dumbledore wasn't going to bring out the pensive, he just rolled his eyes. "Accio headmaster's pensive," said Harry, and a door of a cupboard opened with a floating stone basin landing by the headmaster's desk. "Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of this?" shouted McGonagall with a glare that didn't affect Harry. Snape was strangely quiet while Dumbledore was shocked with the young man's defiance. Harry took his wand to his temple and removed a silver thread with it, placing it in the basin. "Let's make one thing very clear, professors," said Harry with a cold voice. "I hate most of the school population, students and staff. I have been accused of being a cheater without proof, and I was mocked by everyone. Not only the staff didn't do anything, this information reached outside, and now I have an entire nation against me." Dumbledore was about to say something but was stopped by Harry. "I meant it when I said I won't return to Gryffindor. Under the Hogwarts Charter, I am entitled to a resorting since I was banished under false pretenses, am I right, Hat?" asked Harry, raising his voice a bit. "Indeed, Mr. Potter," replied the old Hat, who was stuffed in a shelf. "I have to say you have being most entertaining. I'm not one to tell you I told you so, but—" "Yeah, true," replied Harry with a grin, turning it to a glare again. "But—" started McGonagall, not able to continue. "Now we will see the memory and then we will speak about my actions," said Harry, making the pensive projecting the memory for all to see. They saw everything as it happened. "Now, considering that I did cast spells in the halls, I will accept to be punished for it, but I refuse detentions for protecting myself. Mr. Potter, you deliberately used Miss Granger as a human shield," said Dumbledore. "You could have hurt her." "It was Weasley's spell," was Harry's reply. Snape was somewhat impressed, not that he would admit it. "You could dodge it, as you did with the other spell. Besides, did you have to hurt both Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley like that?" "I could, but I didn't know. I didn't have to hurt them, but they need to learn a lesson. I do, however, hate them and won't mind if I don't see them ever again, if they attack me. I will defend myself, and I will do whatever I must to succeed, even if it means to use them as shields against the other. They are traitors, all of them in the House of Lions, in fact, those two especially, and I can assure you that if any of them attack me, I will retaliate. I had enough with them for the past month." "This behavior will not be tolerated, Potter," admonished McGonagall. "While it is true that Mr. Weasley cast the first spell, you started the altercation by drawing your wand first. It is equally bad. You will be punished for it, as will be Mr. Weasley." Harry glared at the older woman with a sneer. "Very well, then, what is my punishment?" he asked in a cold tone. "Both you and Mr. Weasley will serve detention with Professor Snape," started Dumbledore. To his astonishment, Harry scoffed. "Brilliant," he mumbled sarcastically, realizing the uncomfortable look Snape gave Dumbledore sideways. "I am terribly disappointed with you, Harry," said Dumbledore, shaking his head, only to receive a chuckle in reply. "Don't worry, the feeling is mutual," Harry replied, glaring at the older man and turning his back on the two older professors. "Professor Snape, when shall I report to you?" "9," replied the potions professor, attempting to maintain his cool. He was trying really hard. Despite wanting to snap at the boy's arrogance, he decided not to. He still hadn't reported Potter's occlumency, only that the boy knew about him telling the Dark Lord about the prophecy. Of course, Dumbledore had troubles to believe it. Fawkes sang again, but Harry ignored it, turning his back on the professors and opening the door of the headmaster's office. "I haven't give you permission to leave, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore, raising from his chair. The green-eyed wizard looked over his shoulder and glared. "The days I obeyed you are long gone. We spoke about my punishment. There is nothing else to talk about. I'd like to speak with you about your performance in the first task," started Dumbledore, to be interrupted by Harry. "I already told you, Chamber of Secrets." The boy replied with a smirk, waving his hand over the door, unlocking it. "I learnt more in there than I have learnt in the past 4 years in here. Goodbye, headmaster, professors." Harry left the headmaster's office, leaving 3 flabbergasted professors behind, unable to understand what was happening. Dumbledore felt a shiver in his spine, something he hadn't felt in years, and for moments, he believed he had seen someone far more dangerous and lost than the boy who would one day become Lord Voldemort. He wondered how it was possible to have failed Harry. "Albus, what will we do? Mr. Potter has changed. He admitted to have studied in the Chamber of Secrets. Has he really fell into the dark that much? Is he beyond saving? What will we do?" "I don't know, Minerva, I don't know," was Dumbledore's reply, which shocked her even more. Severus Snape remained silent, thinking over what happened. Maybe it was better not to antagonize Potter and wait to see what he would do. Maybe the boy was more like his mother than he ever thought. Dinner arrived, and everyone knew what had happened in the dungeons and in the charms class. Weasley had appeared for dinner, angry and sullen. From Granger, there was no sight. According with the rumor mill, she was going to spend the night in the infirmary. While Weasley ate with his usual manners, the Gryffindors were also sullen and depressed, although some were angry. The Hufflepuffs were fearful and the Ravenclaws were torn. The Slytherins, however, especially half of the 4th-year students, were ecstatic, especially Millicent Bulstrode, one of the 2 students that was able to cast the spells silently. Daphne Greengrass, the other student, was thinking on what had happened, ignoring the conversation around her. She had heard the first minutes, how her year mates were impressed with Potter and how they could benefit with him on their side. He was already giving them points. What if they managed to bring him into the house, where he belonged? Daphne started to ignore the conversation, considering Potter's actions. Once again, he proved her wrong, something she didn't like, and proved to be actually good with magic. More, he had actually apologized for the comparison with Malfoy and had done it politely and properly, something he had never done before, something she wasn't even sure he could do. Then he not only cast spells silently, he taught her to do it. He encouraged her to do it, and she did it. She actually cast the spells silently over and over for the envy of her year mates. By the end of the class, only Millie had also done it. She guessed her main question was why? Why did he do it? Maybe she should attempt and ask for some help with her own spell casting. Not that she was an incapable witch, quite the contrary. She was capable and had good grades, but she was hardly one of the best. Maybe with Potter's help she could improve even more. That would give her a chance to the future. She was tempted to approach Potter and ask for help. She was, however, hesitant of his price. "What do you say, Daphne?" asked Tracy Davies, interrupting her train of thought. "What?" asked Daphne, looking at her friend. "What's wrong with you?" asked Millie in a concerned tone, which the blonde witch discarded. "I'm fine, what did you want?" she asked again. "We were talking about asking Potter to join us to dinner tomorrow. We are going to propose it in the common room tonight," replied Tracy. Daphne realized that Theo, Tracy, Millie, and who would believe it, Zabini agreed with it. She just nodded, making her year mates smirk. "That settles it," replied Zabini with a smirk. Daphne cut them out again, focusing on her dinner. She felt a nudge in her leg and looked to Millie, who rose an eyebrow at her. Again, Daphne shook her head to her and smiled to ease her friend. Millie didn't believe her and would want to talk to her later on, but left her alone, joining the conversation about the battle in the dungeons, if it could possible to call it a battle. Potter had been ruthless with his former friends, and the best part, he hadn't used any fancy spells, only basic ones. That had been impressive. It actually gave a new insight of low-level spells and everyday spells application in dueling. As she was eating, the voices stopped. They looked at the doors of the Great Hall and saw a smirking Harry Potter, walking slowly to the head table. "I apologize for the interruption. I won't take anyone's time, any more than needed, that is," he said, with a huge grin. "I am sorry about my delay to dinner, though. I was reading the most amazing report from Salazar Slytherin's voyages into the South Deserts during his youth." People gasped and widened their eyes at Harry, which made him chuckle. "I am in my rights to demand a resorting, and just to be clear, I hereby demand a resorting." Shouts began again, mainly from the Gryffindors, who attempted to dissuade him. Harry simply ignored them. Had he noticed the Slytherins, he would see the smug looks of several of them and the astonishment of several others. He would also see the disappointed look in the fourth years, who had just seen their plan to bring Potter into their house thanks to them fail. Before Dumbledore could even say anything, Fawkes flamed into the Great Hall, bringing the Sorting Hat with him, which fell on Harry's head. "Now this is efficiency," joked Harry, earning a chuckle from the hat. "Hogwarts is aware of your plight and decided to personally grant you your request," the hat said in the young man's mind. "So tell me, Mr. Potter, how did you learn so much then?" the hat asked, starting to skim through Harry's mind. Harry didn't attempt to stop him. He knew that the hat was bound by Hogwarts to share anything he could see in the child's mind. Harry simply lowered his head and lost his smirk as he thought all he wanted the old torn hat to see and understand. When he finished, Harry Potter had fought the tears to fall. Luckily, he won the battle. "I understand," the hat said in a lowered voice, filled with awe and respect. "It was foolish of you to attempt such a feat as soul time travel, but I believe I can understand why you did gamble your life. You have attributes of all the 4 houses, Mr. Potter, and I see them all working to the same goal. I can see the hard work you performed to succeed in your task to come back and change the future. I can see the loyalty you have to your comrades that accompanied you through thick and thin, the same loyalty you inspired on all of them. You gave them a purpose and hope, and they gave you all they were. More than minions, they were truly dedicated to your cause. I can see the loyalty you inspired in the Zabines." "Don't," warned Harry the moment the word was whispered by the hat. "Yes, they were loyal to me. I know that they had a secret agenda, but I also know that they acted out of loyalty. Lady Zabini was far loyal and a dear friend to my heart. Please, just don't." "Very well, Lord Potter," the hat said, continuing to think. "Hufflepuff is out, then, considering you owe your loyalty to those who prove themselves to you and no other. I can see your desire for knowledge, your sleepless nights and your quests, all with a goal. You are not one to seek knowledge per se. You seek knowledge with a purpose, to fulfill your ambition. Every research you did for the past half-century, from your perspective of your life, had a purpose, and therefore, Ravenclaw is out." The hat continued, mumbling. "We could say that you are brave. You recklessly rushed into the ritual, knowing that you may have died from it. Yet your noble heart is long gone, replaced by a cunning ruthlessness tempered with the pain of loss. You strive with several goals, one being the most predominant. You want her back. Both of them, in fact, and you are willing to do whatever it takes. More than that, for the past 2 years, in my point of view, you actually showed great cunning in hiding yourself in plain sight, hiding your potential for years, and actually studying more than you should under everyone's nose, especially Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. A quintessential Slytherin, if I may. You gave everyone what they wanted, and they never knew better, and all it took was a couple of trips into Salazar's chamber to get his books and diaries. Last year, you actually read them in front of them, pretending to read Quidditch magazines. This is priceless, and a little confusing. I knew you would be interesting, my lord. I never thought you'd be this much. 2 years for you, nearly 70 for me, my old friend," replied the Dark Lord in a low and amused voice, making the hat chuckle. "Yes, I saw several meetings between you and myself. Feel free to call upon me once again. The knowledge I possess should be used, even though many think of me as a simple contraption. They forget I am part of Hogwarts herself and can access to more than 1,000-year-old knowledge. I won't lie, your advice was fundamental when I needed it, but your blasted psychology was a pain," admitted the Dark Lord. "I'll admit you saw our last meeting." "I did," replied the hat. "Then you know how much I am truly grateful, even though you are just an artifact. You provided me with counsel, and I trusted you as much as I trusted my best friend," admitted Harry, sighing. "I hope that this time around, we can have a similar relation. I always enjoyed our long debates." My, actual debates? Rowena and Salazar would love to have you, my friend." Everyone was waiting impatiently for the hat to actually shout something. They could see that both of Potter and the hat were talking among themselves, but over 5 minutes had passed and nothing. Then Harry rose and the hat actually laughed. "Oh, come on, it's not that bad," said Harry Potter, walking towards the Slytherin table. "No, you just failed spectacularly. The principal states that." "Hat!" shouted McGonagall, attracting the attention of everyone to herself, especially both the hat and Harry. "This better be good, Minerva. I was in the middle of a nice conversation in here." People gaped. Conversation. He was supposed to be sorting Potter. "I trust you were, but unfortunately we were expecting you to sort our young Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore, himself astonished about the behavior of the hat, which just scoffed. I didn't say it, did I? Well, it's pretty obvious the boy goes to where he should have been in the first place 4 years ago. Slytherin. Even though Harry had announced it before, nearly half of the Great Hall was appalled and baffled. The table in green and silver, though, cheered and clapped. The smart ones knew how much they could benefit with Potter's presence in their house. Potter had been right. Most of Slytherin treated him with apathy, but if he was one of them, they knew very well what to do to benefit of his influence. With Potter, Slytherin House could grow even further. At least it was what several of the older years were thinking. The fourth years were divided. Malfoy, Parkinson, and his goons were silent while the others applauded. Malfoy seemed to had sucked a lemon and was seeing his dreams crashing down around him. How could Potter, a lousy and good-for-nothing half-blood, be more popular than him? He was nothing. Slowly, in his mind, he made a plan. He would challenge Potter in the common room that night and prove his superiority. Had his thoughts not being inspired by the compulsion charm casted by Potter hours before, or had he any sort of mental barriers to resist such compulsions? The blonde-haired boy would be clapping as well, although only for self-preservation. But Harry Potter had learned how to plan his moves with consideration, and he had many reasons to hate Draco Malfoy. Malfoy's pain and humiliation would be a suitable punishment for now. Nothing as what's coming to Oberon, Titania, and their so-called Paladins of Light. There were also appreciative claps from Durmstrang, while there was only polite cheering from the Beauxbatons contingent. House Slytherin knew very well what they had just gained. Some intended to manipulate Potter, but the smartest among them knew that Potter was still a wild card. Their thoughts were shared by none other than their head of house. He didn't know how, but he knew that Potter was hiding something big. After arranging a meeting with the Sorting Hat, Harry returned it to Fawkes and walked to the Slytherin table, being received by his new housemates with smiles, cheers, and claps in his back. He sat by the fourth years and quickly was involved in their meeting. You're a bastard, you know that, Potter. We were planning to invite you to join us for a couple of meals, and suddenly you flaunt yourself in and destroy all of our careful planning, complained Zabini, making Harry shrug. Really? Well, my apologies. Had I known, I'd wait, but I wanted to avoid contact with the other houses. I'm sure you'll understand. So we're nothing more than a convenience for you? Asked a mock-pouting Tracy Davies. I prefer to understand it as a mutual arrangement that could benefit me. Besides, even though I don't intend to win this tournament, I intend to spite the dorks as much as I can. We're better to do it than from their arch-rivals. Hold on, you don't intend to. Started Daphne, you have a good chance to win. I'm in last, Greengrass. So, asked Millicent, the first 2 tasks are useful only to accumulate points for the last task beginning order. Even beginning the task last, you may still win. Really? Asked Harry with a shrug. I'll have to think about that then. Not sure if I want to win, although if I did, I could rub it in the face of the Puffs and the dorks. You like to use those words, don't you? Asked Theo with a smirk. What can I say? They just roll on my tongue, smirked Harry while Theo grinned, as did most of the fourth years. Ah, compulsion charms. A Dark Lord has to love them. What are your plans to the future in this tournament? Asked Daphne with a curious look. First, I wanted to survive. After being abandoned, I wanted to survive and get my revenge by humiliate everyone that scorned me and prove myself. I don't really need to win the tournament to do it, replied Harry, looking at her beautiful sapphire eyes. You should, though, was Daphne's reply before returning to her diner. If you want to humiliate everyone, you can either make a mockery of the task of not do it at all. You said you wanted to prove yourself. If you managed to do anything flashy like you did with the dragon, you'd certainly prove your point, even if you're underscored. Harry thought about it. Seeing the approval nods from his housemates, he had to ask. I thought that as a Slytherin, I was supposed to be discreet and employ deception. He said with a grin. Daphne looked at him and saw his taunt. She smirked. I don't think it's un-Slytherin to prove your superiority, although you can always be Slytherin about it. Huh, asked Blaise, Theo, and Tracy. Millie laughed and Daphne smirked. Harry just grinned. Well then, milady, I'd like to schedule a meeting with you to discuss my strategy for the second task. As soon as I decipher the clue, that is. I would value your opinion on how not to be much un-Slytherin. In fact, I could use the opinion of everyone, considering this is a new thing for me. Daphne blushed and the others smirked. That sounded awfully like an invitation to a date, mumbled Tracy, making sure everyone heard her. She smirked as she saw Daphne glaring at her. You should know, Potter, that Daphne tends to curse her suitors. If you value your bits, you should be careful with what you say and do. explained Theo, earning a glare from said girl. "I'll consider it if I ask her for a date," was Harry's reply, receiving a look of surprise from everyone now. What else happened in charms after I left? "Millie and Daphne were able to cast the spells silently like you taught," replied Blaze with some admiration in the voice. "No one else did." "Flitwick was beyond himself and said he should invite you for more classwork," replied Tracy, making Harry groan. Everyone laughed. For Harry Potter, it was nice to be among his friends, even if they were several decades younger and had no memories of their friendship. He actually caught Daphne looking at him twice with an inquisitive look. She looked away both times and he found it cute. "I love you." Her voice sounded in his mind, an echo of a past memory. "I love you too, Daph, and that's why I won't force you back to me. It will be your choice." After dinner, the Slytherins left the Great Hall in groups. Professor Snape actually came to them and told Harry to be in his office by 9 o'clock. The fourth years walked in group, followed by Harry, who was talking with Theo and Blaze about Quidditch. When they arrived to their common room entrance as soon as Malfoy was about to say the password, Harry told him to stop. "What the hell for, Potter?" he asked with a sneer, earning a glare and hiss in Parseltongue. "Open." Indeed, the wall parted, revealing their common room. "I always wondered if that would work," replied Harry with a shrug. "After you." His year mates went before him. The common room hadn't changed nothing at all since Christmas in their second year. As soon as the door closed, Harry noticed that there were several people in the common room, some of which looked at him. "Potter, I Draco Abraxas Malfoy challenge you for a wizard's duel." Had Malfoy cared, he would have seen some seventh year's face palming themselves while others groaned. The fourth years looked at Malfoy as if he was an idiot. Even Crabbe and Goyle. "Are you insane, Draco?" asked Pansy, her voice actually sounding like a shriek. For his part, Harry wanted to laugh but held himself. He just smirked. With a mocking resignation sigh, he nodded. "If you insist, Malfoy, I, Harry James Potter, accept your challenge." Everyone snorted at Harry at that moment. A wizard's duel or a honor duel was only used to solve slights to one's honor, sometimes used as a last resource in courts. Nothing would be gain or loss except honor and the sense of superiority. Those two idiots had just undermined themselves. That was what everyone was thinking. The floor was prepared and everyone looked disappointed with Potter's behavior. A seventh year, one that looked quite respected in the house, stepped forward. "Under the ancient laws, all spells short of the unforgivables are allowed. You shall duel until unconsciousness of your opponent or if said opponent verbally gives up. Do you agree?" "I do," said an arrogant Malfoy. "Under the ancient laws, I, Harry James Potter, agree with the terms of this duel," Harry replied, earning a raised eyebrow from the seventh year by using the proper protocol. Is he planning something? The seventh year asked himself. Several others, those who shared the same circle of power, wondered the same. "Begin," ordered the seventh year. Malfoy pointed the wand to Harry and started with a simple, disarming hex. Harry was already dodging it to the left and pointed his wand to Malfoy. "Zael!" Harry hissed in Parseltongue, making everyone shiver. Then, from Harry's wand, a black light shone, and in a blink, a massive black snake had taken shape in front of Harry. The snake was big, with almost 30 feet long and almost 1 foot thick. The scales were dark and sturdy, and it had a hood that opened as soon as it saw Malfoy. The snake's fangs were exposed with something dripping from them, most likely poison, and the eyes of the creature were curious indeed. They looked as emerald green flames. No one made a sound, no one moved. Not even Malfoy, who paled looking at the massive creature who was looking at him. The rest of the Slytherins were in awe. The bloody snake was terrifying. Malfoy seemed to have pissed himself, and Potter was just there, wand pointed at Malfoy. A spell hit Malfoy in the chest, but before he could do anything, Harry hissed a command in Parseltongue, and the snake charged at Malfoy, wrapping itself around him and taking him down. People screamed in horror, but there was nothing they could do. Daphne looked at Harry and saw his cold and calculating eyes. His eyes crossed hers, and she could swear he smiled. At her. "Silence!" shouted Harry, and everyone shut up. Curiously, they saw Malfoy screaming, but no sound was heard. "A silent spell, then. Look at me, Malfoy," Harry said in a cold voice, and Malfoy did look at him, as did everyone. They almost gasped, seeing his eyes flaring green. "I don't like you, Malfoy. For a long time you have been a thorn in my side, never dangerous but an inconvenience. You insult me and always got out of trouble by flaunting yourself with Daddy's money and influence. I had hopes that you would stop being an idiot, but it was too much to ask, wasn't it?" You had to anger me, hadn't you, at this night of all? With one hiss, Malfoy's silent screams of pain were seen, as the snake pressed its coils around the blonde boy. Pansy had tears and many were scared. The ancient laws say that for this to stop, you have either to say you give up or faint. Since I silenced you, I guess you have to faint, right? Another hiss and Draco screamed as the pressure was applied. Again, Harry ordered the snake to stop and everyone paled. Harry was doing it on purpose, to prove a point, no doubt. That moment, all those in the House of the Snake recognized his superiority. Harry Potter had made his stance and came on top. Everyone would respect him after that, and fear him as well. I could, of course, tell Zale to let you go. Yes, that's right, that magnificent creature is called Zale. To let you go, I will break the silent spell, and you shall swear to me that you will never inconvenience me again. You shall not taunt me, or you shall importunate me. Then you have my permission to give up. If you decide to be smart and give up before swear your oath, forcing me to release you prematurely, I can promise you that one night, Zale shall visit in our bed, and that time, no one shall stop him. Now, Malfoy, think carefully on your decision. With a new command, Malfoy's silent screams were seen by all. They shivered in fear. Another hiss and the snake released the pressure. Finite, said Harry, and Malfoy started to shout that he swore, on his life and magic, that he would leave Harry alone. The flash of Malfoy's magic was enough to convince Harry. I give, he said, and a new hiss sounded, and the snake let go of Malfoy, slithering to Harry and placing itself in a protective stance before its master. Stop being such a baby, Malfoy. It's not as if you broke something, said Harry, caressing the snake muzzle and hissing to it. No one attempted to help Malfoy. They were too focused on Harry. How long do you think it will take for Malfoy to kill himself by breaking the oath? Asked Harry to the population of the house. Only then, the wording of the oath was processed, and many looked at Harry in awe and at Malfoy with both sadistic smiles or pity. Best scenario was Malfoy would be leaving Hogwarts very soon. The 7th year that acted as the judge started to laugh and clapping. Well done, Potter, well won indeed. And the best part, you acted in the bounds of the ancient laws, and there is nothing anyone can do to punish you. I have to say, I'm starting to like you. Thank you. What should I call you? Asked Harry, hiding his knowledge and starting to build bridges with real snakes. The boy grinned. I am Alastair Pince. The young man said with a nod, to which Harry nodded with one of his own, a pleasure. Any relation with Madame Pince, our librarian? My great-aunt. By order of Professor Snape, I am responsible for overseeing dual events in our common room, and I have to admit that I have never seen anything like it. You'll go far in this house, Potter. You started wrong, but you ended very, very well. Congratulations on your winnings. Then Alastair turned to a 6th-year Callahan, take Malfoy to the hospital. I shall go and explain everything to Professor Snape. You, Potter, shall come with me. I understand Professor Snape requires your presence at 9 o'clock for both your introduction speech and some kind of detention. Harry nodded and hissed softly. The snake shimmered and disappeared from sight. Then the platform vanished as well. If I may, where have you learnt how to summon that snake? Asked a 7th-year blonde girl next to Alastair. Salazar Slytherin's own diaries, replied Harry with a smirk, noticing how everyone paled and were in awe. How? Asked a fearful voice, one that attracted Harry's attention immediately. Harry felt his heart break as he saw Daphne looking fearfully at him. No, don't fear me, my love, not you, he shouted in his mind. Did I scare you? He asked, and although the question looked innocent, the 7th-year girl and Alastair both realized something. What do you take me for, Potter, a weakling princess? She asked, turning her back on him and walking to her dorms. Fuck, Snape hadn't been happy at all. As Alastair reported to him what had happened in the common room, the potions professor both cursed the blonde idiot he called a godson and the bane of his existence, Harry Potter. Sure, the boy had demonstrated great power and manipulation skills. He had understood the ancient rules that ruled the House of the Snakes and exploited them to his favor, as any Slytherin was expected to do. Snape was angry that his godson was an idiot and that his bane was the Slytherin he wished Draco to be. Harry Potter had changed. Or was it more that, thanks to the Gryffindors, Harry Potter revealed his true self? After hearing both Alastair and Potter, Snape gave Harry the standard welcome speech and all the rules he was expected to follow. The most important were, of course, outside of the common room, all Slytherins stand together, and inside you may solve your problems. The duel is one way to solve them. The professor did made Harry promise, without an oath, to not force an oath of anyone else. The professor would change the rules because no one ever thought that such a situation could happen. Clearly, Harry Potter was unconventional. For Harry, it was a strange moment. Snape actually showed interest on him and actually attempted to be civil with him. He even ignored the detention he had. That was strange. However, his mind was in the blonde, blue-eyed Slytherin girl. Daphne sat on her bed, thinking. She ignored Millie and Tracy comments and kept thinking about what had happened. Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle had ran after Malfoy, therefore, she had to deal only with Millie and Tracy. And Tracy was already making questions. How in Merlin's name would she know why Potter had asked her and only her if he had scared her? Why would she know why Potter had demonstrated such interest on her? Of course, Millie scoffed, pointing out that Potter was a boy and therefore it was a question with a simple answer. However, she also said it had been sweet. Daphne didn't want to think about that. A small smile crossed her lips. Potter. Once again, he had being amazing. She was sure, more than ever, that she needed to ask him to tutor her, and should he truly have feelings for her, as Tracy insisted, then it might be even easier to achieve that goal than expected. Yet she was hesitant. Harry Potter was laying on the bed, with his arms behind his head, looking at the top of the bed. So far, most of the plan worked. He thought to himself, I managed to cast a compulsion in the fourth-year Slytherins. Thank Merlin that I didn't lace the food. I am feared and awed in the castle, and I started to show some of what I can do. Started to give hints of my location for the previous weeks and spread disinformation about why I am so powerful. Even though is only half a lie, I did train at the Chamber of Secrets. I have somewhat of Flitwick's respect, and I was sorted in Slytherin. As I compelled him to, Malfoy challenged me in the common room, and I beat the crap out of him by using something powerful, but without showing them anything spectacular, hence Zale. They would all think Zale is a real snake, and not the construct it is. I even hinted that I learned to summon Zale from Slytherin's journals. Not a complete lie. Slytherin does discuss golem making in his diaries, and I read it after Hogwarts. I was placed in the fourth-year's boys' room with Theo, Blaise, Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy. Goyle and Crabbe haven't returned yet. The way Daphne looked at me. Was she frightened? Was I that scary? Vicious? She always said she loved it when I put Malfoy down a peg. Maybe I overreacted. Damn it, Daph, how can I get to you? Will you come to ask me for help to get better? I'll help you, my love, just come to me, please, ask me for help. Don't make me compel you, my love, I can't do it. I won't. Harry's mind drifted for his fifth year, when he started to help her before even the DA. Daphne had approached him in the library in the beginning of the year and told him she believed him about Voldemort's return. For Harry, it was a shock, although not as big as the one that came out of her mouth. She wanted him to help her to get better to defend herself from unwanted and was willing to help him as well. She even swore an oath upon her words. When he asked why him, she replied who better than the Tri-Wizards champion who was 3 years younger and still defeated the other 3 older champions. Harry accepted, and they eventually arranged to meet in an abandoned classroom. Then, Granger came with the idea of the DA, which wasn't open to Slytherins. Daphne hadn't mind, as long as he kept helping her and the DA didn't mess their already complicated schedule. It didn't because, for some reason, Harry always found time for Daphne. Their moments together served not only for train, they served also to bond between them. When Sirius died in the disaster of the Dom, Daphne held Harry tight while he cried. Then they kissed. They didn't realize who started it, but it happened, and Harry accepted Sirius' death even before leaving Hogwarts. Sirius, Remus, he thought to himself, remembering he hadn't wrote the letters he had to. I can't ask them for help either. One is a man-whore and the other is almost a celibataire. Although their reaction to my new sorting should be fun, it was truth that he had not sent any type of correspondence to his uncles. And it was also true that they hadn't sent any type to him also, therefore, he didn't feel guilty. He sighed and got up from the bed. He wasn't sleepy at all and walked to the desk, where his writing supplies were. Dear Sirius, the only reason I am not angry with you for not contact me is because I understand you are on the run. I don't know if you are in contact with Remus, Dumbledore, or the Prophet, but there have been a couple of events since Halloween, events that have been reported in my previous letter to you, that got no reply at all. As said before, I was selected against my will to be a Tri-Wizard champion. Foul play was suspected, and it was true. I have no idea who placed my name in the cup, but I was forced to compete anyway. I was bullied and called a liar and cheat by everyone in Hogwarts since Halloween until the first task. I didn't like that. If you want to know more, send me a bloody letter and ask, you bloody mutt. I was expelled from the Gryffindor Tower and from Gryffindor House. I was houseless for a month and took up residence in a chamber only I have access. I also bonded with an elf, and he has been my friend through all of this. The first task, I decided to drop all acts and revealed part of my real power and persona. Sirius, I managed to kill a bloody dragon and now I am feared and respected by all. That and seen as the next Dark Lord, but I don't care. I swore a magical oath saying that I didn't put my name in the cup and humiliated the school doing so. I even have respect from Durmstrang students for what I did. That and I seem to have the interest of a half-Vila. Sirius, I'll be blunt with you. I had a resorting and now I am in the house that the Hat wanted me in the first place, the same I'd be in if I hadn't asked him to put me in Gryffindor. Sirius, I am a Slytherin now. The way I see it, you have two choices. Accept it or don't. If you accept it, let me know. If you don't need to contact me ever again. You have until Christmas to tell me your answer. I hope to hear from you soon. Your godson Pronslett, dear Remus, while I do understand that you may be with Sirius and nor informed over what is happening, I know you have a daily Prophet subscription. If the two of you are together and know what I have been through, you don't need to answer back. If not, I was selected against my will to be a Tri-Wizard champion. Foul play was suspected, and it was true. I have no idea who placed my name in the cup, but I was forced to compete anyway. I was bullied and called a liar and cheat by everyone in Hogwarts since Halloween until the first task. I didn't like that. I was expelled from the Gryffindor Tower and from Gryffindor House. I was houseless for a month and took up residence in a chamber only I have access. I also bonded with an elf, and he has been my friend through all of this. In the first task, I decided to drop all acts and revealed part of my real power and persona. Remus, I managed to kill a bloody dragon, and now I am feared and respected by all. That and seen as the next Dark Lord, but I don't care. I swore a magical oath saying that I didn't put my name in the cup and humiliated the school doing so. I even have respect from Durmstrang students for what I did. That and I seem to have the interest of a half-Vila. I'll be blunt with you. I had a resorting and now I am in the house that the Hat wanted me in the first place, the same I'd be in if I hadn't asked him to put me in Gryffindor. Remus, I am a Slytherin now. The way I see it, you have the same two choices I gave the mutt. Accept it or don't. If you accept it, let me know. If you don't need to contact me ever again. You have until Christmas to tell me your answer. I hope to hear from you soon. Your nephew Pronslett with the letters done. Harry went to Hedwig and caressed her feathers, making the owl hoot in pleasure. How happy he had been when he saw his trusted owl. Hey girl, I know it's late, but I have 2 letters for you, all right? You don't need to go now, you can go tomorrow, okay? The owl hooted and offered her legs to Harry tie the letters. Harry smirked and did it. With a last caress on her white feathers, Dobby appeared and Hedwig flew to his shoulder. With a nod, Dobby popped out from the room, appearing nearly half a minute later. Hedwig is on her way. Would you like a snack, a drink? Asked the elf. No, thank you, Dobby, go rest, replied Harry. You should too, Harry. I need to think. Can I help, or is it about the mistress? Daphne, yes. Good luck then, master, said Dobby, popping away. Harry sighed and walked out of the room, revealing the Chamber of Secrets, his secret lair in Hogwarts. Near Slytherin's statue, the skeleton of the basilisk was mounted in a threatening position, and everything was much cleaner now. After falling in bed in the Slytherin's boys' room, he summoned Dobby, who took him back to the chamber. He had placed several wards on the bed to have it not disturbed. Harry sat on the floor and started to meditate. He usually could think better after that. At 7 in the morning, Dobby popped Harry into the Slytherin's 4th-year dorms. He got out of the bed and saw that his dorm mates were still asleep. Crabbe and Goyle were back as well, but Malfoy's bed was empty still. He looked around the dorm, having done all his ablutions in the chamber, and took a look on his empty trunk at the basis of his bed. Nothing as a little deception. He went back to the common room and sat a little in the couches, admiring the room. There were a couple of 7th years already up who nodded to him, to which he replied in the same way, leaving for breakfast. You got up early, he heard. He looked to Daphne, already prepared for the day as well, looking at him with an appraising look. You didn't seem a morning person. Harry chuckled. Usually I am. It didn't help to have a couple of things in my mind. Oh, perhaps your duel last night. Perhaps the aftermath. She asked with a smirk, knowing full well the ancient rules as well. No, the little shite had it coming and there's nothing anyone can do about it. I'm not even interested about dear old Lucy. I'd given him the very same treatment or worse. You're very full of yourself, Potter, she said, more as an advice and a warning. You saw what I can do, was his reply, and he smirked, and I assure you, you still don't know anything. Daphne felt a shiver on her spine. Her hands trembled as well as she looked to the green-eyed wizard. It wasn't fear, though. More like excitement and hope. She drew a breath. Potter, I need your help. There, she said it. There was no turning back now, no hiding, no pretending. She had opened a door she never wanted open ever, but she did. She admitted he could help her and attempted it. She was also ready to negotiate. He rose an eyebrow as if he was expecting her to continue. Secretly, he was astonished and overjoyed. I want your help in Dada. Any particular reason? He asked, knowing full well. My reasons are my own, Potter, she replied in a cold, sad voice. I can assure you I am not against you and that I need it. I'm willing to pay and negotiate. What do you say? Harry pretended to think about it. I don't care if they are your family or not. They are not going to threatening you again, not if I can help it, my love. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Let's make a deal, then. I help you with your Dada problem and you'll help me with all my tournament problems. Do you agree? He asked, extending her his hand. Daphne was surprised, truly. She expected him to ask for much more, but she wouldn't complain. More, it was likely that help him with the tournament would be very troublesome. Agreed, Potter, she replied, shaking his hand. She didn't notice it, but Harry did. She had a small smile on her lips. Yes, 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 shouted Harry in his mind, overjoyed. By the way, tradition states there is a Yule Ball associated with the tournament, Harry said, drawing her attention. Unless you oppose or would like to go with anyone else, would you like to go with me according with our agreement? Daphne widened her eyes in shock. Then she snorted. Well played, Potter, well played. I have no idea of what you are talking about, said Harry with a smirk. Daphne did her best to hide a smirk of her own. Either there is a lot hidden about you or I have just being played by an amateur. I'd rather believe you are just hiding yourself, she said, looking at his smirk, and I think I am very right, she thought. A couple of conditions, then. Sure, name them and I'll consider them. Very well done, Potter. She thought about his wording. He hadn't said yes or no, just that he would consider it. You'll need to do your best to win the tournament. You'll get proper robes for you if I don't like yours and you teach me properly, she said, looking at him in the eyes. May I ask why you want me to win the tournament? He asked, rather curious. She shrugged. I can't give you a straight answer, Potter, but I think you can after what I have seen, and I personally don't like to not live up to all I can achieve, she said. That's my girl, Harry thought. Besides, like you said, it would crush the dorks and the puffs, she added, making Harry chuckle. Very well. I'll do my best to win the tournament. Don't worry about my robes. I am already on it, and I promise I teach you properly, he said, to which she nodded. This better be worth it. Thought Daphne behind her smirk, even though she couldn't help but think it would be worth it. Would you like to accompany me to breakfast? Asked Harry. I usually wait for Millie and Tracy. You can come with us if you'd like, she replied, receiving a nod. Both of them sat on the couches, waiting. Let's begin with our lessons while we wait, then, asked Harry, to which Daphne turned to him surprised. Considering you managed to cast both charms silently yesterday, I'd like you to try a new thing. I want you to attempt to cast Lumos and several times in succession. Silently, why? She asked, not really seeing the point of the exercise. You may think it's useless, but see it like this. Casting a spell is a matter of controlling the flow of magic from your magical core. Casting silently is a little harder than verbally, but it helps to improve your magic control. Before going to the hard spells, I want you to be able to cast spells silently and with as little effort as possible. Besides, sometimes we cast spells using more magic than needed, and not always the extra magic improves the spell. It does, however, tire you out quickly. Daphne was surprised. Interesting, she said in a whisper. May I ask where you learnt this? Or is my answer Salazar Slytherin's diaries? Not only but also, yes, was his reply, drawing his wand, casting silent lumos and knocks within short intervals as a demonstration, silently and also without wand movements. By the time Millie and Tracy came down, Daphne was able to cast a succession of 3 sets of spells before she made a mistake. It was harder than it looked. Remember, breathe and mold your magic. That's a bit frustrating, Potter, and doesn't help at all, was Daphne's reply. It will come with practice, he replied. So you say. Would I lie to you? You better not. Millie and Tracy were gaping. What in Merlin's name is going on with the shameless flirting? Asked Tracy with a teasing grin, shocking both Harry and Daphne. What are you talking about? asked Daphne, narrowing her eyebrows. Tracy and Millie laughed. Let's just go to breakfast. What about your boyfriend? Asked Millie, to which Tracy snorted. Are you kidding? I'm not going to miss all the fun they can provide us because Theo decided he wanted to sleep, replied Tracy, earning another glare from Daphne. Again, what are you talking about? Asked Daphne, making Tracy grin even more. Millie was chuckling. Breakfast and fun first, dearie, said Tracy. Good morning, ladies, said the voice of Zabini, walking towards them. Potter. Zabini, what's with all the talk? Let's just say that we caught Potter and Daphne flirting, replied Tracy, making Daphne blush very imperceptibly. Really? Asked Zabini with a grin. You work fast, Potter and the Ice Queen. Can I have a word with you, Zabini? Asked Harry, pushing Blaze a couple of feet away from them. The girls were surprised and got even more when they saw Blaze blush red and lowering his eyes. Then both of them went back to them. So breakfast then? Asked Blaze, leaving 3 very surprised girls, or if you'd like to wait, Theo was getting up already. Theo took some minutes to meet them in the common room and was surprised to see them. The girls were looking curious at Zabini, Potter was smirking, and Zabini was talking about something. The group went together to breakfast. What did you tell Blaze that cut him short? Whispered Daphne to Harry while they were walking to the Great Hall, making sure no one heard them. Harry smirked. I told him that if he didn't stop, I'd tease him about the one he is being moaning about in his dreams, he said, earning a surprised look. You know something? She asked, curious. Yes. Not really, but I managed to learn 2 things, he said, earning a look from her. He does have a secret crush he doesn't want anyone to know, and from now on he will behave, even if it's only if he's afraid I'd tell. Daphne was surprised. Well played, Potter. Thank you, Greengrass. Not even a week had passed, and Daphne could say she was friendly with Potter. No, with Harry. She was so used to call him only Potter that it was still hard to remember to call him Harry. After Harry's acceptance in the House of the Snakes, Gryffindors sneered at Harry everywhere. Some of the older dorks attempted to bully some snake firsties, only to have been found stuck to the walls, with no memory of the event whatsoever. The Fisties, however, refused to say anything about who helped them, even though it was painfully obvious. They looked at Harry in awe. Daphne found it amusing. Harry's crusade to crush both the dorks and the duffers was going great. In classes, he would perform his work properly and nicely, even before Granger, earning the points from her. Somehow, Daphne believed he had sabotaged Granger's potion, earning her a T in potions. Oh, how she had cried and found it unfair, and the best part, Harry had left no proof pointing at him. For all intents and purposes, Granger had failed. Daphne didn't understand very well from where all the hate between Harry and Granger had come. They seemed so close. Everyone thought they would be dating. But that didn't happen at all. She could understand some of it, but it was too much anger and hate. Daphne was curious, but she wouldn't pry. Weasley attempted several times to start a confrontation with Harry, calling him a traitor and a slimy snake. Harry's reply was a sneer, for everyone's surprise, and a question. Remember McGonagall's words first night of first year, Weasel? What am I asking? Of course you don't. She said our house was our family, therefore. I ask you, Weasel, who is the greater traitor? The one who turns his back on those who betrayed him first, or those who turn his back on family in a time of need? Which, of course, led to Weasley drawing his wand and attempt to curse Harry. He never did because of the disarming spell Daphne sent him, completely silent, earning her a nod from Harry and a couple of house points from Professor Snape, who saw everything. Even Longbottom attempted to confront Harry, leading to one of the weirder moments in Hogwarts history. Longbottom came to Harry in the corridors, after Transfiguration class, asking to speak to him, all the while stuttering. Harry's reply. He glared at the near squib boy, and behind him, his massive snake Zale took form. Only then did Harry spoke, his words full of hate. Get lost, you damned traitor, before I feed you to my snake. Longbottom wet himself and ran like the wind. The Slytherins found it amusing, but Daphne found something else in Harry's actions. Real hate. More, nothing had justified the summoning of Zale. He hadn't done it against any other dork before. That had been far worse than Longbottom, and yet, Harry had done it. Why had the squib earned such a hate from Harry? She was even more curious, but again, she didn't pry. However, that led to questions about what Zale was, and McGonagall took 20 points from Slytherin for threatening a student, 10 for casting spells in the corridors, and 20 for summoning a dangerous beast. Harry was livid and banished Zale and left before he would blow up, or at least that's what it looked. Daphne had also seen Weaslet looking at Harry in the corridors several times. Harry didn't even look at her, his despise clear in his face. Then there were the Duffers who started to sneer even more at Harry. When one of them attempted to cast a spell on him, the spell was rebounded and hit the caster, making the puff grow donkey ears and bray. It had been amusing. Then there was the time during dinner of Harry's third day as a snake that the entire puff table flashed and all Duffers became naked. It was chaos. It was humiliating for them, of course, and despite there were no evidences, everyone knew it had been Harry. He wasn't docked points nor given detention because nothing, not even his wand, pointed at it. From that moment on, only some Duffers bent on revenge even looked at Harry. Daphne also started to spend some extra time with Harry. Not only during study sessions with their year mates, but also in her tutoring sessions, to which Harry was almost always ready. Daphne could say she was enjoying learning with Harry's help. She would never admit it, but he was actually a great teacher. Theo, Tracy, Blaise, Millie and herself had become friendly with Harry. Even Pansy looked like it. Malfoy kept his polite distance and Crabbe and Goyle stayed at his side. Of course, there had also been the howlers from the Weasley matriarch, accusing Harry Potter of being a traitor to the light, demanding him to demand a new sorting and go to Gryffindor. Harry sat the howler, ignoring it while having breakfast, ignoring the snickering from the dorks and even the Duffers. Before the howler could end its rant, Harry pointed his wand to it, causing it to burn to ash. "It's too early in the morning to listen to banshees," was his reply, causing some snickering among the House of the Snakes and a dejected look in the other houses. The same thing repeated itself for 3 days, until the deputy headmistress actually contacted the Weasley Banshee and force her to stop to send the damn howlers that Harry Potter always ignored. One would suspect that Lucius Malfoy would come in barging in the Great Hall and demand justifications over what happened to his son, but somehow, Lucius Malfoy was found injured in a dead end in Knockturn Alley. He was in a coma since then and with serious injuries. No one knew what happened. Narcissa Malfoy, if she knew what had happened to Draco, didn't say anything. Malfoy did stay away from Potter. It was as if he had finally understood that he wasn't the Prince of the Snakes. Curiously, a armorer in Knockturn Alley had reported a theft of several items, among them 2 complete sets of dragon armor. One possible theory, favored by the prophet, was that since illustrious citizen Lucius Malfoy had been found in the vicinity, he had attempted to stop the burglary and was heavily injured by the perpetrators. The Daily Prophet wrote several pieces about Harry and his resorting, accusing him to go dark and evil, considering his behavior, the strange accidents that befall Hogwarts, and his resorting to Slytherin. Harry's reply was printed in the front page of the Daily Prophet and every other publication of Magical Britain. Open letter to the Wizarding Britain Grettings. My name is Harry James Potter, known among you as the boy who lived. I come to reply the accusations made against my person. Ever since my name came out from the Cup of Fire, nomming me the 4th champion of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, I have been the target of a vilification campaign by none other than the entire country, spearheaded by none other than the Daily Prophet and Ms. Rita Skeeter. First of all, concerning my choosing as a champion, as I said several times over, I did not place my name in the Goblet of Fire, nor did I ask anyone to do it for me. I even swore by my life and magic that I did not do it, nor did I ask or coerced anyone else to do it for me. Ask for a memory of your children. I did in the day after the first task. As you may know, I was exiled from the House of Gryffindor for being a cheat. Considering my previous statement, supported by my oath, it seemed that Gryffindor House exiled me without reason. I refused to be a part of that disgraced house anymore. I asked for a resorting, and the sorting had decided that more than ever, I qualified to be sorted into Slytherin House, the very house it wanted to sort me in my very first year, and didn't because, unfortunately, I was a young and impressionable lad who had been told that only evil wizards come from Slytherin, giving the example of Lord You-Know-Who. To our readers, the original letter had the name of You-Know-Who written, having been taken out to protect our readers' sensitivities and his Death Eaters. However, as I came to learn in the previous years, Slytherin is the house for the cunning and ambitious, not the dark and evil. Sure, You-Know-Who did indeed come from the House of the Snakes, as did several others of his Death Eaters, although not all, as we all may know. but so did most of our most ancient and noble families, as well as other relevant individuals. Did you know that our own Madame Pomfrey, Hogwarts nurse, was a Slytherin? Is the prophet implying that these noble people are dark and evil just because they were sorted into Slytherin? They certainly imply this about me, that my sorting into the House of the Snakes is nothing else than a sign of my own dark and evil ways. Why, I ask. Concerning the accidents that befall Hogwarts students, I can only say that my wand was tested for priori incantatem revealing nothing. Headmaster Dumbledore, Deputy Headmaster McGonagall, and Professor Snape were present at the time and can act as witnesses. I would appreciate that this character-bashing campaign to stop. Least we need to involve the law. Harry Potter, in truth, the message had been short and direct and had did its job. The following day, the prophet published a front page acknowledging Harry's letter and apologizing to him and to every other Slytherin student and alumni for his Skeeter words. It was rather amusing for Daphne, especially when she saw the smug look on Madame Pomfrey. She had never known she had been a snake. Of course, all that was nothing compared with what had happened on the fourth night after Harry's sorting into Slytherin. Flashback: the students entered the Great Hall for dinner, only to find the tables empty of food. "Are we early?" asked Theo. Daphne, however, noticed the distress in the face of some of the teachers. "Something is happening," said Harry, as he noticed the entire Great Hall filling, as well as the shock of everyone when they saw the empty tables. Whispers quickly became full conversations, the time passed and no food appeared. "Where's the food? It's not here," shouted none other than Weasel as he was entering the hall. "As if we haven't noticed it," complained Blaise, feeling his stomach growling. "Stop complaining, you're not the only one hungry," replied Millie, and Blaise actually shut up. Daphne saw the proceedings and sighed. She looked at Potter, who was reading a book about pureblood etiquette. "You could drop the book for a moment, you know." Daphne, somewhat exasperated. "As amusing as it is to see Zabini being chewed by Bulstrode, I do want to finish this section," he said. "Besides, you practically demanded me to read the book and to start to act as someone of my standing." He rose his eyes from the book and looked at Daphne. "Or would you rather having me looking at those beautiful sapphires of yours?" he said with a smirk, making Daphne gape. Everyone looked at him. "What the hell?" asked Theo, looking at him in shock. "I told you." "Potter is a shameless flirt all the time he's with Daph," replied Tracy with a grin. "Is someone who spent the afternoon kissing by the lake jealous?" asked Harry, looking at Tracy and making her blush. "No," she said, "I just find it funny because she hasn't even cursed you once." "Funny, the stinging hex in my left but cheek says otherwise," Harry replied, noticing the smug look on Daphne's face. "Wait, what?" asked Millie, suddenly very interested. "He angered me," was Daphne's reply. "He called me princess." "I was trying to motivate you," replied Harry, ignoring the others laughing, but since it was silent and with no movements, I'll let it pass. That shut them all up. "You're learning from him?" asked Blaise, seeing the smug look of Daphne's. "Yes, Potter has its uses. Who knew he was actually a good teacher?" she said with a smirk, waving her hair. "Wait, I think something weird is happening," said Potter suddenly, stopping them. "Greengrass just complimented me. Someone make sure the world isn't ending." They all laughed, and Daphne cast a silent spell, turning Harry's hair into Slytherin green. Harry could see that behind the cold exterior, Daphne was actually having fun. Their year mates laughed more. "Well, nice spell, but why green?" he asked with a grin. "It suits you," was her reply, and much for her chagrin, he didn't finish the charm. "Attention students, there seems to be a problem with our food," said Dumbledore, attracting the attention of everyone. "We expect to have it solved in some minutes, please. We expect your patience." "Okay, that's it," said Harry, closing his book. Dobby, the weird house elf, appeared next to Harry, and they started to talk among themselves, not heard by anyone. Then Harry's laugh was heard in the entire Great Hall, silencing everyone. Everyone turned to him, seeing him laughing too hard, almost falling from the bench. He was being supported by the house elf, who was himself trying hard not to laugh. He failed, of course, and he too started to laugh. Master and elf fell on the floor laughing. The snakes were concerned about Harry, and Daphne was even more when she heard Harry saying he couldn't breathe because he was laughing so hard. "Mr. Potter," shouted Dumbledore, "what is the meaning of this?" Of course, Harry only laughed harder. Tell. "Oh, Merlin, that's hilarious," said Harry again, trying to regain some composure. Everyone was looking at him in shock. "What the hell, Potter?" asked Parkinson in a shriek while Harry was attempting to control himself by breathing. Okay, I can do this," he said, and his new friends knew he was really trying hard. I'd like to say that I support the house elves' struggle. Geo house elves. And he cracked again. Again, everyone started to look at him as if he had 2 or more heads. Call him, please, I can't. Laughed again, this time sitting on the bench. Timbler, called Dobby, and a very old house elf appeared before Dobby, who was still laughing, just like his master. Timbler, please, can you explain what is happening? Asked Harry politely, to which the elf nodded. We's house elves are on strike. We are until the evil one, she who must never be named, the bane of house elves, stops her attempts to free and kill us, poor working Hogwarts house elves. What? Someone asked, not really understanding. Can you explain, Timbler? Asked Dumbledore, looking at the house elf and looking at the still laughing Harry Potter. The evil one keeps dropping clothes for us, poor house elves. One of us touched clothes and was freed from its bond to Hogwarts. Poor Tybee is dying because of it. And she keeps doing it to kill more of us, poor hard-working house elves. Timbler said, in a mixture of sorrow, anger, and desperation, enough to bring Harry out of his amusement while everyone was imitating a fish. We even stopped cleaning the Red Tower, but she leaves things everywhere else too. We's lives in fear. People were just gaping, looking at the old elf and to the younger elf who stood with his hand on his shoulder. He wasn't laughing anymore, neither was Potter. They were both getting angry, if the scowl was any indication. Oi, Granger, how does it feel? He asked, glaring at the Gryffindor, to know that you are killing good and hard-working house elves because of your stupidity. Did you even research about elves? Did you even realize what you were doing by leaving all those clothes all around? Asked an angered Harry Potter as everyone's attention turned to a fearful and red Granger. I didn't, she tried, being stopped by Harry. No, you didn't, you stupid bint. Hissed Harry, the house elves refuse to work because they are afraid of you. You are almost a master for them, as all of us are. You have power over them, and what do? You act as the typical M-word person that gives a bad name to all Muggleborns. And you Muggleborns wonder why you are frowned upon. It's because of people like her. There are rules in this world, rules that I admit I was unaware until a couple of months ago. Rules that I attempted to learn. Rules that justify why my mother, a mere Muggle-born, was appreciated and respected by even the most bigot pureblood. Except Malfoy. But yet, even if they call her a M-word person, some still hold some respect for her, because she attempted to be a part of the world, not change it and make a damn magical copy of the Muggle world, destroying centuries of traditions. Try to understand this world and its people before assuming you know what's best to anyone else. The house elves refuse to clean your tower because they are just afraid to find more clothes, but that wasn't enough, right? You left more clothes all around. And now, the poor house elves are even afraid of leaving the kitchen. Because of you and your damn spew. And because they couldn't do anything else, they refused to cook for us to draw attention to their plight before you kill them all. Accused Harry, his magic flaring around him, pointing at Granger. Everyone was impressed by Harry's insight, and knowing or not, Harry had just declared himself as neutral in the political game that ruled the wizarding world. Some Muggleborns actually took his words to heart. Everyone turned in anger at Granger, who was crying at the table. There were even some wands drawn. Dumbledore and McGonagall opted to save Granger and take her with them, leaving a very angry population behind. Timbler vanished, knowing full well that his plight had been heard, eager to tell the good news to his brethren. Harry sat again on the bench. Damn, the bint really is stupid, he said, and the house elves, sneaky bastards, they got us really good. He chuckled again, then Dobby laughed. Slytherin found it amusing and laughed as well, as did Durmstrang and a couple of others. Gryffindor didn't, they had been humiliated enough by Granger. M-word person? Asked Theo, raising an eyebrow to Harry. No one docked points, did they? Replied Harry as a matter of fact. Actually, there seemed to be some extra points. You still acted as a damn Gryffindor, replied Daphne with a disapproving glare. Really? He asked, turning to her. I defended tradition. I went to the point to state that the Muggleborns should learn our traditions to be accepted. We don't need to talk about my power, do we? My ambitions. Well, I wouldn't be here now, would I? And please, Greengrass, I'm not as transparent as I show. I know how to be cunning. I'm able to be a resourceful guy, and even though I don't show it often, I like to stay in one piece, and I am pretty determined, as you could see by my speech. I may not be the standard Slytherin raised in a pure blood house, but I do have our traits. I'm tainted with a bit of Gryffindor, though. The Slytherins stood, hearing Potter's reasoning on how he had the traits of their house. They couldn't fault him in that. Tracy's stomach growled, as did Theo's and Blaze's. "Damn, that was funny, but I'm hungry," complained Blaze. "Well, if there is no dinner for us here, I think I'll just go back to our common room," said Harry with a smirk and a wink to his friends. "As amusing as this is, I think we may forget food for today." Then, the other three houses saw something happen. Almost everyone from the House of the Snakes followed Potter out of the Great Hall as if they were following their leader. The truth was that the other years saw the looks the fourth years gave each other. Deciding to take their chances, and it wasn't like they were going to eat soon, they followed the fourth years. Harry was still chuckling when they reached the common room, and after Harry's hiss, the door opened, allowing everyone to enter just to be dazzled. "Well, boys and girls, party is on me," said Harry, picking a butterbear from a crate of ice. The common room had been rearranged, having a massive table in the middle with what seemed to be a massive chunk of meat in the center, waiting for people to cut from it. All Slytherins were gaping, looking at it. Everyone likes dragon, right? The party actually happened, and Harry admitted that he would enjoy to do the party by the lake, but that would give trouble. Daphne actually approached him during the party, when he was talking to Alastair, still wearing his green hair. "You planned all this, didn't you?" she asked with an accusatory glance. Alastair looked at the green-haired young man and saw him chuckling. "I have no idea of what you're talking about, Greengrass," he said with a smirk, and Alastair actually chuckled, realizing the truth. "It's not like I knew what was happening thanks to Dobby. It's not like I told Dobby to convince the house elves to do something, convincing them that would end their problem with Granger. And it's not like I knew that the elves would eventually do something, or that Dobby knew about the strike in advance, not telling me, by the way, which would justify all my laughter. I really didn't expect it and prepared all this food from what we had in stock from the dragon I killed in the first task, just to feed my house, just because I'm a nice guy." Then the laughter started, all around them. The revelation spread to all others in the house, and everyone was looking in awe to Harry. In one night, he had proved he embodied all of Slytherin's traits: traditionalism, resourcefulness, cunning, ambition, leadership, self-preservation, determination, cleverness, fraternity, and power. "I wasn't supposed to snap like that, though," he whispered in a way that only Daphne heard. The laughter continued, and Harry's position was actually cemented in the house. "So, what do you think, Greengrass?" asked Harry, and Daphne smirked. "I think my name is Daphne. Use it, Potter," she replied with a beautiful smirk. "Only if you call me Harry." "Deal." End of flashback. Professor Snape had come into the common room to find the party at full swing, and because he was hungry, he stayed for a piece of dragon roast. After being told everything, he actually paled and mumbled something, leaving little afterwards. Had anyone checked the points log, they would find Harry Potter, 50 points to Slytherin for providing to his house. Right after Harry Potter, 20 points to Slytherin for defending the traditional values and make a point against the blatant stupidity of Muggleborns. Giving 70 points to Potter in the same night, Severus Snape had to be sick. He desperately needed a strong drink. The following day, everything was back on normal, except that Granger was being glared by everyone, from her house, passing by the other houses and the guests. She even got a detention, having to write a report on house elves, their history and role in the wizarding world for the headmaster, as a form of informative detention. She would be lucky if her actions weren't known and published in the paper, which they were, thanks to a concerned student that wished to be anonymous. Granger received several traps by Owl, some of which sent her to the hospital wing for several days, much to the amusement of the anonymous student, who decided to keep his hair green for a day, just to amuse himself with the exasperation of a certain blue-eyed blonde beauty who deep down found his actions amusing as well. To say that Daphne Greengrass was amused would be an understatement. Ever since Harry Potter had been sorted into Slytherin, there had been an almost continuous source of entertainment in Hogwarts. She was learning things she wouldn't learn anywhere else, and she was growing powerful. She even found amusing the fact that she welcomed Harry's blatant flirting. She actually found him to be a nice guy. She knew very well that what he showed to his housemates was very different of the cold and vindictive mask he presented to the rest of the student body. Of course, Daphne didn't know then, but there was much more to Harry Potter than she knew. Harry checked the contents of the stone container, which was heavily warded. Ravenclaw's diadem was inside, as was an old gray sock, both items Horcruxes, the sock being the piece of soul he had attached to his scar. Harry and Dobby had performed the extraction ritual, which was quite easy for someone who knew what to do, and attached the sole piece to one of Dobby's old socks. It had been the first thing to do, as soon as he had a chance. He hadn't destroyed them yet, he was keeping them until the time was right. He walked back to the desk and looked at the letter Hedwig had finally brought to him the day before. "Dear Pronkslet, what the hell do you mean you haven't received any of my letters? Do you even know how much worried I have been? Even poor old Moony has attempted to get to you, but for some reason, our letters haven't reached you and the owls always brought them back. According with what you said in your previous letters, I can assume that it's because you spent more time at the Chamber of Secrets than other part of the castle. That sounds dumb, though. I have no idea why. I am confident that this pretty owl of yours will be able to find you. For this reason, I'm sending all my previous letters with her. The Daily Prophet has been our only source of news from you, and I must say, well done. According with the paper, your task was nothing short of amazing, although dangerous as hell. What were you thinking, young man? That was also the most irresponsible and foolish thing I have ever seen, and I did a few. And what do you mean, reveal your true self? Sorry, I'm just trying to be supportive and responsible here. I know I have failed you, Harry, but I intend to make it up to you from now on. I'm with Remus, and we're both fine. Please, Harry, he should meet soon, preferably next Hogsmeade weekend, and talk about this face to face. Remus agrees with his, and we should have some contacts to get you everything you might need. I must say, I'm shocked, and so is Moony, that you were sorted in Slytherin. James is probably rolling on his grave, but hey, I know I was a bit of an idiot while I was a kid, but I am perfectly sane. Moony laughed here, to realize that Slytherin doesn't mean evil. Hell, my cousin Andromeda was in Slytherin, and she is an angel. The rest of the family, though. Moving on. We support you either way, just make sure you are safe. I have to say that I found outrageous that cute witch that helped you save me last summer turned her back on you, and I hope your magical oath brought her, and that whole damn school down a peg. I expect to hear more from this Vila bird soon. Don't forget, send us a letter with your next Hogsmeade weekend date so we can get to you. I suggest the Shrieking Shack. Be sure you are safe and make sure to tell us if you need anything. Your handsome and rogue Uncle Padfoot and your not-so-handsome uncle with a furry problem, Moony. Harry grinned. His uncles were at his side. Good. Dobby, he called. Harry, the elf replied, popping next to him. It's time. Can you get us to Grimmauld Place? I can. Very well. Get your armor and get ready to leave, replied Harry, starting to dress his dragon armor while Dobby mimicked him. Any idea on when our basilisk armors will be ready? The armorer said that they should be ready in the next or the following week, replied Dobby, earning a nod. Both dressed up in full set, and Harry donned a black travel robe with a hood. Dobby sheated several knives at his belt, and Harry holstered his wand at his arm and holstered a silver dagger. Ready. Take us to Grimmauld Place, ordered Harry. Do you think your dogfather and the wolf will be there? Asked the elf, making Harry hesitate. Crap, I haven't even considered it. I thought Sirius would be with Remus. I can go there and check the house. If they are there, I can meet with Kreacher and talk to him. If not, I can always come back and pop you with me, replied the elf, but Harry shook his head. Take me with you. I'll stay outside, disillusioned, and keep a perimeter while you check the house. My magic may still be keyed to the wards, and I should have no problems in, Harry considered. I presume that meeting them today is out of the question, asked Dobby, to which Harry nodded. Too early, and it would raise too many questions. Harry replied, and Dobby nodded. Harry put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. Dobby popped away, and both appeared at the square in an alley at Grimmauld Place. Dobby felt the wards, and since he was still keyed into them, he popped into the house in silence while Harry disillusioned himself and went to the square, checking the street. He waited for a while and nothing happened. Then Dobby popped next to him. I spoke to Kreacher, and he's willing to listen to you. He says to enter through the door, reported Dobby. Harry nodded and went into the house. As expected, the door opened with a tap of his wand. Harry entered into the entry hall and was met by both Kreacher and a screeching portrait of Mrs. Black. What is this? Filth invading the house of my noble Ancestors. Thieves, mudblods. She continued to spew her filth, and Harry waved her wand, silencing her by creating a ward of silence around her frame. Kreacher just stood there, eyes widened as he recognized something in the newcomer. Use. Kreacher feels Black family magic in use. How? Why? The answer is long and painful, Kreacher. All I will tell you is that I know your master Regulus' secret, and that can help you to destroy the locket and bring peace to you and your master's memory. Had Harry paid attention to Mrs. Black's portrait, he would have seen that the portrait had stopped shouting in silence and was looking at Harry very curious. Creature widened his eyes. "Why should Creature trust you?" asked the old elf, almost hopeful. "Creature, you said it yourself that you can feel Black family magic in me. I can give you an oath that I shall destroy the locket, or even better, I can have you destroy it when time comes. I am an enemy of the Dark Lord, and I want to bring him down, just as your master Regulus wanted. He died attempting to destroy the locket, Creature. Don't you think we owe it to him?" Creature had tears on his eyes and nodded. "If you swear to me that you will destroy the locket for Master Regulus, Creature will give it to use." Harry smiled, turning his wand up. "I, Harry James Potter, godson to Sirius Orion Black, swear upon my life and magic that I shall either destroy or provide means to destroy the locket that the house elf Creature possesses for safekeeping, given to him by his master Regulus Black with orders to destroy it. So mote it be." A flash of light surged from Harry, and Creature widened his eyes. "Yous be Harry Potter, godson to filthy blood traitor Master Sirius." "I am Creature, will you trust me now?" asked Harry, ignoring the portrait attempts to scream even more. "When will yous destroy it?" asked Creature, hopeful. "I wanted to destroy all of them together before attacking Voldemort," replied Harry, and Creature nodded, snapping his fingers. The golden locket appeared in his hands. "Can yous do it now?" asked Creature, and Harry shook his head. "No. I don't know if the Dark Lord will sense its destruction, and I don't want him to get suspicious." Creature agrees. "Can Creature witness it when time comes?" he asked again, and Harry nodded. "I shall send my friend Dobby to get you then, Creature," said Harry, waving at Dobby, who remained in silence the whole time. "Young Dobby elf is lucky," said Creature, looking in awe to the younger elf. "Yous have the strongest bond." "My master offered me his friendship, Creature, not a normal bond. I was truly blessed by magic, and if I may, you can trust in my master's words." Creature nodded and delivered Harry the locket. "Creature, I believe that your master Sirius Black will come into this house soon. Could you please not tell him anything about me being here or about Regulus and the locket? When it's all done, we can tell him, but not now. Can you do this?" Creature agrees, the old elf said, and Harry turned to Mrs. Black, who was purple, looking at Harry. "Lady Black, before I leave, I want you to know that all you heard was true," said Harry, pointing his wand at the painting, alarming Creature who was stopped by Dobby. "Unfortunately, I can't let you remember anything that happened here today. Did you know that paintings can be obliviated? Obliviate." Harry placed the locket inside the container with the sock and the diadem. Only Nagini, the cup, and the ring remained. His chosen method to destroy the Horcruxes was fairly simple. He planned to dip the items in basilisk poison and let the Horcrux be destroyed, leaving the item fairly intact. The container was made already counting with that eventuality. Harry sat in one of the chairs, thinking on the irony. Had it not be Creature, he would have entered the house and killed the elf and claimed the locket. However, Harry Potter had a soft spot for Creature, even if they had a bad start in the original timeline. Creature had proved to be instrumental to help him with the affairs of the House of Black after the war. That was the only reason Harry had spared the old elf. Gratitude, or so he liked to think. While Harry was thinking, Dobby brought him some tea. "It was far easier than expected," said Dobby, to which Harry nodded. "We can get the ring tomorrow evening or later," said Harry, thinking. "The bloody snake has to be the second to last for obvious reasons, and I am not very confident about the cup." "Couldn't you make an agreement with the goblins?" asked Dobby, and Harry shook his head. "I doubt it. I had a meeting with Silverteeth a couple of weeks before we came back, and he pretty much admitted that goblins don't care about what the clients keep in their vaults, as long as it isn't a danger for the goblin nation. We can count out the goblin support. Then, what is your plan? I don't think that assaulting the bank again is an idea, even with the help of an ambitious goblin." The elf said, earning a chuckle from Harry. "It did work last time, didn't it?" Harry said, grinning. "But no, I think I have a better plan. All we need is to assure Bellatrix Lestrange's cooperation." "How?" asked Dobby, knowing full well that his master already had an ingenious plan. "We start by breaking her out of Azkaban, but that's a plan for the new year." Within the end of the second week of December, Daphne was already tired. Tired of being teased by her dorm mates, by the older girls of the house, and even her bloody sister. All of them wanted to know if she was dating Potter, if there was something between them, for how long, or if she wasn't, if she could provide some advice. How hard could it be to understand that they were just allies? The thought felt empty, though. She liked Harry's company. He could be amusing, knowledge of magic spells. Much to her surprise, although he was a disaster with traditions and protocols, he was friendly and was completely different of the pampered Prince Malfoy and Snape had advertised for years. He was powerful, smart, and vicious, had access to the Chamber of Secrets, and didn't bow down to anyone. Sure, Daphne had started to consider Harry as a friend the day of the House Elves' strike, and considered him one of the most interesting boys in the house, but that didn't mean that she was involved with him. Her sister was the worst. She hadn't asked for advice, nor had she asked for clarification about Harry and Daphne's business arrangement that everyone was confusing with dating. No, Astoria had just come to her and had asked, out of the blue, "How long will it take for you two to get into a broom closet?" It was in moments like those that she really hated Harry Potter, but then he would do something that would amaze her. How did he make her forget her anger towards him? Harry decided to introduce her to the Room of Requirement on the 7th floor. The room was able to create everything you wanted and take any shape desired. When she asked him how he had found it, his reply was, naturally, Salazar Slytherin's journals. "One day I'll want to check those journals," she said once in exasperation. It seemed that was his reply to everything. His reply. "Fine, I'll take you to the Chamber of Secrets tomorrow night." He did take her to the chamber. She was not amused to discover that the entrance was in the second-floor girls' toilet. She was quite impressed, however, with the magic giving access. With a hiss, Harry summoned stairs and lights and amused her with the story of how he originally found the chamber. He told her about the place where Lockhart caused the tunnel to collapse and how he had been forced to carry on alone. Daphne started to have a bad feeling about the trip. When they reached the chamber, Harry opened the doors and she found herself in a massive cave with snake statues and a massive man's face, and in front of it, a 60-foot basilisk skeleton in an attack position. Hadn't been for Harry, Daphne would fall on her knees after seeing the skeleton. You killed that?" she asked in awe. "Yeah," he said in a whisper, enjoying the feeling of having her in his arms and sniffing her perfume. "How?" she asked again, still looking at the skeleton, afraid to look at him and shed tears. "I stabbed it with Gryffindor's sword through the mouth. One of its fangs bit me, though, and I survived with the help of Fox Phoenix tears." "What?" she shouted, turning to him in an instant, breaking the hug and having a look of shock and disbelief on her face. "Crap. Are you telling me that you, with 12 years old, stabbed that through its mouth, and got bitten by a fang and yet survived because of Phoenix tears?" "I can show you the memory if you don't believe me," said Harry. Daphne looked at him in shock. "Sure," was her apathetic reply. Harry led her to a wall and hissed in Parseltongue. She already expected it. It was Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. The wall opened to reveal a massive chamber with a room, a laboratory, and a library sharing the space. "Welcome to my secret chambers since Halloween. Have fun," joked Harry, and Daphne actually looked at him with a glare. "Who do you take me for?" "This is Slytherin's chamber, isn't it? I guess I need you to speak Parseltongue." 10 points to Slytherin," Harry joked again, walking with her to the library section. It was Slytherin's private collection, or at least part of it, and several of his journals. After making sure it was safe to pick a journal, by making Harry pick the one she wanted and making sure nothing happened to him, she opened it, only to be shocked while looking at it. "Can you pick another one?" she asked, pointing to the one she wanted. He gave it to her and she was equally shocked. "Harry?" "Yes," he asked, sporting a smirk. "What is this?" she asked, turning the pages and seeing only squiggly lines. "My best bet, considering I can read it, is either written Parseltongue or a charm that disguises the words and only a Parseltongue can read it. Considering that snakes don't have the need to write, I'll go with the second," he said with a smirk. "You bastard," she told him, closing the journal and with a disappointed look in her face. "I was actually excited, you know." "I know," he replied straight face. "You wanted to see the journals. I never promised you'd be able to read them, though. The best I can do is translate them for you, but that would take several years." Daphne sighed. "Fine. You had a memory to show me," she said with cold eyes, looking at him. He nodded and took her to the living arrangements, towards a pensive that stood on a table. Harry actually removed a memory from his head and dropped it into the bowl. "I added the memory of everything since we entered the toilet until everything ended. Are you ready?" "Are you coming?" she asked. "I want to do something I'd rather not," he replied. "Pay attention and then I'll ask all your questions, all right?" "Fine," was her reply, and placed her head in the bowl. Harry chuckled. She really had much to learn about him. Harry went to one of the shelves and picked a tome. carefully enchanted by him since he had returned to that time. He picked up the first 10 journals from Salazar, in chronological order, and performed the enchantments, creating copies of the 10 journals in the tome in English. She was definitively going to be surprised. The time passed, and Daphne came out from the pensive pail and shivering, only to see Harry sat at a chair, reading a journal. You! You. Harry sighed and closed the book, walking towards her. He saw her red eyes and the horror she felt seeing the memory. He embraced her and she let him. He's gone now, Daphne, he said. She was trembling. How was it possible? The diary, Voldemort, she asked, and he lied. I don't know what kind of magic that was, but it's gone now, he said, and she looked to him with amazement and a scowl. I hope you're no longer a stupid Gryffindor. No, now I am a cunning Slytherin, he said with a grin. I mean it, she said, her voice low and cold. There are moments, he replied, knowing it was true. She left his embrace, embarrassed to allow herself into that position, but she had to admit it felt nice. Daphne, he asked, and she looked at him again. He was smiling and waved her to come with him. He picked up a book and gave it to her. She opened and gasped. But you said, she started, looking at the page Diary of Salazar Slytherin, Volume 1. With magic, there is always a way. That tome will translate every book in Parseltonge, as long as you perform the charms properly. You have 10 journals there, have fun, and then I can get you more, he said, not noticing the tears of happiness in her eyes. Thank you, she whispered. It's a lovely gift, but what do you want in return? She asked, her Slytherin side taking charge. You. He walked towards her and cleaned her tears, giving her a hug. I'll tell you at the Yule Ball, but I promise you, I'll not force you to do anything you don't want to, he whispered. In truth, he wanted nothing more than kissing her right there, but he knew he still had a lot to do if he wanted her to fall in love with him. So he decided to wait. That's fine, then, she whispered, still on his arms. What was it that he did to her? She needed to take a hold of herself. They knew each other for barely 2 weeks, for Merlin's sake. She had a reputation to uphold. Unlike what many students believed, it was fairly common to see Slytherins walking alone through the corridors of the school. It was mostly the younger years that did walk together. Daphne liked to walk by the lake in the evening, preferably alone. It was one of those things she had taken a like to and contributed to her Ice Queen persona. She didn't mind that people considered her a cold-hearted bitch. Of course, that had been before. Now she found herself smirking often, sometimes smiling. What happened to her emotional control? Her thinking led her to a long walk by the lake, stopping sometimes to throw a couple of stones into the water. She blamed Potter. Harry, Potter, damn it. She stayed by the shore, her arms crossed while she looked into the water. She had no idea of what to do. She no longer denied it. She liked him almost as much as she liked Tracy or Millie, who were her best friends. Therefore, she considered Harry a close friend. He could be kind, funny, and a smartass, but he could also be vicious, ruthless, and unstoppable. Sometimes he showed interest on her, but not the interest she usually saw in the face of other boys. Others, he treated her just like a friend, and others still, she found herself the target of his flirting. Harry Potter was a puzzle. She decided to walk back to the common room, since she still had the charms class homework to do. Not all was bad, though, she thought to herself. She had noticed that since she had become closer with Harry, the number of lustful gazes and looks given to her had decreased dramatically. That was one of the good things. She kept getting powerful and was learning several new spells. Being Harry Potter's ally for all the research to prepare for the tasks of the tournament had its privileges. Harry had full access to the restricted section in Slytherin's library. As she entered the castle doors, she turned to the dungeons, only to be intercepted by a group of 2 Gryffindor girls and 1 boy attempting to look threatening. The new golden trio. Granger, Weasley, and Weaslett. Oh joy, look what the Kneazle dragged in, taunted Weasel, leveling his wand to Daphne. What do you want? Asked Daphne in a cold and imperious tone, actually making Granger shiver. It was short-lived, though. You don't scare us, bitch, shouted Weaslett. Red with anger, we want you to release Harry from whatever spell or potion you have him under. What? Was Daphne's thought. How crazy are they? What are you talking about? Asked Daphne again. Oh, please don't even try it, replied Granger with her bossy attitude. We noticed he's always around you and that you're using him to improve your grades. There is no way he'd become a Slytherin on his own free will. Daphne glared at Granger. Really, oh smartest witch. She asked with a sneer, tell me, how could I be controlling him? He could resist Moody's Imperio, how would I control him? She asked, focusing on the eye love potion. Replied Weaslett, showing her famous Weasley temper. That's ridiculous. replied Daphne before being cut out by Granger again. Is it? I noticed the looks he gives you. I noticed he keeps around you more than everyone else. What else could it be? You really think we'd fall for that? That Harry would just turn his back on us? That he'll just get to fancy a slimy snake like you? Asked the pig, making her groan. Not these idiots, too. What exactly was your plan? Asked Granger, smirking at the blonde girl. Turn him to your master. My master? I bow to no one, Granger. I'd take care with what I'd say. Weasley scoffed. Right, as if we didn't know better. All of you slimy snakes are Death Eaters in training. I bet this was your plan all along. You used dark magic to put his name in the cup, gave him some kind of potion or cast a spell for him to turn his back on us and forcing him to go to your house, just to bask on his glory as champion and to have him around to deliver him to you-know-who. What? She shouted in anger, almost losing her posture. You-know-who is dead, Weasley, replied Daphne, making them scoff. Oh, please, do you think we believe that? Asked Granger again. We went with Harry when he faced you-know-who on our first year. Harry always thought he would come back one day, and so did the headmaster. What? It was unbelievable, that's for sure. Now, Greengrass, we are all sensitive people here. Give us the counter potion or counter spell so we can free Harry from your influence and he can come back to Gryffindor and forget this nightmare. I'm not controlling him, Daphne replied, seething. Those three idiots were really getting on her nerves. Granger just glared at her. Fine, be that way, Ginny. Daphne saw the Weaslette grinning, pointing her wand at her slowly, as if she was getting some sick pleasure from it. Daphne sidestepped Weaslette's wand with a step and drew her own wand, casting a silent and movementless stunner against the younger girl, following with the Depulso charm, just like in class several weeks before. With nothing but a wave of her wand, Weasley and Granger were thrown against the wall, giving her time to stun them both. Before Daphne could do anything, she heard claps. Turning to the direction of the sound, she saw an amused Harry Potter leaning against a stone pillar. Well done, he said, still clapping. Daphne holstered her wand again, glaring at him. How long were you there? She asked, walking towards him, letting her anger show. Enough time, was his reply. Didn't think to help me, she glared at him, getting angrier when he just grinned. I thought about that, but why would I since you didn't need my help? He replied, giving her a smile. It's not like you couldn't beat them on your own. She just stood there, looking at him, while his words settled in her mind. Does he trust my skill that much? Now, what about if I escorted you to the common room? He offered, to which she started to walk. And give them more reasons to bother me about our non-existent relationship, she asked, raising an eyebrow. I think not. You do realize I was on my way to the common room as well. Harry taunted, leaving the three dorks abandoned on the floor. Daphne groaned. Why don't you just go to the chamber? She asked, without looking at him. Why, tired of me already? He asked with a smirk, and she turned to him, anger in her voice. Stop that, she hissed, and he lost the smirk. When he didn't reply, she turned him her back and continued to walk until she stopped, remembering what Granger had said. Our first year. Was what Granger said true? She asked, turning back to him. It was, Harry replied, noticing her curiosity. When she was about to ask, he rose a finger. Not today, tomorrow. She nodded. She just wanted to get to her dorm. She even forgot about the homework. Daphne stood there, sat in a replica of a chair of the Slytherin common room, created by the Room of Requirement, trying hard not to show her emotions. Harry sat in front of her in an equal chair and with a small table with tea set before them, had just told her about the events of their first year, when he faced Voldemort and Quirrell for the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne found it hard to believe, but so far, Harry hadn't lied to her. When he offered her to view the memory, she rejected, assimilating everything. So, you faced him in our first year, and in our second you faced a sort of memory of him, and beat him on both accounts. Yes, was Harry's simple reply. Anything else I should know? Maybe Sirius Black is innocent and not interested in killing you at all, she asked with a great deal of sarcasm. When she saw his smirk, she just snorted. I don't believe it, was all she could say. Sirius is actually my godfather. He wasn't the secret keeper, Pettigrew was, and he went straight to Voldemort. Sirius went to Godric Hollow in the evening only to find the bodies and me being taken to Dumbledore. Sure, he should have taken care of me, but decided to hunt for the rat. Rat? Asked Daphne, unsure if it was a metaphor or not. Pettigrew is a rat animagus. When Sirius found him, Pettigrew shouted at Sirius that he betrayed my parents and cast the spells that killed the Muggles and caused the explosions. Sirius was taken in. I think he was out and was sent to Azkaban without even a trial. But why? Asked Daphne, to which Harry shrugged. Don't know. But I can tell you where the rat has been for the past years. said Harry, looking her curious eyes. She waved him to continue. He's been the Weasleys' pet rat for almost 12 years. He even shared a dorm with me while at Hogwarts for almost 3 years. Daphne gaped. Really, she wasn't able to control herself. She groaned. That's just, she attempted to say, only to be helped by Harry. A crazy story, but unfortunately all too real. He replied, just between you and me, I tried hard on our first year, but I had the Beaver and the Weasel always around me. I didn't want to be in the highlight. Good job being sorted into Gryffindor, then, she replied with a sneer. I already explained it to everyone, he said, ignoring her. I studied hard, but I didn't try hard on the exams. On our second year, the same. After finding the chamber, though, I attempted to learn as much as I could in the few weeks we had left. Then with Dobby's help, I could go there to get more books to the summer, and last year, I visited the chamber regularly, on my own or with Dobby's help. This year, with all my free time, I spent a lot of time there, reading, studying, and practicing. In a weird way, being banished from Gryffindor actually helped me. It wasn't a lie. Sure, it was hard to believe, but Harry actually had done what he had just described to Daphne. She looked impressed. I'm impressed. I truly am. I realized I needed to get better and prepare myself. If I'm going to attract trouble, at least I want to be able to deal with it on my own. With the tools I had at my disposal, I'd be a fool if I didn't use them. True, Daphne replied, looking at her housemate with a respectful look. There's still something about you, though. You know, Professor Moody talked to me today, she added, trying to change the topic of the conversation while Harry picked his tea. Harry flinched, turning to her. Really? What did he want? He asked, attempting to hold the anger of his voice. If you even touch her, I'll kill you, Crouch. First, he wanted to compliment me on my performance in class. When I told him I was studying with you, he asked how you were and asked me if you'd like to give a Dada class. Harry groaned, as Daphne knew he would. She grinned. I told him that you were a good teacher and that it would be a good experience. Sometimes I really hate you, he said, and she smirked. Oh, don't be like that. She mock-pouted for a moment, knowing very well he was kidding. Then he asked me how you were with your egg. When I told him that there was no actual breakthrough, he told me to think with water. Was Harry's intelligent reply. I found it strange as well, more so. Why is he trying to help you? I mean, I understand Karkaroff aiding Krum, Maxime aiding Delacour, and Sprout aiding Diggory, but why Moody? She wondered, failing to see the proud smirk on his face. Maybe he placed a bet like Bagman, he suggested, and she scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. I'd rather believe he's trying to make you look good to draw whoever put your name in the cup than help you to win, Daphne said. Think with water, then, Harry asked, tapping his chin. Those were his words, replied Daphne. What do you think? Well, all I can think to do with the egg and water is filling it with water and see if the screech turns to something else, replied Harry, hiding a smirk. Or submerge it completely, wondered Daphne, widening her eyes, looking at Harry. Harry noticed her excitement. Dobby, bring me the golden egg, called Harry, and Dobby popped into the room with it. And a big recipient to put it, she said, only for the room to create a big bathtub. I won't even wonder what you were thinking, joked Harry with a laugh, making Daphne blush, but please carry on. Shut up. She glared at him, trying to ignore Harry and Dobby laughing. Harry placed the egg into the filled bathtub and opened it, placing his head under the water. As soon as he did it, he started to hear the song of the egg. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look and recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back. It seemed that nothing changed. Good. However, that also meant that they would take Daphne under the water and that he had a couple of problems with. He came out of the water to see an excited and curious Daphne looking at him. So, she asked, and he grinned. 10 points to Slytherin, he said, relating the song he had heard. Daphne frowned. What do you think that means? She asked. The last part is obvious. I don't know what I would sorely miss, but I do know who I would sorely miss, and I don't relish that thought, replied Harry, looking at her. Daphne smirked. You better, was her reply. She found herself trusting in the green-eyed wizard, especially knowing what she knew. Let's assume that they are idiots and really take people who the champions would sorely miss. Let's assume they don't give you a choice and they place you somewhere where I have to find you under an hour, started Harry, looking at her. Luckily, she didn't disappoint. Water. Do you think the lake? She wondered before looking scared. Under the lake in February. He said, walking towards her. Daff, promise me one thing. She looked at him, curious. If they give you a chance, get out of there. I'd rather save anyone else than have something happen to you. She smirked. It was moments like those she really felt her heart accelerate because of him. Oh, you're too sweet, she replied in a mock tone. I'll think about it. was her reply, and he smirked. Now, who's acting like a Gryffindor? He asked, earning a slap on his arm. Any ideas on how to find the mistress? Asked Dobby, who was all but forgotten. Daphne and Harry both blushed, silently cursing Dobby, who just grinned. How about going for dinner now and continue later? Asked Daphne, waving her hair to attempt to dismiss the nervous. Let's go then. Dobby, be a pal and take the egg back to the chamber, will you? Asked Harry, to which Dobby nodded. Mistress, do you require anything? Dobby had taken to call Daphne mistress for the past weeks, if not only to make her blush and tease Harry to make a move. His friend Master was a good and smart man, but sometimes was really dense, especially if it was something related with Daphne Potter, née Greengrass. Daphne had grown used to it and barely noticed anymore. She even liked it. I'm almost finished with the diaries. She said, I'll need more soon. Already? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Most of it was Salazar depicting his childhood. I skipped those parts. She explained, and Harry nodded. Me too. Tomorrow or later, then, we can set you up. Wondered Harry. Or you can teach me the spells and I could just go there with Dobby and do it myself without needing to have you there. She replied, crossing her arms. Are you that tired of me? He asked, pouting. Pouting doesn't look good on you, Potter. She said, turning her back on him. You are the one that has a private meeting in Hogsmeade, not me. Yes, he did. He had agreed to meet Sirius and Remus the following day, and he had told her he had a private meeting during the afternoon. Fine, I don't want the Ice Queen mad at me, she joked, dodging a stunner at the last moment. Next time I won't miss, she said, leaving the room with a smirk. You've got to love that woman. Harry and Daphne entered the Great Hall. Not only was Friday, it was the last day of the term, and apart the younger years, everyone was staying for the Yule Ball on Christmas Day, in a week and a half. Most people who didn't find a date before were now extra nervous to find one, while the rest were setting up their robes and agreeing to Hogsmeade dates to get extra accessories. The nervous didn't happen in Slytherin, though. Harry had asked Daphne days before the dance was even announced. Theo asked his girlfriend the moment after the dance was announced. Of course, but the greatest surprise was no doubt Blaise, who asked his date 2 days after the announcement. Flashback 2 days after the ball announcement. Come on, Zabini, you can do this. Mumbled Blaise in front of the mirror, listening to his own reflection pep talk early in the morning. Just go to her and ask her. It's not a big deal. The worst thing that can happen is that she'll say no. Or she can say that she already has a date, said a voice behind him. Blaise actually jumped from the spot, turning to see both Theo and Harry looking amused at him. What are you doing? Theo asked, noticing how nervous Blaise was before chuckling. What happened to the confident Zabini? Shut up, Theo, he mumbled, turning back to the mirror. Don't you have anything better to do? Well, I don't want to go back to sleep like Malfoy, and I'd like to check myself, but someone is using the mirror, replied Harry with a grin. Is this about that one girl? Potter, I'm warning you, just don't go there, replied Blaise with a scowl. Hey, I'm not going anywhere, replied Harry, raising his arms in a peace sign, although you could just grow a pair and ask her. I'm not a dork to charge ahead like you're so fond of saying, replied Zabini, realizing his mistake when he saw Harry's scowl. I know what you mean, replied Harry bluntly, but the thing is, the dorks are right in one thing. Grab your guts and go ask her already. If I know you, you're probably sure that she hasn't a date, so get out there once and for all and ask her. I'm getting tired to see you mopping around, always giving up at the last moment. I agree, it's kind of depressing, Blaise. We all know you for being this suave guy, but you're looking like an idiot mopping around. Hell, there's a pool going on just to bet on when you'll grow a pair. We don't all have the luck of being dadding, replied Blaise, slightly angered. I'm not, and I still asked Daph, replied Harry with a raised eyebrow. Theo chuckled. Harry, either you two admit it or not, for the school, you two are dadding. Blaise agreed with a nod. Besides, it's not like she'd tell you no. You're the only guy she's friendlier with, said Blaise. Fine, but this isn't about me, it's about you asking your girl to the ball, replied Harry, walking towards Blaise with an evil smirk. You can do this the easy way or the hard way. Which one do you prefer? Blaise actually gulped. Because I can always cast an Imperio on you and order you to ask her. Blaise gaped, as did Theo. Are you insane? Both of them shouted at the same time. No, it was a joke, sighed Harry. Lighten up, will you? Now, would you say this girl of yours is pretty, intelligent, interesting? Blaise nodded to all questions, earning an appreciative look from Harry. It's not Tracy, is she? Asked Not with a scowl, earning 2 incredulous looks from his dorm mates. No, it's not Tracy, replied Blaise, turning to Harry, fearing the question. Nor is it Daphne. We're just friends, replied Harry, although he hated the idea. Yeah, right, replied Blaze, rolling his eyes. Quick question, if she's all that, why should guys pass her? Asked Harry, looking at Blaze in the eyes. Why wouldn't a guy just go there and snag her from you? Do you really think such an awesome girl will be waiting for you to get up your balls and ask her? Of course not. Do you want her? Blaze nodded. Want to kiss her lips now, her whole body later on? Both purebloods turned to Harry with widened eyes. What? Asked Blaze. Do you want her to be yours? Yes, he mumbled. Then are you going to let some other lousy get in and take your girl from you without a fight? Asked Harry again. No, I think you're just a coward, sneered Harry, angering Blaze. Theo widened his eyes. You take that back, hissed Blaze, and Harry approached him slowly and dangerously. Prove me wrong, he challenged. If she's that worth it, prove me wrong. Blaze actually grunted and pushed Harry from the way, leaving the dorm. What the hell was that? Asked Theo, slightly confused. Motivational speech. We might want to hurry up, I want to know who he's going to ask, Harry said, starting to walk away from the room. Are you kidding? I'm not missing this, replied Theo. Harry grinned, and I didn't even have to use a compulsion charm. They went back to the common room only to see Blaze on his knee offering a red rose to Millie. The common room was silent, waiting for her reply. Yes, I will, she said with a smile. Theo couldn't hold his jaw. Apparently, neither could half of the room. End of flashback. Blaze's shit-eating grin didn't disappear for the whole day. Not only did he ask Millie for the ball, he also asked her to escort her to Hogsmeade. When back on the dorm, his only reply was, I like big girls. Sure, Millie wasn't ugly nor fat, she was just broad and wide, but most definitively a girl. Harry just grinned. Blaze was very happy. Theo chuckled and Malfoy looked disgusted. Of course, no one cared about what Malfoy thought. When asked who was his date, Malfoy informed them that he wouldn't be at the dance because he had family responsibilities. His father was still in a coma and he had to help his mother at home. No one knew who Pansy's date would be or even if she would go. Harry and Daphne sat together with the fourth years and got the brunt of Tracy and Millie's teasing. No ruffled clothes, no swollen lips, no disarranged hair. Merlin, you two are so frustrating, complained Tracy. Here we go, sighed Daphne, and Harry grinned. Ironing charm, anti-bruising charm, and combing charm, replied Harry, making Daphne sigh. And the idiot gives them more reasons, sighed Daphne again. Tracy looked at Harry surprised. I have to remember those, she admitted, making Blaze and Millie laugh. However, come on guys, can't you just kiss once before Yule? Why? Asked Daphne, glaring at the girl who was one of her best friends. No reason, but come on, it's obvious you two are so well with each other, answered Tracy. I see, so this has nothing to do with the bet being handled by Amelia Yaxley, asked Daphne, attempting to see a sign of deception on her friend. Daphne, how can you think I would bet on something like that? Asked an indignant Tracy, who actually excelled at bending the truth. Right, replied Daphne, turning to Theo. Tell me not, how much did you bet for your girlfriend? Theo chalked on his pumpkin juice, ignoring the laughter around him. Well, asked Daphne, still glaring. Do you really think I would ask Theo to place a bet in my name? Asked an affronted Tracy, glaring at Daphne, who just looked at her. Yes, the blonde replied. Harry found it amusing but quickly focused on Professor Moody, or as he knew, Crouch Jr., who was leaving the Great Hall. I'm sorry, but I need to speak with Professor Moody, said Harry, although none actually cared, more focused on Daphne and Tracy, with Theo in the middle. Harry walked behind Moody, reaching him almost on his office. Professor Moody, could I speak with you for a moment? He said, just as Moody was opening the door. Sure thing, Potter, come in, the older man replied, entering the room and sitting at the desk, leaving Harry to close the door. With an imperceptible locking charm and a silence ward at the door, Harry walked to the desk. What can I do for you then, lad? Asked the false Moody with a smile. Without a word, Harry drew his wand against the professor. Veritas Imperius, he said, and the false Moody's eyes became void and dazed. What is your name? Harry asked, his wand in his hand. Bartemius Crouch Jr. How did you escape Azkaban? My mother convinced my father to help me escape. She was dying and was given Polyjuice, taking my place in Azkaban while my father evaded me after drinking Polyjuice to resemble my mother. How have you been kept out of unwanted eyes? My father had me under the Imperio curse for years, but I managed to fight it and escape last spring. To find Voldemort. Yes, what is his plan for me? The Dark Lord intends to have you reaching the Tri-Wizard's Cup in the center of the maze before all the others. It will be a portkey that will send you to a graveyard where the Dark Lord will be expecting you with Pettigrew, who will perform a ritual to grant the Dark Lord a new body. So far, all is the same. Very good. Thought Harry with a smirk. Time to ask the real question. What are the plans towards Daphne Greengrass? So far, the girl is to remain unharmed since she is a pureblood. Only if you seem reluctant and compete should I use her to motivate you. She is, however, a good way to give you information. Good. No harmful plans for Daph. What does the Dark Lord knows about me, especially after the first task? The Dark Lord became very curious about your development, especially since you beat the dragon. He also considered the fact that you have been resorted to Slytherin. His orders were to keep watching you and stick with the original plan. Has he told you anything strange, or has he seemed distressed about something, for some reason? No. Very well, listen to my orders, Crouch, said Harry, casting a obliviation spell. You will not remember you are under my Veritas Imperius spell. You are to continue Voldemort's plan as if nothing had happened. You will not hurt or cause hurt to Daphne Greengrass under any circumstance. You will act as you have acted so far and suggest a dueling club for next term. Tell them that you'd like to see the potential of the students. Also, feed the real Mad-Eye Moody and make sure he is alive and stable. You will believe that we were talking about gillyweed and that you have just suggested it for breathing underwater. Moody breathed and looked at Harry. Do you understand gillyweed, lad? I do. Thank you, Professor. I'll see to get some soon to scout the lake. Well said, boy. Remember constant vigilance, and that also means be prepared at all times. Thank you for your help, Professor. Have a nice day. You too, Potter. Harry left the office, smirking. All was going well. Good. No, shouted Harry, raising in the bed. He was sweating, he could feel his heartbeat on his ears and had tears running down his eyes. His breathing was also accelerated. Dobby popped next to the bed. Master, what's wrong? The elf asked, and Harry waved his hand, signaling that everything was fine. I don't believe you, Harry, replied the elf, crossing his arms. Which one was it? Christmas Day, 2006. Harry replied, sitting on the bed, answering with a ragged and sorrowful voice. Dobby lowered his head in regret, and Christmas Day, 2012. Both, sighed Dobby. I hate Christmas, Harry whispered, clenching his fist in a ball. His eyes looked to the void. I'll kill them. I'll destroy all they hold dear, crush them and take everything from them. I'll break them, torture them, and only then I'll kill them. He hissed, more to himself than to Dobby. Dobby made no sound. He just stood there, understanding his master's anger, sharing it. They took everything away from me. I'll help you, but it's still too soon. It's your own plan, replied Dobby, seeing his master glare. I'm tired, Dobby. I'm tired to pretend. I have to hold myself in classes when I look at the two of them, lest I kill them on sight. More than I want Daphne back, I want to rip Oberon apart and gut Titania like the pig she is. They took them away from me, both of them. Dobby didn't reply, listening to his master's rant. Why, Dobby? Harry asked, hiding his face in his hands, sobbing. Dobby walked to Harry and put his hand on his shoulder, snapping his fingers. A table with a bottle of fire whiskey and a glass appeared next to them. The bottle floated and filled the glass to the top. Then the bottle settled again on the table. Drink up, said Dobby, giving Harry the full glass. Harry drank half of it and lowered his head again. I know, just give the orders and I will bring them here in chains. No one would ever find their bodies again. Harry looked at Dobby, seeing his determined look, filled with loyalty. However, you had a plan that you wanted to follow to destroy them completely. I believe your words were. Death would be too easy for them, replied Harry, and Dobby nodded. Harry sighed. I hate those dreams. I can imagine, was the elf's reply. Thanks, Dobby, replied Harry, raising his glass in a cheers. Harry rose from the bed and went to the desk. Would you require anything else? No, thank you, Harry replied, and Dobby popped away. Harry sat at the desk, supporting his head in his knuckles, thinking. With a sigh, he picked his wand and removed a memory from his head, placing it in the pensive. Harry breathed while shedding a tear and went into the pensive. Daphne walked into the great hall with Tracy. Millie and Pansy had stayed to sleep a little longer, and so did the boys. Not that they minded, they still had 2 hours until they could leave to Hogsmeade. For the girls' surprise, they found Harry already at the table. There were other years' students at the table, joined in groups, but Harry was alone, silently and quietly barring a toast. Couldn't sleep with excitement, started Tracy, making Daphne groan. For the girls' surprise, Harry's reply was a glare that disappeared in moments. Nightmares. He replied, focusing on the toast again. What about? Asked Tracy, picking some toast herself. Daphne only looked at Harry, noticing his dark eyes and his tired frame. Death, replied Harry, shocking both girls. Tracy actually gaped at him while Daphne shook her head. She noticed something wrong with him. Aren't you a joy to be around today? Said Daphne, drinking from her cup, earning his attention. Are you a seer? No, Then why are you so concerned about your dreams when they mean nothing? The blonde asked, looking at him. He sighed. But they do. He replied enigmatically and sighed. Do you need to talk? Asked Daphne, looking at him. He looked into the sapphires that were her eyes and shook his head. Probably, he admitted, looking at her raised eyebrow. Tracy was also curious, not today, though. Good morning to you too, by the way, he said, focusing on his food. The two girls respected his wishes and let the conversation die there. By the way, Daphne, this is for you, said Harry, taking a folded page of parchment from his pockets and giving it to Daphne. Curious, she took it, ignoring the curious smirk Tracy had, and opened the page, seeing diagrams of wand movements, an incantation, and several instructions. What is this? She asked, looking at the spell translation and copying spell. Like you suggested yesterday, that's the spell to add the diaries to the book. Learn it if you want and then call for Dobby. He'll be available during the afternoon, and he has orders to take into the chamber should you want to. I'll give you a warning only. There are locked containers in there, and those are for a reason. All else, have fun, he said in a serious way, focusing on her eyes that were looking at him. He felt the guilt magnified, remembering those same eyes looking at him in desperation. He had to leave. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to walk a bit. Enjoy your breakfast. Had Harry noticed while he was rising, he would have seen a surprised Daphne looking at him, as well as a confused Tracy. What chamber? Asked Tracy, and both Daphne and Harry looked at her at the same time, realizing what Harry had said. Harry snorted. Chamber of Secrets, where I slept and trained since Halloween, replied Harry in a defeated tone, knowing Tracy wouldn't rest until she had an answer. Tracy gaped, looking at Daphne. You knew this? Tracy asked, looking at her best friend, who nodded. Merlin. See you later, then, said Harry with a hint of amusement in the voice. If you mean to ask if the monster of the chamber is real, started Daphne, looking at Tracy. It was. The rumor that Harry killed a basilisk is true. He showed me the memory, and no, I won't talk about it. If you want to know, ask him. But, fine, replied Tracy with a sigh. But why did he take you there? Daphne shrugged. I hinted I wanted to see Slytherin's library, and he decided to take me there the night after, replied Daphne. She missed the look of realization on Tracy's face. As in a date. Daphne glared at Tracy, who chuckled in amusement. Fine, I'll stop, Tracy said, predicting what Daphne would say. Daphne huffed and went back to her breakfast. So, that book you've been reading, started Daphne. It's actually a frame with several of Salazar Slytherin's diaries. Harry had a way to translate from the Parseltonge and share them with me, Daphne replied, and Tracy could almost say she had seen the tiniest blush on her friend. However, she gaped. That's amazing, but why? Asked Tracy, and Daphne shrugged. I don't know, she admitted, looking at Harry leaving by the great hall doors. She was actually concerned about him. He said he had dreamed with death, right? What do you mean that means? Since when do you care? Asked a curious Tracy, who was also hopeful of some information she could use on the bet. Since he's my good friend, admitted Daphne without a second thought. Tracy grinned. Mistletoe, that's what these two need as a push, thought Tracy, already plotting. I have no idea, but again, of all of us, you're the closest to him. For her surprise, Daphne didn't even try to deny it. I know he remembers the night his parents were murdered, whispered Daphne, making sure only Tracy heard. Tracy was shocked. He remembers his mother begging for his life. A green light and you-know-who laughing. Last year, when everyone was mocking him for passing out because of the Dementors, he was reliving that moment over and over again. Tracy was even more shocked and feeling quite bad about her actions the past year. She had her own laughs about that particular subject as well. However, I'm more concerned with the desperation I saw in his eyes, admitted Daphne, looking at Tracy, who clearly could see the blonde's sadness. Why don't you go after him? Asked Tracy, half serious, half teasing. For her surprise, Daphne shook her head. Let him be, she said in an unconvincing tone, nibbling her toast. I'll talk to him in Hogsmeade. Tracy smirked. She wasn't convinced at all. The Ice Queen cared and liked Harry. She was definitively going to get the mistletoe. Harry walked out of the main doors into the grounds. He felt the cold of the morning on his skin and breathed hard the cold air. In front of him, he could see the entire Hogwarts grounds covered in white. After casting a quick warming charm on himself, he started to walk in the direction of the lake in a very slow pace. While he was walking, he saw smoke rising from Hagrid's hut. The half-giant was already up, apparently. For a moment, he considered to visit, but he needed to be alone for a while. He saw the Beauxbatons Academy house carriage, still asleep since there was no movement that could be seen, and the Durmstrang ship anchored at the lake shore. Harry managed to see some movement at the ship, and in order to avoid meeting people, he changed his route further away from the ship. Harry sighed when he reached the shore and picked a stone, throwing it into the lake. He tried to focus on the morning sounds, the few birds that could endure the Scottish winter chirping, the sound of the waves crushing the shore of the lake, the occasional roar that was heard from the forbidden forest, but it was to no avail. Occlumency helped, of course. He had sorted the memories of his nightmare already, but was still agitated. He had dreamed about the two worst events of his life, ghosts that had accompanied him for years and that he had never wanted to get rid of. Yet it was the first time he had dreamed about those events since his return to the past, as well as the first time in years that he had dreamed about the two events together. The one that ruined his life and made him walk the first steps into the darkness, and the one that saw him fully embracing the dark. For freedom, for justice, for vengeance. Harry twisted his fingers in the cold air of the morning, picking another stone and throwing it into the water. I know what I need to do. Harry thought to himself, seeing the ripples caused by the stone. Kill Voldemort, preferably with witnesses around. That would give him more credibility should he need it. That was why the plan was to kill Voldemort during the duel in the graveyard, after making sure he cast a monitoring charm on himself to make sure Hogwarts could see the duel. That and several other preparations beforehand, not to mention collect the Horcruxes. He was still missing the ring, the cup, and the snake. Destroy Oberon and Titania, take everything from them like they did to him, and only then, when they were broken, kill them. Those bastards had been even worse than Voldemort. However, Harry wasn't concerned about the wizarding world anymore. He cared mostly about his main goal, the reason he had come back in time. Make sure Daphne lives, preferably as the Lady Potter. Make her fall in love with him again without the use of spells and potions, and be happy with her for a long time. He was tired, and all he needed was some rest with the one he needed the most. The woman that made him a better man, the woman that gave him hope, the woman that taught him, the woman that stood by him, the woman he stood by, the woman he loved, the woman he married, the mother of his child, the woman he would crush the world for and actually crushed the laws of magic and nature. Nothing would stand between them again, that he swore. He would make her fall in love with him again. And in case he failed to make her fall in love with him, as long as she was happy, he would be fine with it. He snorted, thinking of his reasoning. Of course he wouldn't be happy without her. However, Daphne was right. There was no reason to dwell on his nightmares. He had a second chance. All he could do was to make sure everything would be fine this time. "Can I help you?" asked Harry, feeling the approaching aura. "Ah, Harry Potter, duh?" asked a male voice. Harry turned to the voice and saw none other than Viktor Krum. "I am. What do I owe the pleasure, Mr. Krum?" asked Harry politely. He was happy to see his old friend, the Quidditch superstar that would rise to the position of Prime Minister of Bulgaria in his 50s, proud husband of a supermodel and father of a boy and 2 girls who would give him several grandchildren. "I would like to introduce myself, duh?" asked Krum in his horrible English, extending his hand, which Harry gladly took. "You honor me, Mr. Krum," replied Harry with a smirk. "You powerful wizard, your task vast good duh. I would like to ask you to fight." Krum hesitated, unsure about the proper words. Harry smirked, knowing what Krum wanted. "You wish to practice with me?" asked Harry, showing a bit of surprise, earning a nod from Krum. "Duh," Krum replied. "Vat you say." "I would enjoy it," replied Harry with a nod. Krum nodded as well. "I know just the place where we can do it as well." "When do you want to do it?" "Vat about today after dinner?" asked Krum, and Harry considered it. "How about before?" proposed Harry, to which Krum nodded. "Let's agree around 6 o'clock. With a thought, Krum nodded again, and Harry called for Dobby. "This is Dobby, my personal house elf," explained Harry, seeing the shocked and curious look on Krum's face. "When you are ready, please call him to let me know and join you. I shall accompany you into the room we can use. Do you agree?" "Dobby?" asked Krum, failing only the last syllable. He tried again and managed to say it correctly. "Duh is good. I will enjoy our fight," said Krum with a grin. "I vas going for eat. Would you join?" asked Krum, and Harry considered his options, to brood or to make alliances. "Lead the way." Daphne and Tracy had already been joined by Theo, Millie, and Blaise. Millie said that Pansy was still asleep, much like the other boys. Several other students had already come to the Great Hall for breakfast, mainly Slytherins and Ravenclaws and Durmstrang. They were having a nice conversation when they heard someone squeak. Theo looked to the Great Hall doors and raised his eyebrows when he saw Harry walking alongside Krum, both talking friendly about what apparently was Quidditch. The 2 champions sat along the other Durmstrang students, and continued their conversation after a nod from Harry to his friends. You don't see that every day," commented Millie, looking at the two. "Aren't they supposed to be rivals?" asked someone. "That means that they can't be friends," replied another. Daphne looked at Harry and saw that he was better. Her eyes crossed his and he smiled at her. She hid a smile and went back to her breakfast while Crumb was telling some story about some game. "You know, I have no idea about Delacour, but 3 of the champions are Seekers," said Blaze with a calculating look. "So?" asked Tracy. "Nothing, that was just it," replied Blaze, noticing how Millie chuckled. "We should put Crumb and Harry on brooms against each other," said Theo. Looking at the two, Diggory is good, but he only won against Potter last year because of the Dementors. "Speaking of Quidditch, who wants to see Harry as our Seeker next year?" asked Tracy. Truth was, many already talked about the team for the next year. For them, Potter had to join the team. It was unanimous. They only had to make sure Malfoy would step down peacefully. The rumor mill was already working. By noon, everyone would know that Harry had breakfast with Crumb and many would be jealous. After a quick goodbye and a reminder to call Dobby when around 6 o'clock, Harry went back to his friends. "You're happier," was Daphne's sole comment. "Believe it or not, it's your fault," replied Harry with a smirk, confusing everyone. Then, out of nowhere, he leaned in and kissed Daphne on the cheek. "Thank you," he said, sitting next to her. Daphne was astonished and a little flustered while the Theo and Blaze were gaping and Tracy was grinning, thinking again about mistletoe and a certain bet. Millie was looking at Daphne's blush and found herself amused. "It was nice knowing you, Potter," mocked Theo while Blaze still gaped. He really should be used to Harry's Gryffindorish ways. Daphne recovered and just glared at Harry, who looked back at her with a smirk. "I won't take it back," he said, and Daphne huffed, turning away from him. Only Millie and Tracy saw her hiding the smirk. "I'll be meeting Crumb before dinner and Dobby will be required around 6 o'clock for some moments, but that's it. He'll still be available to help you if you want." "Sure," replied Daphne, looking at him again, ignoring the smirks and whispers. "Meeting Crumb for what?" "He decided to invite me for some dueling training and I accepted," replied Harry, noticing how everyone was looking at him. Daphne was amused. "Really?" she asked, jabbing him with her finger. "Try not to harm him too much, will you? You don't need to be accused of attempting to get rid of your competition." "If you insist, but don't worry," he replied with a smirk. "Durmstrang students actually showed me some respect. I have nothing against them." "Good," Daphne said, "about your meeting today." "What meeting?" asked Blaze, curious, as were the others that heard him. "None of your business," replied Harry quietly, making Daphne smirk and the others huff. "What time do you need to be there?" asked Daphne. "We set everything for after lunch," replied Harry. "Whole afternoon?" she asked, making Harry smirk. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're upset I won't be around," he said, making her glare at him and their other friends chuckle. "Luckily, I know better." "Good, don't be an ass, Potter," she admonished him, rolling her eyes. "What do you need?" he asked seriously. "I just wanted to have you around just in case I fail the spell," she replied, shying from his eyes. It was true, part of it at least. She noticed Tracy snickering, as did Millie. "That's the closest we got to hear her wanting to go on a date with him," mumbled Millie, and Tracy nodded with a grin. The boys were snickering. Harry was just thoughtful. "Do you want to do it now?" he asked. There was no smile and no deception. His offer was genuine. "I'll help you and then we can go together and meet them." Harry waved at their friends who were snickering like schoolgirls. "Oh, wait, 2 of them were schoolgirls at Hogsmeade and do our shopping for the ball and maybe have lunch. The offer will stand, though, just in case you want to spend the afternoon doing something else than be in Hogsmeade." "You don't mind?" she asked, her eyes beaming, making him smile. "Of course not. Come on, go get the book." "Do you want to go by the scenic route or the express route?" Daphne looked at him, narrowing her eyes. "Right, because the sightseeing is beautiful indeed," she said sarcastically, making Harry smirk. "Dobby!" called Harry, and the house elf popped next to him, snapping his fingers. At once, the book used by Harry and Daphne to translate Slytherin's journals appeared in the elf's hands, much to Harry's surprise. "Or Dobby can just summon it. I didn't know you could do that." "More, how did you get to Daphne's things without her permission?" "I'm a house elf and she accepted to be my mistress, or at least never opposed to it." The elf said, as a matter of fact. "You wanted the book, didn't you?" Dobby asked, turning to Daphne and noticing that the curious looks in the other Slytherins. "She's what?" shouted Tracy, attracting the attention of pretty much everyone in the vicinity. "Please, Tracy, speak louder. Not everyone heard you the first time," replied Harry while Daphne snorted. "Thank you, Dobby," said Daphne, ignoring Tracy's outburst and deciding to tease Harry. "Glad to see that you're more practical than your master." Right, Harry mumbled, hiding some chuckles. Dobby, take us to the chamber. As you wish, replied Dobby, holding the arm of both Harry and Daphne, who was also holding the book. The trio popped from the great hall, leaving everyone flabbergasted and gaping. But, attempted a Ravenclaw. Mistress, asked Tracy, looking at her friends who were as lost as her. What the hell is going on? Asked Theo. No one knew. After laughing of their friends' faces, Harry instructed Daphne with the spell. Daphne got it at the 7th try and was able to copy several diaries. After the copies, they decided to go to Hogsmeade to join their friends. I wonder if there is a secret path from the chamber into the Slytherin common room, said Daphne while picking the book. It may be possible, replied a thoughtful Harry, shrugging, but it's probably very well hidden. It is a secret chamber, though. Daphne shrugged. Do you want to leave the book here and come and get it later? Asked Harry, noticing the book. You really allow me to come here alone? She asked, lifting a perfect eyebrow. Yes, Daphne, should you want to, feel free to call Dobby and tell him to bring you here, as long as you're alone and don't attempt to open anything locked, said Harry, and Daphne smiled. Well, if you insist, she said in a mocked sigh, leaving the book on the desk next to the pensive. Now, how do you want to get to Hogsmeade? Walking, taking one of the last carriages, Dobby's help, or secret passages? Asked Harry, earning Daphne's attention. What secret passages? She asked, making Harry chuckle. It's a passage beneath a one-eyed witch statue, by the stairs to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, leading to the cellar of Honeydukes. He explained, noticing Daphne frown. And how did you find it? Asked, narrowing her eyes. I have my ways, he replied. In truth, he didn't remember anymore. Probably the Weasley twins after giving him the map. Probably. Daphne shook her head. That was a Slytherin's response. Let's go with Dobby and take care of everything we need before you have to leave, she said, looking at him, his arms crossed by his chest, looking at her. I'll be safe if that's your concern. How about telling me more than that? She said with defiance. Not that I care who you meet, but my remaining family, who said they would stay at my side, sighed Harry, knowing she wouldn't rest before having an answer. Daphne looked at him. Your remaining family? She asked, thinking about what she knew. She remembered their conversation about his godfather. You're meeting Sirius Black, she asked, hiding the apprehension in her voice. And Professor Lupin from last year. It will be safe, he replied, walking to her side and caressing her shoulder. She looked at him. Are you sure? He nodded. Fine then, I'll trust you. Thank you, he replied, asking for her hand. She gave him her hand. Do. Dobby popped in even before Harry stopped calling for him, making Daphne smirk. Any place in particular? Daphne shook her head. Hogsmeade entrance it is then, replied Harry, and the three popped away from the Chamber of Secrets. They appear in the entrance of the village. Dobby popped away again, and Harry, who was still holding Daphne's hand, turned to her. Where do you want to go? He asked. I need supplied, so Scrivenshafts, do you have your robes ready? She replied, turning to him. I do, silver and black, he replied, walking beside her. None attempted to drop the other's hand. Good, she replied. I don't really need accessories, but maybe we should just check. Fine by me, he replied. They walked by the village and saw several students running their errands. Many noticed them, holding hands, and several rumors began anew. They didn't mind and ignored them, focusing on their conversation. They went to Scrivenshafts first and bought several rolls of parchment and new inkwells and quills. After Daphne enchanted Harry's to be unbreakable, he had no more need to buy new ones while the charm remained. He never even considered it. The Dark Lord Potter had stopped to use quills decades before, favoring calligraphy pens. After that, Harry called Dobby and gave him the bags, which he promptly took back to the chamber, where Daphne could sort them later during her visit. Practical indeed, she commented after he explained her his reasoning. Why carry the things all day, even with the help of charms, when they had Dobby? Passing by Zonko's, they met Tracy, Theo, Blaise, and Millie, who were shocked to see them. The four had clearly bought something at Zonko's, and if their behavior was any indication, they were the target. How's your date? Asked Theo, clearly wanting to distract them. Good, replied Daphne with a sigh. Why bother in attempting to correct them? Besides, it was practically a date, two friends going out, walking together and running errands while having a good time. Do you want something from Zonko's? Not really, Harry replied, shrugging. I'd rather pass by the apothecary, but maybe I should all order the supplies. He asked for an opinion, to which Daphne nodded. Very well, then, replied Daphne, turning to the other four. What are you going to do? Well, I was thinking to go and check for accessories to our robes, replied Tracy with a grin. Theo just nodded with a sigh, while Millie shrugged after being questioned by Blaise, insisting only in buying writing supplies. Harry, they heard from behind them. Harry immediately recognizing the voice, and while he didn't turn, the others did, seeing Granger, Longbottom, and the four Weasleys, the twins, the pig, and Weaslet. "That's Mr. Potter to you," he replied in a cold, hateful tone. Daphne noticed that he squeezed her hand harder without hurting her. "Harry, mate, why don't you leave the snakes and come with us for some fun?" said the pig, putting his foot on his mouth instantaneously. Harry didn't even reply. He turned back to them, his aura flaring and his eyes burning with eldritch green flames. "Just leave," said Daphne in a cold tone, squeezing harder Harry's hand, attempting to calm him. No good would come to hurt them. She noticed how Harry started to move his right arm where he had his wand holstered. "Your company is unwanted." "Shut it, Snake. We know you gave him a love potion," shrieked Weaslet, drawing her wand on Daphne. That was the mistake Harry was waiting. His wand appeared on his hand, and with nothing but a wave, the wands of the 6 dorks were on the floor in front of him. "To be honest, I want nothing more than crush you where you stand," said Harry, still with the cold tone, "but since I'm having a good time, I won't even waste my time with you. Dobby," the elf popped in front of him, glaring at the 6 dorks. "Please, Harry, we just want to enough," shouted Harry, attracting the attention of everyone around them. "First of all, that twin speech. Not as amusing as you were said. I find it offensive. Second of all, something I've been wanting to tell you for some time. You idols, the Marauders." The twins perked up immediately. "Had you not turned your backs on me, you could meet the 2 remaining ones. How does that sound?" Harry asked with a vicious grin, clearly taunting the twin demons of Gryffindor who were appalled. I think he broke them," mumbled Millie, noticing the twins gapping. "Who are the Marauders?" asked Theo, and Blaise shrugged. "Now, Dobby, take the 6 wands and give them to Professor Snape," instructed Harry, receiving some complaints from the 4 remaining dorks before them. The pig attempted to assault him but was stunned. "Tell him that they bothered us and that they drew the wands first, and it's better to him to keep the wands until they go to him to collect them." "You can't do that," shouted Granger, receiving a wand pointing at her while Dobby grinned and popped away with the wands. "Oh, but he can," said a new voice, Pansies, who was arriving with Draco, Vince, and Greg. "He's defending himself, and he's reporting you to a teacher, fearing for his and our safety," she said again, forcing Draco and his 2 bodyguards to stand with the other Slytherins. To everyone that was seeing from the outside, especially from Slytherin House, it became clear that the 4th-year Slytherins were making a statement. The 10 Slytherins stood together with Harry in the center, who still hadn't let go of Daphne's hand. "Again, leave before I lose my patience." "Boobat HH Harry, IIR, really need to tea-talk," attempted Longbottom, earning a cold glare. "Oh, piss off, Longbottom. There is nothing you can say that I want to hear." "Harry James Potter, you will." Granger never finished because she was silenced with a wave from Harry's wand. "Harry, please, this is not you," said Weaslet in tears. "We just want you to come back to be friends again." "No," was Harry's reply, and Daphne actually smirked, as did the other Slytherins. "Why go back to Jackals when I am at home among the snakes?" "You don't mean that," Weaslet said. "Gryffindor is much better than Slytherin." The Slytherins snorted. "I believe my housemates have expressed my feelings on that matter. They are all Death Eaters in training," she shouted again, supported by Granger's silent rant. "They will turn you to you-know-who if he ever comes back. You need us." People gasped, and Harry glared at the girl. The Slytherins looked at Harry in shock, as if he had answers. "If that happens, someone will die," Harry said enigmatically and with a low tone, making his magic flare around him. The Slytherins stepped back in fear of his rage, but Daphne didn't, attempting to calm Harry by squeezing his hand and his arm. She found herself enveloped by Harry's magic, but for some reason, she felt his magic as protective instead of angry and oppressive. Considering the dork's reactions, they concluded that she was the only one. "Besides, what do you know?" asked Harry with a vicious grin. "All you did last time was being stupid, and almost kill yourself by writing your most inner desires into an enchanted diary. Your brother couldn't even help by keeping his wand in his hands, and because of him, Lockhart almost killed us all. And didn't do anything at all. I had to save you all by myself. The only one that was remotely useful was Granger by finding out about the basilisk. But nothing else, so tell me, why do I need you?" The question everyone seeing the drama unfolding was thinking at that moment was, what is he talking about? Daphne remembered the memory he showed her about the Chamber of Secrets and knew exactly what he was talking about. However, everyone was looking at them. It was time to go. "Harry, I'm getting bored. I know it is amusing to put the dorks in their place, but we still have a couple of things to do," said Daphne, gaining his attention. "Besides, we may end up cursing them, and I'm not interested in getting a detention for this. Besides, there's too many witnesses." "Listen to your girlfriend, Harry," replied Pansy, smirking, probably because of her own taunt. She could grin when she noticed the angered look Weaslett gave her. "She's not his girlfriend," shouted the youngest Weasley, getting redder. "Please, what would you know?" asked Millie with a grin, shared by all Slytherins. "Shall we go, then?" asked Harry, and Daphne nodded, leaving the dorks alone and gaping, surrounded by everyone that also started to leave. No one offered to end the stunner on the pig. The Slytherins' fourth years followed Harry and Daphne, who decided to share her opinions with Harry. "Weaslett has a crush on you," she said. "Tough luck," was his reply, making Daphne smirk. "What were you talking about, Harry?" asked Millie, and Harry looked to Daphne as if asking for her opinion. She nodded. 2 years ago, when the chamber was opened, Weaslett was possessed by an artifact, a diary with an echo of a memory of the heir. When possessing her, he opened the chamber and released the basilisk upon the school. All the petrifactions, while accidental, mind you, since he wanted to kill Muggleborns, were her fault, he said, seeing the affronted look in their faces. Of course, her involvement was swept under the rug, Dumbledore, no doubt. Granger was able to deduct it was a basilisk before she was petrified. She had ripped a page from a book in her hand, and I found it. I was able to find the chamber and with Weasley help persuade Lockhart to go and save Weaslett. They fucked up and I didn't. He replied in a serious tone, "That's all you'll hear for now. Call in a house assembly if you want and I'll speak among my peers. I'd rather you didn't," he said. Tracy was shocked. She also looked at Daphne and noticed she was the only one that wasn't. "Daphne," she asked, and the blonde nod. "Harry showed me," she whispered, everyone looking at her. "I know it's hard to believe, but—" "Hey," he said in a soft tone, "it's fine, really. Now what about finish our shopping and grab some lunch?" Harry proposed and had several shocked nods. Daphne smirked and led the way with Harry, followed by the other Slytherins. No one noticed the trio of eyes looking at them. Daphne bought no other accessories, nor did she told Harry to buy anything. They just talked for a while, leaving for a walk a while later before lunch. They talked about homework, magic, and their families. Harry told her the truth about his relatives, and she wanted to murder them. He told her with a grin to get in line, and she smirked. Daphne saw her sister looking at them, grinning. She knew she would have questions to answer later on. They also saw the Beauxbaton and Durmstrang students around. They had fun, and it was lunch hour. "Tell me one thing, do you want to go into the Three Broomsticks to have lunch, or do you want to have a picnic outside?" Harry asked, and Daphne tilted her head to him. "It's cold and everything is full of snow," she said, stating a fact. "You just needed to look to see the magic," he said, shrugging. He smirked. She saw that infuriating smirk he used when he wanted to show her something amazing, raising her curiosity. "Picnic, then," she replied, and saw his eyes beaming. She knew she wouldn't be disappointed. "Dobby," he called, and Dobby popped in next to them. "Everything is prepared," the elf said, asking for their hands. The trio popped away from Hogsmeade, appearing again in what Daphne perceived to be a snowless clearing by the lakeside. The forest was behind her, and she could see Hogwarts on the other shore. She looked around and saw that the snowless clearing was only a couple of meters wide. She also noticed that where the ground was snowless, it was also warmer. Then Dobby popped away again, leaving the two alone to appreciate the sights. "This place is beautiful," she said, turning to Harry, who was looking at her with a soft smile. "How did you found it?" "Flying around," he replied with a smile. "And it was one of our secret spots throughout our 6th and our final years. Do you like it?" "I do," she said. A pop sounded again, and Dobby came in with a basket and a wide blanket. He snapped his fingers, and the blanket stretched on the ground. Then, with a second snap, the contents of the basket came out of it and placed themselves on the blanket. Roasted meats, salads and bread for sandwiches, desserts, pumpkin juice, and butterbeer. "Have a seat," invited Harry as Dobby popped away again. Daphne sat with her back into the forest, looking at the lake. Harry sat by her side. Both removed their scarves and their heavier robes since the place was charmed to be warmer. They talked, they ate, they laughed. Daphne asked how he and Dobby had met, and Harry told him about how an overactive house elf appeared on his bedroom one night during summer before their 2nd year. He told her about the pudding accident, and she laughed. He told her about the barrier to the platform 934, and she widened her eyes, scolding him when he told her that he had flown to Hogwarts in a flying car with Weasley. Then he told her about the Quidditch game when Dobby enchanted a bludger to harm him to force him to go home. Daphne actually called Dobby, wanting to curse him. Luckily for the house elf, he ducked behind Harry, who was laughing. After explaining everything, Dobby himself told Daphne how Harry had freed him from the Malfoys, and once again, Daphne laughed. It was music for Harry's ears. Dobby packed the basket when they were finished and left them again. "Harry, what is your greatest fear?" she asked, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Lose everything I love again," he replied, looking to the gray sky. "What about yours?" "To be a trophy and not being allowed to live my life," she replied, unsure of the meaning of his words. She suspected he meant his family. He leaned his head on hers. "Only a fool would consider to keep you as a trophy. You have so much to offer." He mumbled and felt her stiffen for a moment. "How do you know?" she whispered, not moving at all. "You're a smart, intelligent, and cunning witch who I am more than sure can give the smartest Ravenclaw a competition for first place. You're compassionate, even if you don't show it. You're powerful and you're growing even more powerful, and I'm sure you can be great in time." She remained silent for some moments. "Thank you," she said. "It's the truth." He replied softly, "I wouldn't lie to you." "What is it you want from me?" she asked abruptly. Harry was silent for a moment. "A partner in all things," was his simple reply. Harry felt her squeezing his hand. He looked at her as she rose her head and saw a tear falling through her face. Emerald looked into Sapphire and he leaned in. She let him and their lips touched softly. She felt his arm embracing her while she embraced him by the neck. When their tongues met, however, she squeezed him harder and their kiss became more intense. For him, it was hunger, desire, and bliss, something he craved for decades and finally had once again. For her, it was joy, desire, and for some reason, completion. Somehow she found herself sat on him, cupping his face while kissing, and didn't care. They stopped after some time, leaning their foreheads together. "Harry, she started but hesitated. She didn't know what to say. Luckily, he knew. "Daphne, will you accept to be my girlfriend, if not now, in the future?" he asked. She opened her eyes and saw his looking at her, hopping. She smiled softly. "I." She was interrupted by the popping sound from Dobby. They both looked to the source of the sound and saw a surprised elf looking at them. The surprise gave turn to a grin and a nod of appreciation. "I was just coming to tell you that it will soon be time for your meeting, but carry on," the elf said, chuckling. Harry rolled his eyes and Daphne blushed while Dobby popped away, grinning. "Git," was Harry's reply, turning back to an embarrassed Daphne. "You were saying." Daphne managed to keep her emotions in check. "I want to," she whispered, and he nodded. Harry kissed her cheek. "Then just be yourself." He whispered in her ear and she hugged him tighter just before sharing another kiss. Dobby appeared moments later again, this time making sure he didn't interrupted anything again. "Master, Mistress, I'm sorry, but it's time." Sighs Dobby and Daphne rose from Harry. "Is it just your godfather and uncle?" asked Daphne, and Harry nodded his head, holding her close to him. "When will you come back?" "I won't lie to you, Daphne. I'm going to this meeting, but afterwards I'm going to go to Gringotts." Daphne rose an eyebrow, waiting for more. "I'm going to claim my lordship for House Potter." "But you can't do it until you're 17, she said, not understanding his plan. Harry chuckled. "Unless, let's say, the Ministry of Magic forced me to compete in an international event, approved by the ICW, specifically set for students of age. For that reason, I became immediately an emancipated minor and therefore able to claim the headship of my house," he replied with a smirk. Daphne is astonished and soon started to laugh. "How many secrets do you have?" she asked him after exhausting her laughter. "A couple others," he replied, caressing her face. She smiled. "Then go, my future Lord Potter. Go meet your family, go claim your lordship, and then come back. You still have to practice with Krum later on." She taunted him, and he smirked. "I'd rather be persuaded to come back fast to my beautiful, intelligent, and cunning girlfriend." "Compliments won't take you anywhere, Potter," she said, feeling a warm feeling in her chest. He smirked. "Oh, too bad." And he kissed her again. It was Dobby coughing that got them separated. "Fine, you get fine," complained Harry, still looking at a smirking Daphne. "Do you want to go back to Hogsmeade or do you want to go to Hogwarts?" Daphne thought about it for a moment. "Hogsmeade first." "I'll call Dobby to take me to Hogwarts later," she replied, and he nodded. He held her hand again and Dobby grabbed the others. "Hogsmeade, Dobby." Dobby nodded and popped away back into Hogsmeade. They appeared in an alley next to the three broomsticks. "If you need, call Dobby," he told her. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, just be careful," she replied, and he smirked. Daphne saw the both of them pop away again and smirked. Harry Potter was a well of surprises, and now he was her boyfriend. She could already imagine the taunts from her housemates, especially her dorm mates. "Oh, Merlin, but it looked like it would be worth it." "So how was it?" asked Dobby after popping in front of the shrieking shack. "Completion," replied Harry with a sigh. "I'm happy for you, Harry," said Dobby with a smile. "So am I, mate, so am I," he said, laughing. His shit-eating grin didn't leave him. "Make sure to be there if she needs you." "Of course," the elf replied. "You know, I just realized something." "What?" asked Harry. "Your dogfather is a dog animagus and Lupin is a werewolf. They are supposed to have a good sense of smell, right?" asked Dobby, grinning. "What are you?" "Oh, crap," replied Harry after realizing that both marauders would tease him relentless after sensing Daphne's odor on him. Dobby laughed and popped away, leaving Harry at the entrance of the shack. He just shrugged. "Oh, well." Harry entered the shack, closing the door behind him. We focused his magic and walked towards the living room, where he felt the magic of two beings. Then, one of them had a surge and started to run at him. Harry smirked as he saw Padfoot come into the corridor and jump him. Harry dodged the Grim and the dog fell on the ground, making Harry laugh. The Grim jumped Harry again and Harry petrified the dog, much to his chagrin. "Hi there, Padfoot. Who's a good boy?" "Not you, that's for sure," asked Harry, scratching behind the Grim's ears, all the while fighting himself not to change Sirius back and hit him in the nose and then hugging him. Laughter came from behind them. Harry turned to him and saw Remus Lupin. A surge of sorrow hit Harry, remembering his godson, Teddy Lupin. Not this time. "Hi, Moony," said Harry, stealing his emotions, levitating the dog and hugging Remus. "Hey, Cub, how are you?" "Better, but I think Padfoot needs to be castrated." The dog whimpered and both laughed. Harry removed the charm from Sirius and he instantaneously changed to his human form. "Damn pup, you have some good reflexes," said Sirius, hugging his godson. "Quidditch and my new training partner," replied Harry, gaining the attention of both men. "Really? And who would this training partner be?" asked Remus while Sirius grinned. "I am willing to bet that it is the Vila bird you mentioned." "You would be wrong, then. Why would I waste my time with her when I have much better than her?" replied Harry, and both men looked at him surprised and grinning. "Oh, and who would this amazing bird be?" asked Sirius. "You'll find out," replied Harry, making Sirius pout and Remus laugh. Then Sirius sniffed something on Harry. "Remus," he called, and Harry paled. "Here it comes." Remus sniffed the air and grinned. My, Mr. Potter, have you been in contact with a lovely young girl?" he asked. "Yes," replied Harry, crossing his arms on his chest. "And how long has this going on?" asked Sirius with a grin. Harry shrugged. 20 minutes, give or take, maybe less," replied Harry, seeing the surprised looks in his uncle's faces. You work fast," said Sirius, earning a glare from Harry. "Let's make a thing clear, Sirius, and you too, Remus, I like her. And I mean I really like her, got it? Whatever happened is only between me and her. All I will tell you is that she is all I ever wanted." Sirius and Remus widened their eyes. "Oh, Merlin, we lost the pup. He's lost, I tell you," mocked bald Sirius. "Well, he's his father's son. What would you expect?" asked Remus. "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, almost sure he didn't care. "Are you in love, Cub?" asked Remus, and even Sirius became very interested in his answer. "Yes. Ask me that in a later date," replied Harry, making both older men laugh. They went to the living room, and despite the need, according with Sirius, of giving Harry the talk, he put it off to a later date because he lacked the fire whiskey needed for the bonding moment. Remus mentioned his diagrams that could be useful. The saddest part was that Harry was reliving a moment back from the summer before his 5th year, when he actually was dumb enough to ask the two older men about girls. Sirius got a bottle of fire whiskey, got Harry drunk while explaining the birds and the bees, and even used Remus visual aids. "So, Cub, about all that has been happening to you," started Remus, getting Harry's attention. Sirius looked seriously at Harry, and the Dark Lord turned teen started to tell them everything that had happened since Halloween. Sirius and Remus were appalled with the behavior of the Gryffindor house, especially McGonagall's and Dumbledore's. They got even worse when Harry told them that he got bonded with Dobby and the elf changed for something else, more powerful. He told them about taking residence on the Chamber of Secrets, in an old chamber that Dobby cleaned with several books and equipment that had helped him to study and grew powerful, training hard and appearing only for classes. The result was what happened on the first task. Of course, it was all a lie, or at least part of it, but it was necessary. Remus actually had some questions on a couple of points, but after some questions he was pleased. Sirius was just amazed and concerned. "But how did you fly? Without a broom?" asked Sirius. "Falling from the broom was an accident. Concerning flying, I started wandless magic some time before and read that Salazar liked to levitate himself to amaze the students. I tried to do the same, said Harry, lying through his teeth. It wouldn't do that he levitated himself by using a controlled wandless levitation charm. They seemed to accept it and be even more amazed. Of course, the compulsion charms to believe what Harry said also helped. Even to Harry, parts of the story seemed far-fetched. Then he told them the aftermath and the two men laughed. They even snarled, recognizing that the lions deserved it and that they should even be called the House of the Rats. "And now you're a snake?" asked Remus. "A proud snake, thank you," replied Harry with steel in his voice. "To let you know, had I not met Malfoy or Weasley, I'd be a Slytherin from day one. I'm not trying to be insulting, Cub, it's just that. It's hard to believe, yet the proof is right here in front of us," completed Sirius. Harry sighed. "I know you have reasons to be distrusted, but it's not so bad. I was accepted in the house and they already seem to like me as one of their own. I have friends, more friends and with more quality than those backstabbing idiots. I am allowed to be myself without fear of hurting their feelings and," Harry shrugged, "it's my new home and I'm accepted. To the rest of the school, I am the boy who lived and a dark wizard in training. In Slytherin, I'm just another fourth year, powerful and cunning, sure, but still only a fourth year." Sirius and Remus nodded. "What about Snivellis?" asked Remus, making Harry chuckle. "I don't think he got over the shock of me being in his house yet." The three laughed. "So, considering your story, do you actually need us for anything?" asked Remus, half mocking, half apprehensive. Harry got the doubts. "Moony, I've been using the chamber since my second year after killing the basilisk. I read the books and practiced the spells on my own when I had the time. I'm a little good, but I'm not perfect." "What basilisk?" asked both Sirius and Remus, leading to a report of Harry's first 3 years in Hogwarts. "Damn, pup, that's hard," replied Sirius, not knowing what to say. "Do you need anything?" asked Remus again, and Harry, who had predicted that question, gave him a list. Remus opened it and read it. "Clay, silver powder, an assortment of ingredients. What the hell is all this for?" asked Remus, and Harry smirked. "Slay is for pottery. I'm thinking in starting a new hobby. Ingredients are for potions, of course, and the silver is for permanent runes engraving in surfaces." "You're starting a," mumbled Sirius, who thought it to be the craziest thing ever. "A Potter," asked Remus, wanting to laugh but highly confused. Harry sighed. Apparently he wasn't that of a joker. "I read a book on enchanting and I am interested in trying. The clay is for enchanting tiles, for example." "Oh, I didn't know you knew runes," replied Remus. "No offense, Remus, but there's a lot you don't know about me," replied Harry, seeing the regret on Moony's face, "but I don't blame you." "That's true," mumbled Sirius. "Do you need help for your second task?" "Well, besides the bubblehead charm and gillyweed, are there any more ways to remain long periods of time underwater?" "You already know what the second task is," asked a surprised Remus, and Harry nodded. "They are going to take what I would miss the most and place it under the water. I have 1 hour to retrieve it." "That's crazy," said Sirius, appalled. "That's the organization," refuted Harry. "I can only think of human transfiguration," replied Remus. "I see. What about a reverse summoning charm that would take me to my target instead the opposite?" "Well, you have the point at me spell. It's supposed to provide a direction to your target." "Teach me," asked Harry, and the 3 men spent a couple of minutes talking and teaching the spell. "Point at me, Sirius Black," said Harry, and a red arrow appeared on his wand, pointing at Sirius. "Well done, pup," praised Sirius. "Do you need anything else?" "Actually, yes," replied Harry, taking a parchment from his pocket. "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good." Sirius whistled. "Damn, it has been years since I last saw that," said the animagus, and Harry smirked. "I want to place an alarm that warns me when anyone unusual appears on Hogwarts." Both men looked at the teen. Who exactly do you think would put my name on the cup?" "It had to be someone from the outside, at least according with Professor Moody." It was a lie. All he wanted was how to learn how to do it. "Professor Moody?" asked Sirius, wanting to laugh. "Mad-Eye is your professor." "Yeah, scary guy but quite knowledgeable. Almost as good as you at teaching, Moony." "Aw, pup, thanks. But we never made such a feature," Remus said, regretful. "Oh, well, I had to try," replied Harry with a nod, and canceling the map and putting it back in the pocket. "I have to hurry. I have a practice duel with Victor Crumb at 6. Do you fine gents want to come at me to Gringotts to claim my lordship?" After some explaining, Harry called Dobby, and after the initial surprise of the marauders over Dobby's appearance, Sirius turned into his animagus form and the 3 left to Gringotts. Dobby took them into an alley next to the Goblin Bank and quickly stiffened. Master, mistress calls, Dobby said in Harry's smirk, telling him to go. Mistress, asked Remus while Padfoot was looking at him, curious. One day she might be. Meanwhile, if Dobby likes to call her mistress, I won't oppose if she won't either. It sounds that you already learned the first rule of marriage, joked Remus. I would think that keep your woman happy is a rule for a happy existence, period. Mumbled Harry, and both Remus and Padfoot laughed. The three walked into a teller. What do you wish, wizard? Asked the goblin on the other side. May your gold flow and your enemies be crushed. My name is Harry Potter, heir to House Potter. I wish to perform an inheritance test, claim the headship of House Potter, and have a meeting with my account manager of House Potter, explained Harry, earning the attention of the teller, Remus, and Padfoot, the goblin most of all. Very well, heir Potter. May your gold flow and your enemies be crushed. You shall be escorted to Grimjaw at once. The teller called a bell, and a young goblin appeared to escort the trio into a personal office. Harry, how did you learn how to deal with goblins? Asked Remus, curious. I read some of Salazar's interactions with their kind. I was curious after discovering that the goblins were a warrior race turned bankers, replied Harry. Remus took it as true. We are still a warrior race, Mr. Potter. Their guide, who introduced him as Swiftlock, replied. Hearing their conversation, we still train our army, but instead of open war, we focus on the protection of our domain and the riches of your kind. Ah, thank you, Swiftlock, replied Harry, remembering very well the type of might that the goblin army hid in Gringotts caves. They were taken into the office of a goblin dressed in a sharp suit. The goblin waved at them to sit at the desk and crossed his hands on the desk. I am Account Manager Grimjaw and welcome you, heir Potter, into my office. The goblin said in a polite tone. Thank you, Account Manager Grimjaw. May your enemies be crushed, your gold flow, and our jointed ventures grow steady and with profit. I am Harry Potter, heir of the House Potter, and these are my uncle, Remus Lupin, and my godfather, Sirius Black, who is an animagus. Remus and Sirius looked betrayed to Harry, who focused on the goblin. I understand that my godfather is innocent of any crimes according with Gringotts laws, and therefore request asylum for himself. Of course, heir Potter, the Vault of Petter Pettigrew is still active, and that alone generates doubts upon your ministry decision, the goblin said, attracting the attention of the older wizards. What do you mean, heir Black? Asked Sirius after turning back into his human form. You are the heir of Orion Arcturus Black, former lord of the Black family, Grimjaw replied as a matter of fact. But I was disowned by my mother, replied Sirius. The former Lady Black never had the power to disown you, heir Black, replied the goblin, and Sirius started to laugh. I assume you'd wish to claim your lordship. No, I wouldn't just now. First, I'd like to stand a trial and be declared innocent, replied Sirius, making Remus nod and Grimjaw think. The Potter will provide proofs of my innocence. Unfortunately, heir Black, the Potter will was sealed by order of your Wisengamot and your Albus Dumbledore. Why? Was Harry's only question. It is unknown, heir Potter. However, Mr. Dumbledore, acting as your magical guardian, gave instructions to Gringotts to make the Potter estate grow and have it well managed until you'd be ready to claim your headship. Interesting, whispered Harry. However, we come with news. By forcing me to compete in the Tri-Wizard tournament, the Ministry of Magic recognized me as an adult. Would this be suitable to allow me to claim my headship of House Potter? It is indeed, heir Potter, replied Grimjaw. In fact, I sent you letters in the name of Gringotts concerning that specific fact. It was a surprise when the letters were sent back, unlike the normal statements. I have experienced some troubles with Owl Post, and I admit that you sent the statements not to me but to my guardian. Indeed. There you have it, replied Harry. I do believe that I need to have a good conversation with Dumbledore about him being my magical guardian and managing my finances. What has he done, actually? Albus Dumbledore gave instructions to manage the Potter estate and make it grow. Only the head of house can know more. Very well, in that case, I'd like to withstand the inheritance ritual, replied Harry, to which Grimjaw nodded. Hey, Moony, is it me, or do you find it creepy as well seeing Harry acting like this? Mumbled Sirius. Cold and calculating, knowing exactly what to say and do, replied the werewolf. Yeah, I do. Good, I thought it was just me, replied Sirius as Grimjaw produced a runed basin and a steel ritual knife, with several runes along the blade. The procedure is simple. All you need to do is to use the knife to draw blood and drop it on the basin. Magic will do the rest. Harry nodded and squeezed his palm on the blade, drawing blood. He pushed the blade, revealing the steel covered in blood, and the blood flowed from his wound into the basin. Grimjaw was in awe of the boy. He hadn't even flinched. Sirius and Remus, however, were appalled. "Harry, what do you think you're doing?" asked Sirius. "Some drops would be enough." "Don't worry," was Harry's reply. The basin started to glow golden as the blood was absorbed and a parchment appeared on top of it. Grimjaw took it and read it. Name: Harry James Potter. Age: 14. Father: James Charles Potter. Mother: Lily Mary Potter. Heir of House Potter by blood from father's side. Possible heir of House Slytherin from mother's side. What do you mean, possible heir for House Slytherin? Asked Sirius after recovering from his shock. It is not known, but Salazar Slytherin locked his vaults and hid the key in a secret place. He informed his heirs that only a true descendant of his would be able to uncover his secret and be able to claim the mantle of the Lord of the House. It was a sort of a test of cunning, according with him. A secret I didn't uncover last time, Harry thought to himself. But how? I mean, Lily was a descendant of Slytherin. I mean, she wasn't even a Parseltonge, Grimjaw scoffed. You wizards, the goblin said in a scowl. Not all magical abilities pass from parent to child. We at Gringotts know that Mrs. Potter was a descendant from squibs from Slytherin and Gaunt lines. We also have the documents concerning it. While Mrs. Potter was able to maintain a functional magical core, not all abilities of her line were active. The added magic and blood of the Potter line was able to wake some of these abilities into Heir Potter. But Lily was a powerful witch, said Remus. Sirius looked to Harry and saw him pensive. Harry, what do you have to say? Did my mother knew? He asked, and Grimjaw nodded. She did, but she ordered the information to be declared as a secret of House Potter. I don't believe the former Lord Potter, your father, ever knew. I see, replied Harry. Was Lord Voldemort, previously known as Tom Riddle, ever been able to claim the House Slytherin lordship? He was not, was Grimjaw's reply, and Harry nodded. In that case, I'd like to claim my Potter lordship, and I'd like to see my parents' will. As you wish, Lord Potter. Grimjaw produced several forms for Harry to sign and ordered a goblin to retrieve the Potter will and ring. After some moments, they had both. With your permission, I would read the will, said Grimjaw, and Harry nodded. This is the last will of James Charles Potter, Lord of House Potter and Lily Mary Potter, Lady of House Potter. Should this be read, then we are dead. Considering that this will was made on the day after going under the Fidelis charm, then that means that Sirius' plan failed and somehow Voldemort captured our good friend Peter Pettigrew, who was Sirius' suggestion to be the secret keeper. We're sorry, Petey. Should our son Harry James Potter have survived, we leave 10,000 galleons to Sirius Black and the guardianship of our son Harry James Potter, as well as 10,000 galleons to Remus Lupin. 10,000 galleons are to be given to the Auror Corps, and 5,000 to the vigilante group known as Order of the Phoenix. Everything else is to go to our son Harry. Harry, we love you very much. We hope you have a long and happy life. Please, be healthy, eat healthy with several greens, cherish your true friends, study hard, and be happy. We wish you all the best and know that we will be watching you. Whatever you do, know we are proud of you. If your accidental magic bouts are any indication, you will be a powerful wizard. We added a set of memories to the Potter Vault, memories of some of our most treasured moments with you. We'd like you to have something of us. This is not a goodbye, son. We'll meet again, one day. We are very proud of you and we love you very much. Should our son have died with us, James Charles Potter, name Sirius Orion Black and Remus John Lupin as heirs of House Potter. Let them do whatever they will with the estate. Goodbye, friends. It was a pleasure to run with you. This is not a goodbye. One day, the Marauders will run again. Except lead long and happy lives and bring down those bastards for us, will you? Sirius, Remus, you and Pete were the brothers I always wanted. I'll be waiting for you on the other side. Farewell, friends. See you one day. James Potter, Lily Potter, witnessed by account manager Grimjaw. Sirius Orion Black. Grimjaw folded the parchment and saw Harry with his eyes closed. Sirius was cleaning some tears and Remus was solemn, looking at the ground. Account manager Grimjaw, would you please send a copy of that will to the head of the DMLE to make sure my godfather has a trial? It shall be done, Heir Potter, nodded Grimjaw, making a copy of the will. Why did they only added you as a possible guardian? Asked Harry to Sirius, who shrugged. I was to go under Fidelius as well. Maybe they thought I'd survive as such. Harry accepted the answer and turned to Remus. I'm a werewolf, Harry. I wouldn't be allowed to be your guardian. The man replied, and Harry sighed. Stupid, bigoted rules. And my lordship? Asked Harry to Grimjaw, who extended the ring box. Harry opened it and saw a golden ring with a red stone, which had the coat of arms of House Potter. He was instructed to place it on his finger, and he did, being enveloped by a golden light. After some moments, the gold disappeared and the ring adjusted to his finger. "Congratulations, from this moment forward, you are Lord Potter. Allow me to be the first one to congratulate you, my lord." "Thank you, account manager Grimjaw," said Harry, earning claps on his shoulders from his uncles in support. "I trust the director of the DMLE will know how to deal with the will and my godfather. Gringotts will push its recourses to see it done. Air Black shall be contacted as soon as possible," Grimjaw explained, closing his files if there is nothing else. "I'd like a statement of my estate and a couple of words private," replied Harry, surprising his uncles. "Of course, Lord Potter. Should Mr. Lupin and Air Black leave this room for a while, they shall be escorted to the lobby where they can wait for you and your concluded business." "I hope you don't mind," said Harry, turning to both men. "Harry, are you sure you don't need help?" asked Sirius, earning a surprised look from Harry and Remus. "And how would you help me, Sirius?" asked Harry with a chuckle. "Besides, that's what we are paying Grimjaw for, isn't it?" Grimjaw nodded. "Of course, time is money, and I earn a fee for every successful business ventures of my clients." "See?" asked Harry, and Sirius shook his head. "You're scary, kid," said Sirius with a chuckle. "We'll be waiting outside. Go on." Sirius turned into his dog form, and Remus chuckled, giving Harry some advice. Then they left, leaving Harry and Grimjaw alone in the office. Grimjaw started to go over the money in the vaults, which was more than Harry expected to spend in a lifetime. The properties, especially Potter Manor, which was in lockdown since the death of his grandparents, and his business stock. The goblins had taken Sirius Dumbledore's request to make the Potter estate grow larger. Maybe Harry should thank Dumbledore. "Is there anything else I can be of service, Lord Potter?" "Indeed there is," replied Harry, lifting his eyes from the parchment he was reading and giving it back to Grimjaw, who made copies for Harry to read of a later date. With steel in his eyes, the same resolve that moved many of his actions as the Dark Lord Potter in the past, Harry looked to the expectant goblin. It was time to start another piece of his plan, not concerning Voldemort at all, but partially concerning Oberon and Titania. He was not about to wait almost 10 years. "I'd like to hire the Goblin Nation to retrieve information concerning a group of wizards and witches. I do not wish to know the names of the members of this group. I require only to know the location of their meetings and their safe houses." Grimjaw looked at Harry with a pensive look. "This service will cost you," the goblin started. "I understand, of course. I expected nothing less," replied Harry. The goblin nodded. "Should you tell me what you wish, I will pass this information forward." "Very well," replied Harry, leaning in his chair and crossing his fingers, looking at the goblin. "I wish to know the location of the meetings of the group known as the Followers of Rasselthoth and the location of their leader Verardthoth." For the first time in several centuries, a goblin paled in fear before a wizard. Hogwarts. Later that evening, he wanted to meet Daphne, but he was already late. Dobby popped him into the 7th floor directly, and he summoned the Room of Requirement with the shape of the dueling room he had used all those years ago to train the DA, and that he still used with Daphne every now and then. He waited for Crumb to summon Dobby, kneeling on the floor and starting to meditate on the happenings of the day. Grimjaw had been appalled that Harry was searching for the Followers of Rasselthoth. He wanted answers, but he got none. All he got was an order of 5 goblin warrior squads for a time when the Goblin Nation found him the group. That alone helped to ease the goblin's heart, but he still knew nothing why the recent elevated Lord Potter would search for a group that worshipped one of the most powerful and dangerous necromancers of the ancient world as a god. Even if the wizards had forgotten history, the Goblin Nation hadn't. He had made a quick trip to the Potter Vault to pick up an item he needed for the Yule Ball and went back up. When he met Sirius and Remus, they went back to Hogsmeade and said their goodbyes then, promising to keep Harry informed of the happenings concerning Sirius. By then it was almost 6 o'clock, and Harry had to be in Hogwarts for his duel with Crumb. At 6:05, there was a knock on the door. "Enter," said Harry, and the door opened, revealing a shocked Victor Crumb. "Ah, Mr. Crumb, welcome. I've been expecting you. Vihen, you said you nev place I thought of classroom," the Bulgarian said in awe, looking around the room. Harry chuckled. "This room isn't well known, but it can take the shape desired. This is a shape I have used before for dueling and training. It is good, duh." After some small talk, Harry and Victor took their positions after agreeing on only non-lethal curses. Dark curses were allowed if they weren't lethal. Crumb was surprised, although he suspected that Potter wasn't as light as everyone thought him to be. If the rag the British called a paper was anything to be believed. They began their practice, trading spells easily at the beginning, testing each other, as well as their reflexes. Then, Crumb decided to start to elevate the bar and the pace of the fight improved. Both were doing their best to dodge, raising shields only in last resort. Not that they knew, but they thought the same way. Why waste magic if we're fit enough to quick movements? Harry remembered to propose Daphne some physical training as well. Harry had to hold something back. Even though his teenager core wasn't completely merged with the core that came back with him, he still had more available power. He was above Crumb in terms of power and knew how to be careful. Crumb was having fun. He was a dueling champion on Bulgaria and was Durmstrang champion of dueling as well. He had beaten everyone at the Institute and longed for some new challenges to help him to grow. He had heard the stories of the boy who lived, who had defeated a most dangerous Dark Lord at age 1 by rebounding the killing curse. He didn't believe such stories, of course, but was curious about what type of man Harry Potter was. The younger man hadn't disappointed. He didn't believe that Potter had put his name on the cup, and he had found it disgusting that the population of Hogwarts had made him a pariah. Even the ones from Beauxbatons had insulted the boy, sneering at him. Then, after the task and after his announcements, Victor could laugh and with him all of Durmstrang. The boy played all of them and buried on their own stupidity. The boy was good, and if he didn't focus on the duel at hand, he would lose. They kept going at it for almost an hour, not having a clear winner. Both of them had stopped trying to just beat or overpower the other, starting with proposed exercises of dodging and spell chains. Both had fun and was soon time to go down for dinner. "I think I need Shover," said Crumb while sat on the floor sweating, making Harry laugh. He just pointed at a wall where a door had just appeared. "Another trait of the room that is most useful," replied Harry. "V had about clothes." "Ask the Bulgarian. Dobby can clean them while you're at your shower," replied Harry, and Victor nodded, doing just that. Harry willed another bathroom for himself and took a shower himself, feeling the warm water on his tired muscles. One thing is having power to overpower an enemy, another is dodging. If Durmstrang was good in one thing, that was teaching dueling and dueling techniques. Harry dressed the new clothes Dobby had brought to him and waited for Crumb, willing a chair and a table with a book on dark curses to spend the time. When Crumb finally came out of the shower, dressing his cleaned clothes, they walked back to the Great Hall. "There are rumors, dat you killed teacher on first year, Basilisk second, and Vac Dementors last. All true, unfortunately. You should be at Durmstrang," scoffed Crumb, "better teaching and no danger." "Had you made the offer before my resorting, I might have taken it," replied Harry, even though it was a lie. He saw Victor looking at him by the corner of his eye, "but I have a very good reason to stay." "Girl," asked Vicar, to which Harry nodded, "I understand." They reached the Great Hall, talking about curses, and turned to the Slytherin table. Many gasped. They had heard the rumors at breakfast, but discarded them, but seeing Crumb and Potter together as friends, that was a surprise. The two boys shook their hands and Victor joined Durmstrang students while Harry joined his friends. "Good evening," he said, being saluted by the others. He kissed Daphne on the cheek and she mumbled something, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she replied, avoiding to look at him. "She's like that since she came to dinner half an hour ago," replied Millie. "What did you do to her?" "I did nothing," replied Harry, not looking at anyone else but Daphne. He tried to hold her hand, but she took her hand from his violently. "Don't," she hissed, her voice full of anger. Harry saw her angry and betrayed eyes and felt his own heart break. "Daphne, please, what's wrong?" He didn't say anything else because she slapped him hard. The entire population around stopped their doings in that moment, turning to Slytherin, the source of the slap that echoed in the hall. "Do you need to ask? You said you wanted a partner, you said you wouldn't lie to me." "Yet you've done nothing but lie, haven't you?" hissed Daphne. "How am I to trust you if you've never told me the truth?" Everyone was appalled, looking at the drama between the two snakes everyone thought would be dadding soon. "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, receiving another slap from Daphne, this time harder. She looked even more betrayed. "I saw the memory in the pensive, you bastard," she said with tears in her eyes, pushing him away and leaving the table. "Don't even dare to speak to me unless it's to speak the truth." She walked to the exit, ignoring the looks everyone was giving her and Harry. Harry was shocked, as if paralyzed, his mind repeating her words, "I saw the memory in the pensive, you bastard," remembering him of that same morning. Flashback, Harry sat at the desk, supporting his head in his knuckles, thinking. With a sigh, he picked his wand and removed a memory from his head, placing it in the pensive. Harry breathed while shedding a tear and went into the pensive. End of flashback, he had never taken the memory from the pensive. He had left it there and never remembered it again. The memory was one of his most happy moments, but brought him sorrow all the same, and yet he made a stupid mistake by leaving the memory unprotected. A huge mistake that cost him his plan and his Daphne. "What the hell did you do, Potter?" asked Tracy, getting up to run after Daphne. Anger surged in Harry and put his fist against the table. "None of your business," he said, fatting away from the table and appearing 3 feet from Daphne, who was still several feet from the Great Hall doors. Everyone gasped at the sight of Harry Potter sort of apparating inside Hogwarts. It was nothing like the house elf apparition, and it should be impossible. It said so in Hogwarts, a history. Even the teachers were astonished, but most of all was Daphne, who widened her eyes looking at the flaring emeralds that were Harry Potter's eyes. "But how?" she mumbled. Instead of replying, he grabbed her by the waist against himself, looking at her shocked and hurt eyes. They both faded away from the Great Hall. The confusion only started then. Daphne saw Harry vanishing with Dobby and smirked. She didn't regret it and would just embrace whatever would come to them. She liked Harry, Harry liked her. He wanted a partner, she wanted to be his. So why not? She walked into the 3 broomsticks, trying to search for some of her year mates. They should be about finishing their meals. When she entered the 3 broomsticks, she saw all tables filled with Hogwarts students and searched for someone familiar. As luck would have it, she saw Tracy, Millie, and Blaise sat together. From the boys, there was no sign. "Where have you been?" asked an indignant Tracy, rising from her seat when she saw Daphne. "Having lunch," replied Daphne, raising an eyebrow to her friend. "Why?" "We looked for you two to join all of us for lunch," replied Millie, drinking from her butter beer. "Where did you have lunch?" "Did he plan something romantic?" asked Pansy with a smirk, although it could be heard a little bit of envy. Daphne smirked. "Harry took me to the lake shore and we had a picnic in a beautiful clearing," she said, and had the attention of the 3 girls. "And?" asked Tracy. Daphne smirked. She decided to have fun and lie a bit. They could wait to learn they were dating. "We talked a bit, well, a lot, actually, and then he had to leave for other business," she said, and could see the shock on Tracy's face. "You talked, you only talked," she spluttered. Daphne was actually enjoying taunting her friend. "And he just left you?" asked Pansy, raising her eyebrow. "Pansy, trust me in this, we know nothing about Harry. Whatever Malfoy always said, or even what our head of house always said, Harry is nothing like that. He told me a bit about the last 3 years, and believe me, it's nothing to take lightly." The 3 girls looked at Daphne, surprised. "I know," confessed Pansy in a whisper. The 3 other girls looked at the most bigoted girl their year, although not by choice. "I saw what he did to the dragon, Daph. I saw him destroying Draco as if he was nothing but a nuisance. Harry is a real Slytherin, and he is powerful, deserves my respect, and he isn't looking for servants as a Dark Lord wannabe. He's looking for allies. There are even rumors that Alastair Pince, Brian Carrick, and Eliza Culberth are interested in having him joining them." The girls gasped. If the Slytherin triumvirate, the real power in Slytherin House, was interested in Harry, it only meant that he was to learn from them and take a position in the triumvirate the following year, to lead the house. It was unusual. Members of the triumvirate were always selected from 6th and 7th years. "I had no idea, are you sure?" asked Millie in a whisper, and Pansy nodded. Daphne was both baffled and proud of Harry. "Add to today's show, when he came in talking politely with Victor Crumb," added Millie with a smirk. Daphne chuckled. "Sometimes I really hate Draco," said Pansy with a sigh, noticing the 3 girls smirking, looking at her. "Oh, fine, most of the times, blasted alliances. But imagine if Harry had been in our house since first year." "What for? He's with us now," said Daphne, crossing her arms. "Let's just make sure we support him properly this time and make sure he wins the Tri-Wizards tournament." "It's personal to you, isn't it?" asked Pansy with a smirk. "Want him to win for several reasons," admitted Daphne. "I think he can do it. Shouldn't our house support him, or are we to be honorless fools like the dorks?" "The house stands with him, Daphne," replied Millie. "As a matter of fact, there's none in the house that doesn't respect him, hell, even Malfoy piped down his filth." "I don't mean that, Millie," started Daphne, looking at the girls. "The dorks want him back and accuse us of using dark magic and love potions on him." "They accuse you," replied Tracy, making the girls snicker. Daphne decided to ignore her. "The Duffers want him down because of Diggory, and the Claws are divided between Neutral and Chang's supporters. There's more on the line to Slytherin House than we think. Like, asked Tracy. What did he told us? He is being studying in the Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber. Said Daphne, making sure her dorm mates understood in a sense. He has been studying from Salazar Slytherin himself. Are you talking about the diaries? Asked Tracy, and Millie and Pansy looked at Daphne, wide-eyed, making the same connection. Yes, Tracy, the diaries. The diaries he told us he read, written by Salazar himself, from where he said he had learned a lot. A victory for Harry would mean a victory for Slytherin's apprentice and our house, replied Daphne. I like your way of thinking, replied Millie, and Pansy nodded. Things have been changing in the past weeks, said Daphne with a smirk, looking at her friends. Personally, I think things are changing for the best. Speaks the girl who has Potter whipped, replied Pansy, making Tracy and Millie laugh. Even Daphne chuckled. Yeah, Daphne whispered enigmatically, not heard by her friends. She was as whipped. Speaking of Harry, where are your boys? Around, replied Tracy, while Pansy shrugged. We had lunch all together, then Malfoy wanted to leave, but Pansy didn't. Theo and Blaise went to the toilet and are by the counter. I think they realized we were having a girls-only moment. Daphne turned back and saw the two boys at the counter, talking among themselves. Draco wanted to buy a couple of things and took Greggy and Vinny with him, sighed Pansy. The girls hid their chuckles. Greggy and Vinny had been the nicknames Pansy had given Crabbe and Goyle, and she was very supportive of the two of them. In fact, the two followed Pansy, not Malfoy. Malfoy fancied himself a leader because of his father's power. Pansy, Greg, and Vince had to be around him because of alliances, everyone knew which, but that didn't mean he was the leader. Pansy allowed him to believe that. She cared about the Git, but not that much as people thought. Since Harry had joined the Snakes, he had been in a spiral down, realizing his own place and that his father's influence had limits in the House of the Cunning. With whom are you going to the ball? Asked Millie to Pansy, who smirked with a small blush. I'm going with the both of my boys. Thank Merlin Draco isn't going. Imagine what I had to suffer should I be his date. The girls chuckled, and Tracy called Theo and Blaise back to the table. Where's your boy? Asked Blaise to Daphne. In a personal meeting, replied Daphne. I want to know your opinion on Harry. He's a great, smart, and powerful guy, replied Theo, earning a mock glare from his girlfriend. Don't tell me you have a crush on him. He lacks something for that, was Theo's reply. Oh yeah, what's that? Asked Tracy, teasing him. Being you, replied Theo, kissing his girlfriend, making the girls awe and appreciation. Great, raise the bar, won't you? Mumbled Blaise, being heard only by Millie, who gave him an elbow and shook her head with a smirk. He actually smirked. Millie didn't like all that wovey-dovey stuff. She happened to be a practical girl, and he was fine with that. What about you, Blaise? Asked Daphne. He scares me, confessed Blaise, earning some curious looks, but I owe him one for convincing me to find my guts. And besides, the guy is smart, resourceful, and I'd rather be on his side than the opposite. I've seen how much he has to control himself not to curse some idiots, and I actually rather not be on his way when he finally snaps. Do you think he can win the tournament? Asked Daphne again. Before the first task, I'd find that a joke. Now I think he can win, but the jury isn't that fond of him, replied Blaise, and Theo nodded in agreement. How is he doing with the next task? Asked Millie. The riddle of the egg was solved, and he's prepared, but I won't speak about it in here. Too many ears, replied Daphne. What about the ball? Asked Pansy with a smirk. He's actually a decent dancer, replied Daphne with a shrug. I'm looking forward to it. Now, concerning the fact that Harry's house elf calls you mistress, started Theo, wanting to have a proper answer. After explaining that Dobby started to call her that just because, and that none of them actually told him to stop, something they found extremely amusing, they stayed at the Three Broomsticks some time more, leaving together later on. Daphne already had everything she needed and was getting bored. She noticed people looking at her, most likely wondering where Harry was, since he wasn't at her side, and ignored them. With nothing better to do, she decided to go back to Hogwarts and visit the Chamber of Secrets, study a couple of books, read a diary, and maybe start on her homework. Dobby appeared a moment after she called him. According with him, he had just arrived in Gringotts with his godfather and uncle. Daphne smirked. She wondered what would happen when it became known that Harry had claimed his lordship. Should you need anything, please call, told her Dobby after popping her into the living chamber of the Chamber of Secrets. Actually, what do you do when you're not being summoned? Asked Daphne, curious. Dobby grinned. I cleaned the chamber on the first days. I cook Harry's meals when he doesn't want Hogwarts food, and sometimes that implies shopping. I run his errands to buy equipment and ingredients. I spy on some individuals in the school. And I believe that soon I'll have Potter Manor to clean up. His grin meant he actually enjoyed his work. I may be much more than a mere house elf, but I'm still one. I still like to serve my master. Daphne smirked. Your master is lucky in having you at his side, isn't he? She asked, and was surprised with Dobby's response. I think we are both lucky to have each other at our side, replied Dobby with a solemn tone. Hadn't it been for Harry, I'd still be a slave, or maybe I'd be dead. All I did was provide him with a solution for his problem. He gave me this, lied Dobby, waving at himself. He couldn't tell her he had helped Harry with the second task of the tournament, something that hadn't happened yet, not that he had saved Harry and fought at his side. He could, however, embellish the story how he became what he was. I think I know what you mean, Dobby, replied Daphne with a smirk. I'll call you when I need you. Of course, mistress, smirked Dobby, popping away. Daphne smirked, thinking to herself that she might deserve the title now. She checked the room and noticed that Harry had a potion shimmering. She went there and was able to identify that it was a dreamless sleep potion. She recalled what he told her in the morning, let it be. She found a container locked hidden in a corner, but remembered Harry's warnings that Essential told her to leave what was locked be. She left the container and checked the bed, which was soft and comfortable. There was a bedside table next to it with what seemed to be one of the modern lamp crystals to provide light to read, much like the one Daphne had in her room at Greengrass Manor. There was also a notebook on the table. Daphne opened it and recognized Harry's writing. It seemed to be some sort of diary that started with the new Hogwarts year. She read the very first entrance. It's September 1st past midnight. In a couple of hours, we'll be going back to Hogwarts. I can't wait. Not that I dislike the Weasleys, but these people can be a little overbearing and loud. Mr. Weasley is a typical Muggle lover fanatical. He has a lot of Muggle garbage, doesn't know what it's for nor how it works, but is amazed with it. Mrs. Weasley is an overbearing protective mother hen. Need I say more? Bill is kinda cool, and so is Charlie. Bill works for Gringotts as a curse breaker, and Charlie works in a dragon reserve in Romania. Percy is a pompous git that's kissing the ass of his superiors in the ministry. The sad part is that this seems to be the way things work in the wizarding world. A shame. Fred and George, while they may have some funny moments, are annoying with their twin speech and all their pranking. Not everyone enjoys it that much, guys. You could hold it for a moment. Ron is always eating or complaining, but I don't see him doing anything. Most of the time, he's just lazy. But he's also my first friend and can be a nice guy. Then there's Ginny. What the hell is wrong with that girl? It looks like she has a crush on me but doesn't talk to me and can't stand to be on the same room as me without blushing or babbling. But I enjoyed myself in their home, especially when I helped Hermione to explain what some Muggle items were for. I'll never underestimate a wizard's inability to understand the Muggle world again, that's for sure. Daphne chuckled at Harry's written words. She closed the notebook, despite wanting to keep reading, and left it at the bedside table again. Her attention went to the desk, where she had left her frame for the diary's book, and where were his school books and parchment rolls. She went to the desk and noticed the soft glow coming from the pensive. Curious, she walked to it and realized that there was a memory on it. Why would Harry leave a memory on the pensive? She wondered. It had to be something important if he had left it there, probably to see it again at a later date. She knew she shouldn't see it, but after seeing a piece of parchment at the desk that had her name scribbled, she was curious enough to check the memory, even if it was considered rude. It couldn't be anything bad, right? Daphne gulped and put her head into the basin. She entered the memory and quickly saw lights twirling and sound increasing. When the image stopped, she saw herself on a green field, inside a great tent in the middle of a party filled with music and laughter. She looked around, seeing several faces she didn't know, and suddenly, she gasped, and she recognized an older Blaise, sat next to who seemed to be a happy and older version of Millie. With them was an older Theo and Tracy, who were laughing of something that an older version of Pansy was saying. Pansy, who was sat between Greg and Vince, and both were being pleasant. Then, for her shock, Daphne saw who seemed to be an older version of her own sister, sat next to none other than Draco Malfoy, who was being pleasant if her sister's amusement was any indication. She looked to another table and had another shock. In that table was Granger and Longbottom, sat together smiling and laughing. She almost didn't recognize them since they were so changed. Longbottom was taller, thinner and bulkier, and Granger was prettier. Her hair was tamed and looked a proper lady. What was going on? Daphne recognized several other Gryffindors at that table, such as the Weasley twins and their chasers, Johnson, Spinnet, and Bell. Even their former Quidditch captain Wood was there. She managed to see the youngest Weasley male, who looked angered and to have eaten a lemon, stuffing himself with food, as well as Weaslet, who seemed to be holding her rage. She saw many other recognizable faces such as McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Hagrid, but had no idea what was happening. Then she heard a soft noise as if someone was beating metal in crystal. She turned back to where the sound was coming and gasped again. In front of her was another table. At the center was an older version of herself, dressed in wedding robes, right next to none other than an older version of Harry Potter, one that seemed taller and well-built, although he was still lean. He had also dropped his glasses and his eyes looked even more intense. He too was wearing wedding robes. Next to her were her parents, her father Jonathan Greengrass and her mother Persephone Greengrass. Both were smiling and actually proud, probably of themselves as usual. She didn't pay them much attention, seeing who was on the other side of Harry. She saw an older woman and a young boy whose hair was quickly changing color, maintaining his style much like Harry's, but recognized none of them, although the older woman looked much like the Lady Malfoy. She approached who she thought to be an older version of herself and was able to see the fake amusement and the fake smiles. Daphne turned to Harry and saw the same, especially when he turned to older Daphne and saw her own eyes. "I think I need to catch some air." Older Daphne said to older Harry and he nodded. "But you should make a speech." Daphne heard her mother admonish and she saw older Daphne hide a sigh. "We'll be right back," replied older Harry, rising from his seat, unseen to all and giving his hand to older Daphne. "If my wife needs something, it's my job now to make sure she has it, right?" Daphne saw her father laugh and her mother smile amused. "Of course, Harry dear, but don't delay." "Of course not, mother," replied older Daphne, holding older Harry's arm and wearing a false smile. "Shall we, my husband?" "Of course, my dear wife," replied older Harry, kissing her softly on the lips. Daphne ran after them, seeing leaving the tent. They walked in silence for some time, and when they were far enough, older Harry cast a spell Daphne didn't recognize. Then Daphne half sighed, half growled. "I hate it," she said, not able to look at older Harry, who sat by her side holding her hands in support. "It's my wedding and I bloody hate it." "I know," whispered older Harry, caressing her hands. "It's a bloody circus. There's nothing of us in there." Older Daphne continued her rant. "All I wanted was a simple ceremony with our friends, not the whole bloody country. All the Wisengamot is there, as is the whole ministry, not to mention the reporters." Older Harry didn't say anything at all. "Oh, I'm so proud of my daughter," she nailed, "the man who conquered. Now the Greengrass family will be even more influential." Bloody harpy. Older Daphne rant, and Daphne knew she meant her mother. "This was supposed to be my wedding to the man I love, not a bloody circus for her to show to everyone how powerful she is or how powerful her son-in-law is." "Daph, love," tried older Harry, only to stop at Daphne's sobs. "I'm sorry, it's just that." She didn't finish because he held her tight. Daphne was seeing everything, feeling her eyes moist too. She wasn't understanding exactly what was happening, but she thought to be seeing a memory from her own future. Her wedding, to Harry. "I love you, Daph, you know that, right?" he asked, and she nodded while still crying. Older Harry drew a pocket watch and checked the time. "Daphne, I'm going to ask you to play along with me, all right?" Older Harry asked, and both Daphnes looked at him, not understanding what he meant. "Seriously, Daphne, trust me and play along. I have something for you." Older Harry rose and picked older Daphne, returning to the tent. Daphne was unsure of what to think, but older Daphne sighed and went along. "Great, a surprise," older Daphne mumbled. They went back to the tent, and older Harry cast a concussion charm, attracting everyone's attention. "I believe it's customary to perform a speech," older Harry said, being cheered by everyone. "I hope everyone enjoyed themselves, and we thank you in the name of House Potter for your presence in this special day," older Harry said. Daphne saw older Daphne smirking, as if she caught something nobody else did. "However, we believe it's time to retire and start to think and expand our newly formed family." More cheers and wolf calls were heard. Daphne blushed with the implications and saw older Daphne roll her eyes while smirking. Daphne saw her mother splutter something that was ignored, while older Daphne was held by Harry, who had summoned something that looked like a bottle of fire whiskey. "See you all in a couple of weeks," said older Harry before both him and older Daphne disappeared by portkey. Daphne saw the memory change and saw herself in a dark field with older Harry and older Daphne, who decided to punch her husband's shoulder after stealing the bottle from him. Well, if the idea was to run away, it was a good show. She laughed, drinking from the bottle. My mother looked like she was brought down to the commoners. Oh, the indignity. Older Daphne laughed, and so did older Harry. Yes, it was amusing, but that wasn't why we came here. And where is here, dear husband of mine? Older Daphne asked, letting older Harry approach her and enveloping her in a hug and kiss her softly. She reciprocated the kiss, and for a while nothing else happened. When they let go of each other, older Harry spoke again. You know I love you more than everything, right? You may have mentioned it sometimes. She replied cheekily, I may need some convincing. In that case. Older Harry said, indicating her that she should turn away. Curious, she did and saw him wave his wand. At that instant, the dark of the evening was replaced by the soft light of several lamp crystals set along the branches of a massive tree before them. A rowan tree. Not only that, a lone man with a long beard stood before the trunk, dressed in druidic robes and holding a staff in his hand with two others at each side. Older Daphne looked in shock to older Harry. Harry, is this? I knew you wouldn't enjoy our wedding. I knew it wouldn't be what you wanted. To be honest, neither did I. So I thought I could set this up and give you the wedding you always wanted. Older Daphne threw herself to her husband's arms and snogged him senseless. Daphne was stuck to her place. Since she was 9, since after hearing tales from her great-grandaunt, she always dreamed with a traditional wedding. Simple and honoring the old traditions she always loved. She looked at older Harry under older Daphne and felt a pang of both jealousy and hope. Older Daphne let go of her husband and rose again, slightly embarrassed with her actions. Older Harry had a huge grin. Shall we? He asked her, and she nodded. She felt the magic of the sacred grove and stepped forward holding her husband's hand. Then, a booming voice sounded. Attention, massive improvisation and invention from now on with use of so-called Celtic-based vows from Verse Celtic Marriage Wedding. I made up most of it based on some Celtic knowledge I have. I hope to not offend anyone. Who comes there? Harry of House Potter. What do you seek in this sacred ground? The voice asked again. To celebrate my bonding in the magical grounds under the ancient tree, honoring the ancient traditions of our ancestors. Older Daphne was clearly surprised, and so was Daphne. Harry had learned the traditions. Older Daphne had tears on her eyes. He had made this for her. Who walks with you? Asked the voice again. With an encouraging nod, older Daphne replied. I am the bride, Daphne of House Greengrass. Step forward, Harry of House Potter and Daphne of House Greengrass. The man said again, and they did it. Daphne walked behind them as if in a dream. Blessed be this union with the gifts of the East. Communication of the heart, mind, and body fresh beginnings with the rising of each sun. The knowledge of the growth found in the sharing of silences. Blessed be this union with the gifts of the South. Warmth of hearth and home, the heat of the heart's passion, the light created by both to illuminate the darkest of times. Blessed be this union with the gifts of the West. The deep commitments of the lake, the swift excitement of the river, the refreshing cleansing of the rain, the all-encompassing passion of the sea. Blessed be this union with the gifts of the North, firm foundation, on which to build fertility of the fields to enrich your lives, a stable home to which you may always return. Each of these blessings emphasizes those things which will help you build a happy and successful union. Yet they are only tools which you must use together in order to create what you seek in this union. The priest nodded to Harry, who took a silver ribbon from his pocket and gave it to the older man. Older Daphne looked at the ribbon and smiled lovingly at older Harry, who smiled back at her. Daphne stood behind them and had tears on her eyes. The bride and the groom held hands, standing face to face while the priest placed the ribbon on top of their hands. You may say your vows, Harry of House Potter, the priest said. I pledge my love to you and everything that I own. From this day forward, all that is mine is also your own. It shall be only your name I cry out in the night, and into your eyes that I smile each morning. I shall be a shield for you back as you are for mine. Above and beyond this, I will cherish and honor you through this life and into the next. Our love is never-ending, and we will remain forevermore, equals in our marriage. This is my wedding vow to you. Older Harry recited, from both memory and heart. A tear fell from older Daphne's eyes, but the smile never left her lips. You may say your vows, Daphne of House Greengrass, the priest said. I pledge my love to you and everything that I own. From this day forward, all that is mine is also your own. It shall be only your name I cry out in the night, and into your eyes that I smile each morning. I shall be a shield for you back as you are for mine. Above and beyond this, I will cherish and honor you through this life and into the next. Our love is never-ending, and we will remain forevermore equals in our marriage. This is my wedding vow to you," recited older Daphne, and Daphne thought that it wasn't the first time those vows were said by them that day. The priest started to speak again. "Do you, Harry of House Potter, take Daphne of House Greengrass to be your wife, to be her constant friend, her partner in life, and her true love. To love her without reservation, honor and respect her, protect her from harm, comfort her in times of distress, and to grow with her in mind and spirit." "I do, with all that I am," replied older Harry. "Do you, Daphne of House Greengrass, take Harry of House Potter?" "I do, with all that I am," replied older Daphne, not allowing the priest to finish his lines. The two witnesses that stood with the priest hid a chuckle, as did the priest. Harry grinned, and older Daphne actually looked embarrassed, mumbling a sorry. Daphne chuckled before her enthusiasm. The priest waved his staff, and the ribbon tied itself on Harry and Daphne's hands and wrists. "Now you are bound one to the other with a tie not easy to break. Take the time of binding before the final vows are made to learn what you need to know, to grow in wisdom and love. That your marriage will be strong, that your love will last in this life and beyond. I name thee Harry and Daphne of House Potter." The priest concluded, waving his permission with a smile. Older Harry leaned in towards older Daphne. "I love you, my wife," he whispered before kissing her. Daphne saw the ribbon glow and be burned into ashes as their magic surged between them, entangling with one another, completing the initial steps of the bond. "When I thought I couldn't love you more, you do this," older Daphne whispered, looking with moist eyes at her husband. "I love you so much, my husband, now and forever." Daphne saw them kiss again before seeing the memory ending and being ejected from the pensive. She couldn't believe what she saw. It was herself and Harry, but how? It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, and the most loving as well. But how could it be? How could Harry have such a memory? How could he have a memory of something in the future? Was he a seer? Then Daphne started to connect some dots. His power, his knowledge, his insane improvement from one day to the other. All he did. All he helped me. For just no reason. He had more than a reason. Daphne gaped, feeling the tears falling from her eyes. She had no answers, but all she had seen, all she experienced, helped her to form a far-fetched and fledgling theory about Harry Potter that she didn't even dare to voice. "You lied to me," she sobbed, falling on her knees and hiding her face in her hands. Why? After what seemed to be an eternity, Daphne stopped crying. Thinking over what she knew, she freshened up and called Dobby to take her back to her dorms. She was able to hide her thoughts from the elf and dismissed him after questioning him about Harry's location. According with the elf, he was on the room of requirement, already starting his duel with Crumb. Alone on the dorm, Daphne laid on the warded bed with her curtains pulled and privacy charms cast, thinking. The thought that Harry had lied to her saddened her, crushed her even. She didn't want to believe it, but it was clear, and that was what hurt her the most. She wanted to know the truth. She wanted to know what or who he was. Why he had that memory, and if her theory was right, why was he there helping her? Why? Then her memory went back to the bonding she witnessed. Her bonding, the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. And Harry had arranged it all because he loved her. But how? Why? She needed to know. She liked him, she really did. After seeing what she did, her heart swelled because of him. She begged to Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve for the strength to confront him. Because the thought of him lying to her, she realized that she wanted him more than she knew. But she wouldn't even look at him until he told her the truth. She fell asleep thinking about the bonding. When she woke up, her dorm mates were already there, talking about dinner. She didn't want to talk to any of them, so she waited until she was alone. When she rose from the bed and cleaned herself up, changing clothes for dinner. She went to the Great Hall, paying no attention to anyone. She walked unsteadily through the corridors and actually made a wrong turn 3 times until she found the Great Hall. She sat at her house table and said nothing to anyone, starting to fill her plate with roasted potatoes and meat. "Hello, Daphne, we're talking to you," called Tracy, not amused at all. Daphne was brought from her thoughts by her friend's voice, noticing she was only picking the food in her plate. "What is wrong with you?" asked Millie, concerned. "Nothing," replied Daphne in a low tone, eating a fork of potatoes, hoping that they would miss their interest. "We asked you how your afternoon had been," informed Pansy. Daphne shrugged. "I read some books," she replied absently. Her friends all looked at each other, concerned. "Good evening." She heard his voice out of nowhere, feeling a warm kiss on her cheek. "Harry," she mumbled inaudibly. "What's wrong?" He asked nothing. She replied, avoiding to look at him, fighting her anger and her own desire. She's like that since she came to dinner 1 hour ago, replied Millie. What did you do to her? I did nothing, replied Harry. She felt his gaze on her and noticed that he was trying to hold her hand. No, she thought, remembering he had lied to her. She wasn't going to allow him near her without the truth. He lied to her. She took her hand from his violently. Don't, she hissed, unable to control her anger towards him. Daphne, please, what's wrong? She didn't hurt anything else because she couldn't control her anger towards him. How dare you to even ask that? She thought as if you didn't know. She never noticed the entire population of the great hall stopping their doings and look in the direction of the sound that echoed in the hall. Do you need to ask? She asked, fighting her anger and her tears against him. You said you wanted a partner. You said you wouldn't lie to me. Yet you've done nothing but lie, haven't you? How am I to trust you if you've never told me the truth? She focused on his green eyes and could only see the older Harry holding older Daphne lovingly during their bonding. What are you talking about? He asked, insulting her again. She slapped him even harder this time, feeling even more betrayed. I saw the memory in the pensive, you bastard, she said, not able to fight the tears in her eyes. Unable to look at him, she pushed him away, leaving the table. It hurt her. His denial hurt most of all. Don't even dare to speak to me unless it's to speak the truth. She walked to the exit, ignoring the looks everyone was giving her and Harry. What the hell did you do, Potter? She heard Tracy ask. She didn't care. She had to leave the great hall before she gave up and ran back to him or break crying. None of your business, she heard him say. She felt something weird behind and in front of her. When she looked, she saw an emotional Harry Potter looking at her. It wasn't anger, but more like desperation. But how? She mumbled. Instead of replying, he grabbed her by the waist against himself, looking at her shocked and hurt eyes. They both faded away from the great hall. The confusion only started then. Harry and Daphne appeared on the Chamber of Secrets, not in the chamber rooms, but before the statue of Salazar and the skeleton of the basilisk. When they appeared, she was still looking wide-eyed at Harry, enveloped in his arms. She noticed, however, that his breathing was harder. Wah! How? She asked before replacing her curiosity with a sneer. I see another secret. No, he replied, releasing her from his embrace. He gave a step back and breathed in, still feeling his heart pummeling on his ears. Why did you bring me here? She asked, still sneering. We need to talk, he replied, looking at her. His face betrayed no emotion, unlike hers, who was both betrayed, angered, curious, and hopeful. Now, she asked, not stopping the tears from falling, now you want to talk? What if I hadn't seen the memory? Would you ever tell me? He nodded. Eventually, he replied. She slapped him again. When? She shouted, slapping him again. Then she punched him in the chest, not hard but repeatedly. You made me like you. You helped me to get better, and I really like you more than everyone else. I thought I could trust you with everything. Clearly it isn't mutual. He waited for her to finish her rant, feeling her punches in his chest. Her tears hurt more than all the rest. When would you tell me? Or was it just a game to you? He flinched, grabbed her hands, and looked at her. Daphne flinched with the sudden outburst and looked into the green orbs of the wizard in front of her. He didn't even hesitate in his answer. Before I asked you to marry me on our 7th year or before, depending on how much trouble your parents would give us. Daphne lost her voice for some moments. Harry just stood there looking at her, softly letting go of her arms. There was no need in lying or hiding the truth anymore. Why? She asked again with a softer voice, half of her anger gone. Because I wanted you to know everything and you're my partner. I'd always share everything with you, good or bad. You saw the memory in the pensive, you know what you mean to me, and you know the vows I wanted to say. He pleaded, seeing some of her demeanor change. And what makes you think I would accept your proposal? Or that my parents would accept your proposal for my hand? She asked, crossing her arms on her chest, more to steel herself than defy Harry. She had to focus on her anger for a moment, just to be sure she wouldn't hug him for his words. I could only hope I would make you fall in love with me during the following years. Your parents would be easy, I needed only a couple of spells to convince them, he admitted. Daphne widened her eyes before the blatant confession. You would use magic on my parents, but not on me, she asked, curious. Never against your will, he replied, looking at her shocked eyes. Why? She asked again, softer. Because you're my everything and I love you too much to force you to love me. I will either have you of your own free will or won't have you at all, he said with a sigh, and a tear fell from his eyes, falling through his face. Please, Daphne, I know you're hurt and angry with me, but please, give me a chance to explain everything. Just, who are you, really? She asked, and he smiled sadly. I am Harry James Potter, age 14, that didn't change. However, I am also Harry James Potter, age 93, who sent his soul and his most loyal friends back in time to their past bodies in a chance to change the future. Harry admitted, and Daphne almost fainted. She was held by Harry in a blur. Daphne looked into Harry's eyes and couldn't see any deception, only the concern and the love. But how? Why? She asked again, and he shook his head. The hows are unimportant for now. It was a ritual, and let's leave it at that. The whys. Well, that's a long story, he said, caressing her face. She couldn't stop staring to his eyes, who in turn looked at hers. Tell me everything, please, she begged, and he sighed, nodding slowly while moving a strand of her blonde hair away from her face. I will tell you everything if you really want it, but you must promise me that you'll be strong enough to endure it no matter what. She nodded, and he shook his head. No, Daph, say the words. Tell me you will be strong and not falter. You will hear everything, no matter how much you may be hurt. I will, she replied softly, almost a whisper. He nodded with a sad smile. I realize this may be awkward for you, but I do love you, Daph, he whispered. I wanted this for so long, and now I'm afraid to let go of you because the moment might just end. To be perfectly honest, Daphne didn't know what to think about what she had been told. However, she was in Harry's arms and didn't really want him to let her go. You didn't lie to me today, did you? She asked softly, grabbing his hand that was caressing her face. He shook his head. It was all true. It still is and won't change. Past, present, future, you're my partner in all things, and that's all that matters to me, he replied. That solved Daphne's dilemma. Then I'll be here, she said, leaning in as did he. They kissed for a moment, and he held her tight on his arms once again while she embraced him by the neck. When they stopped, Harry let go of her slowly and took her hand. Come then, it will be better if you're sitting, he said, intending to go to the room chambers. Wait, before that, how did you apparate us down here? Hogwarts is supposed to be warded against apparition, she asked, and he chuckled. Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't suppose I could obliviate everyone, he asked with a smirk. Harry, she admonished him, and he chuckled. It wasn't apparition. He explained, having her full attention. There are several ways to magical travel under our own power. That means without portkeys and flu. Apparition is the most used by wizards and goblins, and the most widely known. It is so known that defenses against it were created thousands of years ago. He lectured, and she nodded. There is also popping, as the house elves call their method, and you may have noticed that they travel through most wards. That is because most wards are only keyed to apparition magic, and let's face it, everyone underestimates house elves. That Daphne didn't know. Do you mean I could send Dobby to my house and get something for me? She asked, curious, to which he nodded. Yes, he could, but unfortunately, other house elves add their own wards to their families' houses, preventing invasion from other house elves. Only a few elves can break other elves' wards. In fact, only Azkaban is almost impervious to house elf popping. Dobby would be able to go in, no doubt. Daphne nodded, urging him to continue. There are other methods. The one I used is called fadding, and it's so ancient and unknown that I can pass through most wards without them noticing me and traveling further distances. It is a more complex method than apparition, and there is no risk of splinching, either. I believe it was originally created by a Sumerian archwizard. It has a huge drawback, though. It drains me much quicker. You probably noticed I was short of breath. Daphne nodded, curious and in awe, when I came back in time. Almost a month ago, my old soul merged with my younger, and my cores merged as well. It isn't fully merged yet. Don't ask me why. And while it isn't, fadding is more difficult. I used to be able to fade around 5 times in a row without small rests, and now twice is my limit. I recover fast, but that's one of the reasons I always pop around with Dobby to bypass the wards. Also, I haven't apparate in a long time, he said sheepishly. Daphne was amazed. You said one of the reasons. What are the others? Dobby insists to be around one way or another to watch my back, he replied, and Daphne smirked. Popping me around is amusing for him. Then what now? She asked, and Harry shrugged. Either obliviate everyone, which is not doable at all, or make up some story about accidental magic and maybe bloodline abilities unknown before, supported with some compulsion charms. Compulsion charms? She asked, amused. That was borderline dark. Yes, by the way, the compulsion didn't affect you because of what I told you before, but I cast several compulsions on the Great Hall table and at the entrance of the common room to be more accepted at the beginning, after my resorting. He confessed, and she widened her eyes in shock. He quickly added, I stopped using them a couple of weeks ago after realizing I had been accepted, and it changed nothing at all. The compulsions only worked to give me a chance, not love me unconditionally. Daphne was shocked but considered his words carefully. "But you're sure I wasn't affected by them?" she asked, almost glaring at him. He nodded. "I keyed your magical signature to the charm to act as an exception. You were immune to the compulsion." He replied, and she nodded. She wanted to believe him. "Is that even possible?" "Very." He replied, "Ask Dobby. You're his mistress, and he'll tell you the truth if you order him." "What do you mean?" asked Daphne, not understanding. "We bonded in the future, and he still recognizes your magic. That's one of the reasons why he calls you mistress." She nodded, understanding. "What other reasons has he?" she asked, curious. "Encouraging me to make a move on you." Admitted Harry, and Daphne became a slight shade of pink. "Where is Dobby, by the way?" she asked, and Harry pointed to a shadow near the statue. At the same time, Dobby's voice replied from the same place. "I'm here, mistress," he said, coming from the shadow. Daphne saw the sorrow on the elf's face, wanting to say something but not knowing what. "You two came from the future," she stated, and both nodded. "Almost 80 years from now." Harry nodded and waved her to follow him. They walked in silence while Daphne thought about questions to ask. "Dobby, get us a tea, please," asked Harry, waving his wand towards 2 wooden chairs, transfigurating them into more comfortable green and silver padded chairs. "Chamomile or lemon?" he asked Daphne. "Chamomile, please," she replied, amused how he had asked her 2 favorites, and Dobby popped away. Harry sat at his chair after Daphne and looked at her, who was looking at him. For her surprise, he removed the glasses and placed them on the table. He noticed her curious look. "I corrected my eyesight days after coming back in time," he explained, pointing at the glasses. "Those are only normal glasses for misleading people." She widened her eyes but said nothing, giving him a appraising look and concluding that she preferred a glassless Harry Potter, as she had concluded by watching the memory of their bonding. "Before I start my story, I want you to know that the ritual to bring us back into the past didn't work very well. While we came almost 80 years into the past, 79 to be exact, I wanted to travel back to before I received my Hogwarts letter." That surprised Daphne. "But why?" she asked. "Several reasons. I would be able to cut some ties I didn't want. I would allow the Sorting Hat to place me into Slytherin given the choice, and most of all, I would be with you sooner." He admitted, and she blushed, noticing how interesting the velvet of the chairs was. "Daphne, please look at me," he asked her, and she did. He had a sad smile in his lips. "I had reasons to want to do this, but there was a reason that topped all of them. That was you," he said, and he sighed, predicting her next question. "But why? What happened to me?" she asked, as he knew she would. "Remember what I told you when you asked me what was my greatest fear?" he asked, and she nodded. "Lose everything you love again." She quoted. Her eyes widened as she made the connection. Her reasoning was confirmed with a sad nod from Harry. "I lost you and wasn't able to deal with it," he admitted, looking into her scared sapphire orbs. "So I tried my best and was able to create a ritual that would bring me back just to be with you and prevent it to happen." Daphne shivered in fear and hugged herself. He rose to go to her, but she stopped him. "Tell me more, please," she said, and he sat again, looking at her. "First of all, there's another lie I need to rectify," he said, gaining her attention. "Which is?" she asked. "While I did find this chamber during our 2nd year, after killing the basilisk, I would only take a book or 2 occasionally for my independent studies. It is true that I read Slytherin journals last year at the Dorks' Common Room, disguised as Quidditch magazines, but I only started to fully explore this chamber in our 5th year, with your help." He explained, and her eyes widened. "You see, there's a difference between my original timeline and this." He started to explain. "The first 3 years are the same, just like I told you. The main difference happened during the first task." "What happened?" she asked, curious. Harry was embarrassed. "I summoned my firebolt and flew around the dragon. The dragon was angry and released itself, just like this time. The difference was that I flew away in my broom, and it chased me throughout the grounds and actually crashed into the astronomy tower. I outflew it against the rocks and it crashed there. I think the dragon survived the crash, but I'm not sure." Harry looked at Daphne, who was having difficulties in believing what she heard. "I can show you the memory, if you like." "What could possibly possess you to do something that stupid?" hissed Daphne, almost rising to her feet. "Believe it or not, it was a suggestion from Moody." "As if that could explain it. Moody is a madman," she replied, huffing, her fear forgotten what changed this time. "You mean besides plus 80 years of experience and knowing full well what was going to happen?" he asked, raising an amused eyebrow, and she was forced to grant the point. I also have more sense of self-preservation. You could fool me, she mumbled, which he heard very well. Daphne, I was a Gryffindor, remember? Charge ahead. He asked with a smirk. Besides, that's nothing compared with some really stupid things I did in the past. My past. Oh, I look forward to hear about them, she said sarcastically. Yeah, I know you will, he said with a small chuckle, remembering fondly how he was always chewed by an angry Daphne. So, after the task, she asked. I forgave the Gryffindors and went back to their tower, replied Harry, and Daphne widened her eyes in surprise. No, I wish I was joking, but I was that stupid. Daphne didn't comment. It was true enough. Time passed. I made some peace with Weasley and Granger, even if it wasn't what had been before. I was a hero for Gryffindor and for part of the school. I made peace with the Duffers and their champion, especially because I told Diggory about the dragons a couple of days before the task. This time I didn't. Daphne just nodded. When the Yule Ball was announced, being the idiot I was too scared to ask anyone. I ended up asking Paddle, the Gryffindor one, and Weasley took her sister. The ball was a disaster, but I assure you it won't happen this time, he added, seeing her glare. She didn't comment, she only listened. Then I had a clue from Diggory for the egg and found out the poem for myself. You already knew how to solve it. Why didn't you then? She asked, confused. I don't know, I wanted your help, even if I already knew it. I wanted you to be a part of it. I wanted you to test yourself, to have a brilliant idea like you always had. He tried to explain, but the truth was he had no idea apart wanting to have her around and wanting her to improve herself. For her part, Daphne blushed. Fine, moving on, she said, and Harry nodded. Just then, Dobby popped in with a tray and a tea set for two with cookies. Thank you, Dobby, said Harry as the elf served them and popped away. Daphne picked a cup and listened to Harry. Dobby got me gillyweed and I had to save a person from the bottom of the lake. He started, embarrassed with the rest of the story. It was the pig Weasley. Daphne gaped and then started to laugh. He didn't even try to stop her, sighing only. When she finally calmed down, he was allowed to continue. Accordingly, with Dumbledore, it was because he was my very first and supposed best friend. He explained, and alarm bells echoed in Daphne's mind. She chose to keep the information for later. I ended up saving both him and Fleur de Lacquer's younger sister, since I was afraid they would take them away after 1 hour. Thinking back, it was a little stupid, but it motivated the champions, all right. I gained some extra points, and then in May, after some strange shit happened, such as Crouch's disappearance and reappearance here at Hogwarts. Almost insane, calling for Dumbledore only to disappear again in the same night before even see the old man. Daphne frowned at that. What does it mean? She asked, and he smirked. I'll tell you later on the story. She nodded, and he continued. Then it was the time of the third task. It was a maze filled with obstacles set at the Quidditch pit. I was tied for first place with Diggory after 2 tasks, and we went first. Hold up, you were tied with Diggory? She asked, and he nodded. I got good marks for my flying on the first task and extra points for concerning with the other hostages. Daphne snorted. And you didn't consider to win this time? She asked. I could, but it wasn't my intention. Like Millie said, only the last task mattered, and I have a plan for it. Daphne looked at him and nodded him to continue. Both Diggory and I got to the center of the maze. I didn't want to win, and he thought I should because I saved him against an acromantula. We decided to make a Hogwarts victory and grabbed the cup at the same time. And that's when the problems began, he said, having Daphne's full attention. The cup was a portkey, and we ended up at a graveyard. When I saw the name on one of the graves, I knew we had a huge problem. What name was it? She asked. Riddle. She thought about it and gasped. As in Tom Marvolo Riddle, our old friend Lord Voldemort, yes. It was his Muggle father's family graveyard. He explained, and Daphne was shivering. Diggory was hit with a killing curse by the rat Peter Pettigrew. Remember what I told you about last year? He asked, and Daphne nodded. Harry waved the wand, and the pensieve floated to the table, next to the tea. Harry removed a memory from his head and placed it into the pensieve, inviting Daphne to see it. It would be best if you just saw what happened, he said, giving her his hand. The both of them went into the pensieve, and the memory played for them. Daphne saw it all, Diggory dying, Harry being stunned, Voldemort's resurrection ritual, his taunting of Harry and his admission on being a half-blood with a Muggle father, the summoning of the Death Eaters, Voldemort addressing them by name, and his mock duel with Harry. She was so proud and in awe of Harry, seeing a 14-year-old boy standing against the darkest Dark Lord of the century. Then she saw the Priori Incantatum that Harry explained to her, and saw the echoes of the spells and Voldemort's victims appear, especially Harry's parents. She was in awe and saw the echoes attacking Voldemort, giving Harry time to escape by the cup Portkey recharged by the echo's magic, carrying Diggory's body. Daphne saw Harry collapse in Hogwarts and declared that Voldemort was back, no one listening to him. Then, the memory ended and the both left the Pensieve. Daphne was in shock and shivering in fear. She grabbed Harry and hugged him tightly, almost crying for him. He held her tight and comforted her enough for her to ease her hug. "You were great," she mumbled, and he chuckled. "I was terrified," he admitted, "but I guess it is true. A person can only be truly brave when he's scared." Daphne looked at him with even more respect and caring. "What happened then?" she asked, and his eyes got darker. "Moody took me away and pretty much admitted that he wasn't Moody at all but a convicted Death Eater called Crouch Jr. under Polyjuice. He was the one that put my name in the cup under Voldemort's orders and had been the one to make his father mad and disappear, and yes, we have been learning from Crouch Jr., convicted Death Eater, escapee from Azkaban thanks to his father, Crouch SR. Daphne gasped and mumbled a couple of words. "I neutralized him, in a manner of speaking," explained Harry, confusing Daphne. "I cast a spell on him that acts as the Imperious Curse. He's unable to resist me, and he doesn't even know that he's under my spell, because I obliviated that knowledge from his mind." Daphne looked shocked at Harry, who admitted to cast a unforgivable type spell without a care. "He's under my orders, and is to continue Voldemort's plan as if nothing had happened, not to hurt you under any circumstance for association with me, to act as usual, and to suggest a dueling club for next term for some extra activity and extra training for me and you," explained Harry, and Daphne was confused. "He's also to feed the real Mad-Eye Moody that is imprisoned in his trunk for Polyjuice ingredients and make sure he is alive and stable." Daphne fell on her chair, looking at Harry completely shocked and in awe. She also found it sweet that he managed to protect her, not to mention thankful. Dumbledore captured him, but before he could be questioned, Fudge came in with a Dementor that kissed him. Daphne gasped. My godfather could have become a free man that night, and the Ministry could have believed in Voldemort's return, but because that incompetent asshole, that didn't happen. "I see you're not fond of Fudge," replied Daphne, and Harry snorted. "Remember me to tell you about my interactions with him afterwards." She nodded, and he continued. "So, pretty much, the tournament ended, Voldemort returned, Diggory was killed by Pettigrew, I managed to survive and come back to Hogwarts. Everyone ignored my warnings, I won the tournament and fourth year ended." Daphne flinched. "That's what we can expect this year?" she asked, and he shook his head. "I have already initiated steps to finish his lordship as soon as possible," replied Harry with a cold and sarcastic voice. "I will explain you later on, but I don't intend to allow story to repeat itself again." Daphne found herself trusting Harry. Why wouldn't she? "I went back to my oh-so-loving Muggle relatives for summer and was put in a lockdown with no communication with anyone by order of Dumbledore." "What? Why?" asked Daphne, not understanding. "Well, Dumbledore reunited a group that he had to fight Voldemort the first time around, called the Order of the Phoenix, and those idiots decided that I should be protected and be kept in isolation. It changed after I was attacked by 2 Dementors in the middle of the street while their lookout was either asleep or out for some shady business." Daphne paled with his words. "Dementors? In a Muggle neighborhood?" she asked, and he nodded. "They also almost kissed me and my cousin. I cast a Patronus and got rid of the 2 of them, but alas, I was expelled from Hogwarts for violating the Statute of Secret a second time and performing underage magic." Daphne widened her eyes. It didn't help that the minister was out for my blood, managing a smearing campaign on the Prophet against me and Dumbledore for saying Valdi was back. "Valdi?" asked an amused Daphne, and Harry chuckled. "Sorry, force of habit. Valdi, Moldashort's Dork Lord Tom." Harry shrugged. "I tried not to say the name. Too many people flinching. That becomes annoying." Daphne chuckled, and he smiled. She changed her demeanor quickly. "You said you were expelled?" she asked, and he nodded. "Moments later of receiving the expulsion order, I received another 2, one from Dumbledore telling me not to give anyone my wand and another from the Ministry, revoking the last one and summoning for a trial for underage magic." I was collected by the Order of Phoenix and taken to their headquarters, which happened to be my godfather's ancestral home, and guess what? My godfather and my uncle were there, as well as Granger and the Weasleys, all with orders not to contact me because it was, and I quote, very dangerous. Daphne gaped. Dangerous? It's Owl Post. Harry shrugged. I don't know. All I know is that I was angry with them and there was a lot of shouting. It was strike 2 for them. I was a really broody teenager, I'll tell you that. I can't wait, he said sarcastically, and she smirked. They were bored out of their feeble little minds while I was fighting for my life against Dementors and, well, moving on. Another clue that Daphne decided to keep. I stood trial before the whole Wisengamot for a case of underage magic, and Dumbledore intervened in my favor. If he hadn't, I'm sure I'd been expelled. The whole Wisengamot? She asked, surprised, and Harry nodded. Well, that's a new one for a simple case of underage magic. What can I say? It was fudge. He even managed to get me late in hopes of discredit me and condemn me. Daphne huffed, crossing her arms. She knew the man was an idiot. Well, we came back to Hogwarts and it was our 5th year, Owl year. Want to take a guess on the type of Dada teacher? He dared with a grin, making Daphne sigh. Useless, she asked, and he grinned. 10 points to Slytherin. He replied, Madam Undersecretary Dolar's Umbridge, appointed by ministerial decree. Daphne tried to associate the name to a face, but was unsuccessful. It's a woman that looks like a toad and is always wearing pink, following dear Cornelius around, and is an extreme bigot against pretty much everything non-pureblood. Harry's sneer said much more. The woman was a joke, and had us reading a book by a guy named Slinkard for classes. According with her, the ministry stand was that there was no dangers outside Hogwarts and therefore no need to practical classes. What a load of dragon dung, Daphne mumbled, and Harry agreed. I was also very vocal on my disagreement of her and was appointed several detentions with her, writing lines with a blood quill. But that's illegal, shouted Daphne in shock, and Harry agreed. Tell me you told someone. Oh, everyone knew. Her detentions were always the same for everyone non-Slytherin, and we were told not to say anyone or it would be far worse. I did told McGonagall, though, but the Bint only told me to keep my head down and that she would speak to Dumbledore. I didn't even manage to speak to the old man because the bastard had been avoiding me since the summer. Daphne furrowed her eyebrows. Why? She asked with a sigh. She seemed to be saying that a lot. He believed that there was a mental link between Voldemort and me that would have been empowered with my blood being used in the resurrection ritual. Harry explained, and Daphne lifted an eyebrow in curiosity. He decided that I should learn occlumency. Occlumency is always a good skill to have, replied Daphne, crossing her arms, and Harry smirked. True, but try to learn it with Snape and then we'll talk, he replied, mimicking her. She lifted an eyebrow. Not a pleasant experience. She asked, and he snorted. My lessons were pretty much a warning to clear my mind and a barrage of legilimency attacks. His excuses were that I wouldn't be given time to prepare myself. Daphne was appalled. While I do grant him that he was right in that, he gave me a book to read but refused to answer my questions, telling me to do my research. Those lessons took how long? She asked. Twice, 3 times a week for nearly 2 months. He ended the classes after deeming me a lost cause and after I saw a memory of his during his school years. I guess he didn't like that. Not at all. Luckily, by then I had a much better teacher, he replied with a smirk. Who? Who else? You, he replied with a grin, shocking her. Me, she asked, and he smirked. We have to go back to the first month of classes, way before I even started my occlumency lessons. He explained with a fond smile. You have to understand, despite everything, some people believed the bashing the ministry portrayed, and some actually believed that I had murdered Diggory. Since Voldemort didn't come forward, no one was the wiser, except a few purebloods that were approached by his agents. Considering that, I was seen by a few as a pariah, a loony and murderer. Daphne shook her head in disbelief but said nothing. I was able to spend a lot of time alone because of that, and it was thanks to that you approached me one evening when I was alone in the library. You passed me a note, asking to meet me in an abandoned classroom, and told me it wasn't a trap. Naturally, I was suspicious and took a Slytherin approach to your invitation. Meaning? Asked Daphne, surprised with her actions. I have an invisible cloak, an heirloom from the Potter family. I followed you to our meeting and entered with you in the room, unseen and unheard. I stood there, watching you closely, trying to understand your motives. Daphne was actually surprised and impressed. It was only after nearly half an hour, when you believed that I wouldn't appear and that I was sure that it was no trap at all, that I chose to reveal myself to you. Impressive. And well done, she whispered. Yes, you said the same thing. You even mentioned that you weren't sure that I would appear at all. Remembered Harry with a smile. What did I want then? She asked. You told me that you believed me and that you knew I was right. You asked me for help with Dada and dueling. He explained, and Daphne actually nodded. Initially, I wasn't sure. You even offered me deals to be my spy in Slytherin, pay me in gold, or even pay me in books and knowledge. Which one did you take? She asked, flinching, and he looked at her. None, she gaped. She wanted to say something, but he rose a hand, stopping her. You were desperate, I could tell just by watching you. We made a deal to work together in Dada, and you still offered me insight over what was happening in Slytherin and taught me about the wizarding world and its costumes. It was you that originally told me about me being the Lord Potter, something that if I had known, would have saved me a lot of trouble. Daphne was surprised, for sure. We decided to meet twice a week at first in abandoned classrooms, but then a lot happened that cut our time significantly, namely the DA in October and my occlumency lessons later on. DA? She asked, not recognizing the term. Harry chuckled. The DA was the Defense Association, also known as Dumbledore's Army. Daphne rose an amused eyebrow. I know, it's a dumb name, but back then, the Ministry decided that Dumbledore was building an army with school kids, so we decided to stick it up to the Ministry and call it that. Daphne snorted, amusing Harry. It was also a study group for dorks, duffers, and claws. Slytherins weren't invited because most were at the Ministry side. Daphne huffed. Naturally. Harry decided to ignore the comment. The idea came from Granger, who wanted to make a study group and practically put me in charge to teach the practicals. And you accepted it? She asked, and he shrugged. It was fun. He replied, besides, I managed to arrange it in a way that I had time for you, for Quidditch, occlumency, and the DA, and let's face it, you were always my best student. He said with a proud smile, making her blush, I would usually try something with you and then take it to the DA. How good was I? She asked, and he smiled. You became almost as good as me. He explained, smiling at her. You got yourself an outstanding in your owl because you decided to keep your patroness a secret. I believe your words were that no one needed to know and that it could make people realize about our deal. What do you mean I got an outstanding because? She asked, curious. You could have got an outstanding with extra credit. You didn't. I did, and I got the highest grade registered in the last years. Daphne nodded and understood. What was my patroness? She asked after a moment. A fox. He replied and saw her surprise. Why a fox? She asked, and he shrugged. He closed his eyes, trying to remember something. Foxes are a symbol for patience, wisdom, intelligence, adaptability, femininity, illusion, shape-shifting, magic. In other words, he said, opening his eyes and seeing her blushing, it's only the truth. She mumbled something, but before he could ask her to repeat, Dobby popped in the room. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have been monitoring the Great Hall's reactions and the students have left to the common rooms. Slytherin House is actually starting a house assembly with Snape, trying to find out where you two are. The staff is actually searching through the castle as we speak. The elf explained. Harry sighed. I forgot about them. He replied, turning to Daphne, I suppose we should make an appearance to calm them and maybe tell them a story to convince them. What do you say? I guess, she replied, looking at him. The story isn't finished, though. Not by a long shot. He replied with a very serious tone, making her shiver. You still have a lot to know. We can continue tonight after everyone go to sleep or tomorrow morning. Today, she replied eagerly, making him smile. Today, then, as soon as we are able. Call for Dobby to bring you here. I'll be waiting for you. She nodded, and he rose, offering her his hand. She took it and rose as well from her chair. I have to say you are taking all this quite well, he said, giving her a smile. True, it is hard to believe, but somehow I want to trust you, especially after seeing the memories. You could have planted them, but you would need to know how to forge them. She mumbled, and he rose her chin, looking at her eyes. I am telling you the truth, Daphne. He replied, but your doubts are understandable. I can swear you an oath or order Veritaserum if you'd like. She nodded. I believe you. She whispered, and he smiled again, kissing her softly, much to her surprise. Now, what do you want to tell them? He asked, picking his glasses and putting them on his face. Me, she asked, surprised. You're the one that has been. She considered her words, misleading everyone. He chuckled. What about accidental magic when I willed us to be somewhere safe to speak? An unknown, accidental ability, he proposed, and she sniffed. Do you really think anyone will believe that? she asked, doubtful. Besides, you did it twice, not really accidental. Do you want to tell them the truth? He asked, raising an eyebrow. She sighed. Maybe he should obliviate everyone. Fine, you were emotional and somehow you did it the first time without even noticing. You grabbed me while wishing us to be somewhere safe to speak. Where? She proposed. Harry waved around. This is the safest place in the castle, I'd wager. He replied, and she nodded. Fine, let's go then. She replied, but Harry held her for a moment. Wait, I forgot one thing. How good is your occlumency? He asked. She rose an eyebrow. Pretty decent, she explained, crossing her arms. I can hold off my father attacks. What about Snape's or the headmaster's? He asked, and she suddenly understood his reasoning. Good point. She mumbled. I have never felt anything around Snape or Dumbledore. You feel sure about your abilities? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Her hesitance said everything. Would you allow me to cast a spell on you to protect the memories of this conversation? What kind of spell? She asked, curious. It would work as an occlumency barrier. I would add a guardian, so to speak. What kind of guardian? She asked again. The same I have as my own guardian. The difference is that it would be powered by my magic and eventually fade unless you maintain it as your own occlumency defense. And that would be? She asked, revealing some impatience. Bail, he replied simply, making her raise an eyebrow, forcing him to explain. Remember Zale? She nodded. Obviously, Bail is a basilisk I keep as my main defense. Was her reply. You have a basilisk as your mind defense. He nodded. You have one of those snakes in your mind, acting as your mind defense. Harry noticed she was finding it hard to believe. Oh, I forgot to tell you, no, they are not snakes, he explained, embarrassed. Really? She replied sarcastically. Well, they really look like it. That's not. Yes, they are snakes, but not really snakes. They are golems crafted as snakes. I issue commands in Parseltongue and they do my bidding as if they were real snakes. Harry explained, and Daphne was really surprised. Golems? She asked, and he nodded. Do I have your permission to add a Bail to your mind? He asked again, and she nodded. She had even more questions. Harry told her to close her eyes and focus on her mindscape. She saw herself in a field and felt foreign magic. She didn't fight it and saw a huge shape take form in the field. The form became a huge basilisk, as huge as the skeleton that laid in the chamber. The basilisk hissed to the air and coiled itself, remaining still. Daphne was brought back from her mindscape, amazed. That's Bail, or at least one of them, explained Harry, making sure she was all right. Will it work? She asked. Remember that potions class after the first task? She nodded. That was when Snape met Bail. I'd say it's damn efficient. She chuckled and he smiled. What now? She asked. Harry held her hand and nodded for her to grab Dobby's. Send us to outside the common room. We can avoid scare people and get cursed, replied Harry, and Dobby nodded, popping them away. They appeared on the corridor of the common room entrance. Dobby left them and Harry looked to Daphne. Are you ready? He asked, and her reply was the squeezing of his hand. No. She admitted, sounding scared. She looked at him, but for some reason I feel safe with you. He smiled and kissed her forehead. I'm glad, he said. Both walked to the entrance and Harry hissed the door to open. It did, and the two saw themselves looking at the entire house and Professor Snape. Potter, where the hell have you two been? Hissed Snape, silencing all the questions from their housemates. I don't really know how to explain it, sir, but we have been discussing it, and we think that I, somehow, used some bloodline ability that took us to the Chamber of Secrets. All I remember is being angry and terrified. Then I was holding Daphne and willed us in a safe place to talk. Daphne was impressed. The ease he was able to lie was amazing. She was able to see the amazement on the faces of several of their housemates. Snape, however, was finding it hard to believe. She noticed he was glaring at Harry, who was looking back at him. Then Snape stumbled, looking pale. If you are done with your legilimency, let me tell you that next time I'll let Bail get you. I wonder what would happen, said Harry in a low, menacing, and curious tone. Daphne gulped, realizing what had happened. Snape tried to take the information from Harry's mind by force. She steeled herself in her own shields, hoping that Snape wouldn't attempt to check her memories. He did look at her but didn't try anything. Some of the older Slytherins looked appalled to the professor while others looked confused. Daphne, are you all right? Asked Tracy, stepping forward. That seemed to attract everyone's attention to her. I'm fine, she replied, squeezing Harry's hand, who squeezed back. The gesture was almost imperceptible. Be as it may, I want you to accompany me to the hospital wing and make sure of it, replied Professor Snape. We don't know what Potter could have done to you, considering you were so angry before and now you're fine with him. Are you accusing me of something, Professor? Hissed Harry, throwing caution through the wind. "Be careful with what you say, you arrogant boy," replied Snape with a sneer. Before Harry could reply, Daphne spoke. "Professor, what happened during dinner was my fault," she said, having the whole house attention. "I saw one of Harry's memories without his permission out of context and I misinterpreted it. I reacted badly and Harry already explained everything I saw into context. I was wrong, he was right, I apologized to him and he forgave me," she said, adding mentally, "I think." "You saw one of his memories?" asked Snape, raising an eyebrow. "I have a pensive in the chamber," Harry replied dryly. He didn't like Snape's tone, and I forgot to put back a memory. Is that so hard to believe? Professor Snape glared at Harry but refrained to make further comments. "I don't believe in your accidental story, Potter. Detention tomorrow at 9. Harry scowled but only nodded. "You are to meet the headmaster now. Greengrass, you're going to the hospital wing with me for a checkup," said Snape, walking towards her. "Harry comes with me," she said, and most of the members of the house gaped while others smirked. Snape sneered. "He will not, he will go to the headmaster," answered Snape. "The headmaster can meet us at the hospital," replied Harry in what seemed a defiant tone. "Fine, start moving," Snape replied with a sneer, and the two teens started to walk before him, leaving their surprised house members behind. "I do believe I had bet they would be dadding on this Hogsmeade weekend," said Brian Carrick, turning to Amelia Yaxley with a grin. Yaxley scowled. "You don't know for sure." "Fine, we'll wait until they are back to be sure," Carrick said with a chuckle, sitting back on his chair next to Alastair Pince and Eliza Culberth. The three nodded among them. Harry and Daphne were following their head of house, who had passed them after leaving the common room. "How did it go with Crumb?" asked Daphne, realizing they hadn't talked about it yet. "It was fun," replied Harry with a smirk. "He's good and actually gave me a couple of ideas for our training." Harry noticed a change in Snape's posture, as if he was listening their conversation. "Such as?" asked Daphne, looking at Harry. "Physical training, dodging spells mostly," he explained, and Daphne looked at him. "Unless you are proposing to have one of us cast as much spells as possible for the other to avoid." She started and he chuckled. "Could be," he said. "I was thinking more of color charms thrown among us. Harmless and quick to negate, the one more painted in the end looses." He heard Snape snort. "You don't approve, Professor?" "The idea is good, the concept of the exercise is interesting, but the execution leaves to desire," he replied without turning back. In truth, he found it amusing but wasn't about to tell him that, not to Potter. "What would you suggest, then?" Harry asked. "Something that would add more motivation to avoid instead of color charms," replied their head of house. "Stinging hexes?" asked Daphne. 5 points to Slytherin for a smart suggestion on how to improve a training routine," replied Snape, still not looking at them. "What is this about you meeting Crumb, Potter?" asked Snape, slightly turning back. "Crumb invited me to train our dueling today in the morning. We had a practice round today at 6 before dinner." "Your thoughts?" asked Snape. "He's a capable dueler," replied Harry. "I see," replied Snape, clearly wanting to know more. "What about your preparation for the second task?" the potions master asked. "I know the clue from the egg and know what to do in the task," he replied. Professor Snape turned back to him, surprised. "Already?" he asked, looking at the boy. "I had help," shrugged Harry with a smile, looking at Daphne, who blushed slightly. She also had help. She didn't do it on her own. Besides, Harry already knew either way, not that the professor would know that. "I'm glad to see that someone is making sure you don't make a fool of Slytherin House, Potter," sneered Snape. 5 points for helping to solve the egg, Ms. Greengrass." They walked in silence until they reached the hospital wing. When they went in, they were met by a frantic Madame Pomfrey. "You, what have you done this time?" she asked, seeing Harry. The teen flinched and Daphne actually smirked. "Poppy, would you do a checkup on Ms. Greengrass? I want to make sure she's fine," asked Professor Snape, walking back outside to summon the headmaster with a patronus. Madame Pomfrey nodded and waved Daphne to follow her. She did, and so did Harry, whose hand she was still holding. "You can let go of him, dear," the healer said, believing she was frightened. "I won't hurt you." Daphne looked confused at her. "What are you talking about?" asked the teen witch, thinking fast. "I'm just making sure this idiot doesn't do anything stupid." She managed to sound natural, too. Or maybe she was telling the truth. Harry pouted. "Hey," he said, indignant, while Poppy laughed. He could swear that Snape smirked. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand over Daphne and was able to see that the young girl was fine and not under the influence of any spells or potions. She did the same for Harry, and the same was also true, although she was curious with some of the results. "You seem to be in better shape than the day of the first task, Mr. Potter," said the healer, her curiosity clear on her voice. "What have you been doing?" Eating well and sleeping better, Harry replied, crossing his arms. MH, was the matron's reply. They are both fine, Severus. I see, has the potion master's reply. Try not to sound so disappointed, Professor, said Harry, receiving an elbow from Daphne for his cheek. Believe me, Potter, as much as it hurts me, your well-being is of my concern, replied Snape with a glare. Very well, replied Harry, looking at the entrance. Should we go and meet the headmaster, or should we wait here? We can wait. Sit down and do what Ms. Greengrass tells you to. The older man replied, amused for taunting Potter, and Harry nodded. Snape went outside after looking at the both of them, and Madame Pomfrey told them to sit down and be at ease, starting to go through other tasks. Daphne observed with curiosity while Madame Pomfrey checking a teen girl with a broken arm, probably an accident in one class. Daphne noticed Harry smirking at her and rose an eyebrow. His reply was a nod, telling her to go. Daphne was surprised. She was curious over Healer's work and had been considering it as a possible choice for her future. Apparently Harry knew something, because he really did encourage her with his nod. Encouraged, Daphne went to Madame Pomfrey and watched her work, making some questions that surprised the elder Healer, forcing Daphne to admit that her mother had been a healer for a couple of years before getting married. She still received a healer's magazine, ICW endorsed, although she had given up on practice, that Daphne read during the holidays. Yes, I think I remember her. She was Persephone Wilkins, correct? Daphne nodded, and Madame Pomfrey started to explain that the girl, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, had an accident while practicing a bone-breaker curse and shattered the bone. That means that you had to remove it and give her Skeelgrow, correct? Daphne asked, and Poppy nodded, looking happy at the girl. The two continued for some time more until Dumbledore came in, followed by McGonagall, Snape, and Moody. Mr. Potter, called Dumbledore, attracting the attention to himself and angering Poppy in the process. Headmaster, this is a hospital wing and I demand quiet, Poppy said, her anger starting to show. Harry, who had laid down in his usual bed, smirked, noticed the annoyed look on Daphne's face. She looked to be enjoying herself. You are correct, of course, my dear Poppy, apologized Dumbledore, focusing on Daphne. Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter, I would like you two to explain me what happened a while ago in the Great Hall. We talked about it and concluded that it had to be some kind of accidental magic, sir. Either that or some special talent that I may have. Harry noticed the looks on their faces. Mr. Potter, you managed to apparate inside Hogwarts, not once but twice, something that should be impossible, even for the headmaster, and you are saying that it was purely accidental? Asked McGonagall, baffled. Harry shrugged. The first time I didn't even notice it. I just needed to stop and talk to Daphne. Then I had her in my arms, and I just remember willing to talk with her in a safe and quiet place. I grabbed her to beg her to listen, and then we were in the Chamber of Secrets. Daphne was looking at Harry and was able to see the slight twitch of his fingers, making his voice sound more powerful. Dumbledore, however, looked slightly confused, suspicious, and somewhat amused. Considering what happened, why was Miss Greengrass so angry at you? And why does she seem calmer? As I said to Professor Snape, Daphne said, everyone turning to her, I saw one of Harry's memories without his permission, out of context, and I misinterpreted it. I reacted badly, and it was rude of me to do it, but Harry explained everything while we were in the chamber. Then, after his explanations, Dobby took us back to outside our common room, and Professor Snape made us come here. I see, mumbled Dumbledore, and what memory was it? None of your business, snapped Harry in a cold and angry tone, shocking the professors. Mr. Potter, respect the headmaster, replied McGonagall with a huff. The memory is personal, and I don't want to share it with either of you, Harry replied, ignoring McGonagall's outburst. But Harry, you shared it with Miss Greengrass, and if it is important, I believe that. What I decide to share with my girlfriend is between me and her and no one else, replied Harry in a cold tone. The adults in the room, as well as the hospitalized, rose their eyebrows at the revelation in shock, while McGonagall spluttered a couple of words. Girlfriend? She asked, turning to Daphne, who blushed. How? When? Harry narrowed his eyes. Again, none of your business, Harry replied, looking curious at Daphne. I mean, unless you decided to. She understood what he meant and shook her head with an embarrassed smile, making him grin. Ah, young love, replied Dumbledore with a grin of his own and a grandfatherly tone. Very well, you may go. I understand it was an emotional moment for you, and that may have been used to fuel some magic. I would, however, like to know more about that amazing apparition method, Mr. Potter, as well as attempting to recreate it. If you would be so kind, would you be available tomorrow after dinner to discuss it in more detail? I'm sorry, sir. I have detention with Professor Snape at 9 because of it. Dumbledore turned to Snape. I believe Professor Snape won't mind to place your detention to me, my dear boy. The older man replied, making Snape raise an eyebrow, although he nodded, very well, tomorrow at 9 in my office. The password is Kit Kat. Harry chuckled about the password while others looked strangely to the headmaster and him, Daphne included. McGonagall rolled her eyes. Ah, I see you are aware of such delicacy, asked Dumbledore with an amused tone. I prefer crunch bars myself, replied Harry, and someone in the back agreed with him. Dumbledore chuckled. Very well, I do believe that can be all. I'll be seeing you tomorrow then. Now off you two go to your common room and try not to stop in a cupboard on your way. While McGonagall glared at the older headmaster for his bad joke, almost ready to chew him, Snape and Daphne saw Harry flinch for a small moment, changing to a cold smirk. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, headmaster. I've spent too much time in a broom cupboard already. 10 years, in fact, he said, making the headmaster and McGonagall flinch and the others look strangely at them. Without any more words, Harry approached Daphne and extended his hand, which she took with a smile, although she was still thinking about what he had just said. We need to talk about your relatives, she mumbled, and he sighed with a nod. Oh, Ms. Greengrass, should you be interested, you can come back any time, or you can approach Ms. Ursula Corwin, a 7th year of our house. She would also be able to help you with healing if you'd like. Besides, if you're staying around that trouble magnet, I'd want to conscript you to keep him in shape. Daphne blushed and ignored the smirk on Madame Pomfrey's face. Harry and Daphne left, leaving an amused Madame Pomfrey to return to her work and 4 teachers mumbling between them after a wave of Dumbledore's wand. The brat is lying, said Snape, and Dumbledore nodded. I believe it too, Severus, he said. In fact, had it not been for his magical oath, I wouldn't believe that young man is Harry Potter at all. Besides, the way he held Miss Greengrass before disappearing from the Great Hall indicated it wasn't accidental at all. But what will we do, Albus? Asked a shocked McGonagall. We keep watching. I worried that Mr. Potter may have started the dark path, but now I'm not so sure, the headmaster confessed. If Daphne wanted to hurt the Dursleys, now she wanted nothing less than kill them for all they had done to Harry. Forcing him to have a cupboard under the stairs as a room for 10 years, make Harry work as a house elf, belittle him, beat him for accidental magic, and having him being the scapegoat for all their problems. Prevent him to have friends, underfed him, psychological torture. Not even the Death Eaters were that vicious, if only people knew. How did it affect you? Before, she asked, hoping he would get the reference to his former life without more details. The walls did have years. Made me malleable, always wishing to please, and gave me a sort of a white knight complex, Harry admitted, and Daphne had to suppress her anger, squeezing his hand. They walked in silence for a while until Harry chuckled. I missed Dumbledore's passwords, he admitted with S. Grin Muggle Sweets classic. What is a Kit Kat? Asked Daphne, and Harry chuckled. A chocolate bar with cookie inside, it's quite good, he explained, seeing her frown. And a crunch bar, a chocolate tablet with crisped rice mixed with the chocolate. He decided then to get her one of each the next morning. They arrived to their common room, and Harry hissed again. Daphne had to admit that it was handy. At least he didn't have to remember the passwords. The entire house was there, each handling their business but still in the common room, waiting for the 2 4th years. Ah, you return at last, replied Brian Carrick, who sat with Alastair Pince and Eliza Culberth. The entire house stopped what they were doing and turned to the two. Now, first things first, are you two dadding or not? How's that important? Asked Daphne, crossing her arms. It matters because the answer may grant me a significant tally. The 7th year replied with a smirk, laying back on his chair. Brian Carrick, a 7th year, tall and lean with brown hair and a hard look, told her with a smirk. He was the enforcer in the house, as well as one of the 2 supporters for the prefects and the younger ones, responsible for execute punishments and house decisions, unlike Alastair Pince, who was the intra-house arbiter, responsible for solving all problems inside Slytherin and bring them forward. Between them sat a girl with dark hair, looking amused at the 2 4th years and at her boyfriend. Eliza Culberth wasn't a classical beauty, but had pretty traces. She was tall and dotted with a cold intelligence. She was the diplomat, the link between Slytherin and the outside, responsible for gathering information throughout Hogwarts to protect the House of the Snakes. She was also the other supporter, and she was favored over her boyfriend by the firsties. Individually, they were examples of true Slytherins. Together, they were the actual leaders of the house, and everyone was subjected to their rule. Malfoy aspired to a position in the triumvirate, but there were things money couldn't buy, unlike a position in the Quidditch team. Now, according with rumors, Daphne knew they were interested in Harry. Daphne sighed and Harry chuckled. "What's in it for us for sharing such valuable information?" asked Harry, and Daphne smirked. Alistair chuckled and Brian rolled his eyes. "As much as I enjoyed your reply. If you're like that with that question, I can only imagine with our other question," said Eliza. Harry looked at her defiant look while Alistair started to talk. "We called in a house assembly, and we want to know exactly what happened 2 years ago when you allegedly went into the Chamber of Secrets." Harry's neck snapped to the 4th years with an angry look, assuming they had said anything. When he saw them, they were all pale, as if not expecting that. "You heard me in Hogsmeade," was Harry's conclusion, turning to the triumvirate, who nodded with smirks. "Do you know how the House Assembly works?" asked Alistair, the de facto leader in such matters. "I can either accept to answer or be a pariah for the rest of my time. I will not be forced, though, and I may be asked to accept Veritaserum to corroborate my story," replied Harry, turning to Daphne, who was slightly scared for him, although no one else could see it. "What say you, then?" asked Alistair. "What if I showed you the memory of the event?" snapped Harry with a bored tone, surprising everyone. "That would definitively be suitable should it be free of tampering," replied Eliza, and several whispers were heard among their housemates. "And how do you suggest to do that?" sighed Harry while mentally considering how it could affect his plans. Worst case scenario, he'd have to take them all o' the chamber. "You can provide us with an oath," she replied, and Harry considered it. "Dobby." The house elf appeared next to Harry, already carrying an ornate pensive with several snake motifs carved in the stone. A table was pushed to him and the pensive was placed on top of it, allowing everyone to see the works on the stone basin. "That's a interesting design," mumbled a 6th year. "Blame Slytherin. I found it in the chamber," was Harry's reply, approaching the basin and ignoring the shocked looks. "The chamber must indeed be a trove of artifacts and knowledge," mumbled Eliza, heard only by her other 2 peers. Daphne sighed and stood by Harry. She really hoped to solve everything quickly and return to the chamber to continue to hear his story from his original timeline. Now, she had to see again the events of the chamber, and she wasn't really fond of the idea. She preferred not to see Harry almost die again, but in a house assembly, everyone had to be present, from the lowest firstie to the highest 7th year. Luckily for them, despite the term had finished the Friday the day before, the trip back to London had been scheduled only for the following Monday. Harry stood over the pensive, ignoring the whispers and the comments, focusing on the memory he wanted to show them. He extracted it with his wand and placed it in the basin. If the length of the silver thread was any indication, the memory was quite long. "If anyone needs to go to the toilet, go now," replied Harry in a cold voice, looking around. "I will not pause it, nor will I repeat it on a later date, unless is deemed extremely important." The triumvirate members nodded and accepted his conditions. No one else moved. "Very well, then," Harry said. He waved his wand and the lights of the common room dimmed. Then he tapped the pensive runes with his wand and it started to glow, starting to project the memory. All it started with Harry standing next to Granger in the hospital wing, showing him finding the page on her hand, eliciting a comment from someone about Granger ripping a book. Harry walked back to the wall, hiding himself in the shadows. Daphne, who had seen everything before, was next to him. "I'm sorry, it seems I won't be able to continue my story for the day," he whispered as Memory Him was exposing his reasoning to Weasley. "Yes," Daphne mumbled with a sigh. "We have time, though. I hope." She didn't notice that she said the last sentence loudly. Harry chuckled and kissed her forehead, embracing her. "We have all the time, Daph," he whispered, ignoring the surprised sounds as Memory Harry proposed to get Lockhart to help. She smiled, looking to the memory. "You didn't show me this part," she whispered, hiding a chuckle as they all saw Lockhart quickly packing to run away. "I didn't thought it to be important," he replied, hugging her from behind. For her own surprise, she allowed herself to lean back to him, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The memory continued, showing Harry and Weasley forcing Lockhart to go with them, Harry talking to Moaning Myrtle and discovering where the entrance truly was. To say that everyone was surprised, appalled, and in awe was an understatement. Everyone kept looking at the memory, not wanting to lose a single moment. They laughed as they pushed Lockhart into the pit and were shocked as they found out the shed skin of the basilisk. It was bloody huge. Daphne felt her own uneasy at that moment, especially when she remembered how huge the basilisk truly was. Not even Harry hugging her from behind helped her to feel better. She couldn't leave, though. They saw Lockhart admitting he was a fraud, turning on them and attempting to curse them with Weasley's broken wand. It wasn't a surprise, really. Anyone smart enough could find that out, especially after his classes. The first and second years, though, were shocked. Some of them had been raised with stories about Harry Potter and Gilderoy Lockhart. They all cheered and clapped as Lockhart's spell turned on him and almost gasped when they saw the rock slide, cutting Harry from Weasley. They laughed as Weasley informed Harry what happened and saw Harry following alone. Memory Harry opened the door to the chamber and entered, seeing the body of Weaslett on the ground. Daphne held a breath as Tom Riddle appeared. Everyone saw the boy, recognizing his Slytherin robes, but no one knew him. Some frowned when he mentioned he was a memory from the diary, and all gasped when he revealed that he had forced Ginny Weasley to open the chamber and set the basilisk on the Mudbloods and Filch's cat. That Tom Riddle was Slytherin's heir. But who was he, really? Then, Tom began to rant how Harry had found the diary on the bathroom, how he was the one person he wanted to meet the most, how he showed him his own memory of him framing Hagrid. Of course, Harry had to be a defiant one, but then, when Tom mentioned that killing Mudbloods wasn't that important anymore, a cold and dreary silence fell on the common room. "For many months now, my new target has been you," Tom said, and everyone gasped, looking at Memory Harry swallowing air. How is it that a baby with no extraordinary magic talent was able to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? "Why do you care? Voldemort was after your time," replied Harry in a defiant tone. Everyone saw Tom smirk. "Voldemort is my past, present, and future." Tom started to write letters of fire in the air. Some of the eldest in the room made an association, a possibility that crossed their minds and made them pale. Those looked to Harry and saw Daphne Greengrass agitated in Harry's arms, as if she knew something. Harry was normal, hugging her from behind. They gulped. Tom stopped to write and waved his wand. Then, before all of them, where Tom Marvollo Riddle previously was, there was "I am Lord Voldemort." Some of the purebloods extremists grinned for a moment, beholding in awe how powerful their lord truly was, enough to leave a memory behind to finish his own work, only to see everything fall the following moment. "Surely you didn't think I was going to keep my filthy Muggle father's name." "What?" shouted Draco Malfoy, while all others widened their eyes in shock with the revelation. The Dark Lord was a half-blood with a Muggle father. "You lie, Potter," he shouted, almost drawing his wand. Luckily for him, a seventh year petrified him just in time to listen Harry saying Dumbledore was the greatest wizard alive. "I outgrew that, don't worry," Harry said after noticing a few mocking glares. The memory continued, showing the Dark Lord speaking in Parseltongue that no one understood. Then, from Slytherin's mouth, a massive basilisk came out and everyone gasped. Some even shrieked, and there was even a couple of them who fainted seeing the basilisk. "That is the basilisk," shouted Pansy, turning to Harry and seeing Daphne holding Harry's right arm, almost caressing it. They saw Fawkes appear, leaving the Sorting Hat with Harry, which gave him the sword of Gryffindor, while Fawkes blinded the beast. They saw Harry run instead of charging and approved. They saw Harry trying to escape the beast and climbing Slytherin's statue, being almost bitten in half, only to stuck the sword in the basilisk's mouth. They gasped, seeing a 12-year-old killing a 70-foot basilisk with nothing but a sword. They gulped, thinking about what they saw in the first task and what they knew about Potter. Daphne saw the memory, knowing very well about the fang that would be stuck on his arm. When it happened, she squeezed Harry's arm and felt his arms holding her tightly. The rest of the house saw how Harry Potter had a basilisk fang stuck in his arm. "How are you alive, Potter?" asked a seventh year in awe, and for the amusement of some, Memory Harry stabbed the diary with the fang, destroying the shadow of the Dark Lord forever. Then Harry fell on the floor while Weaslett woke up and started to apologize and crying, only to Fawkes to appear and cry on Harry's wound, healing him of the poison. The memory ended then, and Harry waved his wand again, bringing the lights to normal. Everyone looked at him in shock, awe, and confusion. "You killed the Dark Lord's memory? For good?" asked a fifth year, and Harry nodded, putting the memory back in his mind and ordering Dobby to take the pensive again. "You killed that freaking snake all by yourself?" asked a tearful third year, remembering the fear of those times. "You all saw it, and just to be sure, Harry James Potter, do swear on my life and magic that the memory you all saw was real and not altered by any means. So mote it be," Harry said, glowing. He then cast strong Lumos charm, reinforcing his words. "Damn," mumbled Eliza. That was not what she was expecting to see. To be truthful, she had no idea about what she wanted to see. "So what now?" asked Harry, crossing his arms and looking to everyone in the house. "I know some of you actually agree with Voldemort and that others are more mild in their views, so I'll ask, what happens now that you know what really happened?" No one said anything. "Someone might want to release Malfoy," added Harry, noticing that Malfoy was still on the floor, blinking madly. Blaise released him and the blonde got up quietly. "So," asked Harry again, "the Dark Lord was a half-blood," was a statement made by a fifth year with a bit of amusement. "He said so, yes," replied Harry, and the same fifth year started to chuckle. His name was David McNair and had Death Eater ties in his family. Purebloods groveled at his feet, called him the very best of us, and he was nothing more than a half-blood. He chuckled and many scowled, thinking about his words. Harry shrugged. He didn't want to say anything else that could be seen as a defending Voldemort, although he wanted to speak on behalf of the half-bloods. Some, however, flinched with McNair's words. "Oi, I'm a half-blood," retorted a seventh year out of nowhere. "Potter is too." Then the ruckus continued, ended only when Alastair asked Harry a simple question. "Where do you stand in the blood feud?" Harry considered his opinions calmly. "I can honestly say that I currently know no muggle that I don't hate," replied Harry with a cold tone, surprising all and making some smirk. Harry noticed Daphne raise an eyebrow. "But I am biased since I was raised by abusive muggle relatives and had no friends at all until I entered the Hogwarts Express in '91. His confession rose more questions that he wasn't keen on answering at all, but there are a couple of things that the muggles have that I enjoy, namely movies, TV, games, and music. "What's a movie?" asked a firstie. "What's a TV?" asked a sixth year. Harry wanted to groan. "Ask a half-blood or a muggle-born." He snapped, looking careful at them. "You know what I think. Muggle-borns should be integrated into our society, and maybe we should learn more about them. If there is one thing muggles are good at, that's killing. I'm sure we all know about the witch hunters and the muggle wars that engulfed Europe." Some nods gave him the answer he wanted. "Muggles are dangerous," replied Harry, having the attention of everyone. "What they don't understand, they capture and experiment upon to understand. They commit atrocities if they have to and don't even care, trying to rationalize their actions to justify the deaths they caused. I wonder how many Muggle-borns were found by the Muggles before they could be brought into the magical world, or how many suffered for it." He paused, looking at Daphne, who was both curious and in awe of him, of how he managed to have their attention. She didn't get his point, though, although she did get that he was speaking from his heart. Maybe it had been something from his past life. "I think enough magical blood has been spilled," admitted Harry in a solemn tone. "I don't care if you're light, gray, or dark, purebloods, half-bloods, or muggle-borns, wizard, squib, or creature, but I care if your blood has magic or not," Harry said, closing his eyes and losing his smile. "But I won't stand for mudbloods, blood traitors, traitors, and kinslayers," he said, opening his eyes and revealing the green flames behind them. "I don't want anyone else to see what I saw and live what I lived." He spat with a cold and venomous tone, ignoring the shocked looks they gave him. Harry's words shocked everyone. He had only expressed his feelings upon such matters once, during the House Elves' strike, and managed to impress a couple of elder students. That night, in the common room, Harry Potter seemed to have spoken from heart, favoring not the pureblood but the magical blood. He certainly gave everyone something to think, good and bad, about himself. "Well said, Potter," said a smooth female voice, and many turned to none other than Ursula Corwin, seventh year and one of the most respected figures in the house. She wasn't a part of the triumvirate, but she had power in the house. Sometimes, the triumvirate would ask her opinion on a matter, and she would offer her wisdom freely. She was a pureblood with short blonde hair and brown eyes, tan skin, and a thin figure. What many didn't know was that she lived close to Muggles, and her parents had dealings with them. No one knew but apart Potter. She was the one that knew Muggles the better in the House of the Snakes. For years she hadn't been a part of the conflicts, keeping to herself and ignoring what she didn't care about, but Harry's words echoed her own feelings. "Ursula," You agree with Potter? Asked Alastair with surprise, to whom she nodded. That gesture alone gained the attention of many. The triumvirate closed the House Assembly after that, and the students started to disband, most of them looking at Harry in respect or awe. He didn't care. He did notice the nod Ms. Corwin gave him, a nod of appreciation and respect. Harry nodded back and saw the girl lose interest on him, beginning a conversation with the triumvirate. That was a nice speech, said Daphne, approaching Harry and leading him to a corner. Harry waved his wand and rose a privacy ward. He looked at her and saw the admiration in her eyes. I lived something like it, he replied, and she nodded. Somehow she already knew that. It's getting late. Would you like to meet tomorrow for breakfast and then continue our conversation? I don't think there's a choice, actually, Daphne said, and Harry nodded as well. As much as Daphne wanted to know more, she sighed, understanding what he truly meant: get some rest. We both had a rough day. Then she hesitated. What's wrong? He asked, noticing her uneasiness. I'm sorry for what I did. I broke your trust. She started, and he stopped her with a soft caress on her chin. There's nothing to forgive, Harry replied, softly kissing her lips, ignoring the silence that fell in the house once again. Apparently they were being watched, not that they cared. Thank you, she said with a small smile. I'll just ask you to trust me and to give me a chance, he said with a small smile, to which she smirked. I am giving you a chance, Potter, she said, and he smirked. Will you tell me how it happened in your... Harry nodded. You were already close to me, but I'd say that the moment I knew I was sure I really cared for you was when you comforted me after my godfather's death. For a moment, Daphne didn't know what to say. Tomorrow, she asked in doubt. Harry chuckled and nodded. Of course she needed to know more details. Daphne leaned in and kissed him good night. Then she ignored the stares and went to her room, not realizing the several girls going after her. Harry dropped the ward and went to his own room, ready to call Dobby to take him to the chamber. He ignored the boys following him. In the common room, Brian Carrick was grinning. Was that enough proof for you, Yaxley? He asked, hearing only some mumbling from said girl. Wanting to dress casual, Harry dressed a mere white t-shirt under a gray sweater and black trousers with black Snickers that seemed to be normal shoes. Nothing like have a house elf to make the shopping and magic to make the adjustments. He put on his robes, his casual black ones, with sleeves with the length of half his arm, long enough to reach his shin, and with a hood. Those robes had been created by Dobby, based on the design of the combat robes that he had used in the future, with some minor quirks and modifications, namely minor enchantments such as warming charms, lightweight charms, impervious charms, and dirt repulsor charms. Looking himself in the mirror, he noticed the stubble growing in his chin and in his face. Picking his wand, he trimmed his beard and found himself enjoying the sight. Smirking, he crossed his arms behind his back and made sure he had the living chambers ready to accommodate him and Daphne for several hours later on, noticing the Kit Kat and the Crunch bars Dobby had acquired during the night, by the tea cups. He intended to tell her the rest of the story of Voldemort before he started the story of their own lives together. He sighed, wondering how Daphne would accept it. Not wanting to think about that, he picked his glasses from the desk and called for Dobby and had himself popped to his bed at the Slytherin dorms. Leaving the bed and hearing his dorm mates snoring, Harry left the dorm room and went into the common room. The events of last night were still fresh on his mind, the not-so-subtle interrogation by his dorm mates, namely Blaise and Theo, who did most of the talking, asking him about the status of his relationship with Daphne. Honestly, they seemed to be nothing less than gossipers. He gave them almost nothing, stating only that they had started to date that same afternoon and nothing else. They clearly wanted to know more but accepted it either way. Being Sunday, there was no one on site. He sat at a chair by the fireplace and watched the magical fire burning while considering the next stages of his plans. The recent events had stopped his plans short, at least those concerning Voldemort. He considered it again the need to kill Voldemort with witnesses around. It would be so easy to just destroy all the Horcruxes and just kill the bastard almost effortless, and decided to go against it. He would need influence in the future, and nothing beat the influence gained by vanquishing a powerful enemy. The example of Dumbledore came to mind. Who cared if the fight was rigged from the beginning, as long as Harry would win? Maybe it was time for him to pay Voldemort a visit at Riddle Manor and put him under a Veritas Imperio spell to make sure he behaved, just like he had planned, and get the damn ring on the same night. Concerning the ball, he was ready, and so was Daphne. They still had a week and 2 days for it, but time would fly quickly, especially with all he needed to tell Daphne. Daphne, the woman he had broken the laws of magic, time and space to be with, once again. She was taking it rather well. Granted, she had discovered everything by a mere accident, but still, she had accepted his story and was willing to believe her. He would never lie to her, but she didn't know that, and yet, she still believed him. He decided that he had to give her something more for Christmas besides what he was planning already. She deserved it. Meanwhile, with Daphne woke up softly, letting the memories of the previous day flood her. She smiled to herself, remembering that she had started to date Harry Potter. She frowned when she remembered the Inquisition in her room the previous night. Tracy, Millie, Pansy, her own sister, and 2 of her friends, 2 fifth years and a 6th, all girls decided they had to know details. She was forced to tell them about their lunch date and how they kissed the first time, eliciting a general sigh from all the girls. Yes, Harry was a romantic. She knew it better than them. Then Tracy had to moan about her newest acquisition, persistent mistletoe that she bought at Zonko's specifically for the both of them. The mistletoe would hover above them and prevent them to part before they kissed. Now it was useless. Daphne rose from her bed and went to have a quick shower. While there, she thought carefully about everything Harry had told her. His alternative past, the return of the Dark Lord that he was already working to prevent, a convicted Death Eater that had put his name on the cup that he already dealt with. Their 5th year together, when she and him became close, and he helped her to become a powerful witch. Although nothing compared with himself, she wagered. She shivered, thinking about the memory he showed her about the duel on the graveyard on the night of Voldemort's resurrection. For a 14-year-old, Harry had been amazing, able to withstand the Dark Lord himself. Few could claim that. He had been a naive idiot, but according with his own admissions, he had been conditioned by his upbringing, even though he tried his best to prevail. His former friends didn't help, though. Then she remembered, Weasley and Granger had been his friends before in his former life. What happened for him to snap against them? Probably something big. Then her mind went to herself and Harry's words. "I lost you and wasn't able to deal with it," he admitted, looking into her scared sapphire orbs. "So I tried my best and was able to create a ritual that would bring me back just to be with you and prevent it to happen." She was afraid, but whatever fear she felt, it disappeared when she remembered his words as well. He had come back for her, to save her. How could she not feel safe around him if he would do those things? Not only that, she remembered their wedding, the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. A tear of happiness fell from her eye and she smiled. She had no idea what to think, but she would know soon. Harry had promised to tell her everything. She dried herself and went back to the room, where she already had her clothes prepared. She dressed a black skirt and a green sweater, wearing her winter robes of dark green satin with sheepskin lining. She was comfortable, and that was what she cared about. She applied a bit of makeup and put on her shoes, deciding to go down to the common room to wait for Harry. For her surprise, Harry was already in the common room, sat by the fire with a pensive look. His elbow was on the chair, and he held his head on his fingers, looking at the magical fire with an intense gaze. She almost felt she was interrupting something. Somehow, he was surrounded by power, focused on him, and she could swear that the flames were burning stronger than she had ever seen. She moved forward and he looked at her, his focused gaze quickly being replaced by a smile. He rose from his seat and walked to her, kissing her cheek as a good morning. Daphne smiled and looked at him. "Did you sleep well?" she asked, accepting his invitation to sit by his side. "I did. What about you?" she nodded. "Did your roommates give you any trouble?" he asked, seeing her scowl. Tracy, Millie, Pansy, Astoria, and 2 of her friends, Isabella Miller and Sophie Marbrand, Grace Steele and Hannah Newborn from 5th year and a 6th year, Julie Merton. She counted them, explaining him how she had to tell them what had happened during their date and how they had started to date. "Apparently my sister thinks I'm a very lucky girl," Harry scoffed. "Tell Tori that if anyone is lucky, that's me," he said, and she lifted her eyebrow. "What? We were family, remember?" Daphne chuckled, nodding. "What do you want to do?" he asked her. "I have everything prepared downstairs for our talk. I would suggest to go for breakfast and then maybe a walk and then go down there." "I can agree with that," she replied, and he rose, giving her his arm, which she took gladly. "Are you sure you're fine with what I told you yesterday, I mean?" he asked her, concern clear in his face. She looked at him and nodded. "I'm scared that's true. I have no idea what you'll tell me, and I know I won't like it, especially about me, but I don't know, you're here. I feel safe with you for some reason." His reply was a soft kiss and a smile. If you need something, just say, Daff. You're dealing with this better than I expected, but still, I want you to feel comfortable, he said, and she nodded again with a smile. They walked out of the common room, talking and laughing at first about Daphne's story and then about Harry's. Halfway to the Great Hall, they met Peeves. Potter and Greengrass, sitting in a tree, Kissing. Peeves glided around for a bit, repeating his song, and then came upon Harry with a huge grin. The twins have a stash of fireworks hidden on the second floor, near the painting of Anaclet of Sidonia, the poltergeist said, and Daphne saw a vicious grin on Harry's lips. Can you take it into a secret location? We can use them to make them a wake-up call when the term begins anew. Peeves grinned and pretended to consider it. So PVZ does all the hard work again. PVZ should have a reward. Fine, I'll get you a box of dung bombs, too, if you, started Harry, being interrupted by Peeves at that moment. Peeves promises not to use the bombs on the snakies, not on purpose. Harry grinned. That's all I ask. Harry replied, and Peeves glided away, laughing. Daphne mocked sighed. You enjoy pranking the dorks too much, said Daphne with a smirk. Daphne, how could you think that about me? Harry said in a shocked tone, his eyes betraying his mirth. She decided to lift an eyebrow in reply. I never said anything about pranking only the dorks. Daphne smiled and shook her head in amusement. I don't even want to know. That's good, gives you a plausible denial, he replied, and Daphne chuckled. You were supposed to be wise and mature. She teased, why all the pranking? He shrugged. I like to think I am, but I am also a 14-year-old boy again who wants some revenge for misdeeds done to him. Almost none of them are innocent. The dorks happen to be on the top of my list, and it wouldn't do to curse them to death while in school, would it? He asked with a cold smirk, and Daphne kept that information to herself, simply nodding with a smirk of her own. Harry hated the dorks. Why? That was something she needed to know. Something had happened between him and the dorks, of that she was sure. They kept walking and entered the Great Hall. It wasn't that early, almost 9:30, and the hall was almost empty. Only a couple of students were around. Several firsties from Ravenclaw, 2 Hufflepuffs, a group of 4 girls from Beauxbatons, one of them being their champion, and 2 boys from Durmstrang. They ignored all of them and sat at their table, face to face. Daphne sat with her back to the wall, and Harry sat with his back to the rest of the wall. What do you think will happen because of yesterday? Asked Harry, filling 2 cups with tea. Daphne picked one and added sugar. I don't know, really. She replied, looking at Harry, but I do know that all the girls that visited me talked a lot about you and what you did. Keep in mind, they are all of neutral families, or at least supposed neutral. I think your fangirl club grew a lot last night. Joy, he mumbled sarcastically, and Daphne smirked. Astoria asked me if they could see the chamber, revealed Daphne with a pensive look, attracting Harry's eyes. I told them they had to ask you, but I also told them that the chamber was a refuge and not a tourist attraction. I see. If the others ask for the same, I may be forced to take everyone there, he mumbled, shrugging, but let's not talk about that now. Harry drew his wand and waved it around, casting the silence ward he had used the previous night. We never talked about it, but yesterday, I was able to deceive my uncles and conscript them to my cause to help me with the tournament, Harry said, looking at her. We were also able to go to Gringotts and claim by lordship. Daphne looked at the green-eyed wizard in awe and respect, noticing how the Potter family ring shimmered into existence in his fingers for some moments. We got evidence of Sirius innocence. That was relayed to the DMLE, and soon there should be some official statement about Sirius' fate. That's good to hear, she replied, barring a toast, but what if they do nothing? Sirius will be free by the end of the year, said Harry, and Daphne saw his eyes flaring. By the end of this school year, it will be all done and we can have the life that was denied to us, he said, and Daphne wasn't sure if he meant her as well. Then he looked at her. Lupin is a werewolf that takes his wolfsbane. Is that a problem to you? He asked her, and she shook her head. As long as he takes his potions, I don't mind. He's not less of a person for it. I won't be on the same room than him in the night of the transformation, though. She replied, and Harry nodded. He could live with that. Very well, then, Harry said with a happy smile that remembered her of the Harry during the marriage memory. By the way, in the memory, who were the lady and the child at your side? Asked Daphne. Andromeda Tonks née Black, my unofficial grandmother after the war and Sirius' black cousin, and the little brat was Teddy Lupin, her grandson and my godson, Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonk's son, both who died in the war, who happened to be a metamorph magus just like his mother. Luckily, he didn't get any werewolf trait from his father. They were the closest family I had left, for all takes and purposes, apart you, of course. Daphne widened her eyes in shock. Metamorph magus. Harry mumbled something that sounded in amused figures and smiled while nodding. Wow, she said, noticing him go sullen. What happened? Teddy died, was Harry's reply. His eyes flared in anger, although not at her. I will tell you about it, of course. She nodded after a gulp, and they went back to their breakfast. Harry started again. Yesterday, I told you about my 5th year. I was a pariah, seen as a loony and a murderer. The ministry appointed Umbridge as our teacher and inquisitor in the school. She started to make edicts, forbidding clubs and normal things teenagers do. She was also a horrible teacher, and we were forced to make an illegal club to do some self-study. All the while, you and me were also in a different club of our own, in which we worked on our schoolwork and dada together and alone. You taught me about my station and actually trained me in pureblood protocol. I gave you access to the chamber, and we were able to set an alternative password on the toilet just for you to give you entrance. Why not use Dobby? Asked Daphne with a raised eyebrow. Back then, I hadn't been bonded with Dobby. The bonding only occurred on our 7th year, or what should be our 7th year. Again, Daphne rose an eyebrow. And what do you mean by that? She asked, and he smirked. Patience, Ms. Greengrass. He smirked, his eyes looking at her in mirth. She huffed but was only half-felt nodding. We were able to make use of some of the chamber resources and turned it into our personal training area. I helped you, you helped me, it worked very well. Yesterday you asked me about us, right? He asked, and she nodded with a small blush. Harry smiled fondly. Let it be said I was a disaster with girls. I was asked by Cho Chang for a date for Valentine's Day, he said, almost scowling, not as much as she did. Luckily, she said nothing. My guess was that she wanted me to be her rebound guy. Well, I said no because I had plans with you, not a date. He added quickly, noticing her blush. You didn't want dates, and I wanted to spend the time with you, so naturally, I was a little sneaky about it to get what I wanted. He added, having Daphne's full attention by then. We met in the morning and we worked on our school work in the chamber, trained our dueling, and ended up in going to the kitchens for a snack at the end of the day. We had fun, and after our meal, you gave me a kiss on the cheek and told me to keep it up because our not date was actually pretty good. He said with a smile, looking at her with an accusatory grin. Of course you knew very well what I wanted from the very beginning, but you went with it and had fun with me and at me. I believe your words were, I'll make a proper Slytherin out of you yet. You did it, by the way. Daphne smirked and saw the smile taking shape in Harry's lips, imagining what he was describing. It sounded nice. I had a shit-eating grin for days after that. They both chuckled. Nothing actually happened until after our OWLS, except us growing closer. Then the Battle of the Dom happened, Sirius died, and I was a mess. I don't know exactly how it happened, but somewhere between chewing me, slapping me to get me some common sense, and comforting me, you kissed me. We began to date that night. Daphne looked at him, happy about what she heard and carefully analyzing his words. What was the Battle of the Dom? Harry sighed. To answer that, you have to know that for some reason, unknown back then, I was able to have visions from Voldemort and he was able to provoke them as well. Daphne was shocked back then. The old man theorized that it was probably because of our link, since the Halloween of his first fall. Daphne nodded. We discovered the truth later, and let us just say he was very wrong. I assume that was the reason you had to learn occlumency. Very true. It didn't help in the end, though. Harry replied, seeing her inquisitive look. During Christmas, I had a vision of Mr. Weasley being attacked by Voldemort's snake. I managed to alert Dumbledore, and the man's life was saved by a thread. Then, he decided I had to learn occlumency from Snape without even explaining why. Hadn't it been for you, I would never learn it properly. And in the end, it didn't help at all. Voldemort crushed all my defenses, all thanks to the Bloody Link, which were considerable, and sent me a vision of him torturing Sirius in the Department of Mysteries. Daphne groaned, predicting the rest of the story. She hid her face in her hands, groaning. Tell me you bloody didn't, she demanded, looking at him with angry eyes. Harry gulped and just kept silent. Well, I'm not going to lie, he said. You bloody fool. She hissed in an angered tone. What could have possibly possessed you to do something so foolish? Sirius was my last remaining family then with Remus. I tried to call him on the flu, but he was unavailable. It didn't help that his house elf hated him and me and wasn't useful at all. Sure, the elf was a bastard and told me he wasn't available. I understood it the wrong way and... Harry hesitated, seeing the angry look Daphne was giving him. It actually demanded him to speak. It was on our history owl, our last. I got the vision, was forced to leave the owl and went outside, ranting on what I saw. I didn't see you, and if I had, you would probably make me see some sense. I didn't and came up with a plan to go to London, after break in Umbridge's office and use the flu. We rode the Strals into London. The Strals? Asked Daphne, her curiosity replacing her anger, and who's we? The Strals are type of winged horse that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death close. Harry explained, we will study them next year. The we are me, Granger, Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, Weasel, and Weaslet. Daphne noticed how the names were said with spat. Daphne looked at him carefully and saw the regret in his eyes. She grabbed his hand and looked at him. Tell me everything. He did. He told her how they flew into the ministry, how they entered the Department of Ministries and found the prophecies. She flinched when he told her of the ambush and was in awe when he told her of the battle, how 6 school kids with Harry Potter's training managed to battle 12 Death Eaters. That clearly meant something. She found it hard to believe that Longbottom stood by Harry all the time, being the second best in their group. Apparently, they had worked him hard, and B became a powerful wizard under Harry's watch, especially motivated after the Lestranges' escape from Azkaban. She also noticed the disdain in Harry's words when he told her that, but made no questions. He told her about how they were trapped in the Veil Room, how the Order of the Phoenix appeared to help, and how they joined the battle, how he was dueling Lucius Malfoy to his godfather, and how Bellatrix Lestrange hit Sirius with a curse, causing him to fall into the Veil and into death. The vacant look Harry took told her everything she needed to know and squeezed his hands. She didn't hug him because she was in the opposite side of the table. Then he told her about how he ran after Lestrange and how he tried to cast a Crucio on her. He failed, and then both Voldemort and Dumbledore came in and engaged in a most amazing display of dueling skills. How Voldemort possessed Harry thanks to the link, and how Harry managed to banish him from his mind. Only then the DMLE appeared with the minister, who saw Voldemort with his own eyes, being forced to recognize he was indeed back. Then the Death Eaters captured were arrested, the students sent to Hogwarts, and Harry was told of the prophecy that had been made before he was even born, by Dumbledore, that instead of prepare, Harry wanted him to have a fucking childhood. To say that Daphne was in shock was an understatement. Maybe she should expect it after the graveyard, but still. And the prophecy part was insane, and that made her quite angry. What was that damn fool playing at? She hissed, and Harry shook his head. What is that damn fool playing at, Daph? Harry corrected, looking at her. He shrugged. I gave up trying to understand his actions a long time ago. He made huge mistakes because he felt it best. But he actually tried to take a more active role with me in our 6th year. That doesn't justify all the rest, she snapped. No, it doesn't. I never said I forgave him, mind you, he replied with a smirk. Good, she replied, letting go of his hands. Do you want to go for a walk? With you. Always, he replied with a grin, making her smirk in amusement. Harry dropped the wards, but before they were able to rise and leave, Fleur de Lacquer came behind Harry. Bonjour, Meester Potter. Could I peek with you? Harry turned to the blonde Vila, who sported a pleasant smile. He also felt her allure focused on him. I did tell you to mind your allure, didn't I? Asked Harry, rising from his seat at the same time Daphne did. And no, you can't, because I have plans to spend the day with my beautiful girlfriend. Daphne smirked as she saw the shocked look on the French champion's face. I know what you're trying to do, Harry said calmly and coldly, looking at the Vila, making her actually gulp, although she would never admit that she also felt some excitement. You want a powerful partner, someone who can endure your allure. Fleur nodded, much to Daphne's shock. I'm not available, and even if I were, don't you think your actions towards me were, shall we say, demeaning? Harry turned to Daphne with a nod. Both started to walk, leaving a flabbergasted Fleur standing on the same spot. You know her, don't you? Asked Daphne, a hint of worry in her voice. Once again, Harry's wand was waved between the both of them in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Yes, I knew her. She was a friend of ours for a while until... Harry hesitated. Tell me, asked Daphne, more demanding. Vilas want powerful mates that can endure their allure. No, that didn't happen last time. I wasn't this powerful before. Daphne scoffed. Of course he wasn't. He dueled Voldemort by luck. Idiot. Ignoring Daphne's sarcastic snort, Harry continued. She married an Englishman in the beginning of our 7th year, and he was all she wanted, I think. But then, her sister-in-law was an accomplice of a crime and ended up dead by blood vengeance laws. Some stuff happened, and her husband decided to avenge his sister with the help of some of his brothers. They all died at the hands of the one they wanted to kill, Harry told her. It wouldn't do to tell her that Ginny Weasley had been an accomplice on her murder and killed by Harry when he discovered it. And that the eldest Weasley son decided to avenge his sister later in life, wanting to be an hero, no doubt. He was killed by the Dark Lord Potter, with his brothers Percy and the twins. Daphne rose an eyebrow and waited for him to continue. She never condoned her sister-in-law's actions, especially because she was a close friend of the victim, and that was a source of conflicts between the family. After her husband's death, she fled to France with her children. When I'd saw her, she would be less than polite towards me. After a while, I never saw her again. Daphne thought very careful in all he told her, deciding to wait for more information before making her own conclusion. She nodded and held Harry's hand as he dropped the wards around them. The both of them walked to the outside quietly and calmly, to the lake. "Could you show me the memory?" asked Daphne, out of nowhere, and Harry was actually startled. "I mean the memory when you and I kissed after your godfather." "Oh, right, that one, sure, of course," he replied, actually scared, something Daphne took notice. "Weird. Remember me when we are back in the chamber, will you?" She nodded and asked him to continue his story. He waved his wand and 2 comfortable chairs appeared before them. He invited Daphne to sit in one and sat on the other, raising the privacy wards again. "You know, I don't recognize that spell," Daphne said, meaning to have said it before. You won't learn it in any book," Harry replied with a mocking grin, making her cross her arms. "And why is that?" she asked, raising an eyebrow in defiance, making him chuckle. "Because I created it from scratch," he replied, making her widen her eyes in surprise. "Really?" Harry nodded. "It creates a ward in an area that is keyed to specific magical signatures. Which basically means that when I create the ward, I key us into the ward's structure. I can't key anyone else, nor can anyone not keyed join us. If they do, they'll still hear nothing." Daphne was amazed. Harry just shrugged. "I had a lot of free time. I had better do something useful. It was a shame I never shared my knowledge. This time I'm hoping it will be different, though." Daphne understood his meanings and slightly blushed, all the while appreciating his confidence in her. "I would be honored if you shared your knowledge with me," she said with a small blush. "And I would be honored if you let me share it with you," he replied with a small smile. Daphne squeezed his hand and Harry caressed it with his thumb, looking at her. "What's wrong?" she asked in almost a whisper. "I'm just enjoying it," he replied, looking at her. "Sometimes I can hardly believe that it worked and that I am here with you." Harry smiled and a tear fell from the corner of his eyes. Daphne barely saw it. "Why? Why do I mean so much to you?" she asked, lowering her eyes. "Where did magic come from?" Harry asked, although it was a rhetoric question no one knows. It just is. Why do I care so much about you? Why are you my everything? I don't know. It just happened. It just is. Daphne almost shed a tear. Almost. "But I'm me. 1 month ago, we barely knew each other, and now you time-traveled from the future. We're together, and you're telling me about your past that was supposed to be our future. You're changing it for the better, I'm sure, at least the better for you, but what if I don't become what she was?" Daphne asked, fear clear in her voice. "Do you know the difference between you and future Daphne?" Harry asked, turning to her. Daphne saw the intensity on his eyes. "Your age," Harry said, his eyes never leaving hers. "It's your choice. It's always our choice, Daph, like it was my choice to come back to you. The way I saw it, I would be happier if I knew I did everything I could instead of dying and pray to whatever entity ruled the afterlife to allow us to be together." Daphne held a breath and shed another tear as Harry rose from his chair, looking at the lake with his arms crossed in his back. "You were foolish. You could have died, or disappeared forever," she said, even though if she didn't feel the words. "True," he replied, turning slightly at her, "but I had nothing to lose anymore, and guess what? It worked," he said, turning back to the lake, "and it has been well worth it." Daphne rose from her chair and hugged him, burying her face on his chest. He could feel her sobs and hugged her tight, kissing her head. "Don't be stupid anymore. Don't, please," she mumbled. He didn't reply, caressing her back. "Harry, look at me," she said, and when he did, she leaned in. He did as well, and they both kissed. After a while of holding each other, Daphne broke the silence. "Tell me about the 6th year," she asked. "By the end of the summer, I was named Heir Black by Sirius Will, and thanks to my emancipation on my 4th year, I was made both Lord Potter and Lord Black. I kept it a secret, of course, sharing it only with you and Dumbledore. My name became Harry James Potterblack." Daphne was amazed, but said nothing, letting him continue. "I was also a prisoner again at the Dursleys, and was being heralded as an hero. Dumbledore recruited me to help him convince a professor called Slughorn to return to teach. We actually managed to convince the man, and then he sent me to the Weasleys, where I spent the rest of my summer, when I wanted to be with you. Just for you to know, we talked by letters every day. I met you at the train, and let's just say that we had some snog time alone in an empty compartment. We stayed there together for a while, and then we had to go back. I was bombarded by questions where I was but said nothing. Snape taught Dada that year instead of potions. As it turns out, Slughorn was Snape's teacher." "Yes, it's a known name," she said, her head still buried on his chest. "Are you going to stay like that?" he asked. "Yes, keep going," was her reply. "Fine." "So you brought to my attention that Malfoy was acting weird and started to investigate it in the common room. Not only that, I started to have special classes with Dumbledore." "Better late than never," said Daphne, and Harry snorted, making her unbury her face from his chest. "What?" "Those special classes were scheduled in a way that we met only once a week, and for the first 3 months we saw only memories about Tom to understand him better," scowled Harry. Daphne was shocked. "Please tell me you're kidding," she asked, and he didn't say anything. "No combat training, no special spells?" "Nothing. I did learn about Tom, though. His mother was Merope Gaunt, a almost squib. She lived with her brother Morphin and their father Marvolo. She was in love with a Muggle squire and brew a love potion to ensnare him. Then, after getting pregnant, she had the brilliant idea to stop giving him the potion. Naturally, he left her alone and pregnant. She died at childbirth, and Tom was dumped in a Muggle orphanage. Then, when he was 11, Dumbledore was the first to meet him, and let me tell you, Tom was a pretty scary kid, naturally cruel and with a great control of magic. Almost prodigy. He rose in power in Slytherin, naturally, and eventually opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed Myrtle. But that was just extras. What Dumbledore truly wanted was a memory from Slughorn that I had to help to get. This ought to be good." Daphne mumbled. "It was a failure at first. First, I improved my potion skills a lot with the help of a book filled with notes. Then I had Slughorn's attention, with the additional of being who I was, but he still wouldn't give me the memory. Eventually, I got the memory, thanks to you." He smirked, looking at her appreciatively. "Granger is said to be the smartest witch of our age. They have no idea what you can do, my beautiful and cunning snake." Daphne blushed. "Slughorn had a party of his slug club to make contacts and invited the both of us. We went each alone and managed to dance a couple of times during the party and actually talk. Our excuse was that night there was no houses, only alliances in the making. You don't imagine how Slughorn was ecstatic by hearing that. Of course, a lot of people didn't like the idea, not that we cared. We acted polite to each other, and then you cast a compulsion charm on his glass to make sure he would get drunk while I distracted him, since he was very interested in show me around. We convinced him to give me the memory with another compulsion, and then we enjoyed the rest of the party, after making sure he didn't remember anything." Daphne was shocked and amused, and Harry noticed. "All your plan," he said. "You were tired to see me fail and decided to help me." "I knew about your special lessons?" she asked, and Harry nodded. "Of course you did, I told you everything," Harry said, and she nodded appreciatively. "The memory, however, told us a horrible secret. Tell me, Daphne, what do you know of Horcruxes?" Daphne narrowed her eyes. "I have never heard about it." "I know," he said with a smirk. "Future, you didn't either. As it turns out, a Horcrux is a container to a piece of soul. While it houses the piece of soul, the wizard will be technically immortal, and to kill the wizard, the Horcrux has to be destroyed, either by fiendfire or basilisk poison. They can only be made by murdering someone, and Riddle made several. A piece of soul, but that's disgusting," she said. Having been raised in a magical home, she knew the soul was sacred in the magical world, and to tamper with it was a heinous act. You said several. Then that means that he survived because he had. Daphne concluded, quick to the point. Harry nodded. "Voldemort had already made several Horcruxes that night. We believed that he intended to use my death to make another. Fortunately, my mother did something that saved me and destroyed his body, reducing it to a shade of vapor." Daphne was shivering in disgust. Then she widened her eyes, looking at him. "The diary," she gasped, and he smiled. "Yes, that was the very first he created." Daphne shivered even more in anger, fear, and disgust against the Dark Lord. "Have you destroyed them all already?" she asked with disgust. He shook his head. We never knew if he sensed the destruction of his Horcruxes. I collected several, but I'm still missing 3. I intend to do it soon and destroy them all together before striking at him once and for all. What are they? She asked, and he started to count them. The diary which is gone, the gaunt ring I know where it is, Ravenclaw's diadem is already in my possession, Hufflepuff's cup is in Lestrange's vault, Slytherin's locket I already have, his familiar snake that is with him, and the last one, that was accidental, and was me, Harry said, and Daphne gasped in shock. Turns out that extract a piece of a soul from an item to another is easy, if you know what to do. Harry said with a smile, caressing a still shocked Daphne. I successfully extracted the piece of soul into an old Dobby's sock. Daphne was baffled, looking strangely at Harry. But, like I said, I had a lot of time and made a lot of research, Harry said, and Daphne huffed. You carried a piece of Voldemort's soul with you for all this time. In my scar, yes, he replied, pointing at it. Daphne noticed it and could see only a faint outline of the famous scar. Without it, the scar is gone. My eyesight improved a bit, but I still needed to heal myself. It was a leech on me, and it was the link between us, completely unknown to the both of us. Daphne was shocked, but nodded. It's gone, she asked, and he nodded. I have them in one of the locked containers. That's why I didn't want you to pry. Those things are very dangerous. They could attempt to possess you. He said, and she accepted it, trusting him and his reasons. What else then? She asked, trying to change the subject, even if she knew she couldn't. Well, back then, Dumbledore had the ring but was cursed retrieving it. A rotting curse that rot his hand and was slowly killing him because he wasn't careful enough. Daphne widened her eyes in shock. Dumbledore dying? Harry nodded. Nothing could be done for him except slow the curse progression. What else, oh Malfoy? You discovered that he was going to the Room of Requirement, but we weren't able to discover what for in the beginning. So my brilliant girlfriend wondered if there was a way to keep tabs on him and the room he was using, which led me to call for Dobby, who proposed himself to spy on the little shit. 1 month later, we discovered that he was fixing a vanishing cabinet to bring Death Eaters into Hogwarts. What? Asked Daphne in shock, and Harry's vicious smile was uneasy for her. We destroyed the cabinet and left the room. When Malfoy discovered, he was so terrified and scared that he wouldn't even talk. He actually thought he was going to die for failing. You even said he was too quiet in your common room. Quiet and terrified. They both laughed of the thought. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if I didn't have your help. What about your friends? Asked Daphne, and Harry snorted. Weasley started to date Brown after becoming a keeper and actually managed to do something good for a change. Granger was angry at me because of the book I mentioned before, since I got better marks than her. Daphne scowled. And you'll never guess this, but the Bint started to date. And who was able to deal with her? Asked Daphne, and Harry was scowling. Longbottom. At first, Daphne was shocked. Then she started to laugh while Harry smirked. The know-it-all and the squib, she laughed. Not really a squib, admitted Harry with a scowl, attracting Daphne's attention. The idiot is using his father's wand that isn't compatible for him. That, and he had self-esteem problems. The DA helped him during our 5th year with his problems, bringing out the wizard, and then he bought a new wand for 6th year and started to work hard with Granger's tutoring, becoming a rising star in our year. The scowl and the anger was all there for Daphne to see. You had problems with them, didn't you? Daphne asked, and Harry actually laughed, cold and threatening, his aura flaring around him, fueled by his anger and his hate. Oh, you have no idea how much I hate those 2 pieces of shit, wastes of magic and life, Harry admitted. Daphne could just look at him in shock while he breathed in to calm himself. Daphne thought about Harry's interactions with the dorks and actually made sense. Harry hated the dorks but was more aggressive towards Granger and Longbottom. The episode when he summoned Zale against Longbottom came to mind. She never thought about it. Harry did hate Longbottom more. Why? She asked, and Harry looked at her with broken eyes. Later in the story, Harry almost begged, his voice torn with emotion. Daphne nodded and actually leaned to him, kissing him softly, which became a more intense kiss by Harry. It was only me and you, Daph. Eventually they came to me and joined us, but by then it was only me and you. I loved it, admitted Harry, and Daphne smiled and kissed him again. Carry on with the story, she ordered, and he chuckled. Dumbledore asked me to tell my friends everything because I would need their help eventually. I did tell them, but I only cared about you knowing. Meanwhile, he actually taught me something useful and helped me with dueling. By the end of the year, Dumbledore was able to retrieve the location of another Horcrux, the locket. He took me and, let us say it was bad. It was a cave that could only be opened with an offer of blood. There was an inner lake filled with Inferi and a boat. Touch the waters would wake thousands of Inferi against us. There was an island in the middle of the lake with a stone basin filled with a potion that would cause hallucinations. To get the Horcrux, one needed to drink the potion. Dumbledore drank all of it and was severely weakened, and started to hallucinate to the point that he started to see his dead sister, and entered the waters before I could stop him. Daphne widened her eyes, and Harry carried on. I got him back to safety, but it was too late. I had the Horcrux and the Inferi were stirring. We ran to the boat, but those things stopped us. We had to fight. Daphne looked in shock and awe at Harry while he recounted everything. Flame spells were very effective. I used as many flame spells I could, as well as Confringo's, and Dumbledore managed to cast a firestorm that solved our problem for a while. We got to the boat and reached the other shore, left the cave, locked it again, and could finally rest. Dumbledore was terribly weakened but still managed to cheer us up, until we discovered the Horcrux was a fake. All that trouble. For a fake, yes, Harry said while Daphne was gaping, shaking her head. We came back to Hogwarts and Dumbledore went into the hospital, asking me to meet him with my friends to whom I had told the secret as soon as possible. I got them and you. Me, but... She started and Harry stopped her. You knew you were my girlfriend, had helped me a lot, and I wanted you to, more than the others. However, I understood that we needed help. I was able to convince you to come as well, and believe me, it was a shock for them. I can relate, replied Daphne in a whisper, although she was smirking. Do you want to see the memory? Harry asked, and Daphne looked wide-eyed at him. Sure, she replied with a smirk. Then let's get to the chamber. I need to show you the memory when we started to date, too. Daphne smiled and held the hand he gave her. Dobby! The elf appeared, and after a good morning, mistress, he held his hands, popping them into the chamber. Before anything else, Harry said, taking Daphne to the table prepared beforehand, picking the chocolates. This is a Kit Kat and this is a Crunch Bar, he said, presenting her each of them. Daphne smiled at his gesture. Have a taste, and then you can tell me which one you prefer, although I know you'll enjoy Crunch Bar more. And you know this why? She asked, opening the Kit Kat only to challenge him, all the while smirking. Harry grinned. Because it was your favorite, too, he whispered at her year after approaching her. Daphne felt a shiver of excitement run over her and smiled while Harry kissed her softly, leaving for the pensive, already focusing on the memory he wanted to extract. Just like Harry said, after tasting both, Daphne preferred the Crunch Bar. Harry placed the pensive on the table with a wave of his wand. The memory is the one of the night we started to date, he said, extending her his hand. Shall we? Daphne held his hand, and with a nod, both teens went into the pensive. They found themselves in a dark training room, a setting of the Room of Requirement. Daphne saw an emotional Harry Potter casting spell after spell against a number of training dummies that repeatedly repair themselves. Harry didn't stop his casting. BOMBARDA. The orange light hit the cackling dummy, destroying it to pieces. Defodio, Confringo, Depulso, Defindo. He cast it against 3 others, destroying them. Then a training dummy took the shape of a cackling Bellatrix Lestrange, making Harry growl. AVADAKDAVA, he shouted, and the green light hit the dummy. What the hell do you think you're doing? An angry voice shouted by the entrance of the room, scaring Memory, Harry, and Daphne, who was shocked seeing the spells used. She looked at Harry, but he didn't even flinch. He did, however, flinch when the familiar voice shouted from the entrance of the room. What does it look like? Memory Harry asked, attempting to cast another spell. He lost his wand, which flew into the hands of Memory Daphne, making him glare at her. Give me my wand, Daphne, he demanded, and she glared at him. Where the hell have you been? She demanded, her anger clear on her voice. Memory Harry didn't say anything, just glared at her. Harry, please, I am concerned about you. You disappeared before the owl finished and didn't answer my summon. Where have you been? She asked again, but this time more emotionally. Memory Harry closed his eyes, and Daphne could see something shiny falling from his eyes. He's dead, Daph. He's dead, and it's all my fault, he said, starting to sob. Memory Daphne ran to him as he fell on his knees and held him close as he sobbed. Harry, tell me what's wrong. She asked again. He told her everything. From the moment he had the vision until the moment. He told her everything that had happened, including the prophecy Dumbledore had told him. Memory Daphne was angry, maybe even furious. You invaded the Ministry, the Department of Mysteries, in fact, with 5 other school children and fought 12 Death Eaters. survive time enough to get reinforcements, and still manage to capture 11 of them, fight Voldemort, and reveal him to the world. Memory Daphne asked, and Harry nodded. It would be impressive hadn't it been for just one thing. Memory Harry looked at her, and both real Harry and Daphne flinched as the slap hit Memory Harry. "What could have possessed you to do something so stupid?" she demanded. Angry, it was clearly a trap, and if the house elf told you he wasn't there, that doesn't mean he had been captured. What was I supposed to do? What if it had been true? Was I to let him be tortured? Memory Harry demanded, and Memory Daphne snorted. Then let's go underprepared, with no plan at all, jump into fucking the Strauss with 5 other unreliable school kids and let us wish the best. She drawled sarcastically, and Daphne saw Memory Harry flinch. "You should have told me," she shouted, tears falling from her eyes. "You could have died," she said, and Memory Harry sobbed. "I didn't think, and I was scared that you would convince me not to go, all right? Or worse, that you would want to come." Memory Daphne looked at him back in shock. "Why?" she asked in an angry tone. "I wouldn't stand it if something had happened to you," he whispered. She slapped him again. "You are a selfish bastard, Potter. You wouldn't stand." "What about me? What if something had happened to you? How would I deal with it, knowing that there was nothing I could have done because I wasn't there with you?" Without more words, she grabbed him by his shirt and kissed him for all his worth, holding him tight to herself. After the initial shock, Memory Harry held her tight and kissed her back. When the kiss ended, Memory Daphne was crying. "I'm sorry," begged Harry, and Daphne looked at him, kissing him again. "At least you're not hurt," she said, noticing her mistake, "physically, I mean." "The others are," he tried to say, but she shut him with a glare. "Well, tough luck for them," she growled. "They aren't any of my concern. It wasn't your fault that they were hurt, was it? They wanted to accompany you when you said you didn't want them to. People get hurt in wars, and that's what this now is." The way Memory Daphne spat the words confused real Daphne, who decided to ask Harry later on. For her surprise, Harry agreed with her. "I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Let's make one thing clear, Potter. You can't save everyone, and you are not responsible for everyone's choices. Only yours." Memory Harry nodded, and she kissed him again. "Now what is this about a prophecy?" Harry told her the prophecy again, and Daphne frowned. "That idiot knew all this time, and instead of preparing you, he just let you be to have a fucking childhood. That's it, I'm going to kill him." Daphne clenching her fists in anger. "That I wouldn't mind to see," chuckled Memory Harry, earning a glare from Memory Daphne. "And what's that about love being the power he knows not?" Harry shrugged, and Daphne huffed and sighed. "It's not your fault," Daphne said again, sitting on the floor close to him. "I know, he was mocking Bellatrix instead of being serious," Harry said. "Actually, with all you told me, I think he was being serious." Harry snorted of the bad joke, and Daphne actually chuckled. "What would I do without you, Daph?" he asked. "You don't want to know," was her reply, leaning her head on his shoulder. They remained like that for a while. "Daph, MH, will you be my girlfriend?" Memory Harry asked hopefully. "Yes," she replied, getting even closer. "Besides, I spent too much time training you to let you go to a hussy." "We wouldn't want that," Memory Harry said, and Memory Daphne smiled. The memory ended with one last kiss. Harry and Daphne left the pensive, and while pleased with what she saw, Daphne frowned. "Why all the hate for the dorks?" she asked, sitting on her chair. "Well, while I never truly forgave the dorks for turning their backs on me, you never even considered doing it. According with you, it showed their stupidity and made them nothing less than blood traitors and scum. You became somewhat accepting of them in our 6th year, though, despite them turning their back on me this year." Daphne nodded. "I suppose you are aware of the Potter-Longbottom alliance?" she asked, and Harry flinched. "Yeah, I know. That's one of the reasons I despise Longbottom. Besides, can you imagine what his grandmother will do to him when he becomes the responsible for the breaking of the alliance?" Harry's vicious grin actually made Daphne chuckle. Harry took back the memory into his head. "Was it everything you expected?" "I don't know what I expected," replied Daphne, looking at Harry, "but I liked it." "I'm glad," he replied, starting to remove another memory from his head. "What did I mean with my summon?" Daphne asked, and Harry looked at her. "Well, your brilliance allowed us to develop a protean charm in a bracelet we always kept hidden under charms to send messages to each other. We laughed when the so-called smartest witch of our age came up with the same thing for the DA, only far rudimentary than our method." Daphne appreciated the compliment and almost blushed. "You make it sound like it was my idea and my work," she replied, and he shrugged. "It was. It was also that made me study runes with you, and after some really intense study, I was able to get my owl in it. Let's just say it was a surprise to everyone but you." Daphne nodded again with a smile, then a frown. "Then why aren't you taking runes now?" she asked, and he shrugged. I will be taking a special exam to evaluate my knowledge with runes and arithmancy in the end of December and make the class changes. I wasn't allowed to before the exam, at least that was what Snape said. And this is the first time I hear about this. Why? She asked, crossing her arms. Surprise, he tried with a chuckle. She shook her head, amused. Harry pointed then for the pensive. This is the discussion after Dumbledore and I returned from the Horcrux hunt. Are you ready? She nodded and held Harry's hand again, both of them entering the pensive. Daphne saw herself entering the hospital wing next to a dirtied Harry Potter. Both of them walked in stride and next to each other, to the furthest bed in the hospital, ignoring the surprised looks Madame Pomfrey gave them. They reached Dumbledore's bed, where Weasley, Longbottom, and Granger were already. Harry, where were? Granger's words died on her mouth as she saw who Harry came in with. Daphne was able to see the surprised looks on everyone as she and Harry moved to be able to see everyone's faces. Granger was shocked. Longbottom was surprised but had half a smirk on his face, and Weasley was red in anger. Dumbledore was half surprised, half amused, his twinkling eyes looking to both Memory Harry and Memory Daphne. She's the one you said you still needed to get. Weasley shouted in anger, being silenced with a wave of Harry's wand. Now, we are all here because the headmaster asked me to call you guys here, everyone to whom I had told what my special classes with him were about. Harry said in a cold tone, focusing mostly on Weasley. We will go no further in this conversation until I have an oath from you to not say a word to anyone about what we will speak in here. Harry, I hardly think that's necessary, said Dumbledore, looking at Harry with tired eyes. With all due respect, Headmaster, your opinion is valid, but I want this to be kept a secret and leave no untied ends, Harry said, and Daphne could swear she saw a smile under the ancient man's beard. I agree, said Memory Daphne, holding her wand up. I, Daphne Persephone Greengrass, swear upon my life and magic to keep this meeting a secret and not share its contents with anyone unless given explicit permission by Harry James Potterblack. So mote it be. A golden light surrounded her, and Memory Harry looked amused at her. Potterblack? Asked Longbottom with widened eyes, looking at the both of them. Since when are you Potterblack? Demanded Granger, ignored by Harry, who was looking at Longbottom. Do you trust her, Harry? Asked Longbottom, earning a glare from the Ice Queen and surprisingly from Harry Potter. With my life, was Harry's reply, shocking everyone. Dumbledore smiled. Longbottom looked to Memory Daphne and Memory Harry and nodded, giving the same oath. Neville, shouted Granger, shocked. Myoni, just make the oath, the boy said, and Granger huffed, giving the oath, having to be corrected when she didn't add Harry's proper name. They all turned to Weasley, and Harry dropped the silence spell. She's a slimy Slytherin whore. Memory Daphne twitched, keeping her cool, glaring at the buffoon, but Memory Harry didn't, pulling his wand on Weasley. Harry, shrieked Granger. Longbottom twitched, seeing the glare from both Harry and Daphne. Let's try again, 1-1, either make the oath of piss off. I won't give you another chance. Ron felt properly mollified and made a shaken oath. Harry nodded and hissed in Parseltongue, raising some wards around them. What was that, Harry? Asked Dumbledore, curious, as everyone else but Daphne flinched. Parseltongue silence wards, more powerful and harder to break, explained Daphne, everyone turning to her in surprise as Harry finished to raise the wards, although they don't stop intruders to pass them. But that's dark, said Granger, making both the real Daphne and Memory Daphne roll their eyes. It's a tool. It's up to you what to do with it. Memory Daphne replied with a glare, earning an appreciative smile from the headmaster. Well, Harry, I can see you have been keeping some secrets. Would you mind to do a proper introduction? Asked Dumbledore with a smile, making Harry smirk. Daphne Greengrass, meet Albus Dumbledore, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. Everyone, meet my girlfriend of the past year, Daphne Greengrass. What? Shouted Weasley, while Granger and Longbottom just widened their eyes. Memory Daphne smirked, holding Memory Harry's hand. A pleasure. Memory Daphne smirked, amused with their reactions. I see, replied an even more amused headmaster. Well then, Harry, will you tell about our evening? Harry did, and by the end of his tale, everyone was gaping at him, including real Daphne. Then Memory Harry opened the locket and revealed the note inside, reading it loud. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B., they all looked at each other, and Daphne saw Memory Daphne thinking. Any idea, Headmaster? Asked Harry, and Dumbledore shook his head. It most likely is a discontent pureblood, but I am not sure. Braddock, Bainbridge, Baldock, Baggett, Batia, Bishoper, Black, Bletchley, Bowl, Boyle, Brodie, Bulstrode, Burke. She said, and everyone looked at her. Those are a few of the pureblood families that start with a B. Memory Harry had a huge grin. That's my witch, he said, kissing her soundly in front of everyone, making them gap and Dumbledore chuckle, who was thinking on what Daphne had said. Real Daphne felt embarrassed. Not now, honey. Memory Daphne admonished him with a smile, turning back to Dumbledore, noticing the looks from the other teens. What? Didn't you pay attention to your politics classes? She asked, and Longbottom blushed, and Weasley just made a weird face. Actually, Ms. Greengrass may have a point. I shall check the Hogwarts registry for a name started with R and A and ends with a B. Then Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. Regulus Arcturus Black, he wondered, heard by Harry. Black, he wondered, looking at Daphne, who shrugged. Wait, serious brother. Creature. The old house elf appeared before them and immediately scowled. Granger, almost ranted, had not been silenced by Longbottom. Nasty half-blood master called for Creature, the elf asked with a sneer. Creature, Regulus Arcturus Black, serious brother, how did he died? Asked Harry, and the house elf immediately stiffened. Creature doesn't wish to answer to filthy half-blood master, the elf replied, and Harry's magic flared. I am Lord Black Elf, answer me, he shouted, scaring everyone, but Memory Daphne noticed another thing. The elf noticed the fake locket. Harry, stop, she said, and he did. Everyone turned to her, who took the locket from Harry. Do you recognize this, elf? She asked, and for everyone's surprise, he nodded. Creature, do you know where the Horcrux is? Creature turned to Harry in shock. Why does Master wants the nasty thing? The elf asked, hopeful. To destroy it. Harry replied, and Creature's eyes filled with tears. The elf started to tell them the story how he had to help Master Regulus to swap the Horcrux by the fake. But then, Regulus was dragged underwater by the Inferi, and Creature was able to escape, promising to destroy the locket as his master wanted. He had been unsuccessful so far. The real Daphne, who was holding Harry's hand, was baffled. Can you bring it to us, Creature? Asked Memory Daphne, and the elf looked at her. Creature can, mistress. Then he popped away, leaving a chuckling Harry, a baffled Daphne, 3 confused teenagers, and a very amused and hopeful headmaster. Creature came back in moments, carrying the locket. Master Regulus wanted it destroyed, the elf said, and Harry nodded, taking the thing and feeling its dark magic. Memory Daphne looked at the elf and gave him the fake locket. You fulfilled your master's last wish, Creature. We will destroy it. You can have this one as a memento if you wish. Creature's eyes bulged, and he nodded. Thank you, mistress, the elf said. Why do you call her mistress? Asked Granger, attracting their attention. Real Daphne wondered that too. Because Creature can feels master's magic on mistress. That made both Memory Harry and Daphne blush, and Dumbledore actually laugh with mirth. The others didn't understand at all what Creature meant. Master, the thief brought in by previous master, steal the possessions of the House of Black. What does master want to do? Harry was shocked with the change of demeanor in the house elf. What thief? Harry asked. The one called Dung. The elf said, and Harry's magic flared. Seal the house. No one goes in or out without my consent. If you can, retrieve everything. Yes, master, replied Creature, popping away. Harry turned to Dumbledore. You better do something about Dung, or he will pay for stealing from my house. Harry threatened, and Dumbledore nodded, actually shocked with both the revelation and Harry's behavior. Now, about this thing, we should destroy it. Before we do that, it is possible to use one Horcrux to find the others. Asked Daphne hopefully, looking at the headmaster. His face gave her the reply she didn't want. I have no idea, Ms. Greengrass, although I did think about it. Great, she replied sarcastically. Then what should we destroy it? Should we keep it in safety? Asked Harry, looking at the both of them. I have clues in regard to the nature of the other Horcruxes. I believe we may destroy it. Meanwhile, I'd suggest to keep it in a silk bag. It reduces the influences of the Horcrux upon us. Harry immediately conjured a red silk bag, making Daphne sniff. Too flashy, she mumbled, summoning a green one of her own and placing Harry's bag with the Horcrux already inside into hers. Harry grinned, and Daphne showed him her tongue, smiling. Clearly it was an inner joke of them, thought real Daphne. Are you sure? Shouldn't we keep our cards near our chest? Asked Daphne, and Granger almost snapped at her for doubting the headmaster. I am sure, Ms. Greengrass, Daphne snorted. As much as you were when you decided to leave a 1-year-old orphan baby at the doorstep of magic-hatting muggles in a November night, she snapped, making Dumbledore flinch. Daff, said Harry, putting his hands on her shoulders, clearly making her more at ease. If it makes you at ease, Ms. Greengrass, I know of nothing we can do but destroy them. Daphne sighed. Fiend fire or basilisk poison, right? She asked, and Dumbledore nodded while both teens grinned. See. I told you it was a good idea to keep a gallon of the poison to ourselves, said Daphne, and Harry chuckled. I remember agreeing with you, he replied, and both laughed. Fine, let's go deal with it. Can you come, Headmaster? Asked Harry, and Dumbledore was actually curious but unable to join them. Alas, I cannot, but I would like to speak with you after you finish your task, Dumbledore said. Harry and Daphne looked at each other, and she shrugged. I can do it myself. If not, you'll join me down there either way, so, Daphne said. Harry nodded and kissed her in front of everyone. I assume you mean the Chamber of Secrets, asked Dumbledore, curious. How will Ms. Greengrass gain entrance if she's not a Parselmouth? Not a problem for her. Why don't you three make yourselves useful and go with Daph? Harry asked to the three teens, bringing them from their shock and surprise, and make sure she's safe. I hardly need help, Harry, she replied, crossing her arms with the green bag in her hand and a mock pout. Indulge me, will you? He played with her. Harry turned to Longbottom. Pretend she's the Lady Potter. Longbottom nodded immediately, grinning all the while, and stepped forward, followed by Granger after him. Weasley sneered at Daphne but went to after being coerced by Dumbledore. I can see you kept your secrets very well, Harry, the headmaster said with a grin. I must say, I never saw it coming. There's a lot of things you never saw it coming, headmaster, replied Harry in a polite and amused tone, making the old man chuckle. True, but how will Ms. Greengrass gain entrance to the chamber? He asked again. We tweaked the password charms using Parseltongue, and I managed to add her magical signature to the ward of the door. That, and I recorded the password in Parseltongue into a memory crystal she always carries with her. If she touches the door with her magic and uses the crystal to say the password, the doors will open for her. It will only work for her, though. Very ingenious indeed. I suppose I should award you points for it, 20 points each, said Dumbledore with a smile, and Harry nodded. I can finally understand the changes in you since last year, Harry, said Dumbledore. Ms. Greengrass has been a most positive influence on you. I like to think so, too. Tell me, Harry, would you say you love her? With all my heart, although I don't understand how that is relevant, and please, don't talk about the prophecy. Dumbledore chuckled of Harry's words. Love is a most powerful magic, Harry. I believe that soon you will understand it. However, it was not because of this I wished to talk to you. Then what was it? Asked Harry, making himself comfortable at Dumbledore's request. I wish you to disarm me, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry just looked at him as if the old man had two heads. You never do anything just because, and even still, you try to make it look like you're a bit off. What is it you're not telling me, Headmaster? Asked Harry, and Dumbledore laughed. Harry, my wand is quite powerful, and it is not my original one. I wish you to keep it to help you in your future endeavors, but alas, the wand has to be taken by force from its wielder. That's why I want you to disarm me, so that you can have the loyalty of the wand. Harry looked at him strangely. Have you finally gone insane, sir? Asked Harry with a frown, and Dumbledore chuckled. I believe so, Harry, although a long time ago, Dumbledore said, and Harry actually rolled his eyes, casting the disarming spell on Dumbledore, who chuckled. Then Dumbledore's wand jumped to his hand, and Harry felt the rush of power flowing through him. What? What was that? The teen asked, looking scared at Dumbledore. Promise me to keep the wand a secret, Harry. Promise me that you will use it carefully. Harry nodded, and Dumbledore believed him. Sir, what type of wand is this? Asked Harry again. Does it matter, Harry? It is a wand, no matter how powerful. It is a tool, nothing else. It's up to you to decide what to do with it, as Ms. Greengrass put it so well. I know you're hiding something else, sir, Harry said, and Dumbledore actually looked sullen. Some things I'm not actually sure, Harry, but now off you go meet your beautiful girlfriend. You're only young once, you know. Harry smiled, and the memory started to fade. Harry and Daphne exited the pensive, and Daphne looked at Harry, curious. What kind of wand was that? Daphne asked. A legendary one. Remember the story of the three brothers? Harry asked, and Daphne looked at him as if he had grown two heads. Then she paled. Merlin, that's the Elder Wand, she gasped, and Harry nodded. Daphne felt dizzy and fell on her chair, but it's only a story. The Hallows are only a story. No, they are real, Harry replied, kneeling at her side, making sure she was fine. At one time, I had the three Hallows. As of right now, Dumbledore has the Elder Wand, Riddle has the Resurrection Stone, even if he doesn't know it, and I have the cloak. The cloak! Daphne gasped again, and Harry chuckled. It has been passed down in my family for years without losing its power. I'd say that was an indication of something, wouldn't you say? Harry asked, and Daphne could only mumble. She felt her mind spin and working too fast for her as she tried to assimilate that her boyfriend had a halo and had been the master of the three in the future from he had traveled from. What? What was it like, to be the master of death? She asked, her voice betraying her awe. I don't know. I never felt different and I never embraced its power. Maybe it was a mistake, but I never cared about it and just kept the halos safe. Barely used them, in fact. Daphne heard his words and was able to detect the regret and the sorrow. Why? She asked, and he looked at her. Because if I did, I might have been able to save you. He replied in a whisper, and her awe was replaced by shock. She caressed his face, filled with sorrow. She hugged him close to her and felt Harry crying without a sound. She felt the wetness of his tears as he grabbed her close. Maybe, she said, trying to channel the wisdom of the older self she had come to admire, but it doesn't matter now. Not anymore. Harry stayed in the same position for a while until Daphne asked him to continue. He just cast a tempest spell and was able to see that it was almost noon. Since none of them was hungry, they opted for continuing with Harry's story. What happened after? Asked Daphne, playing with Harry's hair, finding it very relaxing for the both of them. You destroyed the Horcrux by dipping it on the poison. Granger threw a fit because we didn't allow her to check the library on the chamber, and then we came all back. We separated for the night and nothing else happened until the end of the term. What happened? Asked Daphne, knowing it would be big. Voldemort made his move, replied Harry in a dark tone. What exactly do you mean with Voldemort made his move? Asked Daphne. Harry sighed. Dumbledore died while we were aboard the Express. We only heard about it the day after by the Prophet. Daphne was appalled, comprehending the implications of what Harry had told her. How? She asked, and Harry snorted. It was announced as natural causes, but we knew it was because of the rotting curse and the potion. What we didn't know was that he had some help from Snape, all because of Malfoy. What do you mean? Asked Daphne, noticing the anger on his voice, her own also starting to show. Did you wonder why Malfoy wanted to bring Death Eaters into Hogwarts? He asked her, and she rose an eyebrow to help him to kill Dumbledore. That was Malfoy's mission. Daphne gaped. You're joking, she replied. It was too far-fetched. Oh no, the idiot actually confessed later on. Harry replied with a snort, and his mommy and Auntie Dearest managed to convince Snape, who was also a Death Eater, although a spy on our side, to make an unbreakable vow to help Malfoy to kill Dumbledore. Dumbledore knew and actually begged Snape to kill him to help him to save his place as a spy. He knew he wouldn't live longer. Of course, the old bastard never said anything to anyone and admitted that he should try and save Malfoy. Replied Harry, and Daphne thought to have seen something. If you hate Malfoy so much, why do you even stand him? Asked Daphne with a raised eyebrow, and Harry chuckled. Malfoy fancies himself a leader when he's nothing but a follower. He is a coward without a spine, that hides behind his daddy's money and power and will quickly change his allegiances. He's a little shit that doesn't even deserve respect, and I assure you, I was very tempted to make him break the oath he gave on my first night as a Slytherin and make him die for all he did. Why I didn't do it is beyond me. I guess I want him to actually see how worthless of a wizard and person he really is without Daddy Dearest before I crush him once and for all. Daphne considered his words carefully. You wouldn't know anything about what happened to Lucius Malfoy, would you? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry actually considered his words. Well, you know, Dobby and I needed equipment to start to collect the Horcruxes and decided to visit a armorer in Knockturn Alley, and surprisingly, we met dear old Lucy, who was kind of drunk. Go on. Daphne glared at him, although she was smirking, very amused. Well, Dobby beat the crap out of him, a pay for the sweet ministrations he had from them while he served the Malfoys, and I may have, hypothetically, damaged his magical core, he asked, a bit uncertain of her reaction. She was baffled and completely surprised. You can do that, she asked. You can, but it takes time and power. We actually raided the armorer first for what we wanted, then brought Lucius here. I made the ritual to damage his core, and Dobby took him back to the alley. If I did everything right, he will wake up when his magic is fully drained and live as a squib without memory of what happened. If not, he won't wake up at all. I kind of did it rashly and didn't take proper precautions. Ups. Harry said in mocked concern. Daphne was wide-eyed, then she chuckled. Fitting, she said. Nothing that him or his worthless son don't deserve. Harry snorted. I actually despise Malfoy Jr. I had to tolerate him, but that didn't mean I liked him. There has to be more than that, she said, looking defiantly at him. Harry just looked at her. No, really. Lucius died in the war, and Narcissa and Draco turned their back on Tom, got a pardon thanks to their gold, as well as a little bit of a good reputation and all that. He actually got married with a nice girl, and I for one had to be civil to him. Harry replied with a sigh of frustration, much to Daphne's amusement. His wife had a complicated pregnancy with their second child, a daughter, and the sod actually got drunk one night. They discovered that the baby had a damaged core, and that could make her either a squib or a very weak witch. He killed the baby point blank with an AK. His wife, who loved him dearly, or so she always said, although I doubted it, actually killed him after the deed and got sent to Azkaban for the deed. Their firstborn, a boy, was a copy of his father and actually hated his mother for killing his father. He ended up dying young, never wanting to speak to his mother after she got out from Azkaban. Replied Harry, and Daphne was actually shocked and horrified. Do I want to know more? She asked, and Harry actually looked at her. The marriage was a lie and she was dosed with potions. Harry replied, looking at Daphne and seeing her disbelief. She discovered that at Azkaban and never regretted killing the bastard, although she did regret being ensnared in the love potions. Daphne felt a pang in her heart, remembering the memory of their wedding. Tora? She asked with uncertainty and disbelief in her voice. Harry nodded and held her close. I don't know much apart what Tori told me years after, but she made him suffer. Don't, she said, burying herself into his hug. I rather not know for now. She almost begged him, and he nodded. That's fine, Daph. He used potions on my sister. She asked with anger clear on her voice. I'm going to kill him. No, you won't. Harry said, gaining her attention. I'm not saying I'll let him live, but for now, I need the bastard to see his power wane and make sure he understands he's nothing. Then I'll kill him, not you. I promised it to Tori, and I intend to keep my promise. Thank you, she said with a small smile, only then realizing their words. Wait, you don't mind killing? She asked again, somewhat fearful. I learned my lessons fighting the wars. Harry said, having all her attention. The Dom was the turning point of a sorts, to kill or be killed. Harry looked into Daphne's eyes. Wouldn't you if you had to? Daphne looked at Harry and actually nodded with a resolve of steel. Harry caressed her face and smiled. I know you would. You insisted in drilling me that lesson on our 5th year. That's also why I wasn't that injured at the Dom. I didn't hesitate, although back then I still held back in killing, and most important, I wanted to go back to you. I needed to go back to you. Harry chuckled. Dumbledore was right all along. Love was the power he knew not. Daphne frowned at Harry's monologue, not really understanding what he meant. Wait, did you say wars, as in more than one? Asked Daphne, breaking the moment, much to Harry's amusement. Yeah, I said it. He replied with a low voice and a sigh. The Second Wizarding War, also known as the Second Blood War, the Third Wizarding War that became known as the Magic Traders' War, and the last one, the Culling or Witching Wars. He said, and Daphne widened her eyes, looking at him. What? What does that mean? She asked, and he shook his head. I'll tell you naturally, because it's all part of the story. He said with a sigh of exasperation. Let's go back to the original topic, all right. Daphne nodded her agreement, but didn't forget what he said off topic because of Malfoy. This is priceless. He mumbled sarcastically, playing with her hair and making her chuckle. Go on, then. What happened after Dumbledore's death? I was at Dur's cabin, as usually. I knew something had happened when I got letters from you, Longbottom and Granger's, the Order of the Phoenix, and the Weasleys. Longbottom's had a portkey, at your insistence. I packed everything I had and needed and portkeyed into Longbottom Hall, where you already were with Longbottom. It was a blow for everyone, especially for us. We didn't attend the funeral for safety reasons, but I did get a last package from Dumbledore with his inheritances for me, Granger and Weasley, the first snitch I ever caught. Granger got the Tales of Beetle the Bard in book, and Weasley got the old man's Deluminator. He also gifted us his notes on the Horcruxes with clues on the last. Noticing her look, he shrugged. I don't know what the old man thought. Daphne scowled. By then, we were missing Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, his snake familiar, and myself. Harry said, ignoring Daphne's flinch and inviting her to follow him. He opened the sealed container with a wave of his wand in Parseltongue and showed her the contents. A diadem, a locket, and a sock were inside, and Daphne felt both sorrow and revulsion as she saw the items. Are those? Yeah, 3 of the bastard's horcruxes, replied Harry, who smirked. I think the diadem would look good on you, but I won't allow you to try it for now. Daphne half blushed, half glared at him, and he closed the container again, chuckling. They went back to their chairs, and Harry seemed to think for a while. Well, how to tell you everything. We stayed low for some weeks. I stayed at Longbottom Hall for the remaining of the summer. You and Granger would visit often. A few of the Order knew, as did Weasley, and we had several meetings among those of us who knew, trying to pinpoint the locations of the last Horcruxes. We knew for sure the location of the snake. It would be at Riddle's side, but knew nothing of the cup or the diadem. Voldemort and his Death Eaters attacked in the beginning of July and conquered the Ministry in a blink. I became public enemy number 1, with a large bounty on my head, and couldn't show my face in public. Those were real dark times. Then, around half July, you wanted to bring some of your friends into our group. Initially, everyone was rejected the idea because they were Slytherins, but I trusted you above everyone else. You set up a meeting with Tracy, Theo, and Millie, who were the ones more displeased with what was happening. What about Blaise? Asked Daphne with a frown. He isn't one to be a bigot. He was away into Italy, I believe. Harry replied, and she nodded. I went with you, to watch your back under my invisibility cloak, and we met them at the Leaky Cauldron, to try to convince them to join us. Harry said, looking at her, I can tell you that at the end of that day, I had nothing but the utmost respect by Theo. What did he do? Asked Daphne, and Harry smiled sadly. He pointed his wand to his head and removed a memory, placing it on the pensive, extending Daphne his hand. Without a word, she took it, and the two went into the pensive. Daphne saw the memory swirl and saw her older self in a room with Theo, who looked sullen, Tracy, who looked distracted, and Millie. We know what is happening out there. Older Daphne said to the 3 of them, and Millie sighed. What do you propose, then? Asked Millie. You know me. I'm not a supremacist, but I know what will happen this year. There are rumors that Death Eaters will take teaching positions at the school, and you know what that means to the Muggleborns. If they are even accepted at Hogwarts, supplied Tracy, who looked at Theo, who had his arms crossed. Look, you know I don't believe in pureblood supremacy, and I know none of you do too. However, change has to start somewhere, supplied older Daphne with a sigh. And so you propose we put our lives on the line against the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters? Against those animals that don't respect anyone who they consider under him, asked Theo in a cold tone that made real Daphne shiver. She had never heard anything like that from Theo, who she knew for years. Do you even know what they would do to you if they discover? Theo, I know your father is a Death Eater, started Daphne, but was quickly cut by Theo. Don't you dare to mention that bastard on my presence again, he shouted at her, raising from his chair. Tracy rose after him and put a hand on his shoulder, which he avoided, going for the window, looking into Diagon Alley. Tracy just looked hurt and went to him, hugging him from behind, crying softly. Theo hugged her softly, and the both of them stayed on silence for some moments, during which Daphne and Millie looked at each other. Tracy, Theo, what happened? Asked Millie, and Tracy sobbed. 2 days ago, Tracy was at my house, and my father came from a meeting drunk. Theo hesitated, holding his girlfriend tighter. He tried to rape her while I was at the toilet, admitted Theo with a cold tone while Tracy was shivering. I heard her screams and ran back to her, only to find the fucker already on her, trying to push her skirt up. I got him away from her, but he started to go on against me, how I was an embarrassment for him, for being around half-blood whores instead with decent people, how he was mocked by his friends and constantly asked when I was to take my place among them. Theo spat in anger after the last word, making it clear about whom he was speaking about, and older Daphne gulped, as did real Daphne. Theo just trembled in anger, holding Tracy tighter. He ordered me to rape Tracy. Either I would or he would, and said that she was useful for nothing more than to please those better than her. He scoffed in disgust while Tracy buried herself into his hug. I crucioed him. Theo admitted, making everyone gulp in shock. I don't know what happened, I just snapped and couldn't take it anymore. I hated him, always calling me a bastard, an embarrassment, a failure, beating me for. Theo hesitated and looked softly at Tracy. All that I could take but having him doing that, to Tracy. Theo hesitated again. I had him on the Cruciatus over 30 seconds, and the bastard actually laughed at me and called me a failure and a disappointment. Again, because I had nothing on the Dark Lords. He actually got up and ordered me to move away, that he would take care of the half-blood bitch by himself if I wouldn't, and that he and I would actually have a proper discussion later on. About me being a man and do my duty and take the mark. Theo scoffed again, still trembling in anger. I cast Reductos against his knees, vanished the bones in his wand arm, and cast another Cruciatus. He was still laughing at me. He was bleeding, spitting blood, and calling me a failure and blood traitor. I couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't take any more of him, and I didn't cast the Avada. I cast a Defindo to his neck, and then I laughed, seeing his precious blood flowing from his throat. Then I vanished him. Theo revealed, starting to break down, being held tightly by Tracy. "Merlin, Trace, I'm sorry," he begged in a whisper. "It wasn't your fault." She sobbed. "You saved me. You have nothing to be sorry for." "I don't regret killing him." Theo revealed again to all in the room, looking at Memory. "Daphne, do you understand? They respect you if you're at their side. Don't, and you're nothing to them, nothing but sources of amusement. You are a blood traitor, and they believe it's their Merlin-given mission to put you in your place." He spat in anger. Memory. Daphne nodded. "I know very well what I am putting myself into, Theo." Daphne replied with a cold glare. "I don't want to live in a world like this." She replied, "Do you?" "No, but I have my own priorities." Theo snapped, glaring at the blonde. "I have to keep away until September, and I have to protect Tracy from them, and that means go to Hogwarts and keep around her at all time. I don't have the time to protect people who are meaningless to me." "Theo, please," Tracy whispered, and Theo looked at her. "No, I had it. I don't give a fuck anymore. About the old bastard I called a father, about this country or its people, about the Dark Lord or Potter. All I care about is you, and I can care about you far away from here. I'm not taking the fucking mark, no matter what. And after the 7th year is done, I'm taking you away for good, and we can be free and safe, away from all this shit." The 3 girls gasped at the revelation, and real Daphne was shocked. She looked at Harry and saw him looking with a lot of respect to the other boy in the room. "Theo, Tracy started slowly, with tears on her eyes. "I don't want to run away." "What? Why?" he asked, although he knew very well why. "I don't want to run." She admitted, "This is my home, and I don't want to be forced to leave because of some assholes. I want to help whatever way I can." Theo sighed. In Memory. Daphne smiled softly. Millie also sighed. "Yeah, I'm not really fond of a world like the one that is rising on our country," Millie said, looking at Daphne and nodding at the blonde. Millie didn't admit it, but she was angered with Theo and Tracy's story. She knew she wouldn't have anyone to save her if she ever got in such situation, and despite her self-preservation instincts tell her to stay put, she decided to actually do something about it. Theo sighed, looking down. "Theo, I love you. I really do, and I wouldn't say no to be with you forever, but I need to do this. I need to help. I want you to stay with me, but I won't ask you to do this." Tracy said, looking down, tears falling to the ground. "I'm not a hero," Theo replied, looking at Tracy. "You're my hero," she whispered hopefully, and he sighed again. "I don't give a fuck about those cowards who can't help themselves and allow them to round them up for slaughter," he said again with a sneer, and Tracy nodded, saddened. She kissed him softly on his lips and left his embrace, starting to turn her back on him. "I understand, Theo," she said again, and walked away from him. "I don't care about them, but I care about you," he said, and she turned back to him, both surprised and in shock with his words, ignoring the surprise of the other 2 girls. "If you really think I'm letting you do this alone without me, you're sadly mistaken. You mean more to me than you think." Tracy jumped him and kissed him fully, while Daphne smiled and Millie blushed. "And I'll kill anyone that tries to hurt you, no matter what. I can honestly tell you that I won't object to that." A disembodied voice sounded, one that real Daphne recognized as being Harry's. Next to Memory Daphne, Harry materialized, coming from under a cloak, mostly likely the cloak he mentioned before. "Potter," Millie gasped, and Theo drew his wand, pointing it at Harry, who drew his own, pointing it at the other male in the room. "Daphne, what the hell?" asked Tracy, looking from both Harry to Daphne. "Harry Potter, meet Millicent Bulstrode, Tracy Davies, and Theodore, not J.R. Everyone, this, as you know, is Harry Potter, who happens to be my boyfriend since the end of 5th year." The girls gaped, and Theo glared at Harry, both pointing wands at each other. "Boys, put your wands away," sighed Daphne, using her hand to lower Harry's arm as Tracy did the same with Theo's. "We are supposed to be allies." "Allies who spy on each other?" asked Theo with a glare, and Harry shrugged. "How else was I to ensure the safety of my girlfriend?" asked Harry, and Theo looked at him suspicious, but at the same time understandingly. The 2 looked at each other. "I can't promise you that she'll be safe. Chances are that she won't. Hell, I can't ensure that Daphne will be safe, least of all the others, but what I can promise is that we will stand together and watch each other's backs. And if you need to kill, asked Theo in a cold voice. Harry looked at him. They offer me no mercy. Why should I? Asked Harry in an equally cold tone, making the other boy and the two girls raise her eyebrows in surprise. Real Daphne looked to both Memory Harry and Real Harry, seeing the intensity on their eyes. You're not what I expected, Potter, Theo said with a nod. You know nothing about me, not. Harry replied, accepting the nod. Tom is after me since I was born, intent to kill me. I want to live, have a family of my own, preferably with the hot blonde here with me. Damn woman, that hurts. Harry complained after being hit on the ribs by Daphne's elbow, who smirked while the other two girls snorted. Harry looked at Daphne's blue eyes. To do that, I have to win, and to win, I have to be willing to do whatever it takes to succeed. He turned to Theo again, and their eyes caught each other. And in that moment, an alliance was made. Can I count on you? Theo looked to Millie and to Daphne. They were both expectant. Theo felt Tracy's hand intertwine with his and knew his answer. It's better be worth it, Potter, Theo replied with a glare. The memory ended and Daphne saw herself again on the room. She looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. I knew Theo's father was abusive, but I never expected. She mumbled and Harry nodded. Turns out Theo and I have a lot in common. Harry replied, looking at Daphne, who looked back at him, waiting for more. I won't tell you more. It's his tale to tell if he wants to. I won't betray my brother's trust. Daphne rose an eyebrow. Your brother? She asked, surprised, and Harry nodded. Theo and I became good friends, and he stood by me until the end. Supplied Harry with a smile. We forged a bond, and in time I came to see him as family. I see, Daphne replied, sitting on her chair, thinking on what she had seen. What about Blaze? Harry smirked. Well, after finally asking Millie out the moment he saw her when he came back. Something about getting his courage together or something like that, and mind you, blurting his words out in a way that he had to repeat everything 5 times so that she could understand him properly. She decided to ask him, and he joined your group. What do you mean, my group? Asked Daphne. After Theo, Tracy and Millie gave an oath to keep the meeting in secret unless they had your permission, you started to plan what to do in Slytherin that year. We dorks were kept out of the loop, and only you went to our meeting on the Horcruxes. Why? You didn't trust the snakes? She asked with a glare. No, Daph, I trusted you above all else, and I already respected Theo by then. It had nothing to do about that. Replied Harry with a sigh. You know damn well that Slytherin was a focus point on Hogwarts. If Slytherin was under control, it would only be needed to pay attention to the teachers and the students. Daphne thought about Harry's words and actually found no fault on them. Fine then, what else then? At that, Harry shrugged. Well, there was a wedding, Fleur's wedding, actually. Harry said, and that got Daphne's attention. You didn't attend, and I was there under Polyjuice. Nothing really happened. Really apart a couple of Death Eaters appear and demanding to be handed Harry Potter because they knew he was there, since he was close to the groom and the bride. The party was crashed, and I went back to Longbottom Hall. Who did she marry then? Asked Daphne, already thinking about what he had told her before about his fallout with the French champion after her husband's death. She didn't need to be a genius to realize that Harry Potter's future self was involved in some way, and that the fact he didn't say it outright was because he wanted to hide it sometime more, which meant that it was a personal matter for Harry. Bill Weasley, Harry replied, continuing his story, not realizing the widened eyes from his blonde companion. Weasley. She wondered, looking at Harry, who was saying something about the Horcruxes. So the Vila's husband died avenging Weasley, who was an accomplice in a murder. Daph, are you all right? Harry asked, and Daphne looked at him. It was you, wasn't it? Asked Daphne, and Harry looked at her, not understanding what she meant. It was you that killed Weasley and her brother, and that explains why Delacour became less than polite with you, as you put it. She asked, crossing her arms, looking at him defiantly. Harry sighed. Daph, Look, Harry, I like you. She said, withstanding a blush. I like you, and I'm liking you more with all you are telling me. And I realized that sounded exactly like what a fangirl might say. She mumbled in embarrassment, and Harry smirked. The story you're telling me is unbelievable. It's true, but I believe you. I'm also getting hopeful that I can become that woman you showed I became, and I am sure that you want that as well, or else you wouldn't lose your time on me. Daph, He tried again, only to be interrupted again. I'm grateful, I really am. That you trusted me in your past and that you spent your time helping me. That we fell in love and... She said, and trickles of water appeared on her eyes, prompting Harry to get up and walk to her side, holding her hand, that you are doing it all again, that you came back to be with me. Like you said I was your main reason to come back. I want to trust you, Harry, she said, a tear calling from her eye, but you can't hide things from me, please. You said it yourself, you told me everything in our future. I am telling you everything, Daff, he insisted, and she nodded. Then why did you hide the fact that you were the one that killed Delacre's husband, that killed his sister who had been an accomplice in a murder? Harry looked at her calmly. Does it make a difference that I was the one that killed her? She shook her head. No, and I believe that you know that, and that's the reason you're being so open with it. She admitted, and he nodded. I am a pureblood. I was raised among laws of blood rights and honor duels. I understand that people die and that people have to protect themselves from other maniacs. Your grandfather and your grandmother, he said, and she nodded. Yes, my grandfather who died of a gouging curse that caught him unaware during an attack, and my grandmother who died taking as many bastards she could with her. She nodded, looking at him. I never met them, but I learned from their deaths. I learned how I should stand for what I believe and protect the ones I love, she replied, and he nodded. You told me, and I agreed with you, trust me, replied Harry, and she smiled. He gave her a soft smile. She nodded. Why haven't you told me? I didn't want to scare you, he admitted, kissing her hand. She sighed. I don't see the point if you're going to end up and tell me how she killed me in your past, she replied defiantly, and he looked shocked at her. I should have suspected that you had already made the connection, he mumbled, shaking his head. It wasn't that difficult, she replied. I want to know. I can tell you now, or you can wait for some time more. It's your choice, Harry replied, looking at her, taking a strand of blonde hair from her face. Either way, I am going to prevent it. I told you that I wanted you to fall in love with me, marry me, and live happy together, and to have that, I need you to trust me and accept me as I am. Blue met green, and Daphne sighed. I'm starting to want that too. I was happy, wasn't I? She asked, and he nodded. I like to think so. At least you never told me if you weren't, he replied with a sad look, and she smiled at him, caressing his face. I want it, she whispered to him. I'd accept you for what you told me already without a second thought. She kissed him softly, momentarily feeling how right it seemed, and smiled. Keep on with your story and tell me everything, she whispered to him, and he nodded. We made our plans and had a huge fight. I couldn't go to Hogwarts, and you wanted to stay with me. We managed to reach an agreement. You, Longbottom, Theo, Tracy, Millie, and Blaise would go to Hogwarts and work from the inside, while I, Granger, and Weasley stayed outside working to find the other Horcruxes. We had our bracelets and would be in contact every day. I also gave you the Marauders map but kept the cloak with me. That's the Hogwarts map you showed me a couple of weeks ago, the one that was a relic from your father and uncles, she asked, and he nodded approvingly. Yeah, that's the one. We had to travel light and had no use for it. Besides, I even released Hedwig to the wilds, and she seemed to have stayed around Longbottom Hall for a long time. You released Hedwig? Why? Asked Daphne, curious. Snowy Owl, too flashy, Harry replied, and Daphne nodded. Understanding his reasoning, she hated it, of course, but after we gave her some bacon, she forgave us. Daphne smirked, and Harry continued. I can tell you, it sucked to be away from you. What I can tell you is that you and your group started to keep attention to everything and managed to get power into the house. You managed to coordinate a resistance of sorts to the Death Eaters and even helped the resistance the DA formed, although they didn't know. Surprisingly, at least for me, was that even Pansy, Greg, and Vince had joined you at the time of the final battle. Daphne flinched. When you say it like that, I have a bad feeling, she admitted, and he looked sadly at her. He smiled softly, opting to move forward in the story, telling her the story from their end, how he, Granger, and Weasley kept hidden in the country, and how they had no clues over the location of the Horcruxes. The diadem's location had disappeared with Rowan as Ravenclaw daughter over 1,000 years before, and the last location of the cup had been with Hepzibah Smith but disappeared after. Then, around November, Weasley threw a tantrum and deserted them, leaving them in the middle of nowhere. Granger stayed, and that led to long talks and even to some bonding between them, healing some wounds. Granger apologized for their 4th year, that she saw as a big hole hit on their friendship. Daphne heard everything with apprehension, fearing some kind of reconnection between the two, but actually felt comforted when she understood the anger and the hate directed to Granger when Harry spoke of it. No, nothing happened, Daph. I loved you too much to do anything to put my relationship with you on the line. I can swear it if you want. Daphne shook her head. Besides, we had our bracelets and we spoke every night. I told you everything. In fact, Granger had her own way to communicate with Longbottom as well. Then something amazing happened, said Harry, looking at Daphne with a huge smile, who waved him to continue. You sent me a message. And how amazing could that message be? She asked with a raised eyebrow. How about spoke with the Grey Lady? She's Ravenclaw's daughter and she helped me retrieve the diadem from the ROR where Tom left it. Diadem destroyed with poison. Give or take. Daphne rose both eyebrows and gaped, looking at Harry who was smiling at her. You did it all by yourself. But how? Harry shrugged. You were smart and cunning, as usual. You started to make your research and asked the Grey Lady because she was a contemporary of Ravenclaw. And she told you she was Rowena's daughter Helena, and that she stole the diadem, fled with it to Albania, where she was murdered accidentally by the Bloody Baron, and the diadem stayed there hidden until Riddle deceived her into trust him and tell him the location. He then brought the diadem into the school after defiling it and hid it in the room of requirement. I see, Daphne replied in awe of herself, smiling softly at the praise he gave her. Daphne kept listening as Harry told her about how Weasley came back thanks to the Deluminator, wanting forgiveness, and somehow finding the sword of Gryffindor, which was goblin-made and had absorbed basilisk poison, making it a deadly weapon and useful to kill Horcruxes. She heard how they were captured by Voldemort's minions after breaking the taboo of the Dark Lord's name. She hid her concern and kept listening as he told her they were taken to Malfoy Manor, where Granger was tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange, and Draco Malfoy told them about his mission to kill Dumbledore the previous year, and how he helped Snape to kill the old man because his mother and aunt had made an unbreakable vow with him to help him. How they were placed with other prisoners, Ollivander, Luna Lovegood and her father, a goblin named Griffook and others. She heard him telling her how they all escaped with the help of none other than Dobby, the former Malfoy's house elf, who was spying on the house, attempting to help Harry under orders of old Headmaster Whisker's brother, who happened to be Aberforth Dumbledore, owner of the Hog's Head. How Dobby helped all of them and was critically injured by a curse from Bellatrix Lestrange before apparating them all out from Malfoy Manor. Daphne looked to the elf who popped in and stood by his master like a valet. Harry actually placed his hand on the elf's shoulder. I was dying, mistress, the elf said with a low voice, looking at Daphne. Master Harry snapped and remembered some lessons you had given him about my kind and pushed his magic into me to try to help me. He succeeded in feeding my magic enough to help me. What also happened, however, was that our magics bound us, and I became a Potter house elf that moment. I never said anything then because I didn't want the bitch to start raving about house elf slavery. Was it then when you became? Asked Daphne, waving over Dobby, and he shook his head. It may have started there, but my real changing happened many years later, after an oath of loyalty and friendship made. We made a pact, and my magic fed from my masters, changing me into what you see, more powerful and wiser. We will also cover that later on, replied Harry with a dark chuckle, and Dobby stood firm, losing his smile. I was loyal to the family, and Master Harry saw me more as a friend than a servant. So did you, actually, the elf said, and Daphne nodded. Then, what happened after? Granger told us that she believed there was something in Lestrange vault because of Bellatrix's concerns. She suspected it might be a Horcrux, and we made a plan to break in Gringotts. Daphne paled, and not only because of the sheer stupidity of what he said. Say again, she demanded, raising slowly from her chair with an intimidating look. We made a deal with the goblin we rescued to allow us to enter Lestrange vault, he said quickly, trying to avoid the anger that usually came with that look. It worked, and Daphne's look became one of curiosity instead of anger. How? She asked, sitting again, allowing Harry to sigh in relief. Dobby was failing to contain his amusement, actually laughing. What do you know of goblin law? He asked her, and she replied nothing. As it turns out, Gryffindor's sword, being goblin-made and apparently stolen from a goblin king, was an heirloom of the goblin nation. Remembering your lessons how goblins are very literal, I made a deal with Griffook, and in exchange for the sword and a promise not to rat us out to the other goblins and keep it secret, as well as a significant quantity of galleons, he'd help us destroy the Horcrux in Lestrange's vault. How many galleons? Asked Daphne. 10,000, replied Harry. 10,000 galleons, she shouted in shock, and he nodded and shrugged. I got those back with a couple of investments. Besides, after retrieving the sword, Griffook became a hero for the Goblin Nation and was actually grateful to me and provided us with some information to increase my revenues. It was a win-win situation for the both of us. Daphne was still appalled, and Harry chuckled. Granger used Polyjuice to look like Lestrange, transfigurated Weasley to look like a foreign wizard, and I went under my invisibility cloak. We met Griffook at the atrium, and he took us down to the Lestrange vault, opened the door, and I located the Horcrux and dropped a vial of basilisk poison on it. We saw the Horcrux die and came back up where I gave Griffook the sword and the money. We never spoke about it again. That's simple, asked Daphne, and Harry nodded. I know, it seems hard to believe, but it's true. Of course, I did promise not to steal anything, and we didn't. All we did was drop basilisk poison in the cup. No one ever knew, apart the four of us. There was no spell fire, no epic battles, and no dragon stealing. Only a stealth mission that was successful. Daphne frowned. You infiltrated Gringotts, entered a vault that wasn't yours with a goblin's help, after bribe him with a huge sum by the way and say that it wasn't anything, she replied, shaking her head in partial amusement. Nothing compared with later, Harry thought. Then what? With both Horcruxes destroyed, only you and the snake remained. What then? How did you even discover the one in your scar, by the way? Asked Daphne, both her excitement and apprehension noticing in her voice. We decided to come to Hogwarts after the cup. We needed to attract Tom to a trap to get him and the snake, and we had allies in the school. All we needed to do was get rid of the Death Eater's teaching, and those among the students and Voldemort would come. Very bold plan, Daphne admonished, and he nodded. It was the only one. Harry replied, looking at her, I coordinated everything with you. We arrived at Hogsmeade the evening of April 29th and met Aberforth Dumbledore at the Hog's Head. We spent the night at his house, and he infiltrated us into Hogwarts the afternoon after, before dinner. He had a secret passage between his pub and the Dock House, and Longbottom was there waiting for us. After Longbottom and Granger's moment, he took us to the Room of Requirement, and we met the DA there. Of course, the one I wanted to see wasn't there at all, Harry said, smiling softly at Daphne, who was getting nervous with the story between Snape, the Carrow twins, and Filch. There were only the junior Death Eaters, and those were controlled thanks to you and your group. What did you do? Asked Daphne. The DA put itself under my command, and the first objective was neutralize the Carrows. Of course, I wanted to see you first. I sent you a message and met you at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. All I'll tell you about it is that we were both very happy to see each other, alive and well, he said with a grin, and Daphne almost blushed, smirking. You started to tell me everything that had happened, but Myrtle showed up and started screaming. We went both under the cloak and waited while her screams attracted both Carrows. Lucky us, chuckled Harry. They didn't survive point-blank reductos to the face. Daphne gulped but nodded approvingly. With it done, you explained me that you had configured your bracelet to work with Longbottom galleons, and we sent the DA a message about the Carrows, calling everyone to the Great Hall doors in 15 minutes. You left after a kiss to rally the Slytherins, and I followed you after a bit under the cloak. What was the plan, then? Asked Daphne again. Storm the Great Hall and capture Snape, who was the only Death Eater in the staff, while you and the others would deal with the junior Death Eaters in your house. Daphne nodded, showing her nervous. It worked almost perfectly, scowled Harry, rubbing his forehead to calm down his growing anger. What happened? She asked softly, raising from her seat and walking to him, concerned. As soon as we entered the Great Hall, you, Tracy, Theo, Millie, Blaze, and some others, particularly Pansy, stunned all the Death Eaters. Pansy is not like that bad, admonished Daphne, and Harry nodded. I didn't know that then, did I? He asked, and she nodded. Harry sighed. Snape surrendered when he realized what was happening, he replied, looking at Daphne, but before we could do anything, McGonagall and the other heads of houses came for his aid. What? Asked a shocked Daphne, not knowing what to say. As we came to discover, it was all a plan from Dumbledore. His own murder at the hands of Snape to help Malfoy and secure Snape's place as a spy, knowing he would be the one to be placed as a headmaster of the school to control the damages done by the Death Eaters and protect the students, all the while working with Aberforth to help me with my own quest. Daphne stayed in silence for a while. What kind of an idiotic plan is that? She snapped, anger taking a hold of her. Harry shook his head and rose from his chair. Apparently, he had told McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick in the beginning of the year. Imagine our surprise when McGonagall told us that she knew of everything and that she was very proud of our actions. scoffed Harry, his anger clearly in his eyes. Oh, I got really angry and wanted nothing more than put the bastard down. Then, McGonagall gave 100 points to every house for house unity and called me, Granger and Weasley, to a meeting. We went, but I took you with me, and Longbottom joined us after relaying my orders to call Aberforth and summon everyone from the Order of the Phoenix to come to Hogwarts. Harry chuckled. Can you imagine the shock when I kissed you in public that first time? Would you show me? Daphne asked with a soft tone and a small smile. He nodded with a smile and pulled a memory from his forehead with his wand. The both of them went into the Pensive, and Daphne saw herself in the Great Hall next to Harry, between the staff table and Harry, who was surrounded by several students, the DA. Fine, you'll have your meeting, but I want answers, snarled Harry, and McGonagall gulped. Memory Harry turned his back on the staff and spoke to the DA, Nev. Send word to Aberforth to call all the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix. We will need all the help we can get to defend the castle. This is for all of you as well. If you have friends or family that can and wish to join us, please call them. We will need every able wand against the Dark Lord when he comes for us. What makes you think we would help you, Potter? Asked a voice from Ravenclaw. If you want, leave, replied Harry coldly, leaving no more space for arguments. No one said a thing. Madame Pomfrey can coordinate the departure of the younger students with Abe. Why do you think you are entitled to order anyone, Potter? Sneered Snape, clearly ready to speak more of his mind. Your predecessor's training, Death Eater. The man you killed at the tower, remember him? Sneered Harry, making people gasp and others nod in agreement. Now Hermione, Ron, Neville, come on. Memory Harry said, walking to the Slytherin table. Potter, where are you going? Asked McGonagall, seeing him going the wrong way. Hey guys, great job, Harry said with nod to the whole house while ignoring McGonagall, surprising all of them with his words. Then he kissed Daphne in front of everyone, who gasped in shock at the sight. What are you doing? Shrieked Ginny Weasley, being ignored by Harry and Daphne, who had embraced him by the neck. You foolish Gryffindor. If that wasn't a flashy move to show your superiority and leadership, I have no idea what it is, Daphne said with a smile, and both of them chuckled. But I forgive you. Come along, I'll need your help with that. Harry pointed to the professors, and Daphne nodded, losing the smile. Harry looked to the Slytherins, almost all looking shocked at the two of them. Astoria Greengrass was imitating a fish, as were her friends, looking at Daphne and Harry. Not Davies, Bulstrode, and Zabini were snickering. Ladies, gents, it's a pleasure to see you again. Great job, by the way, Harry said to the group. Glad to have you back, Potter, replied Not with a nod, smirking. Your girlfriend had been almost unbearable since you told her you were coming back. The six laughed, the only sound heard until a very excited Astoria Greengrass shouted a very loud what. That made Daphne flinch. She would no doubt demand all the juicy details. Not only that, but many others became vocal, demanding answers, especially a certain red-head female Weasley. What do you mean, your girlfriend? With a wink to Daphne, Harry climbed to the table, offering Daphne his hand, which she took with a mocking sigh. In fact, she knew what he wanted to do and was amused. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain, Harry said, holding Daphne at his side, who was smiling. This lovely woman that every single one of you know and fear is Daphne Greengrass. What you don't know is that she is my girlfriend since the end of our 5th year, as well as my partner in all things, and the one I trust the most above all else. He revealed, and many shouted in anger and joy. How could you? She's nothing but a slimy snake, shouted Ginny Weasley, attracting the attention of everyone, especially Harry and Daphne, who glared at the redhead. For your information, Weasley, snakes aren't slimy at all, answered Harry with a cold glare, making Daphne snort. And yes, she's a proud snake, if not one of the greatest in her house, who managed to inspire her housemates to stand with us today, replied Harry, looking at everyone that was dressed in Slytherin robes, noticing their appreciation of his recognition, as well as their awe of him and Daphne. Harry couldn't help but feel surprised as he noticed Pansy Parkinson among the awake Slytherins, looking in awe at the both of them. And you know what? I love her with all that I am, he admitted in public, and Daphne rolled her eyes while smiling, kissing Harry softly, leaving people gaping. Enough with the speeches, there's a meeting to go to, she admonished him, and both of them climbed down the table, holding hands while walking to the professors, who were also flabbergasted. Real Daphne could only smile as she watched everything that had happened, holding real Harry's hand. She looked to Slytherin table and saw Tracy leaning to Theo and Millie leaning to Blaise. She also saw her sister almost jumping in her chair, talking to her friends, certainly about her. She looked to the others in the hall, ignoring the several students unconscious on the floor, and saw the shock and disgust on the face of Weaslet, who was glaring at both Harry and Daphne, being ignored. Her brother was also disgusted, but was keeping it hidden slightly better. Some other dorks girls were also glaring at them, but most in the hall were just surprised and shocked, talking among themselves about the revelation, forgetting for a moment that they were in the middle of a war. The memory ended, and Harry and Daphne saw themselves back in the rooms in the chamber. "Well, that was fun," she said with a soft smile, and Harry actually laughed. "Yeah," he said, smiling softly at her. "What's wrong?" she asked, having noticed his vacant look. "I'm thinking how to tell you of the next part," Harry said, sitting back in his chair with a pensive look. Daphne lost her amusement and sat next to him, looking at him closely. "Promise you won't curse me, very bad at least?" he asked, without any smile, though. She could understand it was very serious. "No," she replied, and he rolled his eyes with a snort. "Fine," he said, holding her hand, caressing the back with his thumb. According with Snape, Riddle was looking for the Elder Wand and already knew that Dumbledore had been its previous master, suspecting that he had hidden it somewhere in Hogwarts after his death. "But you had it, didn't you?" she asked, and he shook his head. "No, I didn't. You did," he confessed, and Daphne widened her eyes in surprise. "I told you about it, and we decided that you should keep it safe. Who knew what would happen if someone took it from me?" He wondered, shaking his head again. "You had it in your trunk, and only you and me knew about it. Of course, we said nothing about it to Snape and told him we had no idea of what he was talking about, and to be honest, when he used legilimency on me, I actually felt really great after punching him in his nose. You approved as well." Daphne, who was still in shock with the revelation, actually gaped. "You punched him?" she asked, and he nodded. "Broke his nose, too." He replied with a smile. "After we all calmed down and I got an earful from McGonagall and Granger, we discussed what should be done, and it was decided to attract Voldemort to Hogwarts. Snape used his dark mark and summoned him, stating that I was at Hogwarts inciting a student's rebellion and needed backup. To keep his disguise, he went to Voldemort's side." "So?" asked Daphne, inciting him to continue. "Reinforcements arrived for our side, mostly Order of the Phoenix and some true Aurors. The juniors were put at the dungeons, and we waited until around 9, when the wards reported arrivals. Harry explained, Death Eaters and Snatchers attacked, but we managed to repel them. We lost several people, though among them my Uncle Moony, you know, our defense teacher from last year who intercepted a killing curse with himself to save his wife. She took it bad, very bad, and ended up dead in the same night, leaving a small child with months, Teddy." Daphne nodded, seeing the pain on Harry's eyes. "When the battle was won, Voldemort sent us all a message for me to surrender before midnight, or he would kill us all. The message was ignored, and we kept preparing and mourning our dead. Seeing my uncle and his wife dead was hard for me. But you helped. And then McGonagall gave me a vial of memories that I needed to see as soon as possible, from Snape, with very important information from Dumbledore." Harry said with a snarl, and Daphne narrowed her eyebrows, waiting for more being important memories. "We rallied the group and went to the headmaster's office. McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, me, you, Theo and Tracy, Blaise and Millie and Granger and Longbottom. Weasley was too occupied doing something." Harry explained with a sigh. Basically, it was a memory of Dumbledore and Snape talking. "Among several things, I discovered that Snape had been the one that told Voldemort about the prophecy that set him on my family, that he loved my mother and begged his master for her life, that he didn't trust him and went to Dumbledore to protect all of us, that he still loved her all those years after her death." Harry snort, not looking at Daphne. His patroness was a doe, after my mother, I believe. But that wasn't all. The topping was when Dumbledore said that because of the Horcrux that I had become, thanks to my scar and the piece of soul on it, for killing Voldemort permanently, it was essential that I was killed by his own hand, to make sure that the piece of soul was destroyed. Harry revealed, playing with Daphne's hand. She flinched, and he looked at her. She was appalled and terrified, but the only thing she was able to say was, "Why?" Harry shrugged. Dumbledore spoke in riddles. "It was a sort of a plan to my survival, but I don't think he was sure it would work." But, how?" she asked fearfully. Harry smiled, drawing his wand and taking a memory from his head, placing it on the pensive. "I was mad, very angry," Harry said, ignoring her question and looking at the pensive. McGonagall knew. The bitch knew everything and actually tried to make me understand that was necessary, that my sacrifice was necessary. Daphne squeezed his hand in anger. Only then he looked at her, seeing how distressed she was. It's better if I show you. No, she replied, tears forming in her eyes, hugging him and almost sobbing. Daff, please, I need you to see it. Harry replied softly while holding her in his arms. Why? She asked in a whisper. Because that was the first time I spat on the light side. Confessed Harry, and Daphne drew from him and looked very surprised at him, her sapphire eyes still wet. You what? She asked again, apprehension in her voice. Don't be afraid, Daff, please. Let me show you what happened. Daphne nodded slowly, looking at him. He caressed her lips and kissed her softly. When the kiss ended, he took her hand and went to the pensive. Daff, this memory will be long and emotional, at least for me. Please don't think any less of me. He asked her, and she only nodded. The two teens went into the pensive, and Daphne saw herself in a nice office, filled with books, paintings, and other items on the walls. Certainly the headmaster's office. It should be a nice place if a very angry Harry Potter hadn't been there, shouting at McGonagall, while Memory Daphne was appalled by the pensive, crying. The other occupants, the teens, were away from the angry teen, with only Granger attempting to calm him down and attempting to help her teacher. Professor Flitwick was leaning at the wall, and Professor Sprout was just appalled with Harry's reaction. This was your plan, shouted Harry, letting me have a shitty life for this moment, breaking me so that I would accept IT with no second guesses. Mr. Potter, please, tried McGonagall while Flitwick shook his head in disappointment. Sprout was just pale. Harry, watch your language, tried Granger, being ignored. Fuck you and the fucking Death Eater and the fucking meddling old bastard. You had no right to do this to me. Mr. Potter, please, tried McGonagall again, being ignored. I gave all I had, blood, sweat, and tears. I had to do your fucking job on first year and save the fucking stone because you were sitting on your ass, doing shit and not beliving me. On second year, everyone accused me of being the fucking heir of SLYTHURIN, and get this, I am, through my mother's side. He shouted, and everyone gaped at him at that point. Real Daphne looked at real Harry in surprise. He nodded and leaned to the memory. You allowed them to make me a pariah and made me go alone again to the chamber because none of you could be bothered to do your fucking job again. On third year, instead of explaning everything, you kept me in the dark, and guess what? My parents' betrayer had been living my side as a rat animagus. Sirius was innocent and was put in AZKABAN for 12 fucking years for fucking nothing, because no one could do their fucking jobs properly. On fourth year again, you allowed everyone to mock me and force me to compete in the fucking tournament that brought fucking Riddle back. Let's not forget your brilliant advice to keep my head low in my fifth year, and the stupid lessons with Snape, who did everything but fucking teach me. Not to mention last year, instead of teaching me, the old fart made me see MEMORIES for half the year instead of teaching me, but now I know why, don't I? My life sucked because you wanted me to die and were all cowards to do it yourselves, weren't you? Asked Memory Harry, not giving signs of calming down. Memory Daphne whimpered in Tracy's arms, who was looking at Harry in shock, as was everyone else in the room. Give me a fucking reason why I wasn't told. Give me a reason why you dragged this for 17 years. Tell me. I didn't know, replied McGonagall, herself already in tears. I just want to say that I discovered Dumbledore's plan only on the beginning of the year, and I found it abhorrent. I know it means nothing, but I agree with your reaction, Mr. Potter. Flitwick said with his arms crossed, and Sprout said nothing, lowering her eyes to the floor. Harry, calm down and behave yourself, admonished Granger, stepping forward. What is wrong for you to be shouting? For Riddle to be killed, it's not only the snake and himself that needs to be destroyed. So do I, snarled Memory Harry. Real Daphne flinched with the tone and saw the Slytherins look at each other doubt. Longbottom wasn't understanding, but Granger did, gasping and taking her hands to her mouth in shock. No, it can't be, Granger said in fear, and Memory Harry actually nodded. It makes sense to explain the link between us, even it was accidental and purely a case of bad luck. I am an Horcrux. And Dumbledore knew Anne did nothing. Granger started to cry against Longbottom's chest, who was appalled. What's a Horcrux? Asked Blaise, attracting the attention of everyone. Riddle's little secret. To be immortal, he torn his soul in pieces and bound them in items. While the items remain, he can't be killed. That's what we have been doing for the year. Locate his Horcruxes and destroy them. All but one and himself, we believed. But apparently I am one too. I have been living with a piece of him on my scar for 17 years, and now that I did my job, or at least most of it, again, like always, I am expendable only this time. I won't go back to those muggle filth I live with. I actually am expected to allow Riddle to kill me. No one made a sound. Everyone was in shock with the revelation. I hope you're proud of yourself, Albus Dumbledore, you idiot old fart. Mumbled Flitwick in anger, slowly glancing at the previous headmaster's painting hidden in a corner, which was yet to activate. Now it makes sense, doesn't it? Why my life sucked so much, why I was always the scapegoat and the punching bag. It was necessary for me to accept this moment, because life would suck so much that I would want the embrace of death. All this time I have being raised as a pig for the slaughter. Stop, no more, begged Memory Daphne between sobs. Memory Harry stopped shouting and looked back at her. She was still in Tracy's arms but was looking at him, in a mix of anger, desperation, and fear. Harry's anger disappeared in a flash and he ran to her, embracing her in his arms, tightly and possessively. Daphne hid herself on his neck and he felt the tears running through his neck while her body trembled with the sobs. For his part, Harry allowed the tears to fall, holding her tighter, which made her cry even more. "It's not fair," mumbled Harry. Daphne sobbed a no. None of them proposed to flee, it just wasn't like them. They remained there in each other's embrace, crying and sobbing, watched by all who were also sullen and crying. "I hate them," confessed Harry Tom Dumbledore. He had 17 years. Daphne hugged him tighter, a clear message she didn't want to hear about them. Harry shut up that instant. "I love you, Daph," Harry said after some moments, the tears flowing. "I wanted nothing more than marry you, have you being the mother of my children, grow old together and be all we could be together. Partners as always, I'll always love you, forever." "No, you are not going," she sobbed, attempting to be strong. "You know I have to," he whispered to her in a broken voice. It was clear he didn't want to go. "I love you," she sobbed to him, and the two kissed for several minutes. No one had the courage to stop them, even if they wanted to. "You helped me becoming who I am," Daphne said in a whisper, leaning her forehead to his. "Had it not been for you, I wouldn't be who I am today either." Lord Potterblack, heir of Slytherin, she joked and attempted a small chuckle, automatic, drowned in a sob. "I love you so much, my Harry. If I could, I'd stay with you forever," he mumbled. "I know," she said, looking into his eyes, seeing the decision in his eyes, as well as all the anger he was repressing at that moment and all the love he felt for her. "I'm going with you," Memory Daphne said, shocking all in the room who looked at her at the same time. But Daph," tried a shocked Tracy, who was on Theo's arms, who was looking at Harry with a lot of respect. Daphne ignored her friend and looked to Harry again. "I am going with you, and that's final," Daphne said again. "I wouldn't have it any other way, my love," Harry replied with a small and sad teary smile. Daphne leaned in and kissed him again for some moments before they looked at each other again, their eyes showing their resolve. "Always remember, my Daphne, I love you and I always will," he said. Daphne looked at him and felt a poke on her ribs. Stupefy, a flash of red surrounded Memory Daphne. She didn't fall on the ground because Memory Harry held her softly in his arms, bride style. He ignored the confusion and the questions that rose at once and glared at McGonagall. "Make yourself useful and transfigurate me a bed," he ordered in a cold and hateful tone. McGonagall did it at once. "Why?" asked Flitwick, approaching the young man. "Because she doesn't need to die tonight," replied Harry to the short professor, placing Daphne on the bed, sitting with her for a moment and caressing her face. Kissing her one last time in the lips, he kissed her in the forehead. "Make sure she'll get this," asked Harry, looking to the Slytherins after taking something from his pocket and into Daphne's hand. Blaise and Theo nodded among them while Millie and Tracy nodded to him. "She loves you," said Tracy. "She would go with you to the end." "I know," he replied with a soft smile, "and that's why I need her here, to make sure someone goes to the end and kills the bastard. That, and I don't want her to see me dying," he sighed. "Tell her I love her," he said, looking at the teens in the room. None of them was able not to shed a tear. "I guess this is it. Oh, please don't wake her before you see the sign. I don't want her to go after me." "What sign?" asked Theo. "You'll see," said Harry with a most ominous and vicious smile, getting up and walking to the door. "Potter, Harry, wait," asked McGonagall, and Harry stopped, not looking at her. "I'm sorry," the elder witch said, not able to say anything else. "I'll walk with you to the doors," said Theo after saying something to Tracy, who nodded. Harry nodded. "I'm going too," replied Flitwick. The three left the room in silence. "It may not mean a lot, Mr. Potter, but I am very proud of you. Your parents would be too," said Flitwick, and Harry nodded. Make your best to kill the son of a bitch, Professor, said Harry, and the diminutive professor actually chuckled. I will, Mr. Potter. I won't promise you that she'll be safe, but I promise you we'll have each other's backs, said Theo, mirroring the same oath Harry had given several months before. I wouldn't ask any less of you, my friend, replied Harry with a smirk. Thanks for the chance to actually clean my family's name, Potter. Harry, tell that to Daphne. She proposed to bring you into our group, and I trust her with all that I am. You're whipped, Theo joked. Very much, yes, replied Harry with a smile. They reached the castle doors, which were closed. Professor Flitwick opened them with a wave of his wand. You have a plan, don't you? Asked Theo, looking at Harry, who just nodded. Give them hell. I intend to, replied Harry. Theo nodded and extended his hand. The two teens shook hands, and the memory started to change. Why did you stun me? Asked a tearful Daphne, looking at Harry. I would have gone with you. I know, replied Harry, seeing the image changing into the forbidden forest. Then why? She asked again, focusing on the memory again. Harry stood at the entrance of the forest, holding the snitch in his hand. This is it, you old bastard. All your fucking plans brought me into this moment. The moment of my own death. He snorted, but I'm ready. No thanks to you, though. He heard a metallic opening and saw the snitch revealing a black stone in its interior. No matter how much he despised the old man, Harry knew that he didn't do anything without a reason. Harry picked the stone and held it in his hand, focusing his magic on it. When he looked up from the stone, he widened his eyes, noticing he wasn't alone anymore. Around him, he saw his mother, his father, Remus, and Sirius, all looking proud at him. Wah! He mumbled, looking around. You've been so brave, my son, Lily Potter said with a smile. Mum, Dad, Padfoot, Mooney, mumbled Harry. That's a son, replied James Potter with a smile. Is this real? Are you real? Asked Harry, and Remus smiled. You're holding the resurrection stone, Harry. The werewolf replied, and Harry understood, as did real Daphne, who was shocked seeing everything. I never wanted this to happen. Remus, you and Tonks, your son, he'll be fine. Remus said with a smile, we knew we could die, but we came nonetheless. One day, hopefully, he'll understand. Harry nodded. Your death was kind of anticlimactic, wasn't it? Harry asked Sirius, who smiled. I'm sorry, Your heart was in the right place. Had I fight more melee, I would have survived. Harry smiled at the horrible pun, as did Sirius. Harry turned to his parents. Thank you for a chance on living, he said, and his parents smiled at him. It wasn't long, but it was. Thank you, he said, thinking of Daphne. Although, why didn't you have the cloak with you? Why didn't you have a plan B or a C? Why Godric Hollow instead of Potter Manor? Lily and James looked sullen. We never considered the cloak, actually, revealed James. We went to a smaller cottage because it was more hidden, and Dumbledore actually extra warded the house. Your mother put the Fidelius on top, and we never thought we would need more. Harry sighed. Daphne was right, as usual. We Gryffindors always charge ahead with the least plan possible, he said, and the four apparitions smiled. I'm sorry you won't be able to be with her, honey, his mother said, and he nodded, looking up to the sky. So am I, he replied, looking down again with teary eyes. Are you fine with it, that she's a Slytherin? Harry asked. She is, asked a surprised James, earning both a glare from his son and a nudge from his wife. Of course not, son. All that matters if that you're happy. I hope you have been respectful with her, his father asked, although it seemed forced by his wife. Harry smiled and nodded. His mother seemed to like that reply. Does it hurt? Harry asked, and Sirius shook his head. Faster than falling asleep. Then I guess we'll meet again in a bit, Harry said with a smile, receiving another from the apparitions. Good luck, darling son pup cub, they all said before vanishing in the air. Harry smiled and considered to throw away the stone, making sure it would be lost. With a spell, he stuck the stone to one root of a tree and let it there. Harry could almost face-palmed himself when he remembered he hadn't said anything to Dobby. Dobby, he called, and the overactive house elf appeared before him with teary eyes. Master Harry Potter, sir, called. The elf sobbed, and Harry put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Dobby, I never really thanked you for all you did for me, have I, my friend? Dobby shed more tears, babbling because the great Harry Potter, sir, wanted to thank Dobby and called him a friend. Harry looked at the elf. Can I ask one last favor from you, Dobby? Dobby nodded. When I fall, pick my body and my wand into a safe location in Hogwarts. Then tell Daphne where my body is and bond with her, all right? Dobby nodded, and Harry hugged him, making him bawl even more. Creature, Harry called, and the ancient elf appeared before him. Master called. The old elf asked, clearly distraught. We didn't actually see eye to eye for some time, creature, but I want you to go to Andromeda Tonks, nay Black, and help her to take care of her grandson, who I name my heir. Creature will, master, the old elf said, his ears low. Remember that I may still need you. Wait for my call, but be hidden. In case I don't call you, then go, my friends, and goodbye. The two elves disappeared, and Harry sighed, drawing his wand. The memory changed again, and Daphne saw Harry walking into a clearing. She gasped when she saw the several Death Eaters in there, as well as the Dark Lord himself, looking at Harry. "Harry Potter," the Dark Lord said in a solemn tone. "No, Harry, what are you doing here?" shouted Hagrid, who apparently was a prisoner of the Death Eaters. "Shit," mumbled Harry after hearing the half-giant. "The boy who lived comes to die." Voldemort rose his wand, and Daphne looked from real Harry to memory Harry. Hisses were heard among the Death Eaters. "Take Hagrid away, Dobby creature," whispered Memory Harry, and at once 2 pops were heard. There was confusion among the Death Eaters, and even Voldemort looked back, trying to see what was happening. The moment Harry saw Hagrid disappear and had a confirmation that both Dobby and Creature were fine, he held his wand aloft towards the place where he heard the hisses. At once, his wand spewed flames, but not normal flames. These grew too fast and took the shapes of flaming serpents, chimeras, and dragons, setting ablaze the area they hit. A huge hiss was heard near the demonic fire, as well as what seemed to be a green cloud that was engulfed by the flames, leaving no traces of anything behind. There were also several screams of terror from several Death Eaters were set ablaze by the demonic fire with no chance of survival. The fires spread too fast, and of all those there, only 3 knew how to control that curse. 2 of them were already dueling, and the last one was Bellatrix Lestrange, who was wide-eyed watching the duel instead of putting away the fiendfire, which had already did its job, destroying the snake Horcrux. The flames burned high, and although none knew it then, real Harry knew that the flames were seen from Hogwarts. Daphne saw in awe as the flames erupted from Harry's wand and burned all in its path. She recognized the spell, although she wasn't able to do it, and was amazed. She understood Harry's plan at once, especially when she saw several Death Eaters falling dead on the ground, burned alive and consumed by the flames. With the snake dead, only Harry and Voldemort remained. Daphne looked at real Harry and couldn't help it but feel very proud, watching once again a great duel between the 2 mortal enemies inside a ring of fiendfire. Harry dodged a chain of spells and cast a Reducto and a Confringo, while the Dark Lord retaliated with a Crucio, a blood boiler, and a flaying curse. Several more spells were traded until Voldemort ordered Bellatrix to put out the fires. "Curse you, Potter," shouted the Dark Lord, and Harry smirked. "Less servants for you are less problems for my friends in the castle," Harry replied. "Ah, you realized my deception. Of course I am going to Hogwarts and catch your meddlesome friends, making an example of them. We'll see about that. I'm still here. All that bravado from you and the boy who lived is still alive." Harry provoked him. "You insolent boy, Avada Kedavra," the Dark Lord shouted. It was time. "I love you, my Daphne." Harry was hit by the green light, falling immediately. The memory started to change from the orange of the demonic flames to a blinding white. Daphne was crying again, only this time, despite of the fear and the curiosity, was also of pride of the green-eyed wizard who had just inflicted a massive blow on the Dark Lord, even if he paid with his life. Harry woke up in a white hall that seemed to be much like King's Cross Station. His head was throbbing, but he rose from the floor and looked around. There was nothing but white around him. There were no trains either. He looked around and imagined to see something under a bench. Curious, he went there only to be shocked when he saw what should be a naked child, mutilated and weak. That looked very much like Voldemort. "What the?" he asked himself. "You can't help him, Harry," he heard a voice say. Harry froze, not looking to the source of the voice. "You wonderful, brave boy." "Dumbledore," sneered Harry, rising slowly and looking to the source of his anger. Dumbledore was shocked at Harry's reaction. "You bastard, why did you do this to me? Why did you condemn me to a miserable life? Why did you allow me to live with that thing on my forehead? You knew all along, didn't you? Answer me." "Harry, I didn't. Don't lie to me," Harry shouted, walking to the older wizard and grabbing him by his robes. "You could have told me. You knew before you died," he shouted, and for his shock, Dumbledore shed a tear. "Yes, I knew, but what was I supposed to say, Harry? I didn't lie to you when I said I didn't know of any other way to destroy a Horcrux. Didn't you perform tests on me when I was a baby?" asked Harry, slightly calmer. "We did, but we made the mistake to believe it was only a trace of the curse. I started to suspect about the Horcruxes only on your 5th year, Harry, even despite the diary on your 2nd year. I had the confirmation only when you told me about the visions. And you said nothing." He snarled, and Dumbledore dropped his head. "For my shame, it is true. Besides, I was terrified with the knowledge I had just gained." "Why should I believe you?" Harry asked with a glare, just before letting go of Dumbledore's robes. "Bah, it's too late now. I don't really hate you, but you sure screwed up a lot of things with me. You could have trained me better. You could have forgot the blood wards that protected me from magicals that wanted to hurt me but did nothing to muggles and placed me with Sirius, after investigating better what had happened." Harry looked away from the old man and failed to see his smile. "Tell me, Harry, are you happy?" "No," he replied. "And why is that?" asked Dumbledore. "Because I died, and instead of meeting my family while I wait for Daphne, which I hope it's several decades away, I am at Limbo talking with you," replied a sarcastic Harry, making Dumbledore smile. "Ah, yes, the lovely Miss Greengrass. How was she?" "Beautiful. She is a leader since she recruited Slytherin House to our cause during the year. Brave because she went against Voldemort and the Death Eaters under Snape and the Carrow's noses. Crushed because I stunned her and sacrificed myself alone while she wanted to die at my side," Harry replied, and Dumbledore nodded with his maddening smile. "Why did you go to meet Voldemort alone?" asked Dumbledore again, and Harry sighed. "I had a plan. Torch the area where the snake was with Fiendfire, wish for the best and being hit by a killing curse. If I managed to cripple Voldemort, the better, but she would die a meaningless death if she had come. She can do more at Hogwarts. She can survive, live long, and—" Harry didn't notice the tears on his own eyes, except when they started to fall. "I didn't want her to die. I wasn't afraid to die, and I know she wasn't either. But I didn't want her to die. She is amazing, smart, and kind. She wants to be a healer, and she actually learned from Poppy. She can still do a lot for the world. I didn't want her to give up on herself because of me." Daphne shed a tear and felt her heart accelerate as Memory Harry confessed what he thought of her. "You foolish idiot," she whispered, holding real Harry's hand. "You foolish idiot in love, please," replied Harry with a smile, holding her close with his arm. Daphne leaned her head to him and kept watching. Dumbledore beamed even more. "Love truly is an amazing power, is it not? Maybe it was your love that motivated your actions," the headmaster said before looking around. "Tell me, Harry, where are we?" "I don't know, Limbo," the young man replied, taking Dumbledore aback. "Well, yes, but I was asking about the manifestation of Limbo." Harry looked to Dumbledore as if he was mad. "You see, this is, as they say it, your party. Why did your Limbo manifested itself as such?" "How would I know? And it seems to be King's Cross Station," the teen replied, not really amused by the old man's antics. "What happens in a train station, Harry?" asked Dumbledore, making the teen sigh. "It's a hub for trains and people," Harry replied, noticing the amused look on Dumbledore's face, wanting him to go on. Trains arrive and depart to their destinations. "So, hypothetically, should you want to go on, would you hop a train?" asked the old man. Harry became stiff. Dumbledore always had a reason. "I suppose so, should I hypothetically want to go back. I suppose you could hop a train," the old man said. "I'm dead," was Harry's reply. "Ah, you see, only one soul needs to die, Harry, and luckily, we have a piece of a soul to make the journey," replied Dumbledore, pointing to the mutilated childlike thing under the bench. "So, I could go back and be with your lovely girlfriend? I don't see why not," replied an amused Dumbledore as Harry picked the piece of soul by a leg and willed a train to go on, as Dumbledore had put it. When the train arrived, white as everything else, the carriage doors opened and Harry threw the piece of soul inside, closing the door again. "I want a train to go back to the world of the living. I want a train to go back to the world of the living. I want a train to go back to the world of the living," Harry willed, and while the other departed, another arrived in the opposite direction. "I guess this is it," said Dumbledore, losing the smile, looking at Harry. "Yes," replied Harry, looking at Dumbledore. "Can you tell me if all Horcruxes are gone?" "Only Tom remains now, Harry," replied Dumbledore, and Harry nodded. "I don't know if I will ever be able to forgive you for all the manipulations in my life, for all the could-have-beens if you had tried harder, and all that was lost because of negligence." Dumbledore looked down and accepted Harry's words. He, in fact, wasn't amused with Harry's life at all. He believed it to be necessary. He was wrong. "Very wrong, but I am grateful for all your help. It wasn't ideal, but sometimes you actually helped me. Thank you," Harry said, extending his hand to the older man, who was shocked. The shock disappeared and was replaced with a smile, shaking the teen's hand. "I wish you a long and happy life, Harry Potter," the former headmaster said. "May you find the peace you desire," replied Harry, turning back to his train, not noticing the proud look in the older man's face. The train left and the memory started to change again, to a darker setting. He recognized the bed in the Chamber of Secrets and got up. His wand was in his hand and his hands were crossed over his chest, with his wand on them. Of course, what caught his attention immediately was the shriek creature let go when he rose from the bed, proceeding to look at him with large eyes. "Ma Mazma, Master," the ancient elf asked before fainting on the floor. Harry held a chuckle and got up, feeling dizzy, and walked a few steps before picking the elf and placing it in the bed. Then he heard a new sound, the sound of popping behind him, and once again, a even worse shriek and something about Master Harry Potter sir being a nasty dead who walks, or something. Despite recognizing Dobby's voice, Harry recognized Daphne, her eyes red and swollen, the makeup smudged, tears falling from her eyes. However, her eyes were widened, looking at him, and her mouth was opened in an "Harry," she asked, uncertain. "Your name is Daphne Persephone Greengrass, after your mother of whom you're not that fond. Your heroes are your grandparents that died together. You want to be a healer. We met on our 5th year when you asked my help. We started to date on the end of that year, on the night my godfather died. I love you. We lost our virginities to each other on this bed on Halloween of our 6th year." Daphne didn't allow him to speak anymore, jumping him and kissing him passionately. The two fell on the bed at the same time that creature woke up, falling from the bed and getting up with Dobby's help, who looked as shocked as he was. "We don't really need to see everything," said Harry in a hurry, drawing his wand and forcing a passage for the next segment of memory. Daphne looked down, not really embarrassed, but thinking on what she had just learned and how well Harry knew her. That in seeing herself ripping older Harry's clothes had made her warm far more than she ever got when she played with herself. "I don't mind," she mumbled with a tiny blush, earning a naughty smirk from her boyfriend. "I know you don't," he said, and she blushed, making him chuckle. "If you want, you can see it later." "Would you see it with me?" she asked, hopefully, not knowing from where she got the courage to ask that. "If you want me to," he replied, picking her chin and looking into her eyes. "But you'll have to keep me in line to make sure nothing unwanted happens." Daphne only nodded, receiving a kiss that did no good whatsoever to her condition. The next memory started with the two of them dressed in basilisk hide battle armor, hidden under the invisibility cloak behind the Hogwarts residence that waited the approaching Dark Lord. They could feel the low morale. According with all they had heard, Hagrid had returned and announced that Harry was killed in the forest by Voldemort. That and no one knew from Daphne Greengrass. "Are you ready?" whispered Harry, and she kissed him softly. "I'll be waiting for the marriage proposal," she replied with a grin, hiding her nervous. "I love you, Daph. I love you too, Harry." The Dark Lord entered Hogwarts and started to make his speech of victory, claiming to have killed Harry Potter and burned his body with the Fiendfire. It was then that they removed the cloak and gave it to Dobby to keep it safe. With a nod, Harry cast the sonorous charm on himself. "Funny, what am I then?" The Hogwarts' residents parted for Harry and Daphne, looking in awe at them, especially Longbottom and Granger at the front. "Impossible, I killed you," shouted Voldemort, ignoring the agitation of his own Death Eaters. "Clearly you didn't do a good job," replied Harry with a serious look, ignoring everyone else. "I'm curious, though, how many of your own died in the Fiendfire?" Voldemort roared and started to cast against Harry, who dodged the spells. Bellatrix decided to focus on Daphne, who had just gave the order to retreat into the castle, and behind them, some Death Eaters fled the field. The defenders provided support to Daphne and started to curse the remaining Death Eaters. Noticing Harry dueling the Dark Lord, and knowing that Harry would draw Voldemort into another area of the castle, Daphne continued her duel with Bellatrix. "This memory doesn't show your duel with Bellatrix, but later I may show it to you. Let us just say that it was impressive, and that you reductoed one of her knees and cast a confringo to her face. After that, you focused on taking down others, and many fled." Did you face him alone?" Daphne asked, and Harry nodded. She closed her eyes. "Just tell me the overview, please." Harry nodded and waved his wand, breaking the memory and forcing them out of the pensive. Back in the chamber, Harry breathed in, thinking on what to say. "We fought along the east wing and came out to the courtyard again. We traded more spells, got tired, and actually bleeding. We managed to get into Priori Incantatem again. I drew the Elder Wand and cursed him with a light spear. He wasn't expecting it and couldn't manage a shield neither in time, neither strong enough to the Elder Wand. He died then, permanently that time, and the battle ended. Some reinforcements arrived, late as usual, and the Death Eaters that hadn't fled or died surrendered. I got back to you. all the while ignoring everyone around me, knelt even before kissing you and proposed in front of everyone. There was no ring to give because you already had it with you. I gave it to you after I stunned you. That was what I put in your hand," he said as pretty much all Slytherin girls squealed, especially Tori. The dorks groaned and the duffers and the claws were just happy. We rested a while and then started the repairs of the castle. Your parents came in later in the afternoon and already knew about us from Tori. They were very supportive of us and accepted me immediately. I can imagine. Social climbers, spat Daphne. Harry smirked. Snape died in the fighting, defending some students against Death Eaters. Malfoy SR. Died in the Fiendfire. Our friends were fine, only bruised. Theo shot to kill. Tracy was his shield and they made a heavy team. Blaise and Millie fought together and fought well. Neither is a fighter, but together they were a good team. Millie helped with the brewing of potions later. Daphne nodded approvingly. Eventually everything was fixed. The Ministry decided to start to give away rewards. I got an Order of Merlin first class. You got a second class, and everyone that fought got a third class. We were together every day until September, in Potter Manor, in Greengrass Hall or around. We had a hard time on the Wizarding World while on dates, and decided to go to the Muggle world as well to explore. You loved it. Daphne was very surprised, but didn't interrupt him. We came together for our last year at Hogwarts because everyone had to repeat it and we were happy. Somehow I got to be head boy. Daphne rolled her eyes. Sure, somehow. Granger got head girl. Why, I don't know when you proved to be better than her. You did kill Bellatrix Lestrange, and we had picnics every Sunday on the place I showed you yesterday. We graduated as the best students and were very happy. Back then, Malfoy, after falling in disgrace but still having money, started courting your sister. We went for a trip around the world and I decided to take a mastery in Dada while you studied to be a healer. They handed me the masters after reading my name, and you suggested to take another. I studied light, gray, and dark arts as an associated student in Munich Academy of Sorcery, and you went on to take your healing degree in St. Mungus. Your parents nagged us about the wedding, so we married on the summer's solstice in the year 2000. You already know about that and nothing changed after it. You still worked as a healer, and I can tell you that people loved you. Lady Potterblack, our lady healer, they called you. Daphne smiled. Very interested, I studied and worked as an Auror as well. We were happy and had each other. We only considered children 5 years later. Daphne noticed how Harry hesitated to continue. Theo and Tracy married before our 8-year. Millie and Blaise married after us. Granger and Longbottom married the year after us. Blaise ran a company of imports-exports. Millie became a potions mistress. Theo became an Auror, and Tracy, who joined in for a couple of years, became a prosecutor. We were happy and in peace. Daphne nodded, amused with the information. She knew, however, that bad things were coming, certainly. I think we should stop here for today, said Harry, looking at Daphne. She nodded with a smile and kissed Harry with passion gained from all she had seen and heard. That's for all you did, amazing and stupid, she said, and he smiled. You know, I think I may have some more to tell to earn more of that, he said, and she smirked. Not today, she replied, forcing him to get up. Tell me, how different is the training you're putting me from the training from your past? Well, I'm focusing more on your control, although we focus on the repetitions regularly. I'd say that we added your magic control to the previous program. Do you think I'll become as powerful as? Even more, Harry replied, and Daphne smiled. Do you want some training or do you want to have a walk? We skipped lunch and it's near 4 o'clock. Let's go outside, said Daphne, and with a wave of Harry's wand, she was coated. Harry did the same to himself. Why are your sleeves shorter? She asked, looking at his robe's sleeves, cut by half of the forearm. Harry looked at his sleeves and smiled. Well, there was a stupid fashion trend with bigger sleeves. Using them this short is a fashion trend that begun because of a little girl who hated to get her sleeves in her food. Daphne smiled, shaking her head in amusement. Must be an important little girl, then, she said in amusement, and Harry smiled with a sad look. Yeah, she was. Besides, these are quite handy for combat. Believe me, I would know, he said, and Daphne heard him. She was curious, remembering what he had said before about the 3 wars. With Voldemort gone, only 2 wars remained and Harry had fought on both. She hadn't. Let's go, she said, her amusement somewhat gone. What's wrong? Harry asked, noticing her change. I was just thinking on what you said. You said you lost me. The way you talked just now about how happy we were, I wonder if I really want to know whatever happened to me. Why and how I? Daphne hesitated and Harry hugged her softly. Daphne smiled and looked into Harry's eyes, noticing the haunt in them. "It's up to you," he replied, and she nodded with a small smile, feeling comfortable on his arms. "Let's go," she said with a smile. Calling for Dobby and actually be transported to the lake shore was done in less than 5 seconds. The two started to walk side by the shore. "What do you want to do?" Harry asked, feeling the cold wind on his face. "You can start by explaining how you are the heir of Slytherin," she said, and he smirked. "As it turns out, my mother was a descendant of the main Slytherin line, unlike Tom and the Gaunts, who became related to Slytherin only by marriage with one of the Slytherin's house daughters. The main line died a long time ago, but the magic bloodline remained among the Muggles because of squibs. When my mother was born a witch, she became an heir of Slytherin." "An heir, not the heir?" asked Daphne, curious. Harry shook his head. "There is a test to earn the Slytherin lordship. Like many before me, I have no idea what it is or how to learn of it. Apparently is a show of cunning, but no one knows anything about it, not even the goblins. Whatever it is, old Salazar real descendants hid the secret very well. Even in my past, I wasn't able to claim anything." "Interesting," she said, looking slightly at him, smiling. 2 years ago, while everyone was calling you the heir of Slytherin." They were actually right. "Yes," he smirked. "Looking at her, there is no such thing as being normal for me, I suppose." Daphne laughed, and the two continued to speak some more about other things. Their homework, the upcoming dance, Harry's tests for arithmancy and runes. When they finally got tired and hungry, they walked back to the Great Hall for dinner. The moment they passed the doors, all eyes were upon them. "Where the hell have you been, young man?" "Where the hell have you been, young man?" shouted a voice that Harry recognized immediately. Sat at the staff table, a clean and sharp Sirius Black with shorter hair and trimmed beard, next to also clean and quite sharp Remus Lupin, rose from his seat. The silence in the Great Hall was absolute. Daphne recognized a man who shouted from the memory Harry had showed her hours before as being Sirius Black. "I guess you're a free man, then?" asked Harry, looking at the man in shock. That was unusually fast. "Obviously. Given the evidence supplied by your parents' will, the DMLE and the Ministry had no other choice than declare me an innocent man," replied Sirius, not noticing the looks Dumbledore gave him. "I've been a free man since 9 o'clock last evening. However, don't try to change the subject. Where have you been? Imagine my disappointment when I arrived Hogwarts around noon, intending to give you the good news personally, and you were nowhere to be found. Not only that, a young lady was also missing, someone you have been very close for the past weeks," Sirius said, although under the concern, there was also amusement. "Where have you been for the whole day?" Harry just glared at the man, hiding the bulk of his anger behind his mask. "You intended to give me the good news around noon when the paper arrives around 8. Asked Harry, raising an eyebrow, noticing how Lupin was holding his laughter and Sirius actually looked embarrassed. "You got drunk celebrating last night, didn't you? And the hangover was too strong in the morning to actually get your ass out of bed." Sirius actually blushed, ignoring the nervous laughter heard around the hall, especially from Remus. "Don't try to change the subject," admonished Sirius, and Harry actually shook his head. "Glad to see you still have your priorities straight," replied Harry in a sarcastic and cold tone that made almost everyone shiver, even if they didn't understand his meaning, effectively ending the amusement in the hall. "Now, if you're done, I'm going to have dinner. If you want to talk to me, we can do it afterwards," Harry said in the same cold, if not worse, glaring to Sirius in the eyes. "Although, as you can see, I'm fine and I'm glad about you, even if you can't be bothered to send me a message, like you promised. You still remember how to call for Dobby, don't you? You know, House Elf usually hangs around me," asked Harry sarcastically, with his temper rising. Daphne grabbed Harry by the arm and squeezed it, intending to calm him. It worked, and Harry just nodded to their house table, intending to sit with their friends. Sirius actually sat back in his chair in silence, after feeling his godson's anger towards him, and not feeling as happy or proud as he did moments before, trying to think over what he had said that could have angered the teen so much. "Mr. Potter, this behavior will not be tolerated. I demand to know where you and Ms. Greengrass have been for the whole day," demanded McGonagall, rising from her chair when it became obvious that neither Sirius or Dumbledore would say anything. "We had an early breakfast right here. You can ask the people that were in by then. We went to have a walk by the lake, where we stayed for some time until we grew bored, and then we went to the chamber for some practice with our spell casting and our dancing to the ball. We stayed there during the afternoon, knowing each other better, and then we decided to go for another walk by the lake until dinner time to spend the meal with our friends," replied Daphne, much to Harry's surprise. He just smirked and extended his hand, helping Daphne to sit on the bench at Tracy's side. "Miss Greengrass," admonished Snape, avoiding to take points. "The chamber?" asked McGonagall, paling significantly. "Where else would we be able to train in peace?" asked Harry with a smirk, noticing the apprehension on Dumbledore and McGonagall's face. Daphne noted that Black had recovered from Harry's chewing and had mumbled something to Lupin, who was trying to hold a nervous laugh. Snape was surly and Dumbledore was contemplating the situation silently. "If you really must know, there was no unbecoming behavior," said Harry, and Daphne realized that most of the dorks were glaring at them, while the Duffers were more mild in their hostility. The Claws were indifferent, as were most of the Beauxbatons contingent, although their champion was looking amused at them, almost as much as their own housemates. The Durmstrang students were just watching the proceedings, although Victor Krum had a sympathetic look on his face. "What's going on?" asked Harry when he noticed their reactions. "Oh, nothing at all," replied Tracy with a grin that none of them liked while the staff was still looking at them. Daphne realized that her sister was waving a page of the morning paper and waved her wand, ignoring the shriek as the page flew from Astoria's hand into hers. "Oh, come on, how is that front page material?" complained Harry as soon as he saw the headlines of that morning's Daily Prophet. "Potter and Greengrass Romance" by Rita Skeeter. What followed was a detailed account of their Hogsmeade date, focusing on the fact that they never let go of each other's hands, their confrontation with the six dorks, depicting their friends' support against Harry's former friends, and their consequent depart for their picnic, thanks to a very strange creature that called itself Harry Potter's house elf. There was no remark about Harry's story about the Chamber of Secrets or Weaselet's involvement, though, and Harry wondered why. Maybe the Bint decided that it wasn't interesting enough. "Nothing, really?" asked Daphne, glaring at her friend, who grinned. "Well, there may be one or two things, not really relevant to mention," replied Tracy, laughing. "How does it feel to be in the front page of the Prophet?" Daphne ignored the laughter of her friends and looked at the picture. Their images mimicked their closeness, the smiles and the changed looks. Daphne thought it was lucky that Skeeter hadn't got a picture of their first kiss. Who knew what the Harpy would say about that? The thought made Daphne blush, and a small smile appeared on her lips. "How could you do this, you filthy traitor? Isn't enough to betray our house?" shouted an obnoxious voice, filled with anger, from the Gryffindor table. Everyone except Harry looked to the red and gold table and saw a fuming Ron Weasley sat next to a crying Ginny Weasley. At his other side, Granger was nodding violently, enough to state her thoughts on the matter. For his part, Harry just levitated a steak and some vegetables to his plate. "What would you like, besides framing that picture?" he asked Daphne, who just rolled his eyes at him, not hiding a smile. "Chicken," she replied, and he drew his wand and levitated chicken to her plate. "Do you know anything about this?" "Don't ignore me, you slimy attention-seeking snake," shouted Weasel again, raising a commotion in the hall. "Yeah, I forgot the Bint was after my blood. I'm sorry to drag you to this," replied Harry. She was also chuckling, noticing the fuming Gryffindors, both at them and at Weasel, who wouldn't shut up. "What do you intend to do about it?" asked Daphne. "Apart completely destroy her?" he asked, shrugging and turning to her. "Any thoughts?" "I'll think of something," she replied, and he chuckled. She loved the mere thought that her opinion mattered to him, and the both of them ignored the looks everyone gave them. "Potter, you bastard," shouted Weasel again. "For Merlin's sake, Professor, isn't there a rule against disturbing dinner by being an obnoxious loud mouth?" asked Harry, turning to Snape with a raised eyebrow. "Mr. Potter," admonished McGonagall, "mind your language." "Me, what about him?" asked Harry, pointing at Weasel, repressing the urge to actually reply to the Scot. "Mr. Potter is right. 20 points from Gryffindor for disturbing dinner in front of guests," replied Snape, even though he hesitated in the word, thinking about Black and Lupin, who actually looked shocked seeing the man actually agreeing with Harry and taking his side. "What? How is that fair, you lousy, greasy snake lover?" shouted Weasel again, probably what he believed was a smart comeback. Professor Snape just sneered at the redhead. 25 points from Gryffindor for insulting a teacher, and 1 week detention with Mr. Filch as soon as the next term starts. "What?" the redhead shouted again, being silenced by his brothers, although everyone could see him ranting. "Do try to keep your students in line, Minerva. The display of their Gryffindor idiocy in front of the other schools gives Hogwarts a bad name." replied Snape, and McGonagall actually spluttered, aghast with Snape's accusation. Then Harry spoke up. At least one professor takes his job seriously. All Hogwarts students and teachers were actually shocked after hearing Harry Potter compliment Severus Snape. To be fair, the man in question was so shocked that he just gaped at the boy, who just kept eating his dinner. Some believed that the end of the world was coming. The Slytherins laughed, followed by the Durmstrang students who had been informed about the hate bond between Potter and Snape. "Mr. Potter, 20 points from Slytherin for insulting the staff," replied McGonagall, and Harry actually rolled his eyes. "Figures," he whispered, ignoring the fact that his housemates were enraged against McGonagall. "Behave," admonished Daphne with a small grin. "Yes, dear," he replied, and once again those closest to them, his friends, actually laughed, ignoring all the rest around them. "Tell us, Harry, did you know that you received a howler?" asked Tracy with a huge smile. "The Mother Weasel," he asked, and Tracy nodded. "This very same morning." "Since you weren't around, the howler exploded and the contents were shout loud and clear for all of us to hear," continued Blaise, also with a grin. "How could you, Harry?" asked Millie, trying to control herself not to start laughing. "How could you start dating a snake and break hers and poor Ginny's heart? You should be with a proper girl from a proper family, like her sweet daughter." Harry sighed, attempting to control the urge to do something nasty. "Like fade into the burrow and cast a few deadly spells against its occupants. That woman has to be mad," was his reply, noticing Daphne's hand tremble. He picked her hand and squeezed it, making her look at him. "Do you want me to deal with it? Or do you want to?" Daphne's reply was a shake of her head, leaning her head to Harry's shoulder, well in sight of everyone in the great hall. In her mind, she was thinking about what she had discovered about the weasel tramp. Daphne felt safe with Harry. Not only safe, she felt comfortable and happy. It was true that they were only dadding for a day, but the memories helped a lot. If the little bitch or her mother dared think they could do something to her, end what she could become at Harry's side, or even separate her from Harry without a fight, she would make them realize their errors. Her relationship with Harry was new, but she wouldn't give it up. She simply had much to lose. The fact she had deeper feelings for the green-eyed wizard only sweetened it even more. "What can you do?" she asked him. "Give you my house protection for now. Destroy them later on with extreme prejudice," he whispered in her ear, making sure no one heard him. Daphne shivered slightly after hearing Harry's promise. "However, it's up to you. If I have my way with you, you'll be the next Lady Potter, so you'll have my full support in whatever you decide to do. But in the end, they're doomed." Tracy, Theo, Blaise, and Pansy just looked at them, as did some others. Greg and Vince were bored, sitting with Malfoy, who was ignoring them, fuming that no one was paying him attention. Guys?" asked Theo, waving his hand before them, trying to get their attention. "Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine, Theo," replied Daphne, going back to her normal position and to her meal. "What else did we miss?" "Lord Black showing up around lunchtime, wanting to see Harry and the mess you two created by not being found," replied Theo. "The staff and the prefects scoured the entire castle but found no traces of you two." "We were fine by ourselves," replied Harry, and Tracy giggled. "What did you do all by yourselves alone for the whole day?" she asked, and suddenly everyone around them was very interested in their story. "I already told you what we did," replied Daphne with a colder tone. "Besides, what I do with my boyfriend is between us and no one else." "Fine, don't tell. I wonder if Rita Skeeter can get another scoop," replied Pansy, and suddenly Daphne turned to Harry. "Could she find a way to?" started Daphne, and Harry interrupted her with a shake of his head. "Dobby would know, I hope," replied Harry. At that instant, Dobby appeared next to them. "Yes, I would, Master Mistress. No one breached the chamber without my knowing." Harry and Daphne actually sighed in relief. "Weren't you aware they were searching for us?" asked Harry, and Dobby shrugged. "You told me not to disturb you and to be ready at any time. I was at the chamber the entire time, and we were contactable by house elves and summons of myself if no one decided to do it. Sometimes you're just too damn literal," Harry replied with a smirk. "But you're right." Dobby nodded and popped away. Secrets already? What do you have to hide?" asked Tracy with a glint in her eyes, making Daphne roll hers. "Pardon, Monsieur Potter, Mademoiselle Greengrays, could I have a moment?" asked the heavy accented voice of Fleur Delacour, distracting the group who turned to her. Daphne glared at the French champion while Harry looked curious. The others, Theo, Tracy, Blaise, Millie, and Pansy, actually looked surprised, almost as much as Harry, who realized that Fleur was trying to keep her allure in check. "What do you wish, Ms. Delacour?" asked Harry when he noticed that Daphne and the French champion were looking at each other, and Fleur actually smiled. I just wished to give you my apologies for my past actions. It is true that Vila seeks Zetrong mates, but I did not intend to state between you two. I was told that Monsieur Potter was Zingle. I know now that was not true. Harry widened his eyes in surprise, ignoring the fact that their friends were looking at the French champion, him and Daphne, who was just looking at the older blonde. Do you really mean that? Asked Daphne, still glaring at the girl. Harry just smirked when he saw the French lower her gaze. Yes, I do. Unlike what people think, Vila do not zeal men from other women. For us, a bond is most precious. The French replied, and Daphne found herself relaxing. She hadn't even realized she had become tense. Then she remembered that Harry had implied that in his alternative timeline, she and Fleur had actually been close. The younger blonde looked at the older blonde. That is good. Remember it, and there will be no problems between us. She replied, and Harry actually smirked. Fleur smiled, and Daphne ignored the looks their friends gave her, as if she was either crazy or brave. I couldn't help but notice that your allure isn't showing. Yes, I believed that to show my true intentions, I should attempt to keep my allure in check. Thank you, replied Daphne with a nod, and Fleur smiled. Would you like to join us for the remaining of the dinner? The younger blonde asked, and Harry grinned, amused with the way Daphne had maneuvered the situation into her favor. Fleur was positively shocked. Are you sure? She asked with a raised eyebrow, and Daphne nodded. Why not? Asked Daphne, holding Harry's hand. This tournament is supposed to strengthen the bonds of friendship between our school and governments, isn't it? If I have no reasons to be wary of you, why couldn't we sit down and talk? Ladies and gentlemen, Daphne Potter, diplomat extraordinaire. Thought Harry, his grin showing even more. For her part, Fleur smiled. I would like that, Mademoiselle Greengrass. She replied, accepting Daphne's invitation and sitting with the fourth-year Slytherins, ignoring the looks from the rest of the Great Hall, especially the ones from her schoolmates and the rest of Slytherin House. What just happened? Asked Professor Sinistra, looking to the Slytherin table, surprised with what had just transpired. I don't know, but I think that 10 points are due to Slytherin for promoting inter-school friendships. Replied Professor Babbling, drinking her tea, noticing her co-workers looking at her. What? Isn't that the objective of this crazy tournament? The girl is Avila. Do you think she's trying to seduce Potter? Asked Professor Vector, and Professor Babbling shook her head. Mr. Potter barely talked. He allowed Ms. Greengrass to deal with the situation alone, and she invited Ms. Delacour to sit with them. I don't think that there is foul play from Ms. Delacour, although I might be wrong. Let us hope you're not, because I think Black is already planning to help Potter to get his own harem, replied Professor Sinistra, rolling her eyes after hearing the muffled voices of Sirius and Remus 2 places at her right. The 3 professors chuckled silently. Several places away from them, Flitwick just smiled while McGonagall glared at the group. Snape was just observing, as was Dumbledore, analyzing the events with hawk eyes, intent on discovering something that could help him to understand Harry Potter's recent changes. Unknown to everyone else, similar conversations were being conducted all along the Great Hall. The Slytherins were observing the interaction between the eldest Greengrass, their 4th-year students, and the Beauxbatons champion. The Durmstrang students, apart Victor Krum, ignored the commotion. Krum, however, who intended to approach Harry to invite him for a new spar, thought about their meeting the day before and decided that a possible friendship with Harry Potter had several advantages. Besides, the younger boy was also a seeker, and maybe the 2 of them could play a friendly game. He actually missed to play Quidditch freely. It was not that Fleur Delacour was disliked among her schoolmates. For the Beauxbatons girls, their problem with Fleur was that because of her allure, the boys would drool over her, and many relationships had ended badly. While some recognized that it wasn't Fleur's fault, since that happened mainly because of an ability she still had no complete control over, others openly disliked her for being what she was, mostly because of jealousy. A beautiful young woman with an ability to attract the attention of most men. Avila. Despite all that, however, they were all surprised to see their champion rise from her seat and approach the youngest champion in the competition. What initially was believed to be a blatant attempt of seduction quickly became an honest conversation, and in moments, Fleur had been invited by Harry Potter's girlfriend to sit with them. They found it interesting, but at the same time, decided to ignore it. Their hosts, Ravenclaw House, found the proceedings interesting, but their attention quickly turned back to their own designs. All they saw was the Beauxbatons champion being friendly with Potter and his group. There was nothing wrong with that, even if they were adversaries in the Tri-Wizard tournament. The Hufflepuff's hostility was more frustration than proper hostility, and the source of that frustration was none other than Harry Potter. Hufflepuff House believed that was their year, having a champion of their own. Their house would finally be recognized, but then Harry Potter's name came out of the cup. Sure, in the beginning they actively believed that he had put his name in the cup, ignoring all common sense, and actively bashed him, to the point that he disappeared in Hogwarts. Then, at the first task, Potter's performance was amazing, far better than their champion, although he was the one scored less. Not to mention the oath he made, making all of them feeling like fools. Not to mention his vengeance. Some among them believed that they reaped what they sowed, but there were others that still believed that Potter was an attention-seeking prat. Cedric Diggory was not one of those. He thought long about his own actions and realized that he had been an ass with the youngest champion. He needed to try and make amends with Potter. Some among Gryffindor House believed it had been a mistake to exile Potter from their house, but when Granger and Weasley came out speaking against him, they believed the teen was guilty. If his best friends took a position against him, how wrong they were. Because of their foolishness, they lost Theb, who lived, lost their Star Seeker and the privilege of having a champion from their house. Others believed that Potter was guilty as he had been charged, namely Ron Weasley, and there were others that believed that he was being controlled by a love potion or spell, namely the fangirls, Weaslett and Granger. Another embarrassment, Granger and her stupid crusade to free the house elves made Gryffindor the laughingstock of Hogwarts and Wizarding Britain. However, somehow, after all the embarrassment, Granger still became more vocal, taking stands in the Gryffindor meetings, attempting to make her opinion heard. Naturally, many ignored her, but some still paid some attention to her words. Something that most Gryffindor students agreed upon, however, was that Potter was a traitor for turning his back on them and joining the Snakes. After dinner was concluded, Harry joined Sirius and Remus for a talk. Dumbledore attempted to join in, only to be rebuffed by Sirius, stating that it was a family matter. Dumbledore was forced to accept Sirius' demands and remembered Harry of his detention with him by 9 o'clock. When the three were finally alone in an empty classroom, Harry's eyes turned to the two adults before they could even speak. "What the hell was your idea? I thought we had agreed that you would send me a message as soon as you knew anything," asked Harry in a cold tone, almost a hiss, making Sirius flinch. "Wow, calm there, pup," tried Sirius, only to be interrupted by Harry again. "Don't even try. To be honest, I don't really care about you getting drunk celebrating. Hell, I'm happy for you and I hope you had fun. Besides, it's not as if you were going to come to Hogwarts and tell me after the curfew," continued Harry, shrugging before turning another glare to the older man. "You could, however, have sent a fucking message. And what was your damn idea, speaking openly about the will? Did you even understand that I wanted to keep it a secret?" Harry snorted and started to walk around, fuming. "You alone just destroyed a couple of my plans. Now I'll have even more attention and lost a trump card." Harry glared at Sirius. "I find myself only willing to forgive you if you tell me that you got pissed drunk and woke up with twins in your bed. Better yet, don't tell me at all. I don't want to imagine you naked." He gagged in disgust. Sirius looked to his godson in surprise. Did you just prank me?" "I think he did prank us," replied Remus, also in awe. "Sort of," replied Harry with a renewed glare that froze them on spot, not to mention the cold hiss. "Why wasn't there an announcement about your exoneration on the Prophet?" "There was, on the 3rd page," replied Remus, and Harry sighed. "Bloody rag, how is it that the love life of a 14-year-old teen is more important than the exoneration of a lord of an ancient house?" mumbled Harry. "Did you claim your lordship already?" "Not really, I didn't have the time," scowled Harry with another glare, making Sirius feel bad again. "Honestly, Moony, you're supposed to be the smart one. Couldn't you remember him about the lordship?" Remus mumbled something and Harry sighed. "What about now, Sirius? You already spilled the beans about the will in front of Dumbledore, and he will be smart enough to know something is up, not to mention that I claimed my lordship. From there to announce it will be a small step, and I wanted to keep it a secret for a while longer. That's why I asked the DMLE not to divulge the will." Harry crossed his arms, looking to his godfather. "What about me? I'm a lord in my own right, that's true. but do I get to live the life that was denied to me for 13 years and finally have a home with my godfather and my uncle, or will I have to live alone? Wow, hold on just a minute, kid, said Sirius, recovering from his embarrassment. You're my godson, and I don't care if you're a lord or not. I'm supposed to be your guardian, and I will act as such, either you want it or not. At least that's something, replied Harry with a nod and a smirk. I won't call you father, though. Was that a joke? Asked Remus with a grin. That one was, replied Harry, and Remus laughed. Having someone calling Sirius Black father. He laughed while Sirius actually felt embarrassed again, although he grinned. I don't want you to call me that, kid. I don't think I'm ready for that, Sirius replied, ignoring Remus' reply. Will you ever? That's good, replied Harry, sighing, deciding to bring out the hurt kid card. I didn't like to know you decided to ignore what I asked of you. I'm sorry, kid, said Sirius, hugging his godson. I think I understand, and I'm sorry. I really am. I didn't mean for it to happen, but I'm sorry. Harry felt bad because he could hear the emotions on Sirius' voice, not to mention the change in his demeanor. He was too hard on him, and the old dog actually felt bad about it. Damn it, now I feel bad, Harry thought to himself, hugging his godfather. Let's try to work it out, okay? Asked Sirius, and Harry nodded. So that lovely young girl. My girlfriend, Daphne Greengrass, as you may know after reading The Prophet, replied Harry, making Sirius and Remus chuckle. Harry, let us be serious for a moment, started Remus, only to regret his words a moment later. Can I just be me instead of him? Asked Harry, and Sirius almost squealed in delight, hugging his godson. Remus actually chuckled after the initial shock. There is hope for Pronkslet, Moony, laughed Sirius, and Remus shook his head. That's a very bad joke, Harry. Please don't encourage him, said Remus, attempting to hold his grin's serious focus. Will you? Like I was saying, did something happen between the two of you? Harry sighed, and felt the sudden interest of both men on him disturbing. No unbecoming behavior took place, uncle, replied Harry. That means no sex or other physical stuff apart kissing. We're dadding for a day, for Merlin's sake, not to mention we're 14. We're too young. Oh, thank Merlin, sighed Sirius, relaxing immensely. Lily would kill us if you were. What? Asked Harry, ignored by Sirius. Listen, Harry, I'm going to be very serious, and no, that isn't a bad pun with my name. I want you know. I demand you to be responsible and respectable to young ladies. Is that understood? Asked Sirius with a no-nonsense look. You have a lot of time to fool around, but you will be respectful, no matter with whom you fool around, understood? Of course, replied Harry, leaving no place for arguments. Now, unless someone gave you the talk before, I think we should meet again soon, say Wednesday afternoon, proposed Sirius, looking at Remus, who nodded in approval. Harry paled. For a Dark Lord who fought in 3 wars, saw many horrible things, some of which had been caused by himself and killed many people, he was absolutely appalled about being given the talk from those two once again. It works for me. Also, it's almost 9 o'clock, and we should let Harry join the headmaster, said Remus, and Sirius nodded. What did you do that got you a detention with the headmaster with all people? Asked Sirius, and Harry shrugged. I accidentally performed accidental magic and apparated myself and Daphne into the Chamber of Secrets. I guess the old man wants to know more about that, Harry said, finding the looks from the two adults amusing. You accidentally, Merlin, exclaimed Remus, and Harry smirked. How? Asked Sirius, and Harry lied. I don't know, it just happened. The two had no other choice but accept the answer they got. The 3 left the room and walked together to the entrance of the headmaster's office, from where the 2 adults intended to take the flu home. On their way, however, they crossed paths with a first-year Gryffindor who looked wide-eyed and very nervously at Harry. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, can I have a moment of your time? The firstie asked, much to the surprise of the 3. Harry schooled his features and looked at the boy. He was medium-sized for a first year, thin and had medium-sized brown hair, with brown, scared eyes looking at Harry. However, along with fear, there was also a determined look in the boy's eyes that interested Harry. What do you want, firstie? Asked Harry in a cold tone, making the boy flinch and look down, breaking Harry's interest in the boy. He looked familiar. Mr. Potter, sir, I'm not here in the name of anyone else but me, sir. It was actually luck that I found you, sir. I was coming from the library, the boy babbled. Sirius and Remus smirked, and Harry, who had his back turned at them, just crossed his arms, amused. Get to the point, firstie, ordered Harry, and the boy actually gulped. I wanted to apologize for believing you put your name in the cup, like the older years were saying you had, instead of making my own judgment like I should have done. I was afraid and I went along. Not a good excuse, of course, and I do feel humiliated by my actions, the boy said, ignoring the 3 surprised men before him. I'm a muggle born and I didn't know much about this world. But that's no excuse. I should have known better. Why did you decide to come to me? Asked Harry hesitantly, looking at the boy, not able to figure out what was so familiar in him. Why did you decide to approach me today? Is it because I'm not around more Slytherins and you felt safe from the taunting? Or is it because I'm with 2 adults and you know I'm not going to curse you? Remus and Sirius flinched, as did the boy. I don't really care about that, the boy admitted, finding some courage within himself and looking at Harry in the eyes, surprising the teen. I really think Gryffindor has no excuse for turning their backs on one of their own. I think you did the right thing in not forgiving the house and even changing to the Snake House. Then, what do you really want, Firsty? Asked Harry, recognizing something in the boy's posture. Nothing, I just wanted to apologize for my mistakes, the boy said, looking at Harry. I don't want you to forgive me for what I have done. I don't think I deserve it. Harry rose an eyebrow. Then why did you insist to apologize? Asked Harry, and the kid's reply shocked him to the core. I don't want to be a mudblood, the boy replied. I like this world and I know that if I want to be respected, I have to give respect first. According with what I read, Gryffindor's behavior nearly fits a mudblood's description, a person without honor and without respect for the wizarding culture. Worse than that, only being a magical traitor. You know what mudblood truly means? Asked a surprised Harry with a grin. In that case, what are your thoughts on Granger? According with all I read, she's a mudblood, all right, replied the boy lowly, and Harry grinned. Well, you have guts, kid, I'll grant you that, said Harry, looking at the boy, losing his grin. You're right, though. My former house turned their back on me, accusing me of being a cheat without even listening to me or giving me a chance. You probably remember McGonagall's speech from your first day about our house being our family. Do you think you acted as family would? No, sir, the boy replied, looking down again. Harry looked at the boy. What is your name? Jason Halleys, sir, the boy said, still looking down. Had he been looking at Harry, he would have seen his eyes widen in shock. Remus and Sirius, being behind Harry, noticed nothing. Damn it, Astoria, it was a simple question. Harry looked again to the boy, considering the new information. He aged the boy in his mind, and there was no doubt about it. Harry was finally able to recognize one of his comrade in arms and good friend. You're brave, Jason, said Harry, steeling himself again. I can't forgive Gryffindor, and I really think I will never be able to do it. The boy nodded, looking at Harry. Then, much to Jason's surprise, Harry put a hand on his shoulder. You're the first to apologize and mean it. I don't really count what happened the day after the task as an apology, revealed Harry with a small smile, shocking Jason. Don't say a word about this to anyone because I won't accept more apologies. And don't worry about it, just don't be a mudblood. With a smile, Harry took his hand from Jason's shoulder. Shouldn't you be packing for tomorrow, though? It's all done. I just went to return some books to the library, the boy replied hesitantly, and Harry nodded. Then go back to the tower before anyone catches you, Harry replied, and the boy nodded. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Don't mention it, kid, I mean it. People will think I went soft, was Harry's reply, and the boy went away in the opposite direction after a polite nod to Sirius and Remus. That was nice of you, said Remus approvingly, while Harry saw the boy disappear in a corner. Nice kid, commented Sirius, looking at Harry. You did the right thing even if you scared him in the beginning, he said, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. Yeah, I hope so, was Harry's reply, noticing the paintings in the walls. Dumbledore would know what had happened in a matter of minutes. I'll need Daphne's help for this one, Harry thought, starting to walk in silence with his uncles to the headmaster's office. His mind was running wild with what he had just learned. While it was true that Jason was a close friend, as close as Theo, Tracy, Blaise, Millie, and Astoria had been over the years, he didn't know much about Jason's Hogwarts years, only that he was in Gryffindor, a couple of years behind him, and that he fought in the final battle against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, despite being too young for it. He grew up to become an Auror in Theo's unit, being reassigned to a temporary post at Azkaban after his recovery from the nasty mission that almost killed him. His death in the Witching Wars was a low blow for all of them, especially his girlfriend. Not this time, brother, Harry swore to himself, raising his head and looking forward. What were you thinking? Asked Remus, and Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? The teen asked, and Remus chuckled. You looked absent, much like your mother when she was thinking of something important, he replied, and Sirius chuckled. The kid may look a lot like James, but I tell you, his character is much like Lily's, Sirius replied, and Harry smiled. I was thinking about what the kid said. Harry lied, looking forward with a grin. I think he has potential to be a good wizard. At least his heart is in the right place, and he seems to have a brain, unlike a lot of people I could mention. Mumbled Sirius, and Harry nodded. I noticed how the Gryffindor house was looking at you and your girlfriend. It looked like they blame you for all that has been happening. Let them, replied Harry with smirk. It's not like I care, is it? Besides, what are they going to do? Curse me in the back? They consider themselves too honorable for that. Mob me. They did it before, and I stood my ground. Don't be so cocky, Harry. Even the most powerful can fall from hubris, warned Remus, and Harry looked over his shoulder to his uncle. True. Harry recognized with a nod, turning his attention to his way again, but you should know that I am prepared. Just be careful, pup, said Sirius with a tap on his shoulder as they reached the gargoyle to Dumbledore's office. Kit Kat, said Harry, and the gargoyle started to move. The group of three went up the stairs, and even before Harry could knock the door, Dumbledore spoke from the inside. You can come in. Sirius looked to Remus, who just shrugged. Ah, Harry, Sirius, Remus, come in. I trust your conversation was profitable, asked Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eyes. Yeah, sure, I have a question for you, though, said Sirius, stepping forward. Well, too, actually. How do you know that people are at the door? Dumbledore smiled sagely. I would say some kind of ward, replied Harry, and Dumbledore looked amused at him. Right you are, Harry, or should I say Mr. or better yet, Lord Potter? Asked Dumbledore, and Harry sighed. Happy, Sirius. Mumbled Harry with a sigh. Call me as you wish, headmaster, but I'm not that fond of the title. Ah, a good thing as well. Humility always help, Harry. I trust you will be receptive to your friends and family help, should you need it with your affairs, replied Dumbledore, and Harry rose an eyebrow. You don't offer your own help, headmaster? Asked Harry, and Dumbledore chuckled. I won't impose myself, Harry. Besides, I think you and I have a pending conversation regarding your affairs that I have given orders to manage. No, we don't, replied Harry. You gave your orders as the chief warlock, and the goblins followed them. If anything, I should be thankful for you to give them orders to manage my family affairs. I merely tried to do my duty, replied Dumbledore, and Harry thought to see some relief in the eldest man in the room. What about you, Sirius? Do you plan to claim your Black Lordship? You know, the pup has been quite insistent with that as well, replied Sirius, looking at Harry and Dumbledore. I expect to do it tomorrow in the morning. I'll believe it when I see it, replied Remus. Then you make him, said Harry, glaring at the two adults while Dumbledore chuckled. What was the other question you intended to ask, Sirius? The older man asked, and Sirius changed his demeanor. The behavior of Gryffindor House towards my godson was, in a word, abhorrent. Has Harry done anything to deserve it? Dumbledore sighed. While it is true that there is a cloud of bad luck looming over the Lion's house, I don't have any proofs pointing at Mr. Potter or anyone else for that matter. Gryffindor's behavior has reached a new low, and I believed it's all because of Mr. Potter's resorting and failure in forgive them. That's just too bad, replied Harry with a scowl. But forgiveness, Dumbledore started, being cut by Harry, is not a right. It should be deserved by those who seek it. Now you tell me, headmaster, I've been a pariah since Halloween, especially among the Lion's house, my former house. They had the audacity to ask forgiveness after the task and after proving I was innocent once and for all. Do they deserve it? Would you forgive them? I would, replied Dumbledore, and Harry rose an eyebrow, as did Remus. Why? Asked Sirius, the most vocal in his displeasure. Because forgiveness prevents resentments, and resentments can only lead to the dark, Dumbledore replied, and Harry snorted, gaining the attention of the three adults. I do respect your opinion, but I find it to be a load of crap. Let them resent me if they want. I am happy and among people that respect me for who I am and not because what my titles are. Now, if you're done yodding me. You are, asked Sirius. Yoddling you? Asked Dumbledore, confused. My dear boy, I must admit that I am unsure of what you mean. Harry sighed in frustration. It's a Muggle thing. Yoda is a character in Muggle fiction that has a similar views to what you just said. Just forget it, it's not important, replied Harry, trying to drop the subject. He managed to, although he noticed Remus grin. What did you ask, Sirius? If you are respected for who you are and not your titles in Slytherin. Well, yeah, sure, my titles may give me some head start, but in the end, I am judged as a member of the House of the Snakes just like any other student, replied Harry. Huh, I always thought all snakes were power-hungry and always went with the most influential one, Sirius replied. Not always the most influential is the leader, Sirius. Sometimes, the leader is in the shadows, manipulating those with influences. Replied Harry, and Dumbledore stiffened in his chair, listening the conversation. The point is, I am respected in Slytherin, not as someone with titles or with influences, but because of what I proved I can do and the type of person I am. They know I can back up my words, and that gets me respect. That's it. Are you sure that's it, Harry? Asked Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eyes, eyeing Harry, who turned to him. I don't want followers, Headmaster, if that is what you mean. Harry replied in a cold tone, I want friends and people I can trust, not people that will turn their backs on me like my former house did. In Slytherin, while I am respected, I will have my housemates' support. If you say so, pup, replied Sirius, thoughtful. Are you sure you're fine? I mean, I did saw the snake standing by your side, but I'm fine, Padfoot, better than I have been in a very long time. Harry replied, and it wasn't a lie. He truly was happy. Any trouble and you send me a message, got it? Sirius demanded, and Harry nodded. I mean it. You may be a lord, but I'm still your unofficial guardian, and I will make sure you're fine. Fine, I will, and do claim your lordship, replied Harry, and Sirius nodded. After some goodbyes, Sirius left first by Floo, leaving Remus for seconds. Since Sirius forgot, Headmaster, we would like to have your permission to have a meeting with Harry outside Hogwarts this following Wednesday. Said Remus, and Harry almost failed to hold his mask and begged Dumbledore to deny the request. Family business. If Mr. Potter is an adult, then I can do nothing else but to acquiesce your request, Remus. Least of all, it is a family matter. The older man replied. Thank you, Headmaster, Remus said with a bow. Turning to Harry, he grinned. Don't forget, Harry, Wednesday, and really, ya dang me. You know Star Wars? Asked Harry, surprised. I lived in the Muggle world for a time. Werewolf, remember, however. I can see some resemblance, chuckled Remus, looking at Dumbledore with a chuckle. The older man was unsure, but assumed everything was fine by Harry's chuckles. See you, cub. Remus flew out of the office, leaving only Harry and Dumbledore. So, I guess you want to talk? Asked Harry, his hands crossed behind his back. I do indeed, Mr. Potter. Congratulations on your emancipation, though. You don't want to tell me it was a mistake from my part? Asked Harry with a raised eyebrow. While I do admit that I think you were hasty in your decision, it's not my place to make judgment. The decision is yours and only yours, replied the older man. Then why didn't you tell me about my position as an heir? Asked Harry. He already knew Dumbledore's answers from his past life, but decided to ask them the same. I didn't think it was necessary to encumber you with extra responsibilities before your OWLS year, since you had so much to do and know already. Most heirs only take an active role in their political affairs after Hogwarts, in fact. What about protocol training and extra classes to compensate my lack of upbringing in this world? Asked Harry again, already knowing the answer. I had expected to help you by appointing you some tutors in your new years. Again, I had expected you to enjoy the freedom of your childhood before dump more responsibilities on you. Dumbledore looked thoughtful, although I did hope that your contact with the Weasley family would start to help with your integration in the wizarding world. It did, to a point. You forget that the Weasleys are biased, though, said Harry, sighing. You should have brought me up in these matters in my first year and not informed me of what I should do, or dumping me among the Muggles. Replied Harry in a cold tone, looking at the headmaster. But I thank you for keeping my family's financial assets growing and attempt to place me with a proper family where I could be protected. You failed completely, though. Since I hadn't a proper upbringing, but that doesn't matter anymore. Yes, it does, confessed Dumbledore, regret clear in his voice and face. I knew what I was sending you to in the end of your first year. Again in the end of your second year, and most of all last year. I had hopes that the Muggles would treat you right every time, but I just hope you can forgive me one day. I won't so soon, replied Harry, looking coldly at the headmaster. However, like I said before, if you want forgiveness, you must earn it. I will try, Mr. Potter, replied Dumbledore solemnly. However, if you may indulge an old man's curiosity, if you believe that forgiveness must be earned, why did you forgive young Mr. Halleys? I knew it, thought Harry with a sigh. I wondered if you'd bring that up. I guess it's true that you have eyes on all the castle, asked Harry, and Dumbledore smiled. The privileges of being the headmaster. All paintings report to us should we need to, replied Dumbledore, and Harry nodded. He came to me and apologized, replied Harry, earning Dumbledore's attention. That's it. He was the first one from Gryffindor that came to me and actually apologized for what happened. He's just a firstie, true, but he had the courage to do it and the brain to realize they were wrong. Harry shrugged. What else could he say? That he forgave the boy because of who he was. That was it. Asked a surprised Dumbledore, and Harry nodded. I must say, I found it refreshing that you were able to forgive him. I liked the kid. He seemed smart enough, replied Harry, hearing a chuckle from one of the shelves. Mr. Halley's reminded me much of yourself, Lord Potter, said the Sorting Hat. You mean he should have been a Slytherin? Asked Harry, and the hat chuckled again. Not at all. Mr. Halley's is a quintessential Gryffindor. While he is brave and headstrong, much like you, I may add, he has a much deeper sense of nobility and strong will. I was unsure with your placement in Gryffindor, but I am very sure of his placement. If you say so, replied Harry, knowing very well what the hat meant, knowing very well that the hat had seen it in his mind as well. I'm glad, sighs Dumbledore, pointing to a chair. Please, Harry, sit down. I am sorry I haven't offered you a seat before. Harry nodded and sat before the headmaster. Where's Fawkes, by the way? Asked Harry, noticing the absence of the phoenix. Stretching her wings, no doubt. It can be boring for a phoenix to be cramped in this office for a full day. Harry found it curious, but accepted the answer lemon drop. No, thank you. So what do you wish to talk about? Harry asked, and Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. First of all, I would like to ask you to refrain yourself to disappear from the grounds with company, at least without saying a word, said Dumbledore with a chuckle, and Harry's eyes twitched. Again, Headmaster, I was at the Chamber of Secrets in the castle. We were safe and reachable, should Sirius or Remus think to contact Dobby. I do not doubt that, and I admit, it was a lack of judgment not to attempt to summon Dobby. However, I was sure you and Ms. Greengrass would be safe and together. That's why I didn't force a more deep search. You trust too much, Headmaster, replied Harry. Are you saying I should be concerned about Ms. Greengrass being alone with you, Harry? Asked Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eyes. No, replied Harry, much too quickly, realizing later that he had just been led by Dumbledore, giving him an answer far deeper than he thought. Dumbledore just smiled. I thought so. The older man replied with a smile. Now, I wish to talk with you about your performance in the Great Hall, yesterday during dinner. The older man replied. I thought so. Replied Harry with a sigh. What do you want to know? I'd say everything. Dumbledore replied, drawing a scroll and a quill with a wave of his wand, making sure it would register all the words spoken. What did happen? Harry retold the story from the previous night, being careful not to make any mistakes and avoiding anything that could be used by Dumbledore to make more questions that he didn't want to answer. Harry did respected Dumbledore, but the old man had the tendency to be tenacious and notice the smallest details, almost too much. It would take only one mistake. So, you claim that you were scared, and that you did want to explain everything to Ms. Greengrass, is that it? Harry nodded. Then, you wanted to have her in your arms and be in a safe place. Harry nodded, and Dumbledore looked to Harry over his glasses. Then he sighed and leaned behind on the chair he was in. I'm sorry, but that's where I have doubts. Are you accusing me of lying, Headmaster? Asked Harry in his best indignant voice. Yes, I am, Dumbledore replied with a renewed and decisive voice, although his eyes didn't lose the twinkle. That was what happened, replied Harry, twitching his fingers imperceptibly, casting a wandless compulsion on the older man. Let's be honest, Mr. Potter, your story has some deep holes in it, Dumbledore replied after some moments. Such as? Asked Harry, steeling himself in the chair, ready for anything. I do not believe it was accidental magic at all, Dumbledore replied, looking at Harry. Harry twitched his fingers again, focusing the headmaster. I do believe your actions were anything but accidental. I have seen my memory of the event, and I am positive, as is Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, that you performed 2 acts of impossible magic that for all purposes you shouldn't know how to. An ability triggered by strong emotions, then? Asked Harry with a hopeful tone, hiding his growing nervous. Unless he was mistaken, his compulsions were not working on the headmaster. What kind of abilities do you know, Mr. Potter? Abilities that you are born with? Asked the headmaster, looking at Harry, apart being a seer. Harry looked to the older man. Parseltongue, replied Harry, and Dumbledore looked at him. True, what else? Replied Dumbledore. Metamorphmagus, replied Harry, remembering Tonks and her ever-changing hair. Why are you asking me this, headmaster? Are all the magical abilities well documented in a way that no new abilities may show up at any given time? Asked Harry, and Dumbledore smiled. Not at all. However, since the time of Merlin, there is no reports of any ability that allows its wielder to appear it just like you did, replied Dumbledore with a smile. Therefore, you are convinced it wasn't an ability? Asked Harry, shifting in his chair, trying not to look nervous. What was happening? Why wasn't Dumbledore being compelled to believe his words? "No, I am convinced that it wasn't an accidental ability as you put it," replied Dumbledore. "Then a case of accidental magic like the one when I apparated to the roof of my primary school?" asked Harry, trying once again a compulsion. "Apparition is a fairly easy way of magical travel. Some say that apparition is the easiest way of magical travel possible, and is so widely known that many believe it is the only way possible." "Really?" asked Harry. The compulsions weren't working, he was sure of it. More, Dumbledore was strange, seemingly relaxed but with a strange edge on his demeanor. "Which tells me that somehow you learned some method of magical travel lost in the eons of time, which should not be possible to one such as yourself," continued Dumbledore, looking at Harry with a smile on his lips and a twinkle on his eyes that hid steel. "What do you mean with that?" asked Harry with a cold tone and steel in his voice. "I mean a child, even if the child has given wondrous proof of skill," replied Dumbledore. "All gained through hard work at the Chamber of Secrets for the past years," replied Harry. "Oh, I believe it, partially." Harry almost felt his tense body relax, only to stiffen harder than before. "What do you mean, sir?" "You know, Mr. Potter, had it not been for the magical oath, I would find hard to believe that you're Harry Potter at all. Such are the changes in you. Yet again, as I came to believe, magical oaths can be cheated." "I'm not sure I understand your meaning, sir," replied Harry, twitching his fingers once again with more power. "I believe you do," replied Dumbledore, this time not smiling at all, a hint from a more experienced wizard, if I may. Said Dumbledore, relaxing once again and taking his hands to his belly, playing with the sleeve of his robes. "Compulsion charms can be negated fairly easy if one knows he's under one. Or if one has an enchanted object in his possession doing it for him. I would think you'd notice it after the first 3 failed, at least." Harry widened his eyes in surprise, recovering just in time to see Dumbledore's eyes focused on him and the Elder Wand on his hand. The pressure he felt on his head indicated a full assault of legilimency, but it wasn't an assault like the ones Harry had experienced before. Dumbledore's assault had all of the ancient wizard's power behind it, and it was significant. Harry put all his power on his shields, and for several moments, the two wizards looked at each other in a silent battle of wills, both of them channeling their magic. Harry started to bleed from his nose, as did Dumbledore, who had a crimson strip staining his silver facial hair. Harry gritted his teeth in a silent snarl while Dumbledore maintained his demeanor. Harry knew that if they kept it going like that, Dumbledore would win the battle of wills. Dumbledore was very powerful, almost as much as Harry, but was more skilled in the mind arts than him, and that made a difference. In that moment, Harry understood why Voldemort feared Dumbledore. Changing his strategy, Harry enveloped Dumbledore's mind probe with his magic and guided it through his own shields. Trapped, Dumbledore felt himself being dragged through Harry's shields into a dark mindscape. Time passed in the headmaster's office. The paintings watched in silence, unsure of what was happening, seeing the back of Dumbledore and Harry's front. The boy was bleeding from his nose, and it seemed that he was starting to bleed from his ears and eyes, and it seemed that Dumbledore wasn't very better. Both of them were still breathing, although they were locked in a stare. Both convulsed a couple of times, and then Harry finally reacted, breathing in a long breath, coughing almost immediately what seemed to be some blood. "What is happening, boy?" asked one of the ancient paintings, and Harry turned to it, realizing the many eyes looking at him. "Nothing," Harry replied, and another scoffed. "Albus accused you of using compulsion charms on him, and you say it was nothing," and Headmistress replied. "Obliviate," shouted Harry, making sure he would catch all the paintings, his wand flaring immediately. "The headmaster and I were talking about my performance in the Great Hall, and I admitted that I have found an ancient book in the Chamber of Secrets with very ancient spells. I have studied them, and I found the apparition spell I used. I've tried it without success, and last night, under stress, I performed it twice." At Harry, bending over the desk of the headmaster, feeling sick and broken, then we decided to test me on my occlumency, and we went full out against each other, which was a mistake. Harry coughed blood again, and the paintings recovered from their glazed looks. "Are you all right, child?" asked a headmistress. "I can't believe Albus would be so foolish as to test a child's occlumency like that," complained another. "I'm all right, ma'am," replied Harry, and a headmaster scoffed. "Clearly you're not, boy, ELF. "Dobby," mumbled Harry, and 2 elves appeared before him, a normal one from Hogwarts and Dobby. The normal one squeaked, and Dobby jumped to Harry. "What happened?" asked Dobby, and Harry shook his head, which Dobby understood immediately. Summon Madame Pomfrey, elf, one of the headmasters demanded, and the Hogwarts elf vanished again. In moments, the fireplace roared in flames and Madame Pomfrey came through it, gaping at the sight. Dumbledore was unconscious on his chair, his eyes widened and bleeding, as were his ears and nose. His mouth was also wide and had blood in the corners. Then there was Harry Potter, who was half bent on the desk and sat on the chair he was in, bleeding from the same places Dumbledore was. "What happened here?" she demanded, and ran to Harry as he coughed blood again. Harry pointed to Dumbledore, but Pomfrey ignored him, starting to have his wand around him. Albus decided to test Mr. Potter's occlumency at his request and use their full power on it, it seems. A painting said, and Madame Pomfrey roared. "Are you insane?" she shouted, and Harry winced. "Are you even aware that you could have fried your mind?" "It was a mistake," tried Harry, and starting to see the world becoming blurry. "Of course it was a mistake, a very foolish mistake that could have cost you." "Harry," she shouted, accompanied by Dobby, the last thing Harry heard before everything became dark. Harry woke up with his head throbbing, hearing what seemed to be the distant, familiar voices. "What happened?" he wondered in a whisper. "Harry!" shouted the unmistaken voice of Daphne Greengrass, hugging him. Her scent worked to awake him and take a smile to his lips. "Am I dreaming?" wondered Harry, hearing a scoff. "Not at all, mate," replied Theo in an amused voice, and Harry noticed the presence of Tracy, Theo, Blaise, Millie, Pansy, Greg, and Vince. "What happened?" asked Daphne, letting go of her hug, looking at him with a mix of worry and anger. "I asked Dumbledore to test my occlumency, and we overreacted a bit," lied Harry, seeing a twitch in Daphne's eye. "How long was I out?" 4 days, replied Tracy, pointing at a bed next to them. "The headmaster is still out." "Damn," Harry complained, trying to get up, being stopped by Daphne. "Stay down, Harry. You need to rest and take some potions," she said in a determined tone, and Harry sighed. "What did I had, and what about the old man?" asked Harry, looking at Daphne. "Magical exhaustion and some internal nerve damage, nothing too serious," she replied. "Dumbledore is slightly worse than you." "Occlumency, you said?" asked Blaise. "Whatever you did was hard on the old man." "Will he recover?" Harry asked, and Daphne nodded. "Madame Pomfrey says he will. No lasting damage was made." "I thought I told you to call me if he woke up," asked Madame Pomfrey, approaching the group. "He just woke up, ma'am," replied Blaise, and she huffed, waving her wand over him. "Very well, you foolish boy. What happened?" she asked, and Harry replied the same story about his occlumency defenses, using some compulsions to make it believable. This time he smiled when he realized his compulsions were working. "You seem to be telling the truth. I'll have you know that the Gryffindors are after your blood for nearly killing the headmaster." "Oh, joy," Harry replied, gaining snickers from his friends and even an amused smile from Daphne. "Your uncles also came by and were very worried, not to mention Dobby," Daphne replied, and Harry smiled. "I missed the talk with them, didn't I?" he asked, and some of his friends rose an eyebrow while Daphne blushed. Madame Pomfrey laughed. "Get rest and take the potions Ms. Greengrass will give you," the matron replied, turning to the group. "You may stay a while longer, but let him rest." "Yes, madam." They all chorused with a new-found respect they had all gained to the matron since they discovered she had been a Slytherin. They stayed a while, telling Harry all that happened for the past days, the mood that had settled since the accident, the belief that Harry had tried to kill Dumbledore that stemmed from the Gryffindors, 3 guesses to discover who came up with the idea. And the first and second years had already left for holidays, as well as the third years that wouldn't go to the ball. The champions had come by to check on him, and curiously Diggory had come up as well. The rest of them all left, leaving only Daphne sat next to the bed, holding Harry's hand. When she believed they were safe in silence, she waved her wand and cast silence wards. "What happened?" she asked, her fear mixing with her anger. "Dumbledore figured out that something didn't make sense and was able to avoid my compulsions. He confronted me with it, since he seemed to be convinced I wasn't Harry Potter and had somehow cheated the oath, and blasted me with a fully powered Legilimency attack." Daphne widened her eyes. "I resisted at first, but ended in redirecting his probe to my mindscape, and confronted him in the chamber with Bale's help. I was able to destroy his memory of the event and implant others that gave him the impression that the meeting went well until the accident," said Harry with a sigh, his head still throbbing. "I locked his mind with a Parseltongue spell just to be sure the new memories would settle down and be accepted by his mind without him realize something was off." Daphne rose an eyebrow. "It's better to be safe than sorry." "I agree," replied Daphne, slapping Harry. Ouch, what was that for? He asked, only to have her throwing herself into his arms, trembling slightly. Don't do that again, you idiot, she mumbled, and he was sure she was crying. He embraced her and caressed her hair and her back. I'll try, he replied, and the two stayed like that for a moment. I was worried about you, she confessed, leaning into his chest and revealing her face to him. Thank you, he replied with a smile. Dobby has been worried as well, maybe you should call him, she said, feeling comfortable in his embrace. Harry chuckled. Dobby, he called, and the house elf appeared next to the bed. What happened? He demanded. Too agitated but clearly happy. Harry retold Dobby everything, and the elf shook his head. Will this be problematic? Asked the elf, and Harry sighed. I didn't want to kill the old man. Daphne flinched in Harry's arms but made no comments. If the memory implantation worked fine, he won't even suspect something is amiss. We do need, however, to forge a book of spells with Fadding somewhere in the middle, Dobby huffed. I'll see what I can do. Dobby replied, snapping his fingers and conjuring a vial with a light blue potion inside. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said, and Dobby vanished. What about the paintings in Dumbledore's office? Asked Daphne, and Harry assured her he had taken care of everything before passing out. He just picked his wand from his holster and pointed it at Dumbledore. Daphne only cared enough when he heard the hiss of the parcel tongue. What are you doing? She demanded, rising from him. You should be resting. Just waking the old man, he replied, and she huffed, dropping the wards and checking on the headmaster, ready to call Madame Pomfrey if necessary. Dumbledore started to stir and opened his eyes, making Daphne call for Madame Pomfrey. Ouch, my head hurts. The older man complained. What happened? Albus Dumbledore, you irresponsible man. What do you think you were doing to use a fully powered legilimency attack on a child? She shouted, making Dumbledore and the two children wince. The matron waved her wand over the older man and continued to scowl. Not so loud, Poppy, my dear. Could you please repeat that? My mind is hazy and I'm not sure what happened. What do you remember, you fool? Asked Madame Pomfrey. I was in a meeting with Mr. Potter. We talked about many things and about his display in the Great Hall. I seem to recall he admitted to read a certain book, somewhat dark book at the chamber that had the description of the spell he used to apparate in the hall. That he said he tried it without success. But somehow, because of the emotional state, he was able to do it then. What else? Asked Pomfrey, looking at Harry, who was still on his bed, turned to them. Dumbledore saw it and turned to the other side, seeing Daphne and Harry. Hello, Ms. Greengrass. I suspect you're here because you accepted our Poppy's offer of learning from her. Daphne blushed a little and nodded. In part, sir. She replied, nodding to Harry. Whatever happened, you and Harry were admitted in the wing 4 days ago. 4 days? Asked the headmaster, surprised, that is, very curious. Do you know what happened? Asked Madame Pomfrey. I asked the headmaster if he could try my occlumency shields at full power, replied Harry, and Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey turned to him. You did? Why would I do that? Asked Dumbledore, trying to recall. Yes, I seem to remember something like that. I tried to withdraw when I faced Harry's protections, but I wasn't able to, and we somehow locked to each other. Dumbledore lifted an eyebrow. I remember blue eyes from that giant basilisk in your mind. I looked at them, it seems. You have a basilisk on your mind? Asked Madame Pomfrey, gaping. It's my protection, Harry replied. Then shouldn't you have died? Asked Poppy, while Daphne rose an eyebrow to Harry. Well, gladly I didn't. Fascinating, isn't it? Madame Pomfrey huffed and picked a potion from the cabinet, giving it to Dumbledore. Drink it and rest, she ordered. I feel fine, Poppy. A little sore and my head hurts, but fine all the same. Dumbledore complained, and Poppy huffed. Drink the potion and rest. I'll have an elf bring you 2 dinners soon. Ms. Greengrass, please say your farewells and leave your boy to rest. Yes, madam, she replied, going back to Harry. Be careful, she told him after a soft kiss. I'll come back tomorrow, all right. I'd rather you stay, but sure. Daphne smiled, glad Harry was awake, and left the hall. Ah, young love, always a pleasant sight. Harry turned to Dumbledore, who was smiling. Slowly, the smile vanished. Harry, I'm not sure what happened, but I want to apologize. Harry hid a sigh, allowing himself to relax. I have my faults as well, sir. In fact, it was I who asked you to attack me at your full power. Why did I do it? It makes no sense. Replied Dumbledore, thinking to himself, what I meant was that I'm sorry, Harry. It's fine, sir. I'm sorry as well. Harry replied, and Dumbledore turned to the ceiling. Maybe we should rest now. Harry did the same, only in his mind he was reliving the events that took place in the chamber of his mind. The conversation with Dumbledore, the duel they had, and his victory over the older man who was quite powerful. Even in his mind, Dumbledore had been a powerful opponent, nearly as powerful as him. One thing was certain, though. Harry would do whatever would take to fulfill his goals. Dumbledore fell asleep thanks to the potion, dreaming with giant snakes with sapphire blue eyes. It started with the looks everyone gave Harry during breakfast. Then Millie opened the Prophet and saw what was on the front page. To say that the fourth-year students were shocked was an understatement, even if they kept their shock in check. "You're a lord," whispered Tracy. Harry nodded with a smirk. "Are you sure about this?" asked Daphne, and Harry turned to her. "I am, believe me." "Good," was her reply, turning to read the rest of the paper. "You don't seem shocked to learn that your boyfriend is a lord," stated Millie, and Daphne smiled. "I know it since he went to Gringotts to claim it," replied Daphne, chuckling at their friends' shocked looks. "Remember the day we started dadding when I was alone in Hogsmeade?" "That's why," mumbled Theo. "Damn, Harry, any more surprises?" "A couple," Harry replied, eating a toast. "Nothing too bad for my friends, though. But this will have strong repercussions," replied Blaise, pointing to the paper. "To whom?" was Harry's simple reply. For a moment they looked at him as if he was mad. Then slowly they started to chuckle, hiding their laughs. They were distracted by Dobby popping behind Harry. "Master, a message from the Wolf and the Mutt," Dobby said, and Harry rose an eyebrow. It was obvious what they could want. "The Wolf and the Mutt?" asked Tracy, curious. "Lord Black and Professor Lupin," replied Daphne while Harry opened the letter. "As you know, Sirius is my godfather and Remus is my uncle. They were close friends with my parents and are closest thing I have to a proper family," explained Harry, opening the letter, "and they read the Prophet and want to meet with me at lunch today in order for me to explain my actions. Too bad I already have plans." "Tell them to meet you in Hogsmeade," suggested Daphne, reading the letter as well. "I don't think we mind. Besides, you can have lunch with them. It sounds important." Harry shrugged. "We'll see," he replied, starting to write a reply in a conjured parchment with a conjured calligraphy pen by Dobby. He finished the reply in a couple of minutes and gave it to Dobby, who popped away once again. "How would you like to walk to Hogsmeade instead of taking a carriage?" asked Harry out of nowhere, gaining his friend's attention. "Walking? Why?" asked Pansy with a small scowl. "Enjoying the sights, having a stroll, appreciate the cold air of morning," replied Harry. "Freezing yourself, catching a cold, getting tired," continued Blaise. "Sure, why not?" replied Theo without any hint of sarcasm, gaining disbelief looks from both Tracy, Blaise, Millie, and Pansy. "What? It's not like we have anything better to do we?" "Well," added Millie, "it would be different, that's for sure." "Besides, you're a wizard," said Daphne with a grin. "Be practical." Harry laughed. "Oh, fine, let's go," Blaise replied in exasperation, earning a smile from Millie. Tracy shrugged, which pretty much meant either or, and Greg nodded. Vince agreed with a shrugged, and Pansy sighed. "Let's go, then," she replied, and the group rose from the table, talking and ignoring some of the looks the people in the Great Hall were giving them. They were at the door when there was a shriek from the Ravenclaw table. Turning in the direction of the sound, they saw a number of ravens around something, no doubt a paper. "I guess someone read the paper," mumbled Harry with a chuckle and a smirk. "Neville," shouted the known and hated voice of the beaver. Those who turned in the direction of the sound were able to see her raising the front page of the paper in front of Longbottom, who sat in front of her and next to Ron Weasley. Those paying attention could see him turning pale and trembling in fear, although the best moment was no doubt him fainting against the table, his face falling on his eggs. "Neville," the beaver shouted again, her concern replaced by anger when the fourth-year Slytherins started to laugh, as did some Ravenclaws. In Hufflepuff, there were some nervous looks traded among themselves. "How dare you?" she shouted at Harry, who was chuckling, not noticing how everything went quiet when everyone noticed whom she was addressing. "How dare you lie and humiliate poor Neville like that? Shows what you know, mudblood," hissed Harry in a cold tone, making several people gasp. Luckily, there was no teacher in the Great Hall. "What? How dare you?" cried Granger, preparing to go on a rant. "Cry me a river, bitch," hissed Harry, his anger showing in his voice, or better yet, "give me a reason to end the torture that is being forced to share this castle with the likes of you." Granger flinched, as did pretty much everyone. "Hey, don't talk to her like that, you filthy snake," shouted the weasel, getting up from his seat next to Longbottom and standing next to his friend, getting redder in anger. "You think you're so special, don't you, Potter? Well, guess what, you're not better than me. Please, weasel." Harry scoffed with a scowl. "It's common knowledge that everyone is better than you. You have bad manners, you're rude to your peers, you're lazy. loud and greedy to the point that you actually believe you are entitled the world in a golden tray. Let's not forget you're a bigot as bad as Malfoy. Harry chuckled as Weasley widened his eyes and fumed even more. Daphne and the Slytherins were surprised as they realized that many students were nodding to Harry's words. Maybe Longbottom is worse than you, since he's a blood traitor and a near squib. Harry seemed to think on it for a moment. I guess I was wrong. You're better than someone. Congratulations. You're not as worthless as I thought. SLUGULUSERUCTO, shouted Weasley in anger, his wand pointing at Harry. Lazily, Harry waved his hand, which already had his wand on it, and the spell vanished in the air. Really, Weasel? Slug vomiting again, don't you know any more spells? Harry taunted him. Before the red-head Gryffindor could say or do anything, his wand flew from his wand. When he attempted to say something, all that came from his mouth was a donkey's bray, making the whole great hall laugh in amusement after the initial surprise. Now, Weasel, you don't need to be an ass. Taunted Harry, making everyone laugh again. Even some of the Gryffindors were amused with the sight. Enraged, Ron charged Harry, only to be caught by a freezing charm from the Slytherin, making him fall on the ground. You changed, Granger cried, attracting everyone's attention while Weasley became redder. Harry scoffed. Did I? He asked with a glare, crossing his arms. Please, do share with us your wisdom, O smartest witch of our age. The sarcasm was clear for everyone. How can you even stand to look at yourself in the mirror when you act like that? Granger shrieked in indignation. This is nothing like you. You were kind and supportive of your friends. Now you're a bully, just like Malfoy, always walking around as if you own the place, as if we were all beneath you. You're even followed by your own sycophants, just like he is. Granger spat, managing to insult the fourth-year Slytherins and earning their glares. What happened to the brave and caring boy that jumped in the back of the troll and stuck his wand through its nose to save me? At Granger's words, everyone looked shocked, appalled and confused to both her and Harry, who lost the smirk and was looking coldly at his former friend. What happened to the brave boy that killed a giant basilisk because it was threatening the whole school? They gaped again, and the Slytherin students shivered, remembering the memory they had seen just days before. What happened to the boy that faced over 100 Dementors to save his wrongfully accused godfather? Before anyone could react, Harry clapped slowly and sarcastically, stopping after some moments with everyone looking at him in expectation. He grew up after he was betrayed by those who were supposed to be his family, if I recall correctly. What was it that you all said? I clearly used dark magic because there was no way that I could pass through Dumbledore's wards. My behavior was unbecoming of the House of Gryffindor, and that I was banished because of my actions. Harry's cold words brought him some glares from the House of the Lions, while some others actually looked embarrassed. Not that he cared, as he showed by turning his back on all of them. Then again, I was never a real Gryffindor, was I? He asked with a scoff. I have better things to do than talking to you. He said, noticing Daphne's amused smirked, much better things to do. I said I'm sorry, said Granger, tears showing. I'm sorry. We're sorry. Why don't you forgive us? Harry stopped and scowled. Daphne saw his anger taking a hold on him, and for a moment she was scared of what he might do. For her surprise, as well as everyone else, he just laughed. After all you did, he asked, his amusement slowly turning into a cold gaze. He felt the mist in his eyes but took a hold of it in time, focusing on his anger and hate. I will never forgive you. At that moment, Daphne knew that Harry was no longer speaking about what had happened after Halloween. She realized Harry was speaking about his past, the future where he had lost everything. However, when her eyes met his, he smiled at her. You think you're better than everyone, Granger. You think you know best, and that everyone else should listen to you because there's no way that you're wrong. You fancy yourself a leader, don't you? Harry said with a smirk, noticing the newcomers at the great hall door that no one had noticed yet, so focused they were on him and Granger. Longbottom was a fool to listen to your drivel. He chose to follow you instead of honoring his family honor and oaths. Look what he got for Christmas, said Harry, ignoring the shock on the great hall. Could he be more pathetic, really? Never step up, never come to me and explain to me what I needed to now when I clearly lacked the knowledge. Allow a muggle-born, a M-blood person to convince him, an heir of a noble house, how to act. Throwing away centuries of friendship and brotherhood on the words of one person, without evidence. Daphne realized something was up when Harry referred to Granger as a M-blood person instead of a mudblood, and so did the other Slytherins, who were enjoying the show. Oh, right. He fainted on his own breakfast. I guess that's enough to answer my question. The students laughed and Granger looked embarrassed and insulted, with tears on her eyes. She just ran away from the Great Hall, and the moment they saw her pass the Great Hall doors, some students gasped. At the door stood McGonagall, who had a cold demeanor focused on Harry, and an even older woman, dressed in what seemed to be rich robes with a fur cloak and a very extravagant hat with a stuffed vulture, her face a mask that was threatening to break at any moment. Every pureblood knew who the woman was. If Augusta Longbottom's demeanor was any indication, Neville Longbottom was doomed. "Lord Potter, I presume," the older woman said, before McGonagall could say anything. "Yes, and you would be," asked Harry, a cold look, pretending not to know. Even if he didn't know the woman from his past life, the legendary hat was a giveaway. "I am the Dowager Augusta Longbottom," the woman replied, her eyebrow rising imperceptibly. "I would like to arrange a meeting between our two houses, Lord Potter," the Dowager said, and Harry just looked at her, looking bored. "So far, I'm currently booked until the next summer," Harry replied coldly, and everyone close enough could see the woman's eyebrow flinch. "You may send an owl, though. Maybe my house elf will be able to schedule something suitable." The purebloods widened their eyes in surprise. "In other words, you and your house are so undeserving of my time that I will instruct my house elf to deal with you." McGonagall stayed quiet through the proceedings, glaring at Harry, not that he cared. "We lost enough time already." Harry, walking to Daphne and offering her his arm, "Shall we leave, my dear lady?" "I would be delighted, my Lord Potter," Daphne replied with a smirk. Ignoring everyone else, the couple left the Great Hall, unknowingly being followed by their friends in the same way. "That was amazing," said Pansy when they were far enough from the Great Hall, making the others laugh. "You knew the Dowager was there, didn't you?" asked Daphne, and Harry nodded. "I saw when McGonagall arrived with her. I couldn't lose a chance, could I?" replied Harry, and Daphne chuckled. They walked the Hogwarts grounds to the gates, joking, sharing the reactions of the students to Harry's words and the mudblood revelations. None of them spoke again about Harry's reasons, trusting him. Besides, he was the Lord of House Potter. That was something far more interesting than talking about Longbottom being a failure. "You don't look like a lord," said Theo with a smirk. "Don't expect me to kiss your ass just because of that." "Thank Merlin for that," laughed Harry, as did all of them. For them, despite being a lord, Harry was still Harry. The guy that they had not liked for nearly 3 years despite knowing nothing about him, and who suddenly became one of them in the House of the Snakes, where he always belonged. They were close friends. At least Theo thought so, although he wouldn't share his opinions with anyone. Not even Tracy. Not for now, at least. "I have a question," announced Millie as the group was leaving by the Hogwarts gate. "What could possess you to stick your wand through the troll's nose?" Harry flinched as they all laughed. "I was a little brat with 1 month of magical education," he replied with a huff that Daphne found cute. "Still very Gryffindorish," replied Tracy with a smirk, and in a way, romantic. For everyone's surprise, Daphne glared at Tracy and Harry gagged. "Tracy, for my sanity's sake, as well as keeping my breakfast in my stomach, please never insinuate that again," a disgusted Harry replied, clearly disturbed. The glare from Daphne was enough to convince Tracy that she should shut up about that specific topic. Daphne wasn't amused at all. "I didn't mean it like that," Tracy defended herself. "I only meant—" She wasn't able to say what she meant because she was hit by a snowball right in the face. "Shut up," replied Daphne with a smirk, who had her wand in her hand. Tracy blinked a couple of times, realizing what had happened, and their friends chuckled. "Oh, you're so on, Greengrass," Tracy replied, ducking and picking up a snowball, throwing it against Daphne, who dodged it, using her wand to create a new ball and throwing it against Tracy. "Hey, no magic," complained Tracy, ducking behind her boyfriend. "Why not? It's funnier this way, and I don't get my hands cold," replied Daphne with a grin, throwing another ball. "Hey, watch it," complained Theo after being hit by Daphne's snowball. He drew his own wand and retaliated against Daphne, who dodged the ball, hitting Harry's nose instead. "Well then, I guess this means war," wondered Harry, drawing his own wand and throwing 2 balls at the same time, against Tracy and Theo, supporting Daphne. "Ah, Harry Poo is joining his Daffy," taunted Tracy with an amused laugh, only to be forced to duck from an assault from Daphne. No one noticed how Harry had stopped for a moment, being brought back by a ball that hit him. "Do you think we should do something?" asked Blaise, seeing Daphne and Harry laughing while throwing snowballs at the other couple. His reply came within the form of a snowball thrown by Tracy. "Oi, what are you five doing just standing there? Join in the fun," Tracy demanded with a huge grin, only to see them look at each other in an agreement. Whoops. Tracy thought to herself as Blaze, Millie, Pansy, Greg, and Vince drew their wands and started to cast their own balls against the four of them. "We're under attack from behind," shouted Theo, amused, dodging one ball. "Truce," proposed Daphne, and with a nod, the four started to retaliate against the other five. None of them realized the several carriages passed by them with several curious looks from the people inside, seeing the 9 Slytherins in a snowball fight. First of all, they were Slytherins. They should be stoic and very serious. Then, why on earth did the small group of 4, which had Potter, Greengrass, Davis, and Knott, conjure a small wall between them and the other group, to act as a defense against the relentless assault of the other group? Not wanting to be outdone, the group of 5 made a wall themselves after some failed attempts to assault their friends behind the other wall, leading to a standstill after nearly 30 minutes of battle. "So," started Tracy, realizing that no one would be attacking anyone anytime soon. "Truce." "Truce," replied Millie, and the 2 groups joined between the walls. "That was fun," replied Millie with a grin. "It was funnier before they made the wall. I didn't hit any of them after that," complained Pansy, making Tracy snort. "Hey, there were 5 of you," was her reply, and the 9 laughed, casting drying charms on themselves to dry the snow. The sound of popping brought them from their distractions. "Master, a message for you," Dobby said, extending Harry an envelope from the Wolf and the Mutt. Harry quickly read the message. "My uncles understand that I already have plans but would still like to meet with me at the 3 Broomsticks around lunch hour." "It's up to you," replied Daphne, and Harry nodded, turning to Dobby. "Tell them that I shall be in the 3 Broomsticks for lunch and that I'll have friends with me," Harry said, and Dobby grinned. "With a bit of luck, they'll try to embarrass you." Dobby replied, and Harry actually looked pensive. "Tell them to be sure to act their age as well," Harry said, earning a laugh from Dobby and a confused look from the others. The group continued their walk to Hogsmeade, ignoring some of the looks some of the students gave them when passing by. Since they didn't need anything in particular for the ball, nor to the upcoming term, their first stop was Honeyjuke's, to stockpile on their sweets. After some time spent browsing and choosing what to get, they paid for their sweets, and Harry summoned Dobby, who would take their bags to their dorms. "Handy," commented Pansy, saying what they all thought. "Has anything happened since we left?" asked Harry to the elf. "After you left, Longbottom was awakened by his grandmother and dragged to an empty classroom, where she shouted that he had a lot to explain and gave him a rant and even a good spanking," replied Dobby with a grin. Harry chuckled, as did everyone, imagining the scene. Then she told him that he would be going home with her for the rest of the holidays and would not be allowed to attend the ball tomorrow because of his behavior. McGonagall tried to intervene in Longbottom's behalf, but his grandmother was unyielding. They left by Floo 10 minutes ago, and while the old bat wasn't happy, Longbottom's tears only made her angrier. "The Dowager must have wanted not to make a scene in front of everyone in Hogwarts," mused Millie while they laughed. "Take these to our dorms, Dobby," said Harry after some chuckles, noticing that it was time to get to the 3 Broomsticks. The 9 went together, and much to their surprise, they found Lord Black and their former Dada professor in a booth, talking while drinking. "We need to talk," said Sirius in his most serious demeanor, as soon as he saw Harry, not noticing the other 8 teens. The man had left the booth and hadn't even bothered to greet his godson. Not that Harry cared, since he could see the older man's concerns in his face. Sirius was able to hide it better than Remus, though. "Good morning for you too, Sirius, and Remus, nice to see you as well," replied Harry sarcastically, making his godfather to roll his eyes and Remus to chuckle. "Harry," attempted Sirius, only to be stopped by Harry. "What would you do in my place?" the boy asked, knowing very well what Sirius wanted and meant. Caught by surprise, the older man looked at his godson, noticing his demeanor, cold and serious, allowing no jokes. Sirius only sighed. "You know, you remind me of your grandfather, and at some level my grandfather and father as well. 3 ruthless bastards against their enemies who never let slights of honor pass." Sirius mused. "To answer your question, I don't know what I would do, but I know what those 2 would probably do. They'd probably do something that would destroy the reputation of the name Longbottom. Both would do it in a flashy and definitive way to make sure that everyone knew what had happened." Sirius sighed. "Then can you blame me for doing what I should have done a long time ago?" asked Harry, and Sirius sighed again. The conversation was not going according with plan. He was supposed to make Harry understand the consequences of his actions, not agreeing wholeheartedly and reminisce about the two men that influenced him the most in his life. "Are you sure of this, Cub? This will no doubt raise heat," asked Remus very seriously. "Cub?" asked Pansy, voicing what they were all thinking. Harry smirked as the two men realized the other 8 Slytherins. "Yeah, Uncle Remus is a werewolf, as you may remember from last year, thanks to our dear head of house," explained Harry, and they all looked a bit nervous at that. "Oh, come on, it's not like he can turn without a full moon." "It's fine, Harry," replied Remus with a nervous chuckle, seeing his nephew defending him. "No, it's not," sighed Daphne, extending her hand. "Hello, Professor, it's nice to see you again." Remus smiled and shook Daphne's hand. "Very nice to meet you again, Ms. Greengrass, and please, I'm no longer your teacher. You were the best we had, though," she replied, and Sirius laughed while the others agreed with her. "She's a keeper, all right," said Sirius with a huge and proud smile. "I know, right?" replied Harry with a huge grin. "By the way, meet Theodore Nott, Tracy Davies, Blaise Zabini, Millicent Bulstrode, Pansy Parkinson, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe." "Ah, yes, I know some of your parents," replied Sirius with some ice in his voice, looking at each of the teens, making some of them look embarrassed. "However, if my godson trusts you, good enough for me," he finished with a grin, losing all the coldness, both confusing the teens and giving them hope. "Sirius, stop scaring my friends, please. The dangerous criminal act ended with your exoneration, remember," replied Harry, and Remus chuckled, making Sirius pout. "You need to wind down, pup." Sirius replied, and Tracy mouthed pup to Daphne in a question, only to receive a shrug in reply. "Besides, it's Christmas, time for being jolly and all that. What are exactly your plans for the day?" "Having lunch," Harry replied. "It's not like we had a busy schedule." Sirius laughed. "I'm in for lunch," the older man replied. "We can even make it our Christmas lunch, and you're all invited as well," Sirius told the 8 other teens, who looked surprised and confused. They had heard stories of the famous Sirius Black, but the real thing was nothing like the stories. He was much more easygoing and Gryffindorish. "Sirius, maybe we should leave the kids have their day out," tried Remus, hopping to help the teens. "Oh, come on, Moony, think about it. We can embarrass Harry by sharing his baby stories, meet his friends and his girlfriend," Sirius replied with a suggestive eyebrow look that none realized. "Besides, the bill is on Harry to celebrate his lordship," claimed Sirius. "Wait a minute, what?" asked Harry in surprise. "We have to celebrate, it's almost as important as becoming of age," continued Sirius, finding Harry's reaction very amusing. "What about you?" the black-haired teen asked. "Your lordship, I mean. Shouldn't that be celebrated as well?" "Oh, pup, we took care of that, no worries." Sirius gave them a rogue grin. "Today the party is all yours." "You damn tightwad," complained Harry, making everyone laugh. "Embarrassing stories, you said?" asked Tracy, stepping forward and looking amused. "My name is Tracy Davies, Lord Black, Professor Lupin. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said with a huge grin. "We should talk." The lunch with the 2 older men was fun for the Slytherins. Sirius and Remus told them stories of their times in Hogwarts, their own pranking days and their adventures. Then they shared baby Harry's stories, like the one James bought a baby broom and Harry flied upside down, escaping all of them until he was caught by his mother, who gave them all a tongue lashing for putting her baby in risk. The one when Harry had the hiccups and casting accidental magic with each hiccup, and even the one when Harry bawled desperately until James returned his son's nose to his face. After a lot of laughs and a bit of incentive from Sirius and Remus, Tracy decided to share their own stories of Harry and Daphne. And the group of 9 teens and 2 adults laughed throughout the lunch, although 2 of the teens were somewhat embarrassed. Sirius told them about his own experience in Azkaban Resort, as he put it, mentioning the lousy room service, managing, and the drafty rooms, not suggesting a stay for any time period. Had it not been for the sarcasm or the time they spent together, the teens would think the Lord Black was a bit crazy. Remus talked with Millie and Blaise about his life as a werewolf and werewolf ingredients for potions. Daphne found herself amused, and Harry was actually pleasantly surprised, hearing several stories he had never heard before. None of the 2 realized how Lord Black smiled when he saw them close, talking only the 2 of them, or when Daphne shared an amused look at Harry. It reminded the older man of 2 other people, a very long time ago, before everything, When they checked the time, it was almost 4 o'clock. The time really did fly. Saying their goodbyes, the teens went back to Hogwarts, laughing and talking among themselves, while the grown-ups decided to apparate back to their home. Curiously, no one approached Harry regarding Longbottom, least of all the teachers. In fact, apart some shared looks and whispers, the subject wasn't spoken in the Great Hall that evening. Apart the glares sent at him by a certain group of 4 redheads and a bushy brown-haired girl, nothing happened. Not even Flitwick, in their scheduled meeting, mentioned Harry's open letter, focusing on debating the happenings of the previous day and some ancient spells that he knew. It wasn't hard for Harry to be focused on the conversation, even if he already knew Flitwick's stories from his past life. The small man had several qualities, among them being an outstanding dueler, an even better teacher, but above all else, a fantastic storyteller. At the end of the day, all of them had their fun and managed to unwind for a bit. The following day would be Christmas and the ball. Christmas morning was a good experience for Harry, the best he had in decades. It seemed that Harry's friends, not knowing what to offer him, decided to give him a chocolate box each, as well as a conjoined gift of Quidditch supplies and broom maintenance. The meaning was clear to Harry. Daphne actually looked embarrassed by her gift, especially when Harry gave her a book on healing magic. "You already gave me what I wanted the most," he whispered in her ear, making her blush and smile before kissing him. To his friends, Harry gave gifts based on what he knew of them from his past and the present, both based on their likes and their future occupations. To Millie, Harry gave a book on potions, knowing Millie was already focused on being a potions mistress. In the future, Blaise was the guy that always managed to find everything that was needed, somehow, especially the ingredients for his wife's potions, all thanks to his import and export business, something he started in Hogwarts in his 6th year, getting the younger years what they needed from Hogsmeade and taking a fee for it. Since it was too early for that, Harry dropped the hint to Blaise and gave him a book on transfiguration, his favorite subject. He used no compulsions but could see his friend thinking about it. To Tracy, Harry gave a book on charms, knowing that it was her favorite subject and that it was too early for anything related with being a prosecutor. To Theo, a book on defense and an offer to practice together left the boy ecstatic. Pansy was fairly adept with transfiguration, the reason she was given a book on advanced transfiguration. Maybe this time she would have a better chance. Vince, who liked creatures, even if he didn't show it, although one could see it in the care classes, was given a book on creatures. Greg, who was as good as Longbottom in herbology, although few knew of this, got a book on advanced plants and how to take care of them. One step closer to become the herbologist he could become. All of them enjoyed their gifts and all felt embarrassed with their gifts to Harry, not that he cared. He enjoyed them nonetheless. Sirius and Remus had also sent him his gifts by Dobby, broom supplies, a photo album with pictures of James and Lily Potter and baby Harry, books on the duties of young lords and etiquette, and what most certainly was a joke by Sirius, a book on puberty for young wizards. That had generated a couple of laughs. "I still don't believe that they went to get ready at 3 o'clock, said Blaise, lying on his bed on his normal attire. "Women," mumbled Theo, earning a chuckle from Harry, who took a chocolate from one of his many boxes, offering it around. "I bet that when you see her, you won't be able to take your eyes off her," replied Vince, sat on his bed, reading his creature's book. "Just don't forget to compliment how good she looks." Everyone looked at the boy. "Anything you'd like to share, Vince?" Theo asked, confused with the boy's reply. Vincent mumbled something. "Say again," asked Blaise. "He read a book called 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Charm Witches and will try to apply what he learnt," replied Greg from his own bed, munching on a chocolate. Vince hid his face behind the book, ignoring the amused chuckles of the other boys. "Good luck, man," replied Harry. "If I may give you an advice, just be honest with her. What about you, Greg?" "I'm going to be there, but I'm letting Vince go first." Greg replied, "Did you make a schedule or something? I mean 2 guys, 1 girl, sharing dances and time together?" asked Blaise. "Yeah, something like that," replied Greg, not adding a word. The other boys just looked at each other and shrugged. Better not to pry, besides they would discover soon enough. "What time is it?" asked Theo. "Nearly 5:30, replied Blaise. "We still have 1 hour." "Then we should start to get ready," said Harry, getting up from the bed. "Are any of you nervous?" asked Blaise, receiving 4 yesies. "Good, I thought it was just me." "Are you nervous because you have to open the ball?" Vince asked to Harry, who was taking a towel from his trunk, previously left there by Dobby, as well as shower supplies. No, I'm more concerned not to screw up Daph's evening than the ball, Harry replied, taking everything from the trunk. I would like to say I want it to be perfect, but something always happens, he mumbled. Theo laughed. You're whipped. Look who's talking, was Harry's reply, picking everything from the bed. Let's face it, we all are. We're not lesser men because of it. Now I'm going to take a long shower and start to get ready. The boys shrugged, and one by one, they started to prepare to do the same. By 6:15, they were all ready. Harry's formal robes were black with silver trims, just like he had agreed with Daphne, wearing a silver shirt and a black bow tie. Looking himself in the mirror, he thought himself to look quite sharp. He combed his hair the best he could, but there was not much he could to do take care of it. However, it was part of his charm, or at least it was what Daphne had told him. As long as it was good enough, she liked it. Theo's robes were dark blue, closed on the chest, not showing the shirt under it. Much like Harry, he had a white bow tie and combed his hair properly. Feeling pleased with himself, he nodded at his reflection. Blaise decided by black robes with purple trimmings, much like Theo's, and a black bow tie. He was ready for the evening. Vince wore green robes, opened at the chest, revealing the white shirt under it and a green bow tie. Greg's robes were also green, but unlike Vince's, the robes were closed at the chest. Don't we look fancy? Asked Vince in an attempt to crack a joke. It worked, and the 5 boys laughed. Dobby, called Harry, and the house elf that they all knew appeared before Harry. Very sharp, master. How can I be of service? Well, thank you. Replied with a grin, 1 bottle of liquid courage and 5 glasses, if you will. Dobby snapped his fingers, and a small table with 1 bottle of fire whiskey and 5 glasses appeared before them. Thank you, Dobby. Enjoy your evening. Thank you, master. May yours be much better, Dobby said, popping away. Liquid courage? Asked Theo, curious as Harry filled the glasses. Let's make a toast, Harry suggested, giving all of them a glass. May our evening be perfect to us and our ladies. Cheers, they all said, taking a swig from the cups. They went to the common room and saw many boys waiting for their dates. They actually saw Alistair leaving the common room with Ursula on his arm, as well as Brian taking Eliza. They didn't have to wait for long for their dates, though. Millie and Pansy were the first to show up. Pansy was wearing a long skirt green dress with no sleeves that matched with Greg and Vince's robes. Her hair was curled, and she had applied a bit of makeup. She smiled at the boys and went to her 2 boys, beaming at them. Millie looked nervous but chuckled as she saw Blaise widen his eyes. You look beautiful, he said, taking the sight of his girlfriend in the purple dress that suited her in a very good way. Her hair was wavy, falling through her back, and the makeup somehow made her glow in Blaise's eyes. It was a sight he would never want to forget. I think I'm in love, Blaise thought to himself as he kissed Millie's hand in a very gentlemanly way. Tracy was next, in long, sleeveless dark blue dress showing her arms. She had picked her skirt and beamed at Theo, the locks of her short hairstyle covering the right side of her face. You look sharp, she beamed at Theo. What do you think? You look beautiful, just as I knew you would. Theo replied, and Tracy beamed again, rewarding Theo with a kiss. Daphne was the last. She was wearing a black form-fitting dress with no sleeves and silver trims around the chest and straps. She wore her hair in a long and curly hairstyle and had only a bit of makeup applied. Harry smiled as she approached him. He could see the nervous in her movements. What do you think? She asked softly when she approached him. He approached her and hugged her with one arm by the waist. I know you're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, he whispered to her, kissing her softly. Flatterer, she replied with a soft smile. There's one thing, though, Harry said, having her full attention. Dobby. Dobby popped next to Harry and bowed, giving him a rectangular box, popping away afterwards with a grin. Daphne didn't notice it, since she was looking curious at Harry, who had the box in his hand. This is for you, Daphne, he said, giving her the box. Daphne took it nervously and opened it, only to gasp at the sight. Inside the box was a beautiful silver necklace with large emerald in a silver frame. Not only it was beautiful, the gem seemed to glow softly with a green light. What do you think? He asked her. Do you like it? It's beautiful, she whispered in awe, taking the necklace from the box. Can I? Asked Harry with a smile, helping Daphne to put on the necklace. The necklace is enchanted with some powerful enchantments that may be useful to you, none too powerful that I needed to add blood. I enchanted it to your magic and your magic only. It will work only to you. What do you mean? She wondered, only to be distracted by a squeal. Merlin, Daphne, what is that? Asked Pansy, noticing he necklace. All of them looked at the couple, curious and surprised. Wah? Asked Tracy, seeing the necklace. Daphne smiled as Harry hugged her by the waist with one arm. "How do I look?" Daphne asked Harry, after noticing the odd looks of their friends. "Even more beautiful than before," replied Harry, drawing his wand from his sleeve and conjuring a mirror in front of them. "What do you think?" Daphne didn't speak, her hand feeling the necklace in her neck, looking at her own reflection. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "I love it, thank you." "Then you should wear it every day," Harry whispered in her ear, embracing her from behind and kissing her in the cheek. For a moment he stayed like that, the both of them looking to their reflections in the conjured mirror, ignoring everyone in the room. For a moment, Daphne remembered the memory of their wedding, the one memory that had changed her life. "Harry," Daphne whispered. "Yes, can you not wear your glasses today?" she asked softly. "I know that it's part of." "Sure," he replied, not giving her time to finish her sentence. "If you want me to, I won't." Harry removed the glasses from his face and placed them in his pocket. "Better," he taunted, and she smiled. "Just a little bit," she taunted back, pleased. Guys," called Blaze, bringing the two teens from their own world. "Maybe we should get going." "Yes, we should," mumbled Harry, letting go of the hug and offering Daphne his arm. "Would my lady indulge my desires and allow me to escort her to the ballroom?" "I believe I will, my lord," she replied with a smile, taking Harry's arm. "Won't you need your glasses?" asked Millie, as confused as everyone else. Millie, because it's Christmas, I'll let you know a secret." Harry grinned, having the attention of everyone. "I haven't needed my glasses for a while now." Everyone widened their eyes while Harry laughed and Daphne smiled. "But how?" asked Pansy, and Harry shrugged. "Magic," he replied. "I can tell you later if you want. Shall we leave?" Harry asked, and their friends nodded, their surprise partially disappearing. Harry and Daphne left in the front, followed by Theo and Tracy, Blaze and Millie and Pansy, in the arms of her two boys. They reached the entrance to the Great Hall and noticed McGonagall approaching them. "Good evening, ladies, gentlemen," the older witch said, wearing green conservative dress robes and a red carnation in the chest. "Mr. Potter, yours and your date's presence are wanted in the room adjacent to the Great Hall, where the champions are waiting until the grand entrance. The rest of you, please join your fellows in the Great Hall." After some last words traded between them, their fellow Slytherins entered the Great Hall, while Daphne and Harry joined the remaining champions in the adjacent room. Victor was already there, as well as Fleur. Cedric Diggory was also there, accompanied by Cho Chang. "Awry, Daphne," said Fleur with a smile, seeing the two entering the room, Harry opening the door to Daphne and letting her pass. The others looked at them, recognizing them. "Good evening," said Harry with a smile. "Welcome, Harry, Daphne," said Victor with a pleasant smile, earning a nod and a smile from the green-eyed wizard Veer Vading you. "Not for long, I hope. What about your dates?" replied Harry, and Victor chuckled. "She's here," the Bulgarian replied, waving at a smiling Fleur. "You look very handsome. Awry, did you use a spell to drop the glasses? Daphne, you look beautiful," Fleur complimented, earning a smile from the two teens. "Thank you, Fleur, you look very beautiful yourself," replied Daphne with a smile. "Not as much as you, though," replied Harry, making Daphne hit him softly in the ribs with the elbow, and Fleur and the others chuckle. "He's a flirter. You are a very lucky girl, non," asked Fleur with a smile. "Mon Dieu, Daphne, that is a most beautiful necklace. Is it a heirloom?" "Thank you," replied Daphne with a proud smile. "I don't really know, actually. Harry gave it to me just moments ago. My gift to my beautiful girlfriend," he added, noticing gasps and the wishful looks on the girls in the room. "Cedric Cho, very nice to meet you as well," saluted Harry with a smile, receiving a pleasant nod in reply. Cedric was still a bit nervous on how to deal with the youngest champion. "So tell us, how did this happen?" Harry asked, waving to Victor and Fleur. "I was in library, doing work and thinking VHO to ask Vihen Fleur showed up," the Bulgarian started. "I was trying to have a moment of peace from many invitations to G ball and many boys drooling," Fleur added with a sigh. "We z-poke about our problems and asked each other that day. I think you make a lovely couple." Daphne with a bit of teasing. Fleur actually hid a blush. "Nothing like that, Daphne," she replied, missing Victor's nervous look. "We are just as friends." "If you say so," replied Daphne with a smirk, noticing the looks the Hufflepuff and the Ravenclaw in the room were giving her something wrong. "It's just curious," replied Chang, being used to the Ice Queen, "and then suddenly you showed up." "Today is a special occasion, Chang," Daphne replied. "I can be happy, can't I?" "Of course you can," Harry replied, pulling her to a back hug, holding her in his arms much like before in the common room. Daphne smiled and let him embrace her from behind, feeling comfortable in the position. Fleur actually giggled and Victor smirked, while Cedric and Cho just felt surprised. That was how the judges found them some minutes later when they came to get them, talking of other things. As Harry was the one with less points, he entered last, although everyone commented the travesty that had been. Not that it mattered for the Green Eyes teen wizard. He had the most beautiful girl in his arms and was about to spend the entire dance with her. Daphne almost blushed when she saw Harry looking at her. "What is it? Is something wrong?" she asked, and he just smiled. "No, for the first time in a long time, everything is perfect," he whispered before giving her a soft and quick kiss that made her smile. They entered the great hall and noticed how different it was, decorated with Christmas themes. Snow was falling from the ceiling, disappearing before reaching the heads of the people in the hall, and the tables had disappeared, replaced by several circular tables. The occupants of the great hall stood at the sides of the corridor to the center of the room, clapping at the sight of the champions, who walked to the head table, where the headmasters of the 3 schools already stood, as well as several teachers, they too clapping. There were also reporters in the room, Rita Skeeter being the most noticeable with golden robes and her beetle-shaped glasses, standing near the dais where the head table was, with her camera-man on tow. The whispers were many, and Daphne managed to see their friends smiling and clapping, as well as their housemates, showing their full support. For his part, Harry had the unfortunate luck of noticing Weasley between both Granger and his own sister, scowling at him and his date. Weaslette seemed to be beyond angry, if her redness and scowl was any indication. The champions reached the dais, and several pictures were taken before they could take their seats for dinner. Harry sat on Daphne's left, between her and Cedric, while Daphne had Fleur at her side, next to Victor. The headmasters were also in their table, as were McGonagall, Bagman, and Percy Weasley, who was replacing Crouch. When the commotion finally died and everyone was seated, Dumbledore rose, asking for silence. "In the spirit of cooperation and friendship, we welcome our champions, our guests, and each and every one of you into our celebration. May we all find merriment and enjoy ourselves on this special evening." The headmaster started, having the full attention of everyone, not because of his purple robes that, thankfully, were not an eyesore. As is tradition, the headmaster of the hosting school is supposed to speak some words at the beginning of the event. Dumbledore looked around. Noticing everyone expecting his speech, "I hope mine have been enough." Amused laughter filled the great hall. "Let the feast begin," said Dumbledore, waving his arms, the light dimming and soft music starting to play in the background, being drowned by the sound of several conversations taking place at the same time. "Is he always like these?" whispered Fleur, and Daphne actually chuckled. "Most of the time. We are unable to tell if he's a genius or just a mad old man." The younger blonde replied, making the older blonde chuckle. The conversation took full swing then. "You gave us quite a problem, Potter," said the Weasley at the table, at one point during the dinner. "I'm sorry," asked Harry, the whole activity in the table having stopped, focusing on the two. "When you killed the dragon, you arranged us quite the expense," continued Weasley, looking at the younger wizard, in his best accusing and pompous tone. "The Ministry had to pay huge fine to the Dragon Reserve because of your antics." Harry dropped his cutlery softly on the table and looked at the red head with a smirk. "Really?" "Oh, yes," the pompous git continued, not realizing the taunting in Harry's voice. "Personally, I think you should have been penalized for killing the dragon. Better yet, you should be disqualified for such a blatant display of dark magic. Using Parseltongue in public. The Aurors should have been called at once, and you should have been fined for endangering the audience." "Well then, Mr. Weasley, with that kind of bias, it is quite fortunate that you are not in a position of responsibility," Harry replied with a smile, his time to ignore the shocked look in the git's face. "Also, I would like to take this moment to tell you how much I care about the Ministry plight." Harry smiled. Absolutely nothing. "You see, as I was able to prove several weeks ago, I was forcefully entered in the tournament by an unknown party. I did not wish to enter, I did not wish to participate. All that I wanted was to have a peaceful year for once. Of course, it would not come to be. And thanks to my dear former friends, I was forced to reveal my true self much before I had planned." Harry explained, noticing that he had the full attention of everyone in the table, embracing my Slytherin side. I was able to discover about the dragons and plan accordingly. Now, I had several plans to deal with the dragon, all based in our dear Professor Moody's suggestion to me. Play with my strengths. One was to summon my broom and use my seeker skills to catch the egg, and another was to simply make use of Parseltongue and attempt to communicate with the dragon. Dragons and snakes are both reptiles. It could work. It is unfortunate that the dragon was so angry that he didn't even want to listen to me and outright attacked me. I blame the handlers and their constant cursing on the dragon, distressing the poor beast and enraging it even further. Taken from their home, being displayed before hundreds of noisy humans, threatening its egg. How would one of us react? Harry wondered. Quite bad, I'd wager, replied Daphne with a smirk, enjoying each moment she was experiencing. She noticed how the reed head was angry and nervous and knew that Harry would be ruthless. Quite, my dear, was Harry's reply, smiling at Daphne. However, you did raise a good point, Mr. Weasley. Safety. I do believe that everyone remembers how the dragon broke the chains and was able to come after me. There were several nods. I believe that I should take your advice and communicate to everyone in the audience that since they were all endangered thanks to the lack of safety provided by the Ministry in the task, since it was the Ministry's responsibility to make sure that it would be safe for the audience, they should fine the Ministry. I wonder how much the Ministry would be forced to spend. Daphne smiled at the shocked and terrified looks of the judges. Victor, Cedric, and Cho laughed while Fleur hid a chuckle behind her hand. Bagman actually attempted to babble something, but he was unable to say anything. Weasley had actually gone white as a sheet. Now, Harry, let's not be hasty, tried Dumbledore. Harry ignored him since Daphne had squeezed his hand, having all of his attention. The two just smiled at each other, her pride clear in her eyes and smile. Well said, she told him with a smile. Oh, and Weasley, said Harry, taking his eyes from his girlfriends, much to his own disappointment. There are no rules on the magic that can and cannot be used in the tournament, Harry said, glaring to the redhead. Keep your stupid opinions to yourself, you worthless excuse for a wizard. Harry hissed in Parseltongue, making everyone become even paler at the sound. Only Daphne kept her composure, smirking at the scene. Behave, Harry, she admonished him, and Harry just smiled. Of course, my dear, he said with a smile. How are you enjoying your meal? The food is good and the entertainment is better, she replied, making Harry chuckle. However, we have never spoke about what you actually told the dragon. Oh, the usual. I said hello, told her I wasn't a threat, and attempted to explain what was happening. She didn't take it very well. True. However, what did you say after she breathed fire on you? I remember you were quite angry. Oh. Harry chuckled. I really didn't like her to interrupt me when I was talking. Daphne chuckled. Try another stupid plan in the second task and I'll hurt you, she told him, not losing her sweet smile. I know, he replied softly. Let this be a warning for you, headmasters, Mr. Bagman, Harry said in a strong voice, filled with power. Should anything happen to the one I would miss the most, heads will roll. Both the organizers and the champions looked at Harry with widened eyes. Solve the clue, duh, asked Victor, and Harry nodded, returning to his meal. Is that a threat, Potter? Asked Weasley in anger. Yes, it is, Weasley, and it is Lord Potter to you, was Harry's reply. For a moment there was silence. Then Cedric laughed, as did Cho, Victor, and Fleur. Daphne just glared at Bagman, letting him know very well what she thought of the task that would be coming. You spoke of Seeker, duh. We should play game, suggested Crumb, changing the subject. I vast told that Harry and you two veer Seekers in teams. I, for one, would enjoy the experience, replied Cedric while Chang nodded. Well, I'm not a Seeker anymore since my house team already has a Seeker. Daphne snorted, although if my friend's opinion is any indication, next year I will be taking tryouts for the position against Malfoy. Had about you, mademoiselles, do you play? Victor asked Fleur and Daphne. Not really, replied Daphne. I'm not much of a flyer. We have to fix that, replied Harry with a grin, earning a small mocking glare from Daphne. I played a couple of times as a chaser with my family, Fleur replied, amused. But I would eat. Eat would be a bonding experience to the schools. Speaking of bonding experiences, said Dumbledore, attracting everyone's attention, I was informed of a most amazing activity 2 days ago at the lake's shore. I was told that a great number of students were using spells to freeze the water for ice skating. That's right, replied Fleur with a smile. I was told that our Mr. Potter and the fourth-year Slytherins were the ones that started it, the headmaster asked again. Honestly, headmaster, when you say it like that, it even sounds it was a bad thing, complained Harry, and the teens all laughed, as did the headmaster, while the other headmasters just remained impassive. Not at all, Mr. Potter, quite the opposite, Dumbledore replied. Professor Flitwick told me his conclusions after analyzing the ice. I was quite pleased to learn that it were Hogwarts students that started the interaction. It was a shame that not all students joined the fun. McGonagall actually looked sour hearing Dumbledore's words but stopped herself from commenting. However, I did hear about a snowball fight yesterday on the way to Hogsmeade. Ah, people know about that? Asked Harry, and Daphne actually blushed, since she was the one that started it. People saw it, said Cho, correcting the fourth year and laughing amused. Well, it was fun, replied Harry, and the champions and Dumbledore all chuckled. I guess it's time for the opening dance, asked McGonagall a little later, noticing how they were on schedule. Everyone had finished their dinners by then. With a nod, Dumbledore rose and asked for everyone's attention. It is my pleasure to announce the beginning of the ball, the old wizard said. The plates disappeared from the tables and everyone clapped in approval. The lights dimmed and the music changed magically once again, becoming a waltz tune. The champion and their dates were clapped once again as they walked to the center of the hall. Nervous? Asked Harry, and Daphne shook her head. Not really, you. All that matters to me is that you're in my arms, nothing else. Daphne smiled and the two took their positions. As the music started, so did the two started their steps. Daphne could sense the eyes of pretty much everyone on her and found out she didn't care. She looked into Harry's eyes and saw the green focused on her. She smiled. Slowly, other couples joined the three in the middle of the hall, not that Harry noticed. So focused he was on the beautiful blonde on his arms. Daphne smiled at Harry, who still had a smile on his lips. Harry never realized how people looked at the two of them or how they danced several songs in each other's arms. Really, Harry, stop looking at me like that, said Daphne as she twirled in Harry's arms. Why? He asked with a chuckle. Do I make you uncomfortable? No, but you have a stupid grin and it's embarrassing. She taunted with a chuckle, and Harry smiled. I hate Christmas, you know, asked Harry in a soft voice, having Daphne's full attention. It beats Halloween in my hated days list by a lot. For decades, I brooded over the day, cried myself to exhaustion or drank to oblivion, with both a wand and the resurrection stone in reach. Harry admitted, noticing Daphne's interest and concern. I gave myself 3 options. To kill myself, to summon the souls of those I loved the most, or just be a coward and do nothing. Daphne was shocked but didn't show it, looking concerned at Harry. I had to be strong and ruthless, but I almost gave up on Christmas. For 60 years, I have been a coward. I was afraid that you above all would reject me, for all I had done and what I failed to do. I couldn't take it if you did. And I didn't have the courage to kill myself because I was afraid of not seeing you in the afterlife. Daphne saw tears forming in Harry's eyes. She got curious, though. What could he have done to fear her rejection so much? Pathetic, aren't I? No, she replied softly, caressing his cheek. Don't say those things. You're a powerful wizard and a good man. You did well in not doing anything stupid. Harry chuckled, and for a moment Daphne was concerned. No, Daph, I'm not a good man, he replied, caressing her hand to his face. I did things. I don't care what you did. She replied with a glare. You had your reasons to do them, I'm sure. You told me you killed people. You told me about wars. You had to kill, hadn't you? Harry nodded. I trust you had a good reason for it. Yes, he whispered. Then why are you so concerned? She asked. If I don't mind, why do you think my older self would? Harry didn't reply, looking down. Daphne hugged him by the neck and kissed him on the lips, holding him tight and being held by him, feeling comfortable and safe with a grin. So little time had passed since they had started dating, and she was completely taken with him. Stop being an idiot, she ordered him, and he smiled. You're here with me and you better enjoy it because I don't want to be with a brooder. Harry smiled and recovered the grin. I think I can give it a try, he replied, and she smiled. Let's take a break, said Daphne, and Harry nodded. The two of them walked to the table where their friends had spent dinner and currently were having an amused conversation. You were enjoying yourselves, weren't you? Asked Pansy with a grin together, exploring each other's throats. Laughed Daphne, looking to her friend. Yes, I was. Jealous. Pansy scoffed, grinning to the blonde. Shouldn't you enjoy yourselves as well instead of being sat here? Asked Harry, only to receive laughter from their friends. He rose an eyebrow. Harry, mate, you have been so focused on Daphne that you missed the fact that you've danced through 7 songs, or that we have danced a couple of those around you too. Laughed Blaise, and Harry looked to Daphne, who just smiled at him. Am I that distracting? She asked Harry with half a smirk. Yes, you are, he replied, making her chuckle, and their friends laughed, ignoring the fact that Flitwick was saying something in the stage. All right, HOGWRTS, are you ready for real music? They heard, turning to the stage where several wizards were picking their instruments. Yes, shrieked both Pansy and Millie, dragging Vince, Greg, and Blaze with them into the crowd starting to form in front of the stage. Damn, I knew Pansy was a fan of the Weird Sisters, but Millie too, wondered Tracy, laughing. I'm going to get something to drink. Do you want something? Punch will do, thank you. Daphne replied, and Harry left after a soft kiss on her cheek. What? Asked Theo, noticing Tracy was looking at him. I'm thirsty, she replied, and he sighed in relief. Damn it, woman, I thought I had done something. Or not, I never know, Theo complained. Oh, do you have a guilty conscience, Theo? Tracy asked with a mock glare. I'm going to get some punch, Theo replied, rolling his eyes, leaving a giggling Tracy at the table. I can see you're having fun, Daphne joked, and Tracy grinned. So are you, tell me everything, Tracy demanded. Daphne chuckled. Having fun? Asked a cold voice. The two girls turned and saw both Granger and the Weaslett, Granger in a blue periwinkle dress and Weasley wearing a pale green dress with a red waistband, the two dorks glaring at Daphne. What do you want? Asked Daphne with her Ice Queen mask on, while Tracy just glared at the two. Aren't you rude? Replied Granger. Ginny made you a question. And I fail to understand how it is any of her business, Daphne replied, seeing the younger girl fuming. It's all your fault, you slimy snake, Weasley shouted, unknowingly attracting the attention of 4 older students who hadn't joined the fans of the Weird Sisters dancing in the front of the stage. I was supposed to come with Neville. If you and the rest of you filthy snakes hadn't filled Harry's head with lies against his friends, Neville would be here and I could have danced with Harry because he wouldn't have left us. Daphne raised an eyebrow in surprise, although it could be shock and disgust. How stupid was the bint? Didn't she grow up? I'm not even going to bother to answer that. Go away, replied Daphne, only angering the red-head girl. Granger, who was smirking or at least attempting to, noticed her friend's temper rising and actually used her brain. Let's go, Ginny. They're not worthy of our time, she said, attempting to sound superior. The 2 Slytherin girls just looked at each other before laughing. What are you laughing at? Weasley shouted, getting redder, not noticing the surprised looks of those discreetly paying attention to them. You, replied Tracy, covering her mouth. You're both pathetic, Daphne said with no smile, only a cold glare. You blame me, blame us for taking Harry from you. When are you going to grow up and admit that it was all your fault? She asked, glaring at the 2 girls and slowly rising from her chair. However, I do need to thank you. That was a surprise for the 3 girls, especially Tracy, even more when Daphne smiled. Thanks to you betraying him, Harry became a part of our lives. My life. Thank you for being idiots and giving me an amazing and supportive man. Just imagine all that I have now. Harry's caring and support, his teachings, access to the Chamber of Secrets and very old magic, simply being a part of his life and having him in mine. All that could have been yours. Daphne said in a soft tone and a smile, noticing the growing anger in Weasley and the shock in Granger. Thank you. Now go away. We were having a conversation and you are both unwanted and unneeded. Daphne sat back on the chair and noticed Tracy's grin, growing from the lips almost to the ears. Do you love him? Tracy asked with a giggle. It's too early to answer that, replied Daphne with a blush, her voice lowering in embarrassment, but I think so. Tracy squealed in happiness. You bitch, shouted Weasley, almost forgotten by the 2 Slytherins, drawing her wand from somewhere and pointing it at Daphne. The curse was yellow and directed at Daphne, who just widened her eyes, despite the warnings. Daphne would have been able to dodge the curse. Thanks to her training for the past weeks, however, the green flash that surrounded her and the long black shadow that took shape before her while swallowing the curse shocked her enough to keep her rooted in the spot. Her eyes widened. She recovered from her shock with the terrified cries of both Granger and Weasley. Granger on the floor, attempting to crawl away from the massive snake, and Weasley crying in both pain and terror, being twirled in circles, with her wand arm stuck on the gigantic snake's jaw. The ball stopped at that moment, and terrified shouts were heard from everyone seeing the massive snake with nearly 30 feet long and almost 1 foot thick. Its scales were dark and sturdy, and it had an opened hood violently twirling Weasley around. Then, with a pull and several terrified cries, Weasley was thrown away from it. The snake rose in height and hissed threateningly, terrifying everyone even more, especially when they saw the remainings of an arm falling from its mouth, as well as the blood dripping from its jaw. Zezale, wondered Daphne, recognizing the massive snake in front of her. Daphne, cried Tracy, grabbing her friend by the arm, failing to see Ursula, Eliza, Alistair, and Brian at their side. What? started Ursula, being stopped by a very loud and very angry voice. What the hell is going on? The unmistaken voice of Harry Potter shouted, fatting between Daphne and the snake, another shock for everyone. He turned to Daphne with a concerned look, noticing she was fine, if not a little shaken. She, however, noticed the distress in him, being able to realize he was shaking in anger. He also showed it when he hugged her tightly. "Daph, I thought I lost you again," he whispered, and Daphne felt his whole body trembling. She hugged him softly. "Harry, I'm fine," she whispered in his ear, her voice shaken. He looked at her with pleading eyes and kissed her. "Ginny," shouted Granger, running to the red head, who was still on the floor, apparently unconscious and with a growing puddle of crimson under her. "She's bleeding. Madam Pomfrey." Several spells were cast against the snake, only to be stopped by none other than Harry, who had broken the kiss and the hug, still holding Daphne to him. "I asked what the fuck is happening," he shouted again, shocking everyone, especially the staff who had their wands on their hands, most of all Dumbledore. "Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of this?" demanded the ancient wizard, only to receive a glare filled with hate from the teen. "Kael!" shouted Harry, letting go of his girlfriend, much to his own displeasure, having the snake's attention protect your mistress. The snake turned to Daphne, and much to everyone's fright and awe, it coiled itself in a protective stance in front her. Tracy, Theo, who had joined them, Eliza, Brian, Alastair, and Ursula. Harry stepped forward. "Mr. Potter, I demand you to lower your wand now and stop with," started McGonagall, outraged as she realized that the snake obeyed Harry. "It's Lord Potter to you, deputy," Harry shouted back, his magic flaring around him as he realized what had happened. It was the Weasley, wasn't she? She attacked Daphne. She attacked my girlfriend again. That's the only reason why Kael would come out to protect her. No one said a thing. "Kael," wondered Daphne in a whisper. "Lord Potter, please let us all calm down and—" "You son of a mudblod whore," shouted a redhead, none other than Percy Weasley, drawing his wand against Harry. "Reductio, ptrficustot stupfy." Harry glared at the redhead and violently waved his own wand to the right. Weasley's spells changed trajectory and crashed against the opposite wall, and he barely had time to see the spell that hit him in the chest, making him cry in pain and be thrown several feet away. "Damn you, Potter," shouted the youngest Weasley male, casting a reducto against Harry, who simply blocked it and with a sneer, cast a silent spell. Metallic chains wrapped around Weasley and squeezed him, making him cry in pain as he felt the pressure. Some teens thought to have heard sounds of bone cracking. The Weasley twins didn't do anything but glare at Harry, since they were next to Granger and Madame Pomfrey, who was working on their youngest sister's arm stub, both angry and disgusted with the sight. "Enough," shouted Dumbledore, his magical enhanced voice achieving its purpose. "There will be no more fighting. Lord Potter, stand down." "No," Harry replied defiantly, glaring at Dumbledore. "I am sick and tired of having to deal with that shit and her family, attacking me, my girlfriend, or my friends. They will not take everything from me again." Hearing that, Daphne widened her eyes, fearing that Harry would spill his secrets. "What does he mean?" asked Tracy, still terrified, hugging Thea. "Put down your wand, Harry. Let us talk quietly," asked Dumbledore again. "We will have to call for the DMLE because of the dark spells, but I am sure—" "Are you even listening to me, old man?" asked Harry. "I am Lord Potter, and according with the law, I am in my right to defend my family." "Ms. Greengrass is not your family, Harry," tried Dumbledore. "She's my girlfriend, and she has my house's protection. That alone means she's as good as family to me," Harry replied. "You could have killed Ms. Weasley," replied McGonagall, both terrified and angry. "I did nothing," replied Harry with a glare. "Kael was a gift I gave my girlfriend to make sure she was safe from attacks. As you can see, Kael does its job very well," Harry said, glaring at the headmaster. "That little blood traitor whore attacked my girlfriend, and it had to be a powerful spell for Kael to come out. How do you justify that?" "I do not, however your own actions were dangerous," started Dumbledore, only to be interrupted by Alastair. "Just a damned moment, headmaster," the older boy said, making everyone turn to him, especially Harry. "We saw everything, and I can assure you that neither Lord Potter or Miss Greengrass are to be blamed for what happened," said Alastair. "It was Granger and Weasley that came here, and it was Weasley that cursed Miss Greengrass first. Ms. Greengrass' initial reaction was shock, and because of that, I have to conclude that she had no idea of what would happen. And let's not forget that Ms. Greengrass did not draw her wand at all. She chose to dodge the curse by herself, and she would have if that Snake hadn't appeared to protect her," concluded Eliza, with nods from Brian and Ursula. "Still," The DMLE will be notified, replied Dumbledore. Yes, I am sure Ms. Greengrass will want to speak to the Aurors about this attack, replied Alastair with a smirk. Had it not been for Lord Potter's gift to Ms. Greengrass, I wonder what could have happened. Don't even try to use the dark magic against me, Harry said. Kale is family magic, and I am well within my rights to use it to protect whomever I want. Now, the Weasleys have a lot to answer for because of this attack. Daphne looked at Harry, defending her while she stood by doing and saying nothing. She definitively didn't like it. Angry with herself, Daphne stepped forward. She wouldn't allow Harry to fight her own battles. You can tell that bitch if she wants to curse me so bad, she can do it in a witch's duel, announced Daphne in a cold tone, shocking everyone, even Harry. No quarter given. I had it with her, Granger and the pig. It ends now. Harry just looked at Daphne in a mix of respect and concern. I'll be Daphne's second if she wants me, Harry stated, with no hesitation, earning a nod from the blonde girl and a thankful squeeze in the hand. There was nothing Dumbledore could do. He knew about the law, and since Harry was a lord, he was indeed allowed to use family magic to protect his family and vassals. And Ms. Greengrass' declaration had done nothing to ease his worries. He liked the Weasleys. They were good people but were definitively blinded in their hate against everything dark, or what they perceived to be dark. He guessed he needed to have a long talk with Arthur Weasley after attempting to defuse the situation. Minerva, call the DMLE, please, the older wizard asked, and the witch just nodded, both scared and angry. The ball was ruined. Maybe something could still be salvaged. Have nearly 70 years of experience with the law. Quite important. Having the support of the Slytherin triumvirate, the entire Slytherin house, and an angry pureblood girlfriend, who happened to be the heiress of an old family. Priceless. Those were Harry Potter thoughts as he listened to his self-appointed representatives, none other than the Slytherin triumvirate themselves, addressing the Aurors that had come to Hogwarts. The three young adults were well versed in the law, intending to continue family businesses. Ursula had decided to check on Daphne before joining her unofficial master, Madame Pomfrey, working on Weaslett, even if she wasn't too keen of the idea. However, if she wanted to be a healer, she had to heal everyone, even people like the little bitch. The team of 4 Aurors that had gone to Hogwarts felt intimidated, although that could be for several reasons. Among them, the snake coiled in a protective stance around Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass, the glares of the entire Slytherin house, Durmstrang and most of Beauxbaton's guests, not to mention some Ravenclaws. The Hufflepuffs remained neutral in the situation, and the dorks were outright glaring, not against the Aurors but all the others. Victor and Fleur, although somewhat impressed, terrified, and in awe with all that had happened, stood by Harry and Daphne in the whole debacle. Cedric helped to keep the peace as his job as the head boy but refrained to take a side. It is clearly dark magical artifact. What else could it be? It is a giant snake. One of the Aurors intelligently pointed out, earning a groaning of the Slytherin students and even some of the adults in the hall. And you are an Auror, how? Glared Eliza. Unlike many people like to believe, dark magical artifacts aren't illegal unless they are used to kill people. What we have here is an unusual protection charm, and the fact that it is a snake has nothing to do with being light or dark. Both Brian and Alastair nodded. The law was on the young lord's side, and even Dumbledore couldn't do anything. When the Priori Incantatem was made to Weaslett's wand, revealing an obscure curse that seemed to cause green pus-filled boils, causing pain, but not in any way lethal, Dumbledore attempted to claim that if the curse wasn't lethal, no further accusations were needed. Unfortunately for the ancient wizard, most of the presents in the Great Hall disagreed with him. The arguments presented by the Triumvirate and Daphne were concise, clear, and definitive. Not that there was any chance to convict him in the first place, especially with so many witnesses. Instead, Weaslett and her brothers were taken to St. Mungus for treatment. Percy was still unconscious, with a burn mark on his chest and robes, and Ron had to be stunned because of the pain of his broken bones. Again, since the 2 Weasleys attacked him first, in front of many witnesses, Harry was within his rights to defend himself, being able to defend himself from the accusations of dark magic by using the family magic defense. The 3 redheads would be later submitted to interrogation, with their parents present for the 2 younger ones. With the Weasleys sent to St. Mungus and the departure of the Aurors, A cold demeanor took hold of the Great Hall, and no one was in the mood to continue the party, starting to leave in groups. "Are you sure you're all right?" asked Harry to his girlfriend, who was petting the giant snake, fascinated by it. She had been explained by Harry that it was a golem, and yet it was so much alike a living thing. "I'm fine, Harry," she replied, looking into the snake's blue eyes. "So this is Kale, right?" Harry nodded. "Balezale Kale. What's with those names?" "It's a long story," Harry replied, and Daphne scoffed. "Zale's eyes are green," Daphne stated, and Harry nodded. "Bale's eyes are blue, like Kale's." "It would be better to say that Kale's eyes are the same color as Bale's, yes," replied Harry, earning Daphne's attention. For a moment, none said anything until Harry hissed in Parseltongue and Kale glowed, vanishing into green light, the same that started to glow on the necklace at Daphne's neck. With one hand on it, Daphne looked at Harry, seeing his concern. "I was liking the ball," said Daphne with a sigh, noticing Harry's looks. "If that stupid bitch hadn't attacked me, I would have liked to go to the crowd." "We can still do it," suggested Harry, holding Daphne's hands and having her full attention. "My memories of my other ball. We can use them and go to the ball if you'd like." Daphne just smiled, shaking the head. "No," she replied with a smile. "It's a good idea, but no." "Then." "What?" he asked, concerned. "The fact that she attacked me," said Daphne, looking at Harry with steel in her eyes. "It made me remember what you told me. That she was the one that—" Daphne hesitated, looking down, and Harry stepped forward to her, holding her arms and embracing her tightly. "Why? Today? No, why did she do it? Why me?" asked Daphne in his ear, and Harry nodded. "Are you sure you want to know?" "It's better," she admitted, her voice hesitant, not convincing Harry at all. However, he also wanted to tell her everything, and for that reason he nodded. "Do you want it now or tomorrow?" "Now," she replied promptly, not wanting to delay any more. She was nervous enough as it was. "Fine, let us just say our goodbyes and let's go to the chamber. I'll tell you everything." Daphne nodded, and the two of them approached their friends and the triumvirate members, letting them know that they would be leaving and that they needed to talk. Tracy attempted to make a joke about it, but even she wasn't with her heart on it, more concerned with her friend than everything else. "Where are you going?" asked Eliza. "Chamber," replied Harry, and everyone just nodded. The chamber was Harry and Daphne's refuge, and they all respected it. Harry embraced Daphne, and the two of them faded from the Great Hall in front of their friends, who once again were amazed. "That's just amazing," mumbled Blaze, earning a nod from Millie. Daphne and Harry appeared on the dorm chamber, where he promptly asked her to seat in the chairs while he took the one in front of her. With a wave of his wand, the pensive floated to the table between them, and Harry looked pensive. "Before we begin, do you want something?" he asked. "A drink? A coat?" "No, I'm fine," Daphne replied, and Harry nodded. "Tell me then, why did she want to kill me?" "I guess that to answer that, I need to go back a couple of years, back to the first years of the new millennium," explained Harry, earning Daphne's attention. "Like I told you, you became a healer while I took a master's in light, gray, and dark arts. After that, I traveled the dueling circles, gaining experience, training with Professor Flitwick, who sponsored me and made some businesses, not forgetting the Weisengamot sessions." Harry explained with a shrug. "I ended up joining the Auror's ranks for a time, after being invited to do it, thanks to my skill and reputation. I became a captain in my first months." "Quite impressive," said Daphne, really impressed, smiling softly. Harry smiled as well. "They told me that I could do whatever I wanted with my team, and I decided to create a special assault team. I changed the training routines and sessions, made them sweat and bleed. They hated me more often than not, true, but in the end, they couldn't argue with the results. All team members were battle-ready and deadly. There were 6 people in the team. Me, Theo, who helped me with the idea, a fresh rookie from the academy called Jason Halleys, currently a first-year Gryffindor, an older Auror with a good resume called Frances Talbot, a couple of years older than us, Hannah Callan, who was as skilled with her potions as she was with a wand, and Justin Smith, who I believe is of right now a third-year Ravenclaw. Our team had 2 extra unofficial members. One was Tracy, Theo's wife, who acted as a prosecutor for the DMLE, and the other was you, who were our healer." Daphne rose her eyebrows in surprise, not interrupting Harry. "We were called when the DMLE couldn't solve the problem. Black Wands, we called ourselves." Daphne nodded, even if she wasn't understanding why Harry was telling him that the wands in the shadow and the shields in the line. Harry quoted with a soft smile, "We always finished our mission with optimal results, and we rose in the ranks of the DMLE. Of course, as you may suspect, I became even more famous, being the man who conquered Lord Potter and the captain of the Black Wands. I really don't understand what this has to do with what I asked you, Harry, admitted Daphne, looking at him. Harry just chuckled. Don't worry, it will all make sense later on. He replied, and Daphne just nodded, giving him all her attention. Tell me, what does every powerful and famous figure gains? Power and influence, Daphne replied, and Harry nodded. Indeed, and I got plenty of it, even if I didn't want it. Harry revealed with a low chuckle. People from the Wisengamot started to approach me, requesting my support for their bills. It was boring and annoying, but the worst brown noses were no doubt Neville and Hermione Longbottom. Daphne rose an eyebrow in surprise, seeing the scoff in Harry's face. Those two bastards started to take an active role in politics, and in her infinite wisdom, Granger, already Longbottom by then, was working on the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, with her spew thing, for the rights of underprivileged non-humans. Spat Harry, using her house status as a noble house, not to mention her own status as a war hero. She and her husband actually proposed several bills that were actually useful to help werewolves and vampires. I supported some of these, it is true. You supported them as well, if you're wondering. She actually wondered about it. What also happened was that she climbed in the hierarchy and soon was in positions of power, fighting for the opening of the wizarding world and the better acceptation of the Muggle-borns and Muggle lifestyle into our society. What? Asked Daphne, shocked. You heard me. She wanted to abolish the old laws that favored the purebloods, take out the power of the old families, and propose an integration of our world with the Muggle one, in order to advance into the new millennium and help with the survival of the wizarding kind. Harry explained, shaking his head while Daphne looked outraged. I hoped you didn't agree with that, she said coldly, and Harry shook his head. I only agreed with the end of the laws favoring the purebloods. Harry explained, and Daphne nodded, pleased. All the rest was pure folly and idiocy. The saddest part was that it actually had a lot of supporters, especially after a study done by the ICW came to light, correlating the inbreeding of purebloods to the number of squibs born. Daphne rose an eyebrow. There were 3 factions. The New Bloods Reformists, a faction controlled by the Longbottoms and the ones that wanted to open the wizarding world. The Conservative Alliance, mostly half-bloods with a couple of purebloods that knew it was sheer idiocy to go forward with such a plan. You and I were in this group. And the pureblood faction, a minority that demanded the imprisonment of the blood traitors and the end of the sheer stupidity of the debates that were bound to end our world because of uptight mudbloods. Their actual words. Daphne chuckled, even if she was outraged. The debates took months, and a voting was scheduled to the early January of the year 2006. Harry explained, our faction was clear to win. We had the support of purebloods, half-bloods and Muggleborns that knew it was a bad idea, while the purebloods were a minority not open to dialogue, but with whom we shared a goal, veto the reformist proposal. Therefore, we were on the same side. On the reformist side, there were the Longbottoms and a couple of more radical Muggleborns and people who had abandoned the wizarding world in the past and were actively trying to come back. Daphne nodded, paying attention to every word. We had a victory assured. Until Christmas 2006 came. Daphne rose an eyebrow. What happened on Christmas 2006? She asked, and Harry looked at her. What you wanted me to tell you. He replied softly and with regret, making Daphne gulp, feeling a shiver on her spine. Tell me then, she demanded, and Harry sighed. I guess I should show you. I don't know if I can explain it properly. He replied softly, taking the memory from his temple and putting it in the pensive. Harry looked at Daphne and saw the tremors on her hands. Are you sure you want me to do this? He asked softly, and Daphne nodded. She had to. Harry took her hand and gave her a soft kiss on the lips, caressing her back for a moment. Are you ready? No, she whispered. In truth, she was hesitant to see it and was terrified of what she could see. Harry didn't say a word, just caressing her back while feeling her shivers. You don't have to see this, he told her, and she nodded. She wanted, though. I'm afraid, she admitted after some moments of silence, dropping a tear. Harry saw it and embraced her tightly in silence. I'm afraid of what I will see. I am too, Harry admitted in a soft voice in her ear, and Daphne stiffened. Why? Daphne asked, turned to Harry. Much to her shock, she saw the tears on his eyes as well. The day I lost you, on Christmas Day, I spat on the light for the second time. Harry confessed, looking at Daphne, his emotional green eyes focused on her blue. Please don't think bad of me. Daphne swallowed dry. The last time you told me that, you showed me that you stunned me and went to your death, killing a lot of people. She whispered, feeling him holding her by the waist. In his eyes, she saw not only sorrow, loss, and anger, but also hope and love. Daphne leaned in and embraced him tightly, resting her head in his shoulder. You probably think I'm being ridiculous, being afraid of a memory. No, I don't, Harry replied, playing with her hair. You have every right to be nervous or afraid. Daphne smiled, letting go of his embrace after a while. With a breathe, her hand grabbed Harry's and he squeezed it. Let's go together, she said, and he nodded. I wouldn't do it any other way, he replied with a smile, the two of them going into the pensive. Moments later, Harry and Daphne found themselves in the great hall of a manor decorated with Christmas motifs. Are we in Longbottom Hall? Asked Daphne, looking around and recognizing the entrance hall. Yes, replied Harry. The date is Christmas Eve, 2006. I still think this is taking arrogance to a whole new level, Daphne heard a familiar voice saying. She turned around and she gasped, recognizing who had spoken. Real Daphne saw herself, with her blonde hair braided in one single braid that fell through her left shoulder and wearing dark blue formal dress robes, making her look regal and beautiful. Next to her, she recognized Harry Potter, wearing black robes and looking even more sharp than real Harry, who was standing next to real Daphne. Organizing a Christmas ball on Christmas Eve. Memory Daphne explained with a snort, and Memory Harry shrugged. This reeks of a political setup. Come on, Daph, begged Memory Harry, for one night can you please relax? You know that they will come to us, replied Memory Daphne, and Harry sighed. Yeah, I know, and I'm not in the mood to deal with them. Why did we come, actually? Asked Memory Harry. Because it was expected of us, drawled Memory Daphne with a scowl. I swear, ever since that trip to Egypt, the Longbottoms are simply erg, complained Memory Daphne. 2 hours and then we leave, proposed Memory Harry with half a chuckle. Please, begged Memory Daphne. I want to be at home at midnight. Real Daphne saw the exchange with a curious look, seeing the Memory couple entering the party salon of Longbottom Manor, their names called out by a special kind of howler whose magic activated when presented with the invitation. The Lord and Lady Potterblack. The howler announced, and many heads turned to them, extending them compliments and wishing them the best. Some people attempted to approach them, only to be rebuked not by the couple they wanted to speak to, but by the hosts. Harry, Daphne, welcome, said a voice that real Daphne recognized immediately. She recognized Granger, dressed regally in purple and gold dress with her straight hair falling smoothly on her back. She was smiling widely at Harry and Daphne, as was Longbottom at her side, also in purple and gold and smiling widely. It's so good that you could come, the Lady Longbottom said after changing pleasantries. We have attempted to contact you for several days. Why haven't you replied? We went on holidays and purposely ignored mail, replied Memory Daphne with a smile that real Daphne could see was false. What? Asked a shocked Hermione. There are so many things to deal with, and you too. Let me just stop you right there, Hermione, replied Memory Harry. We came to the party, but we will not be dragged to debates over it. We made up our minds on the Reformist Act. Of course, Harry, she replied sweetly after an initial shock. I'll have to apologize for my wife, Neville said for the first time. She has been under a lot of stress with our duties in the Wisengamot and the ball. Of course, I suggest a nice calming draft, said Memory Daphne with a smile which Hermione mimicked. Healer's opinion, she asked. Of course, Memory Daphne replied, and the both of them giggled. Have fun, let us meet later in the evening, she proposed, and after a moment, Daphne and Harry were alone. I told you it was a setup, Memory Daphne stated, and Memory Harry nodded. I never doubted you, he replied, the both of them approaching a couple that real Daphne recognized as older Susan Bones and Justin Flinch Fletcher. Much to her surprise, there was a bulge on Susan's womb. Susan, Justin, how are you three? Asked Memory Daphne, and Susan laughed. Well enough, Daphne, the redhead replied with a smile, taking a hand to her belly. Edgar has been behaving and I haven't had more sickness. Wonderful, Memory Daphne replied with a smile. So, how bad has it been since last time? Real Daphne heard Memory Harry asking Justin. Amazingly, she didn't hex me at all, Justin admitted. The mood swings were just between being normal and extremely sad. Well, better you than me, Memory Harry confessed with a chuckle, making Justin smirk. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Man Who Conquered, you'll get your turn on the joys of dealing with a pregnant wife, said a new voice behind them. Blaze, Millie, said Harry with a smile. Hello, Harry, said Millie pleasantly, Mr. Flinch-Fletchy Bones. Mr. Zabini, Mrs. Zabini, it is a pleasure to see you again. The pleasure is ours, replied Blaze pleasantly, and the group quickly fell into conversation. Real Daphne grew bored quickly. While the conversation isn't as bad as it is in the events I am forced to attend to with my parents, can you just, I don't know, fast forward it? No need, Real Harry admitted, glaring at something behind Daphne. She turned around and saw Ginny Weasley glaring at Memory Daphne, who by then was holding Memory Harry's arm. Let us dance, Memory Daphne said, and Harry nodded, walking with Daphne to the floor. Susan is doing a good second trimester, much better than expected. I guess the potions helped. With you as her healer, she couldn't do any else than fine. Memory Harry smiled and Daphne chuckled. Why do you want to be at home at midnight? Sorry, she asked Harry. When we arrived, you said that you wanted to be at home before midnight. Why is that? Daphne smiled. It's Christmas, Harry. She taunted him with a smile. I'd thought you'd suspect that I have a gift for you, a surprise that I want to give you at midnight. Really? He asked with mock surprise and a husky voice. Please do share something more. And ruining the surprise, Memory Daphne taunted back, to which Harry chuckled. You'll have to be patient. Well, only 5 hours to midnight. Harry revealed and Daphne chuckled. Have I told you that I love you yet? Only 3 times today, Memory Daphne revealed after some thought, to which Harry hummed and Daphne huffed. Well, 3 today is enough. Harry joked and Daphne smiled, slapping him in the arm. Prat. Yup, replied Harry with a smile before kissing Memory Daphne. Real Daphne saw the exchange and smiled, seeing how her older self was happy. She turned to Real Harry and much to her surprise, his fists were balled and he was glaring at Weaslett, who by then was walking to both Memory Harry and Daphne with 2 cups and a jug. Hello, Harry. Daphne, Weaslett said with a sweetly tone that sounded false to Real Daphne, who was already stiffened, observing every moment and every movement. You damn bitch, Real Harry whispered, his glare strong enough to make the memory tremble. Daphne put her hand on his arm and with a look, Harry calmed down. Ginny, replied Harry. Daphne only nodded. Can we help you? I just came to say hello, the redhead said with what Real Daphne thought to be a lousy attempt to pout. Did you hear, Harry? I was summoned to the Harpies tryouts. The redhead said happy and smugly, much to the annoyance of Memory Daphne and Harry. Real Daphne actually smirked when she saw Memory Daphne roll her eyes in annoyance. They clearly heard about me. That's fantastic, Ginny. Memory Harry's voice was clearly everything but happy. However, Ginny seemed not to realize it, starting to pouring the crimson liquid into one of the cups. We should toast to it, Weaslett announced, forcing the cup to Harry. Unfortunately, there is only this punch, but it will have to do. Really? Replied Memory Daphne, taking the cup from her hand. That's a good thing, then. I am thirsty and I really shouldn't drink alcohol. Thank you, Ginevra. Several things happened at that moment. Ginny widened her eyes in shock for a moment, before her annoyance being replaced with a sick smile. Memory Daphne drank the cup slowly. Memory Harry just smiled at his wife's antics, and Real Harry spat something that Real Daphne didn't understand, although she could see the anger flowing in him, his aura threatening to reveal itself and his power threatening to come out. He shivered and was scowling, balling his fists. Is this it? Wondered Daphne, taking Harry's hand in hers and feeling him squeezing it hard. It's good punch, Memory Daphne said with a smile, giving the cup back to Ginny. Well, it was good to see you, Ginny, but there are some people that we still need to talk with, Harry said with a smile. But hey, congratulations, I guess it was your dream, wasn't it? The couple left Ginny before she could say anything. Annoying little bitch, mumbled Daphne, heard by Harry, who sighed. Go ahead and say it. I have nothing to say, Daphne mumbled, and Harry sighed again. Oh, come on, Daph. I guess we should be lucky that her useless brother hasn't arrived yet, Daphne drawled, changing the subject because I wouldn't be able to deal with the 2 of them together. Daph, Harry tried again. What? She asked, glaring at him. Can you please relax? Asked Harry, and Daphne sighed. I hate her, the blonde said, always trying to get her harpy claws on you. I know, Harry admitted. I don't like her either. You certainly don't show it, Daphne shot back. I love you, don't I? Daphne just snorted. What, you aren't sure? She asked, looking at her husband seriously. Then she laughed, making Harry sigh. You were having fun at my expense, weren't you? Asked Harry, and Daphne grinned. Your face was priceless, she said between chuckles. Harry grabbed her by the arm. Damn you, woman, don't do that, he whispered before crashing his lips on hers, hugging her by the waist. Daphne allowed herself to melt in his arms, kissing him back. Maybe we should just leave. proposed Harry, and Daphne just smiled. Let us just say hello to more people and then we can leave, Daphne suggested, and Harry nodded. They made their way to another couple, one that shook real Daphne to the core. Before memory, Harry and Daphne were Draco and Astoria Malfoy. Sister, said Astoria, embracing Daphne while real Daphne saw the curt nods changed between Harry and Malfoy. Hello, Harry, how are you? Fine, thank you. And you? We have great news. Draco, love, would you make the honors? Suggested Astoria. Astoria is pregnant again, Malfoy said with an attempt smile. Already? Asked a surprised Daphne, and Astoria smiled. You have to keep up, sister, the youngest sister said, taunting her eldest sister, who just laughed. Don't worry, Tor, you still have time to become an aunt. But I wanted our children to play together. None of the two sisters noticed how their husbands flinched. In fact, it was only because of a lot of practice that Daphne didn't flinch herself. To hide her nervous, Daphne just jiggled. Well, congratulations are in order, said Harry. It wasn't planned, but we are very happy, aren't you, Draco? Of course I am, the blonde replied, and something seemed wrong to real Daphne. How long? Asked memory Daphne, hiding a cough behind her hand. 2 months, said a beaming Astoria. Come to, cough asterisk sent mungus cough on the, cough, Daphne attempted to say, being hit with a strange cough. Are you all right, Daph? Asked Harry, approaching her. Daphne nodded, only to flinch and grab her own womb in pain. DAPH, shouted memory Harry, holding his wife in his arms before she fell on the ground. His shout attracted the attention of everyone around them. In Harry's arms, Daphne looked in pain to her husband, only to have a violent seizure of wet coughs. She never realized the screams of horror around her since she was too shocked, looking to Harry's bloodied and shocked face. D-Daph? Asked a shocked Harry before Daphne lost strength on her legs, supported only by her husband's arms. Real Daphne realized what was happening. It couldn't be anything else. She was both terrified and curious, and no matter how much she didn't want to see it, she was unable to close her tearful eyes, taking the sight and the sounds of that moment. Call a healer now, Harry demanded, and some people actually ran to the flue. HR, attempted Daphne, grabbing Harry's hand in distress. I'm here, Daph. Don't worry, I'm here, he replied, his eyes becoming tearful. Daphne just coughed violently again, only to vomit more blood against Harry, who became even more terrified. Blood flowed from Daphne's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, and under her, a big crimson puddle began to form. Real Harry became even more agitated next to real Daphne, his magic flaring around them, distorting the memory. Had Daphne looked at him, she would have seen the tears in his eyes and the utter desperation, much alike memory Harry, who was holding memory Daphne. Har! Daphne attempted to say with fear clear on her face, only for her hand to become limp on Harry's. Daphne Potter was dead. Daph! Harry whispered, caressing her hand. Daph? He asked again, his hand on his wife's terrified face. No, Daph, he whispered again, not having a reply. DAPH. He shouted in fear and desperation, his magic matching his emotions. All the glass and crystals in the room broke at that moment, and all the people around him were thrown to the ground. The memory became blurred then, and a tearful and horrified Daphne saw herself being ejected from the Pensieve by force. She turned to Harry, and to her shock, Harry was stiffened in the same position, trembling in anger. She could see him shivering, his eyes downcast and his fists balled. She could also feel his magic around him, a violent maelstrom of anger and hate. Harry didn't blow up. Instead, the flaring magic softened and he fell on his knees, sobbing. Daphne, who wasn't much better after all she had seen, hugged Harry, and the two stayed in silence for several moments. Daphne hugged Harry softly, only to be hugged possessively by her boyfriend, resting her head on his shoulder, not hiding a sob. Why? She asked, and she felt him stiffen again. It was an accident, whispered Harry, earning a shocked look from Daphne, who broke the hug. What? She asked, and saw Harry trembling in anger again, almost growling. I ordered a full autopsy, Harry whispered, looking at Daphne. I wanted to know what had happened, what I was told. What? She asked again, only to see the tears falling from his eyes again. Harry picked his wand and removed another memory from his temple. I can't tell you, I just can't, Daphne heard him whisper in front of the Pensieve. Knowing what he wanted, she approached the basin only to be stopped by Harry, who placed another memory on it. He didn't say anything, taking only her hand and letting out a sigh. Daphne didn't say anything, entering on the Pensieve first, followed by Harry. Real Daphne saw herself in a dark and empty room. She was able to see some light coming from what seemed to be a door, but the greatest part of the room was in darkness. She saw real Harry materializing next to her and noticed how his attention went to a corner, where she realized there was a bundle that seemed to be a man. She approached the man and was able to realize that the man was none other than Harry, crying. Why? Why, Daff? Memory Harry mumbled between his sobs, and real Daphne turned to real Harry. Where are we? Daphne asked. St. Mungus, in the dead room where the bodies are analyzed for causes of death, replied Harry, and Daphne looked to the broken Memory Harry on the floor, not able to hold her own tears for him. You look so broken, lost, empty, he suggested in a whisper, and Daphne only nodded, imperceptibly. Their attention was diverted to the door, which opened and allowed light to enter in the room. Memory Harry rose from the corner, walking hesitantly to the door, revealing his fear in his demeanor. Oh, Harry, she heard, turning to the door and seeing a witch that she didn't recognize. Giving her a closer look, she was able to realize that the witch was crying. Hannah, what did you find out? Memory Harry asked in an almost whisper. I'm sorry, Harry, she said, looking down. Hannah, please tell me, Harry asked again, looking at the witch, who just nodded after clearing her tears. I'm sorry for your losses, Captain. Harry, the witch said, and real Daphne furrowed her eyebrows. Losses? Memory Harry asked, not understanding what she meant. You don't know, the witch asked with surprise and shock, receiving only a shake of his head. Oh, Merlin. Know what? He asked again, starting to shake. Harry, you should sit down, the witch suggested, and Harry finally snapped. Damn it, Callan, I order you to tell me what you discovered. Respectfully, Captain, I need you to sit down. Hannah replied, and real Daphne turned to real Harry. Captain? She asked. She's one of the Black Wands, was Harry's reply, and Daphne turned her attention to the drama once again, only to have her attention diverted to another door she hadn't realized. A man that Daphne recognized as being Theodore Not entered, followed by a woman that was an older version of Tracy Davies. Behind them came a young man with brown hair, a fourth person, an older man with a grim demeanor and black hair, and a fifth man, young and blonde. Not only those, the very same Zabinis that real Daphne had seen previously came inside after everyone. Blaze was sullen and Millie was tearful. What the hell is happening in here? Asked Theo, only to be ignored by Tracy and Millie, who hugged Harry in tears. Glad you came. Hannah replied, looking slightly less nervous. I was about to inform the captain about what I found out, and I really need help. She whispered to Theo, perfectly heard by real Daphne, who realized that Memory Harry was crying while Millie and Tracy were holding him. How bad? Asked the grim-looking man. Really bad, the witch replied, and Theo nodded. Harry, buddy, Hannah wants to tell us what she found out. Theo tried, only to receive a glare from his friend. Don't patronize me, Not. What did you find out, Callan? Asked Harry in a no-nonsense tone, letting go of Tracy and steeling himself to the news. Daphne, she was taking potions, revealed. Hannah and Harry looked surprised as real Daphne realized. What? Asked Memory Harry. Why? Everyone else also looked around to each other. She was taking. Oh, Merlin. The witch mumbled. She was taking prenatal potions. Hannah revealed, and no sound was heard in the room apart real Daphne's gasp. She was pregnant. Pregnant? She asked, and the answer didn't come from real Harry. 3 months at least. Added Hannah, and real Daphne could only flinch at the broken look that Memory Harry had. Pregnant, he whispered, looking down, lost and abandoned, tears falling. She never told me. She never said anything. I think it was a boy, whispered Hannah, and Harry fell on his knees. Real Daphne was in tears all over again, seeing Memory Harry's reaction. She turned to real Harry and found him seething, crying and balling his fists, mumbling something. None of the people in the room said anything, all looking down to their captain and friend in sympathy. It's actually standard procedure for healers, advised to wait 3 months before making the announcement. I bet she would tell you soon. She said she had a gift for me, Harry whispered in a whimper, heard by all. Merlin, fuck it all, one of the other men whispered in sorrow. Real Daphne was able to notice that it had been the one that looked the oldest. Why are the potions relevant? Asked Millie. We found another potion in Daphne's system, Hannah revealed, having their full attention. We were able to identify it as a loyalty potion, but at the same time it was a different potion. What? Roared Memory Harry in anger, keyed to whom? And in her system for how long? Real Daphne was shocked, noticing how real Harry was trembling and mumbling something to himself. In truth, she could feel his power coiling around himself, like a predator preparing himself to the hunt. She realized that Memory Harry was doing the same thing, as she could realize by the looks and the unease of the other people in the memory. What do you mean it was a loyalty potion, but at the same time it wasn't? Asked Millie, ready to offer her knowledge as a potions mistress to her fellow potions mistress. As you are aware, loyalty potions require powered hellebore roots. Millie nodded. You know as well that the powered hellebore roots can be replaced by a mixture of 3/4 of dry moonflower's petals and 1/4 of the capped boletus fungus, immersed in an alcoholic solution, yes, replied Millie, and Hannah nodded. Everyone else just looked lost. So, asked Blaze at his wife's side, that mixture, called Basquel's Deceit, while cheaper and easy to achieve, is advised against because of sub-produce created in the mix that are highly unstable. Replied Hannah, and Millie nodded, although she didn't know where her fellow potions mistress was attempting to tell them. Then it clicked. The deceit is so unstable that it can be used as the basis of some strong poisons. Gasped Millie, and Hannah nodded sadly again. All others looked at the two witches, waiting, and some potions, when reacting with it, have the opposite effect. What does that mean? Asked the younger man with brown hair. Prenatal potions have dry asphodel, as you may know, Hannah said, and Millie and Tracy nodded. The men had no idea. Asphodel has restorative properties and is used to strengthen the womb in the prenatal potions, explained Millie, after Blaze asked what all men were wondering. The asphodel remains in the body after the potions are taken, and when mixed with the deceit, it creates a strong hemophiliac poison. Hannah explained, and it clicked for everyone, especially when the tears fell from her eyes. Daphne never had a chance. It was an accident, wondered Tracy, outraged. Someone created a potion using cheap and easy-to-attain ingredients and poisoned. One of the older men mumbled, massaging his temples, his outrage showing. Who? Demanded Memory Harry in a low tone that scared everyone. It promised pain and death to whomever crossed his way. Even real Daphne was terrified by it, but that could also be because of the maelstrom of magic that real Harry was trying to hold inside of him, attempting not to disturb the memory, who was responsible for creating the potion that killed my wife, demanded Harry again, and everyone looked at him, fearing his reaction. Real Daphne noticed that several of them took out their wands discreetly. Who was it? He demanded again, when he realized that he had no answer, roaring in anger and hate. Then he remembered who had insisted for him to drink. Ginny Weasley, replied Hannah in a whisper heard by all. What? Why? Real Daphne heard someone ask, not knowing who. I want to see her. Memory Harry whispered, and Hannah nodded, waving at the door she had come from. Harry didn't say anything, walking through the door and seeing his wife's body in the table. He stiffened and caressed her face, feeling the cold skin in his hands, not holding his tears. Real Daphne witnessed every moment of it, shedding her own tears. Much to her surprise, real Harry hugged her from behind and held her while she cried her heart out. The memory people stood in silence. We'll have her in Azkaban for this, Captain, the youngest male in the room said, the one with brown hair, not hiding his own anger, something shared by all. I was the target. Memory Harry realized. Seething, she wanted me to drink to celebrate with her, and Daphne took the cup. That bitch did it. She took her from me. She took my wife and my child. She took them from me. Harry seethed in tears. I'm going to kill her. He roared, and real Daphne saw everything, and everyone being thrown back by the shockwave that was Memory Harry's magic. Only himself and Daphne's body stood safe. Harry! Shouted Theo in shock, the first to get up from the floor, only to see Harry holding Daphne's body and apparating away from sight. The memory ended then, and Daphne saw herself ejected from the pensive, still on Harry's arms, crying still. What did you do with the body? She asked Harry, who hesitated in his answer. I took her home and made a crystal sarcophagus to keep the body safe, he whispered, so that I could still see her, see you. What did you do? Daphne asked, feeling Harry's hug tighter and feeling safer. I locked down the estate the moment I arrived, so that no one could come after me, placed the body in safety, and after leaving Dobby in charge of the manor and the estate, went after the bitch on Boxing Day, after recovering from the casting needed for the sarcophagus. Explained Harry. First I stormed the burrow, the Weasleys' house. I should have realized that something was wrong when I got there, and found a team of Aurors protecting the house. I defeated them and stunned them before they could send word to base. The moment I entered the house, I was confronted and shouted at by her parents and her brothers about her being taken away the previous day by the Aurors, under accusations of murder. It was a surprise to me, and the moment I turned away to leave, without saying a word, the hag mother actually told me to stop with my tantrum, and that it wasn't anyone's fault. I snapped and hit her with a fulminous curse, which pretty much started a battle between me and their family. I defeated them, but I didn't kill anyone. I just used a couple painful of curses on them. Harry told her, and Daphne, while still on his arms, heard every word. I didn't use the Cruciatus or any unforgivable. Through my mastery, I learned a lot of spells, old and recent. I guess I am not a fan of what people do with them. Daphne didn't say anything, but she became quite curious. Holding the question for later, all I cared about was my vengeance, so I left and went to the ministry. What did you do? Asked Daphne, already fearing his answer. I wanted vengeance. I was completely blinded by it, and I didn't care. I wanted to know why and then make sure she paid the price for taking my wife from me, in her own blood. But she had been captured. She was most likely in the DMLE cells. And yet I didn't care, replied Harry ominously, nor did I wanted for her to escape justice for the accident card. Hell, Azkaban wasn't good enough for what she had done. You said you killed her, stated Daphne, and Harry nodded. I didn't just kill her, Harry whispered, looking down. I destroyed her. Show me. It wasn't a request, and to be perfectly honest, Daphne had no idea where she got the strength to make the demand. Harry didn't say anything, letting go of the embrace and taking a memory from his forehead. Don't think bad of me after seeing that, replied Harry when he dropped the memory into the pensive. How can I? Wondered Daphne for herself, just nodding to him. Daphne held Harry's hand, and both of them went into the pensive. Daphne saw herself in what she recognized as the entrance hall of the Ministry of Magic, right before Give Up the Wand. Captain Potter. She heard the male Auror on duty at the entrance. We heard what happened from Captain Knott. You have our condolences. I was told that the murderer was captured, asked Memory Harry in a low voice that Daphne could realize was fake and filled with anger and hate. Even the Auror seemed to notice it. Indeed, Captain. She was taken in yesterday. The Black Wands did the arrest, and I can tell you that none of them were happy. Which cell is she in? Asked Memory Harry, and Daphne saw the Auror looking closely at him. Captain, I don't know if you're aware, but Captain Knott commanded to not allow you near her with a wand. The Auror replied, I'm sorry, sir, but I can't tell you that unless you give me your wand. Daphne could feel the nervous from the Auror, who was looking at Harry with his extended hand, waiting for the wand. Memory Harry, however, was just looking at the man with a cold look. I'm sorry about this, Memory Harry said, and the Auror's eyes widened as Memory Harry cast a red, silent spell on him. With a wave of his wand, the stunned Auror fell comfortably on the chair he was previously sat on, and Memory Harry hid his wand back on his holster. Daphne was surprised, but said nothing. Neither did real Harry at his side. They just walked behind Memory Harry, through the nearly deserted corridors of the Ministry during Boxing Day. Memory Harry entered the DMLE division and noticed that there were 4 Aurors on duty, sat at their desks. When he entered through the door, the 4 got up and looked nervous, looking at him. Shit, Captain Potter, one of the Aurors said while one of them drew his wand. Captain Potter, by order of Captain Knott, you are to stand down and leave the vicinities. We can't allow you to. Leave now, whispered Memory Harry, and 2 of them drew their wands as well. Are you crazy? That's Captain Potter. He's one of us, shouted one of the Aurors, a young woman who had stood silent until then. We have our orders, said another, turning to her. Call Halleys. The girl nodded and went to the back, to the recreation room. Captain Potter, Captain Knott gave us orders to not allow you close to Weasley. There are 3 of us here, and Jenkins went to call Halleys, who's standing on guard since Weasley was captured. That's 5 against you. Please, Captain, stand down. That bitch killed my wife and my unborn child. Do you really think I will stand down and let her get away with it? Asked Memory Harry in a cold voice, making the Aurors stiffen and hesitate. Stupefy, one of the Aurors cast, only for Harry to dodge out of the way and cast his own spell, a blue one that hit the Auror and threw him away against the opposite wall, making him unconscious. The other 2 were able to point their wands at Harry, only to be caught by Harry's spells, losing consciousness as well. Merlin, said a voice, and both Memory Harry and Daphne saw the Auror woman returned, shocked and with her wand on her hand, followed by the brown-haired young man that Daphne had seen in the previous memory. No, that's just the captain. The brown-haired man said with a grin, turning to Memory Harry, Captain, we were waiting for you. Halleys, replied Harry, watching the man closely. Don't even try, rookie. You saw what the captain did to the others. Adverted Halleys, and the Auror woman gulped, lowering her wand. Are you going to try to stop me, Jason? Asked Memory Harry, and Daphne noticed the signal the young man made, pointing at the Auror woman. A red flash later, and he ordered Jenkins was unconscious on the ground. Have you called the others? No, replied Jason, looking at Memory Harry. Then what? Asked Memory Harry. Have I ever told you about my grandfather, Harry? Jason asked, and Harry shook his head, not showing her surprise. Daphne, however, looked at real Harry, who just nodded to the memory. My dad died when I was 7 in an accident, and my grandfather was my father figure for the rest of my life. When I graduated from Hogwarts, my grandfather and one of his friends were mugged in the street, and the bastards beat the 2 of them. The other old man lived, but my grandfather died of his injuries. Well, I tracked down the bastards one by one, and I killed the fuckers. Painfully, and with the deliberate use of the Imperio and the Cruciatus. Revealed Jason, and Daphne widened her eyes, much like Memory Harry. For some moments, none spoke. Why are you telling me this, Jason? Asked Memory Harry, not really knowing how to act. The point is, started Jason after some hesitance, I understand, and I won't stop you to go in there and take your vengeance on the bitch. It would make me sound like a hypocrite. He said with an attempt smile. That's the whole reason why I'm here, actually. I know what it was like for me, but you, your wife and your child. I'm sorry, Harry. Memory Harry's tears fell, and Daphne felt her own in her eyes. Just stun me, all right. I'm starting to sound like pussy. Both men laughed. If they ever find out, you'll be in trouble, said Harry, and Jason just shrugged. I owe you for my place at the Black Wands, and I owe you and your wife for saving my life last year, replied Jason with a smirk, not them. The silent red spell flashed, and Jason fell on the ground. Memory Harry looked around and stunned everyone again just to be safe, knowing that he had lost enough time, starting to descend to the dungeons. He sounds like a nice guy, said Daphne, not knowing what else to say. He was Harry's reply, not noticing Daphne looking at him. What was that about saving his life? She asked. In one mission, he was badly cursed and was between life and death. I portkeyed him to the hospital, and you were able to save him. I even helped. And because of that, he allowed you to pass? Asked Daphne, her eyebrow lifted inquisitively. He's a Gryffindor, replied Harry, as if that explained everything. Daphne just smirked and turned back to the memory, only to hear Harry again. He was one of the greatest wizards I had the pleasure to lead. What do you mean? Asked Daphne, curious, only for Harry to reply a quick later, and make her turn her attention to the memory once again. Memory Harry waved his wand, and the cell door opened, revealing the occupant. Harry, I knew you'd come, She never ended because Memory Harry's demeanor changed to pure anger and hate, his wand pointing against Weasley and casting a bluish spell that made her scream in pain. Harry kept the spell going for some moments, only to wave his wand again. Ginny screamed even more as she felt her leg bones shatter. You poisoned my wife. It wasn't a question. Memory Harry waved his wand, and Ginny was stuck against the wall, lifted in the air. You wanted to put me under a loyalty potion, and because of your brewing, you made a mistake that killed my wife. Ginny's attempts to say anything were ignored. Why? Why did you do it? Harry's wand was waved again, and Ginny's left arm bent in an unnatural angle, being dislocated with a sickening sound, resulting in more screaming. What was your purpose in giving me the loyalty potion that killed my wife? Harry growled again, and boils erupted in the dislocated arm, erupting and spilling yellow and red pus. Daphne was horrified and actually felt pity for the youngest Weasley, who knew that Harry was so vicious. However, she wasn't afraid of him. No, she actually felt safer. Answer me, why did you do it? Memory Harry shouted. Because Weaslette tried to say, her voice hoarse and her whole body in pain and broken. Because I love you. What? I love you, she said again. I wanted mine, you'd leave and take me. Both Memory Harry and Daphne were in shock. What? She asked to no one in particular, while real Harry scoffed. Memory Harry just laughed. It wasn't a joyful laugh, on the contrary, it was a dark and hate-filled laugh. You stupid self-centered bitch. He spat, grabbing her by the throat and bashing her head against the wall. I love Daphne. Past, present, and future, always have and always will. She is MYSOULMATE. You're nothing, never were and never will be. She was everything I ever wanted, and you took her from me. Look at me, you shit. You took her from me, her and our child. Harry spat in anger, squeezing her neck with his hand, making her gasp for air. Harry eventually let go of her neck, allowing her to fall on the ground and making her scream in pain. Memory Harry only huffed in anger, glaring at the crying and broken woman in the floor. He waved his wand once, and a gash appeared on Ginny's side, bleeding. Then another and another, several in each thigh, several in the chest and womb. She bled to death. Memory Harry whispered, so will you. Daphne tried to ignore the whimpers from Ginny, focusing only on Memory Harry, who was looking at the broken woman in the ground, his eyes tearful and his whole body shaking in anger. She grabbed Real Harry's hand and looked at him, noticing that his face was like stone. "Are you all right?" she asked him. "Do you hate me?" was his reply. "No," she whispered. "Then I'm fine," he replied with a smile, making her smile. She lifted her face and kissed him softly, only to break the kiss when she saw an orange flash. Ginny Weasley's body was in flames and there were no screams or noises from her. She was likely dead already. "It's done, Daph," whispered Memory Harry. "It's done, my love." In tears, Memory Harry left the cell and staggered through the halls, like a broken man who was also drunk and had nothing left to live for. "I didn't," was Real Harry's reply when she told him of her thoughts. Memory Harry went back to the DMLE, and much to his surprise, he was received at Wand Point by the Aurors he had previously stunned and the remaining members of the Black Wands, led by Theo. "Shit, Harry, what have you done?" he demanded, more concerned than angry. Harry looked around and saw the concerned looks of the Black Wands. "Captain Knott, I'd like to surrender my wand and turn myself in for assaulting several Aurors and the murder of Ginevra Weasley," said Memory Harry. Daphne was able to see the resignation looks on the faces of the 5 Black Wands. The memory twirled and both Daphne and Harry saw themselves outside. "You turned yourself in?" asked Daphne, a little curious. "Really? That's what you asked about after all you saw?" Asked Harry with a small chuckle, and Daphne shrugged. "I'd like to think that if something happened to those I love, I'd do the same." Harry chuckled. "Yes, I turned myself in. I had nothing to live for. What would I do?" he asked rhetorically, sitting on the chair. "Did they let you out?" asked Daphne, and Harry was able to realize the curious and hopeful tone in her question. "I stood a trial and I was accused before the whole Wisengamot. At first, I was seen as a monster and a murder, but when Tracy, my defense attorney, exposed the evidence on why I snapped about the potion that, you know, and the death of you and our child, nearly half the Wisengamot was on my side. When I presented a memory of Weaslet's death, some of the New Bloods reformists called me a Dark Lord, but all others were disgusted with Weaslet's reasons. Then, in the end," asked Daphne. "In the end, I was sentenced to 30 years in Azkaban, 25 for murder and 5 for assaulting Aurors, civilians, and invade the Ministry." Daphne was appalled, looking at Harry. "I asked for execution, but surprisingly, the New Bloods reformists stood against it and demanded that I was sentenced to Azkaban, something about being more humane. Even more surprisingly was that the Purebloods and the Conservative Alliance agreed, even if their reason was because of who I was." Daphne looked appalled to Harry, which he didn't realize. All he felt was the sting on his face. "You idiot!" she shouted, her eyes tearful. "Don't you even say that." "W what?" he asked, being slapped again. "Execution." She demanded. "What could have possibly possessed you for such a stupid idea?" "Daph, he tried. "Don't even say it," she shouted, only to hug him. "Sorry, but you have to remember, I had nothing by then, and a life without you is no life at all," he explained, and she hugged him tighter. "What about Torai's children? What about your godson, Teddy, was it?" she asked, remembering the child on their wedding. "Teddy actually understood why I did it," whispered Harry. "Andromeda Tonks, née Black, his grandmother, and you raised him well, understanding about family first, and I taught him to always take responsibility for his actions. He cried in our farewells, but he stood there and told me he understood why I did it and asked me if he could visit me in Azkaban." Chuckled Harry. "He was already my heir for the Black family, and I named him Heir Potter as well, to take over on his 17th birthday or the event of my death, whichever came first." "What happened after that?" she asked, and she felt Harry's body stiffen again. "The night before being shipped out, I received a visit in my cell," he replied. "Who?" asked Daphne, concerned. "The Longbottoms," replied Harry, and Daphne was confused. What could they possibly want? She asked, and Harry growled, taking a memory from his temple and putting it in the pensive. "Apologize," was all that Harry said before both he and Daphne entered the pensive. Once again, Daphne saw herself in one of the DMLE cells, standing next to a memory Harry who was laying in the corner crying. "Crying baby," she joked, attempted to ease the mood, and Harry just smirked. The cell doors opened and Hermione and Neville Longbottom entered the cell. "Harry," Hermione asked. "I'm here." A hoarse voice replied from the corner, "What do you want?" "Hello, Harry, how are you?" replied Neville, a little nervous. "I'd rather be dead," replied Memory Harry, which resulted on real Harry being shoulder slapped by his girlfriend. Why did you do it, Harry? Asked Hermione with her attitude showing. You were at the trial, so you know why. Memory Harry replied in a growl, making the Longbottoms shiver. Your wife and child. She said it was an accident. Don't you try to defend the bitch. Demanded Memory Harry in anger. She tried to feed me a potion to control me, and because it was poorly done, my wife, who took it instead of me, died, and so did our unborn son. Harry glared at the two of them for a moment. She cost me everything. I have nothing else to live for, so why would I care? I'm so sorry, Harry, she whispered again, and even Neville seemed stiff. For what? It was for the greater good. She whispered again. She wasn't supposed to make the mistake. The potion was for you and you alone. We just wanted to have your vote. What? Shouted both Memory Harry and Daphne. Memory Harry jumped from the floor and growled at both Longbottoms. Say THAT again. It was a mistake. We're sorry, Harry, so sorry. Daphne couldn't believe it. It was all very surreal. It was for the greater good of our world, and you weren't cooperating with us. We needed your vote, and Ginny wanted you. We just told Ginny about the potion. It would be more discreet than a Mortentia, and she would have you. In exchange, she just needed to make sure you'd vote for us. Everyone would. Whatever she was about to say, she didn't, because Harry jumped her and tackled her to the ground, taking his hands to her neck, squeezing hard. You bitch! This is all your fault. I'm going to make you pay. There was a flash of red, and the memory ended. Daphne and Harry saw themselves in the chamber once again, looking at each other, Daphne too shocked to even say something. What the hell? She said after some moments, after recovering her thoughts, did she? Yes, there you have it, the main reason why I despise Granger and Longbottom so much. Sneered Harry. They gave the red bitch the idea. All because of a vote? She asked again, and Harry nodded, walking in circles. What are you doing? The usual, replied Harry with a sneer forming, trying to convince myself that it is better to destroy everything they hold dear, destroy their lives and their reputations, and only then kill them. Last time it was too quickly. The usual? She wondered to herself, sitting on the couch and sorting her thoughts. How often do you do that? Harry joined her moments later. All because of a vote, yes, he said, and she looked at him. I should be more shocked, but after seeing my own death and my husband killing my murderer, that didn't shock me. Besides, I always thought Granger was too much power-hungry, replied Daphne, and Harry just looked at her. So, what happened then? I woke up on Azkaban, and I tried to escape several times, to no avail, replied Harry, gaining a surprised look from Daphne. After some attempts, some violent episodes and threats to kill the bitch and the bastard, I was put in the lower levels where there are more Dementors and barely any prisoners. You know Bellatrix Lestrange. She was in the first floor. I got to be put in the basement, joked Harry, quickly realizing that there was no reason to try and be funny at all. Dobby. Yes, master, asked Dobby, popping next to Harry. It's your turn to tell the story, replied Harry with a smile. His turn? Asked Daphne. Why? You see, Daph, after my first 6 months on Azkaban, I was a wreck, continuously seeing my parents being murdered and you bleeding to death. I became a sobbing wreck before my first year ended and lost a lot of weight. I became a bit crazy in the first half of my second. Daphne just looked shocked and fearful. I don't recall nothing of the other 2 years that followed. You were 4 years in Azkaban. I was 2 years in the lowest levels of Azkaban, corrected Harry, extending his hand to Dobby. Dobby evaded me nearly the end of my second year, but I spent the next 2 years trying to recover my sanity and my health in secrecy. Daphne rose an eyebrow and looked to the house elf with newfound respect. You took Harry from Azkaban? How? Asked Daphne, very interested. He summoned me, was Dobby's reply. A moment passed, then another, and in the third, Dobby and Harry started to laugh before a flustered Daphne. That's no answer, replied Daphne, and the two stopped laughing, although they remained amused. I assure you, mistress, it was what happened. I was surprised as well, explained Dobby, having Daphne's full attention. Do you recall when Harry told you about when I was cursed by Bellatrix Lestrange? Yes. When Harry used his magic on to heal me, he deepened our bond in a way that none of us realized. I was more powerful, but I always thought it was because I was Master Harry Potter's Sir House Elf. Dobby squeaked, amused. Imitating his older self it was, but it was also because of the nature of the bond. It was no longer a servitude bond. When Harry healed me, our bond became a pure magical bond, and my life and power became intertwined with Harry's. If he dies, I die. That's also why I sometimes seem to know beforehand what my master requires, Dobby explained, and despite the surprise, Daphne accepted it well. "So, Harry called you?" she asked, and Dobby nodded. "I was weak, but I was able to pop into Azkaban, and thanks to our special bond, I was able to tap into Harry's power and fuel my own, taking Harry back to Potter Manor. There, found out potions to weaken him and some potions to strengthen him." Daphne rose an eyebrow, curious. "Potions? Why?" she asked, and Harry just nodded. "The ones intending to weaken me were administered by the bitch and the bastard's minions. I would later discover that the others were administered by my friends and allies. I nursed Harry back to health for nearly a year, but his mind was still fractured. I had explored some more of the bond, and I had managed to help my master through it, remembering some things. I decided that I had nothing to lose and decided to get the help of another elf, to take care of my master should I fail." "What did you do?" asked Daphne. "I used all my power with the bond and attempted to force Harry's magic to heal his mind." "Is that even possible?" she asked. "Well, sometimes he's a little crazier than he was before," replied Dobby, and Harry scoffed. "It was also because of that merge where he attempted to heal me through our bond that he became like this," explained Harry, waving at Dobby. "My magic powered his, and his body changed accordingly into this form." Now Daphne was surprised, even if she expected something else, some ritual or the sorts. She definitively never expected a deeper magical bond would be the responsible for the elf looks. "I really don't know how to explain it, mistress," replied Dobby, "nor did I cared about it. My master was fine and recovered very well after that." "That goes beyond normal loyalty, Dobby," replied Daphne with a smile making Dobby blush. "He's family." "Mistress, so are you," replied Dobby, looking down, missing the grin from Harry and the blush from Daphne. "How long took your recovery then?" asked Daphne, looking at them. "After the merging, we were both 3 months unconscious," asked Harry, looking at Dobby, who just shrugged. "No idea. All I know is that it was already 2010 when you were well enough to leave the estate. That was when you decided to summon your allies and know what was happening." "Yes," replied Harry, smiling fondly, much to Daphne's surprise. "Thank you, Dobby. I'll take it from here." "Would you need anything?" asked the elf. Daphne just shook her head. "Tea and cookies, please," asked Harry, and Dobby nodded. "Right away," he replied, popping away. "So I will continue the story from my recovery. I was unaware of most that had happened during my 4-year absence, but Dobby managed to get a subscription of the newspaper. It helped a bit. Through the Daily Prophet, I discovered that the vote I had told you before had been won by the New Bloods reformists, who started to make changes in our society." Daphne looked both surprised and disgusted. "They forced changes into our society, changed the old laws, changed the old family's status. They brought the concept of Muggle appliances such as the television and the telephone. Not to mention they were in power as a majority in the Wisengamot, made their own security forces that had replaced the Aurors, and had a low-tolerance policy against everything so-called dark. Dark creatures were rounded up and sent into reserves or destroyed. In the case of vampires and werewolves, they were invited to cooperate with the efforts to find cures for their sicknesses. There are more, but so that you know, Nocturne Alley had been burned to the ground a year before my return." Daphne widened her eyes. "The way you say it, it makes it sound like a takeover of the light side and the Muggle-born supporters," mused Daphne, noticing the beam on his face. "My thoughts exactly, and of course, people being sheep allowed them to do what they wanted to do," replied Harry with a scowl. "Who are they?" asked Daphne, already having an idea. "Who else? The New Bloods reformists and their leaders, Hermione and Neville Longbottom, who were by then also known by their titles, Oberon and Titania." "Oberon and Titania, that sounds familiar," mused Daphne, wondering. "Medieval and Renaissance literature or Shakespeare, take your pick. They were the king and the queen of the fairies," replied Harry, promptly. "Acknowledge that you have read and accept our cook," not missing Daphne's reaction. "The king and queen," she demanded. "Don't tell me they considered themselves the king and queen of the magical world." "Of course not, only of magical Britain, even if they didn't show it," replied Harry, leaving Daphne gaping. Longbottom, or Oberon, was the Paladins' leader. "Paladins?" asked Daphne, and Harry nodded. "Yes, the so-called light defenders and perfect light fighters. They were their new Aurors who replaced the DMLE Corps." "How did they got away with it?" wondered Daphne, and Harry shrugged. "Granger was the equivalent to the minister and the chief witch of the council, which had replaced the Wisengamot. At Harry, they had all the power, and their council was filled with their own people. In a sense, they ruled Britain." "What did you do?" asked Daphne, noticing Harry's looks, knowing him very well. "Nothing at first. Against them, I mean. I needed to know more, and who better for that than meet up with friends, replied Harry, taking the wand to his temple, removing a memory. I arranged a meeting in Gringotts and sent out invitations for a meeting with people I thought I could trust. My surprises started then. What do you mean? Asked Daphne, and she was sure she wouldn't like it. For starters, Draco Malfoy was dead. His wedding to Astoria Malfoy née Greengrass had been dissolved, and Jonathan Greengrass, your father, disowned her for killing her husband, revealed Harry, leaving Daphne in shock. What? Why? Remember what I told you about the potions Malfoy fed her and killing their baby daughter? Asked Harry, and Daphne nodded. Astoria was in Azkaban for killing Draco, and there she discovered about the potions. Her firstborn son was adopted by his 3 grandparents, Narcissa Malfoy and your parents, who raised him to be the Malfoy and Greengrass heir. I met the little shit a couple of times, and let me tell you, he was just like his father. Daphne wanted to gag. Did my sister? She wanted to ask, not finding the right words. I took her out from Azkaban and she found a home with us, replied Harry. Us? Asked Daphne, and Harry smiled. Yes, us. Me and those that stood with me and helped me, those that were important to me, replied Harry, looking at Daphne, who smiled. Thank you for protecting my sister, she said with a smile. She's family, replied Harry, and Daphne smiled. What else? Teddy, replied Harry, having Daphne's full attention. Andromeda had died 2 years before, and Teddy had been adopted by the Longbottoms, since Granger was the godmother and Narcissa didn't care about her half-breed grandnephew. Little did she know that the kid was the Black Heir. If she had taken him in, he might have survived, mused Harry. Teddy died? Asked Daphne, shocked, bringing Harry from his thoughts. Even if no communication had been made, the goblins were able to tell me that my heir was dead. They didn't know why, only that he was. Explained Harry, and Daphne could see his regrets. Who else? Pansy had died in a riot, and so did Vince. Greg had become a lonely man living in a village on Wales. Blaise and Millie were fine and had 2 boys, happy working on their businesses. Theo and Tracy had 1 boy and 1 girl and were fine. She was still a prosecutor, and he was a stay-at-home father, tutor and manager of his family possessions and estate. I invited them. I also invited the remainder Black Wands members, who had been disbanded. Hannah Callan was working at the hospital, and with Millie making potions, Francis Talbot had died in one of the Auror's last raids, and Justin Smith had become unspeakable, who fortunately weren't much affected by the new regime. Jason Halleys, however, was in Azkaban. All right, no one else? Asked Daphne, and Harry shrugged. Luna Lovegood was traveling around the world in her searches for mythical animals, so that's a no, and those were the people we were closer to. Daphne nodded. She wasn't close to Loony Lovegood, but if she had been, she wondered why Harry hadn't approached her yet. I set up a meeting in one of the abandoned black houses, arrival by portkey only. Harry chuckled. It was interesting. Tell me then, asked Daphne, and Harry shook his head. No, this one I must show you, he replied, amused but with a sad smile. She noticed it and nodded. She held his hand, and both of them went into the Pensieve, finding themselves in a dark room, watching several people and children, all of them silent. Mummy, how long until someone shows up? Asked one of the children with brown hair who looked a lot with Theo. He was probably 7 years old. I don't know, George, Tracy replied. Be a little patient. But we're waiting forever, replied a girl that looked like Tracy, aged 5, making the other adults laugh. Felicia, behave, darling. You know that Uncle Harry has to be careful. I don't even remember Uncle Harry, the girl mumbled. You were too young. An older boy that looked like Blaise, probably around his 10 years or older, said Uncle Harry was a great guy. I always had fun with him. And Teddy. Who? Asked Felicia, not. A friend of mine. He's Uncle Harry's godson. He left to live with his godmother and hasn't replied to my letters in months. The boy replied. Daddy said Uncle Harry escaped Azkaban 2 years ago. Why didn't he call sooner? Asked the first boy once again. This time was his father that replied. He was sick and needed time to recover, replied Theo. If he was sick, couldn't Mummy or Auntie Hannah give him a potion to get better? Another boy asked, this one looking like Millie with darker skin and who was probably around 6 years old. Not that kind of sick, Robert. Blaise replied, having his son's full attention. The last time we saw him, he didn't recognize us. I really hope he got better. He wouldn't call us if he didn't, said Justin, who was standing there. The last time we knew anything of him, he was crazy and really worse to wear. Somehow he recovered, I'm sure of it. He should have. He called for all of you, didn't he? Asked the older boy with a smirk, his attention going to the little girl at his side. Are you all right, Daffy? Real Daphne's attention was directed to the little girl at once. The girl was small, barely more than 4 or 5 years old, and looked nervous. She had short black hair and brown eyes and looked nervous. Daphne thought she looked like Millie. "I'm fine, Cyril." The girl smiled and the older boy nodded, patting her hair. "You don't need to be nervous. Uncle Harry is a good man." Her brother said, "You'll love him." The girl nodded nervously. "Who's the little girl?" asked Daphne. "MH. The little girl, Daffy?" asked Daphne again, and Harry smiled, not answering. "Just keep watching." Daphne noticed Millie standing with her husband, looking at her son proudly before going back to a hushed conversation with Hannah Callan. She recalled Justin Smith from one of the previous memories and realized that Justin Halleys wasn't around. "Where were you?" asked Daphne, and Harry pointed to a corner in the room. "Under my invisibility cloak, right there, watching them all." He revealed, and Daphne looked to the corner at once, not seeing anything. "After I was arrested, our estate went in lockdown and nothing was confiscated." "Yes, I thought about that," replied Daphne. "How long until you revealed yourself?" "Not long," replied Harry. "Azkaban changes people," said Justin Smith, standing with Theo. "Let us hope he's well enough and is still the man we remember." "The one who killed the bitch that killed his wife, or the man before that?" joked Blaze. "If only we could have seen him early. If only we could have talked to him, do more to help him," mumbled Theo. "We tried, honey. It's not like we could know that he would try to escape and be sent to the deepest levels of the fortress," replied Tracy, caressing her husband's shoulder. "At least Jason was able to find him," Hannah replied. "1 year too late," grumbled Theo. He was already mad. Not even the Death Eaters were sent to the deepest levels. Why was he? "Maybe someone wanted to hide him and take him away," suggested the little girl shyly. "But why?" wondered Millie, after the others actually considered the little girl's words. "That I wouldn't know," replied a very familiar, disembodied voice that the adults and real Daphne recognized immediately. Even if the voice was cold, however, my guess would be because 2 bastards decided to protect themselves and paid a lot of money to people in power to make sure I would disappear. "Harry?" asked Millie. "Harry, where are you?" asked Blaze, hopefully. "I'm glad to see you've come," the voice said again, agitating everyone again. "I'm glad to see I still have friends." "Of course we'd come, Harry," said Tracy, "but 2 years, what the hell have you been up to all this time?" "Healing my body and my mind, getting my power back, planning my revenge," Harry said, leaving them wondering. "Revenge on whom?" asked Hannah, voicing her thoughts. "You killed Weasley, Captain." "I was away for 4 years, Callan, but I do know that the Black Wands were disbanded, and that I haven't been your captain since I surrendered myself to all of you that day on the Ministry." "So," asked Justin, stepping forward, "you'll always be the captain, the same way that Theo will always be Captain Knott." "Yes, so you can drop the theatrics and that damn cloak of yours. Stop reenacting that day on the leaky cauldron on our 7th year and meet us face to face, you damn asshole," demanded Theo, and to everyone's surprise, Harry dropped the cloak, revealing himself to be wearing black robes, being much slimmer and having a short black beard on his face. His face, however, was stoic. Still very handsome, thought real Daphne with a blush. "Harry!" they all shouted, and the only reason they didn't jump him in joy was his demeanor and his stoicism. "What? What did you mean, revenge?" asked Millie, noticing how Harry was looking to them and the children. "As it turned out, Weaslett was only the perpetrator. The idea came from other people that had more to gain if they were able to control my opinion." "What? What are you saying?" asked Theo. "What I'm saying, Knott, is that while Weaslett was the one that brewed the potion that killed my wife and child, it was the Longbottoms that convinced her to do it, to brew that damn potion to control me so that she could have manipulated my opinion on the vote in their favor. In exchange, the Red Weasel would be able to have me as well," replied Harry with a scowl, shocking all of them. "What, are you sure?" asked Tracy, and Harry nodded. "Those 2 bastards took everything from me." Harry scowled again, his voice filled with anger. "They took Daphne from me, they took our son from me. They took everything from me, and I will not allow them to get away with it. I will kill them, and I will have my revenge on them. For my wife and child, I will kill them." Even real Daphne swallowed dry, not in fear but apprehension. "What about me?" a soft and saddened voice asked, drawing everyone's attention to herself. The little girl was crying, hiding herself behind the older Zabini child. "What?" asked real Daphne. "Oh boy," mumbled Blaze, massaging his temples while Millie seemed to pale, as did Theo and Tracy. Cyril Zabini encouraged the little girl to step forward, putting his hands on her shoulders. The girl looked at Memory Harry with tears on her eyes. Don't you care about me? She asked him. Not really understanding what was happening, real Daphne only thought that the girl was trying to look strong, failing completely because of the tears in her face. She actually felt pity for the child. Memory Harry just rose an eyebrow while looking at the little girl. What exactly are you talking about, child? He asked, and more tears fell from the child's eyes. Uncle Harry, you... started Cyril, only to be interrupted by his mother. No, Cyril. She said, looking to Harry, don't worry, Daffy, it's clear that Harry's still sick. He has to be. I will make sure he gets well soon and Auntie Hannah will help, won't you, Auntie Hannah? Hannah nodded with a smile. We'll make sure he'll be fine soon. Really? The child asked, holding a sob. Can someone please tell me what is going on in here? Memory Harry demanded, and to be honest, real Daphne was quite confused as well. Maybe you have to tell him who you are, sweetie, suggested Tracy, and the child looked at her, turning to Millie, who added, and show him the real you as well. But you said I should never take it off unless I was in my room or just you, Uncle Blaze, Cyril, Uncle Theo, or Auntie Tracy, and in safety. The child replied, and everyone in the room just smiled. Oh, honey, we all know, replied Hannah with a smile. I don't, replied Felicia, not raising a hand. Memory Harry wasn't amused. Once again, can someone explain what the hell is going on? He demanded, having everyone's attention. Millie smirked and pushed the little girl forward. Go on. She encouraged her with a smile, and the little girl turned back to Memory Harry, filled with resolve again. Real Daphne turned to real Harry and saw him smiling, looking at the scene. Do you want to tell me something? She asked, not finding it as amusing as he was. Don't worry, they all will explain it in a while, was Harry's reply, forcing her to look back to the memory. The child took a necklace from her neck, and at once her looks started to shift. Her skin, which was tanned, became whiter and milkier. Her short hair started to grow until it reached the middle of her back, becoming smoother and darker than what it was. Her facial looks also changed a bit, and Memory Harry held a breath, watching into what looked to be a very familiar face with dark black hair and green eyes. Real Daphne widened her eyes and allowed real Harry to take her hand, squeezing it in support. She knew that face. She turned to real Harry and saw him smiling, even if there was some sorrow on it. Everyone always told me that I look like my mummy, with my daddy's hair color and eyes. The girl confessed with a small, shy, saddened and hopeful look, all at the same time, at Memory Harry, who was in shock looking at the little girl. Don't you really remember me, Daddy? It's me, Lillian Daphne Potter, your daughter. Naturally, real Daphne's reaction could only be one, curious enough, the same of Memory Harry's. What?
Thanks for watching part 1 of this story. For part 2, please check my channel.